Welcome, duelists. This is very exciting. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG EU World Championship Qualifier, live from Utrecht. Thousands of duelists have come together to not only see who is the best in Europe, but to also see who is going to be making their way to the World Championships in Tokyo later this year. We've got loads of great coverage coming your way, but before we start, we're going to hand you over to a team member of Konami who is going to give some announcements to our duelists.
Good morning, duelists. Welcome to the 2023 TCG, Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht. It is the first time in 4 years that we are hosting one of these events, and it is exciting to be here. Thank you very much for being present at this event. We already have 3 members of the Europe team for the World Championship. By tomorrow, we will have all 7 that will be going to Tokyo in Japan. Please ensure that you listen to the upcoming head judge briefing. There are over 1,900 duelists at this event, so please ensure that you listen to that. It is going to be exciting, so please stay with us until the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, whilst the head judge has a bit of a word with some of our duelists, we've got a welcome video for you. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! European World Championship Qualifier in 2023. Let's introduce your coverage team. Ed Templar, Sebastian Lemka and Leonard Koenig, Alberto Marazzi and Marcello Barbary, Tom Payne and Nadia Mazzoni. We are your coverage team for this weekend's broadcast. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great content coming your way.
Welcome everyone from us, Marcello, Nadir and Alberto, to the 2023 European World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht. What an event we have ahead of us, so welcome from you guys as well.
Hey, hello. It's exciting to be here for another European Championship, and it's the biggest culmination of the whole year.
Yeah.
With players have established themselves through the point system. We've already had our playoff yesterday. It was an exciting, amazing event. And now it's time for the main event to find the Final Four.
Yeah, players have been waiting for this moment for a long time, we have to say, and I think they must be exciting to have their own chance to go and compete for the World Championship this year. So it's going to be really looking forward to this, and honestly, there's going to be a lot of action this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Nadir, it's the event that for everyone in Europe means the peak of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the culmination of an entire year of grinding and incredible events, which we had the pleasure also of doing commentary for in the past. But as Paolo mentioned, in 4 years, this is the first time we're going to have again a World Championship later on this summer in Japan. And yesterday, the playoff occurred and 3 players from Europe qualified, which you guys will be able to witness how that happened throughout this weekend, because we obviously also recorded some of these incredible matches. But now, obviously, during the weekend, we are going to find out the 4 remaining participants who will go to the World Championship, and that just makes the event so much more thrilling. And as you mentioned, it's also the culmination of an entire year. It means that we have YCS champion and national champions, which in the case of the latter, they also enjoy, alongside the playoff participant, a VIP privilege, we can say. They skip the first 2 rounds. They are earned 2 rounds buys, which is pretty nice. I feel like you can relax a little bit more, right?
Yeah, a bit more of a consolation there. Obviously, it would be very heartbreaking to enter the playoff and not get all the way. But they have a second chance.
Absolutely.
And another opportunity to try and get that coveted World Championship spot. Team Europe is looking pretty strong. I think we've got quite a roster already.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we do need it. We do need it as things have developed in the past few years. But obviously, this event is about also a lot of other different things. As me and Alberto went through the meta discussion that will be broadcasted later on throughout the event, we expect a very diverse meta for the event. A lot of changes, a new Forbidden Limited list, new cars, and so actually I would like you to join in on our little friendly bet. So me and Alberto both, as usual, had our predictions for what deck we think, although we went for underdog picks, which, spoiler ahead, I went for Flow Wanderers and Alberto went with Labyrinth. So just underdog picks. What is your pick? What do you think is going to win the event?
Unfortunately, I don't think there's any Burning Abyss players at this one.
Maybe.
I was actually really surprised to see that there weren't any plant players for the playoff. So
that's true.
I think for the main event, there's definitely a lot of you know, some good players out there. Specifically from the UK, there seems to be, I don't know. I guess that's just the British deck, but
I mean,
that's my pick. I think.
I see where you're going there. I see where you're going there. And obviously, last year the highlight of the event was Marcus Patel winning it all with Rika, a deck that nobody saw coming, although it performed really well at the UK National Championship. And it did this year as well, with a lot of these players, amazing accomplishment. Jessica, for example, she was amazing throughout the whole season with the deck. And obviously, as you mentioned, we just gotta go back to the winner. And in round one, we will be featuring once again Marcus Patel, which, spoiler ahead, is playing again the Rika deck. Is that a surprise at all?
I actually don't think it's going to be Marcus Patel for the round one. I don't think we managed to actually get his opponent here on time. But yeah, it is. You know, that's obviously a powerful strategy, and that's my pick for the event. I think it's looking pretty powerful. We're just getting together our first round feature match momentarily, so we'll be heading off.
At the same time, as you mentioned, it's like it's very rare that through one year and the other, you can just play the same strategies and people adapt. But sometimes we interviewed, obviously, a lot of these national champions. And just last weekend, you know, it was very recent, such as Dinka Bui winning it all with Labyrinth and still adapting it. But as we can now focus on what we are going to feature for round one, it is going to be quite the unusual matchup, we can say. We haven't really seen these decks yet. Because on the one hand, we will have Benoit with this Blackwing deck featuring against Love, which is playing indeed the Rika instead of Marcus, we could say. What do you think of this wild matchup? Wow.
I mean, Blackwing did get a huge wave of support in Darkwing Blast last year, I believe. And some of those cards are extremely powerful with the Sutri, the Vata plays. And I'm hoping to see if we can establish the Assault Wing Dragon Lock, the pseudo-masquerade style card for the deck. And
absolutely. Blackwing, obviously popular deck in Time Wizard, but let's see here in round one, 2023, if it is just as valid. Our players are ready. Let's start things off here in game one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to be handing back to you very soon for the commentary in this round one feature match here at the EU World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht. So let me introduce our first duelists for the coverage for this weekend. On my right, I have Benoit Bordich, and on my left, I have Lav Bielorich, and it's going to be a very interesting way of kicking this tournament off. So I understand you guys have already done a dice roll, and Benoit, you won the dice roll. Are you going to be going first, or are you going second? You're going first? Benoit is going to be going first. And so with that, we get to avoid all the dice rolling shenanigans that we have on here, and I can hand you guys straight back over to Marcello, Alberto, and Nadir, who are going to take you through the commentary for this round one game. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, once again. And as we already mentioned, this is going to be one interesting matchup nonetheless. But talking more about the specific choices, we could say, in the deck, I think we have come across and are now familiar compared to the last year with the Rika deck. But this is looking quite unique with cards like Noturia Rose Whip in the main deck. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's probably going to be quite a spell-heavy meta. You know, there's a lot of power cards, Prosperity, the Theosis, and Kashtira, and a lot of decks, you know, are trying their best to use those power cards to establish their win conditions. And if you summon a card like Rose Whip, which is very easily searchable in the plant deck, then getting that lockdown means your opponent's not going to really have a great time. So we'll see if that actually comes out into play.
Absolutely, and as we will go through the matchup, let's see if this die roll will be relevant. Whoever wins it will win the entire match. Once again, our duelists are ready. Let's start things off. Here they are. Yeah.
It is game one, round one of the European Championship. This is the start of a long marathon. Our players have a huge weekend ahead of themselves, so we'll see how the fatigue, the mental game comes into play over the course of this entire event. But fresh start, bright and early for these players here. Benoit versus Lav, Blackwing versus Rika. All right, so I think it was Lav who won the dice roll, I believe. No, it's actually
it's
Benoit.
actually Benoit.
Okay.
Yep.
Start off with a Pot of Prosperity. That's a good card you want to see turn one.
Absolutely.
And Love is not expecting to play against Blackwing at all. We have to assume.
Yeah, I'd assume that's definitely not a matchup you'd be regularly testing at all. But regardless, that is usually sometimes a bit of a strong strategy. You know, show up to an event with a sort of underrepresented archetype to.
And I'm expecting some reading here, but only 3 cards off the top, and it's not gonna be Love. It doesn't look that surprised. Interestingly enough, I would expect him to read the card right away, but instead.
Right, so we do have a Sutri here. Oh, we've also opened the Simoon.
Wow.
That's huge.
Yeah.
All right, so this should be the full combo here. Let's see how exactly Benoit has adapted this. There's a couple of ways to play the Blackwing strategy. You can play it as a pure deck, which establishes, I think generally you want to go for the triple Assault Wing, maybe the level 10 as well with the new Trap card, but you also have the ability to incorporate some Raid Raptor cards, so we'll see if he's doing any of that. Simoon is the Searcher of the Black Whirlwind, a card which is...
OG, yeah.
Yeah, it's an old school card here, getting you the search of any Blackwing monster from your deck with an attack less than the monster that you just normal summoned. We're going to see a lot of normal summoning in this Blackwing deck, as it's able to perform multiples with the effect of the Simoon and the No Thung. The level 6 Synchro is going to be able to help with that as well. And there is the Sutri. So Sutri basically just searches any Blackwing card. Typically you want to go Chainlink 1 Sutri, Chainlink 2 Whirlwind, and that gets you another combo piece. We've already searched the Vata from the Simoon search. So this is going to be full combo. I'm just curious to see exactly how he ends.
What field he's able to set up,
Okay, so he's playing the Shanga as well, which is a really good form of disruption here. You can actually just special it like any other Blackwing, and then when it's in the graveyard, I believe it banishes or activates to destroy a card your opponent controls?
Yeah, exactly. You can banish it to just target off his up card and destroy it. So, pretty useful one, and obviously a tuner as well, which is nice.
Shamal gets the sort of upgraded version of Whirlwind from the deck here, the Black Feather Wind, which allows you to special summon back a Blackwing from the graveyard when you get the Black Winged Dragon onto the field. Typically, Black Winged Dragon is not actually the one that has been historically popular, but the strategy has been incorporated with the new Darkwing Blast support. All right, so the way Vata works, it's sort of this, kind of Vayu-style card that allows you to kind of, Vayu lets you synchro from the grave. Well, how about synchroing from the deck, actually? That's what we're going to do here. We're going to send the Chinook and I think that probably should have been a Zephyros, I think we sent there.
Yeah, the Zephyros, and now, as you mentioned, we are going for even a Starlight Rare.
Yeah, beautiful. So triggering the Black Featherwind to bring back a Blackwing, and that brings back Vata, and Black Featherwind is then bounced to the hand here from the Zephyros effect, and that means you can reactivate the Featherwind, and that actually allows you to use it again. It's actually not a once per turn card, following the tradition of the old school Blackwing cards, not all once per turn, so And tributing off of the effect of Sutri to establish a level 2 token. And that's going to set you up nicely for No Thung for a third normal summon this turn if we want to go for that.
Very good stuff here from Benoit, honestly, especially because like Love is not into many hand traps. It's just playing some, you know, voice icon cards.
You wouldn't expect it from the Rika deck usually.
Yeah, we'll see how we can break this field apart on the clap back here, but we're going to go into the No Thung. Allows you to activate the effect to get an extra normal summon, burning for 800 in the process as well, so a nice little tool in time should that ever arise. And again, as mentioned, the Featherwind not once per turn allows you to bring back here, and also using the Shamal in the graveyard to recycle the Sutri back into the hand. And just establishing these tokens as a form of counters on the Black Featherwind, the Black Wing Dragon, sorry. All right, and I think here there could be the new card being made here. It is the Baraya Storm, which is a level 6 tuner synchro monster, and it actually has an incredible effect to dump from the graveyard, from the deck, sorry, and it actually manipulates the level, and that way you're able to go up further into more synchro plays. And it also allows you to synchro from the graveyard. It's like a mishmash of value as well.
Yeah, it's an amazing tool.
Upgraded
It's also
version.
a tuner, so that makes it even better to just keep pushing. And yeah, this is really great stuff from Benoit.
So the Whirlwind searches the Orochi, which is just a level 1 tuner that allows you to synchro summon just by special summoning it for free, like most Black Wings. It's a level 1, which works really nicely with the Black Wing Dragon. It actually helps you go into Hot Red Dragon Abyss. So you're going to end on a negate as well here. And it looks like that's what we're doing with this Orochi. So yeah, historically we've seen the Hot Red Dragon Abyss played in numerous forms of decks. It's been particularly popular in the Dragon Link strategy, usually with a Rocket Synchron and a Chaos Magic Dragon, although unfortunately, very sadly, we won't be seeing him this weekend.
This makes it much tougher because Love, one of the few ways he had was like an evenly matched, and now that's not even gonna be enough here.
Goes for the second Black Wing Dragon here, and then gets to sync that off with the manipulated level of the Baraya Storm to go into the first copy of Assault Wing Dragon. Oh no, is that a Dispater?
Yeah, it's a Dispater.
Okay,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
interesting line here. So we're going to make the Assault Wing with the graveyard effect of the Baraya Storm while also maintaining the Dispater. There we go.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff again from the Benoit.
So the Dispater is not something I've actually seen typically played in this variant of Blackwing, but the multiple copies of the Assault Dragon here, I think this is going for the third now.
Look at that.
Yeah, so just to inform you as to what the effect is of Assault Wing Dragon, when your opponent activates a monster effect, they take 700 damage, which is kind of similar to Masquerade, except it's a little bit crazier when you have 3 of them on the field. So 2,100 life points per monster effect. That's that's a heavy tax to pay there.
And with Rika, you really need to activate your monsters.
A lot of monster effects, yeah. Perhaps something like a Con might be able to get rid of them. We'll see how he plays this one out here. That's an interesting. What is that card? He's searching off a small world.
Yeah, he's going for a small world. Let's see what he actually picks up.
Is that a Blackwing card? I have no idea what that is. Interesting. Okay, all right. We'll see how that plays out here. Yeah, just clarifying the levels and stuff of the synchros and tuners that we've established here. And yeah, this is looking pretty strong. Don't forget as well, we've also got the trap card in the hand, which lets you basically synchro as, yeah, like a quick play kind of synchro. That can help you go into the level 10. Recently released as a royal rare for the Macedos celebration event. If you logged into that, you would have got yourself your hands on him.
Well, yeah, that's it. I think it's a decent opening.
Pretty strong,
yeah. That's wow. And now the question is, does Lav even want to reveal what he's playing if he's not able to fight back?
Couple of tools in the main deck here to potentially deal with these Assault Wings and Hot Reds. We've got the Dark Ruler no more.
Yeah, that would be really good.
Now, an interesting sort of way to play around Dark Ruler you can go with using the Hot Red Abyss. So Dark Ruler no more says you cannot respond with monster effects. So what you could do hypothetically is activate Dark Ruler, And then because you're not responding with a monster, you can chain the trap card and then chain the hot red to negate the Dart Ruler. Has been a very cool little trick we've seen that people can utilize to bypass the non-response nature. There's an evenly matched here, straight to the battle phase.
Could there be a second copy, maybe?
Yeah, I found out the hard way recently that card is not once per turn.
Let's see if there is a second copy from Lav. There is not. He just picks up his cards. And game 1 goes to Benoit with a very intimidating turn 1 field. Wow.
Sometimes you establish a big field like that, there is not really any options for you other than to say, all right, let's head on over to game 2.
Yeah. And at the same time, I kind of like it that he preserved as much information as possible. Evenly, it's just played by so many decks. And actually, arguably, maybe you wouldn't even expect it in the main deck from Rika. So maybe he's going to throw his opponent off guard there.
You could make the assumption potentially that it's Runic, I think generally is something that runs evenly in the main.
I agree. And that could lead to some, wrong side deck decisions. On the other hand, Olav will be comfortable going first, setting up his own field of plant monsters. Do you think he knows what to bring in this matchup?
I think with plants,
honestly,
you don't really care too much, right? You could have do the same thing. You just establish a big combo.
No, exactly. But I think what Love might be doing here, by going first, you really want to set up your combo. And I think he's going to side out the Evilly Match and the Dark Lure going first. I think it doesn't make sense to have them in. He's playing an interesting card which we haven't seen in a while, which is Spiritual Water Art Aoi. So
yes,
maybe we will see that coming in, because I can only see that going first, and then also there's the Gold by the Grey, which in general going first, I think.
Very good
but
versus hand
good
trap,
to see that there's the Aoi here. I think it's been maybe with Monarch.
Absolutely. Spiritual Water Art Aoi is a card to look at your opponent and just discard a card. I guess it's potentially really good. We could say it's the replacement from the Red Lotus, which we don't have access to anymore, but I mean, obviously requires a different setup. On the other hand, though, his opponent is going second, so maybe he's going to cut some of his cards and try to focus on generic going second cards. As you mentioned, maybe he thinks he's up against a Runic. We could see some Cosmics, which, to be fair, are pretty good against Rika as well. So that wouldn't be the end of the world, but regardless, our duelists are pretty much done with their side decks, so we can jump right back into game 2.
You guys have seen Rika quite a number of times over the course of multiple YCSs in Europe here, and you probably will be somewhat familiar with how this deck works. It is a all-in glass cannon style combo deck, and it's exactly what Lav is going to try and do here and establish a big field. We talked a little bit at the start about the Rose Whip strategy, being able to search that with any with your Arrow Mage, your Aroma Seraphy.
And this is a great start, obviously. Unexpected die, all you need.
One card combo, a normal monster. I mean, hey, if you told me a normal monster can do all of this 10 years ago, I would have called you crazy. But here we are, the Sunside Genius Loci. Plenty of ways to access this in the deck. We've seen, Unexpected Die. There's the Painful Decision. There's 1-for-1, Small World. Lots of consistent ways to get into this.
Yeah. And this is the card that enables it all. Searching for the Signvine spell. As you can see here, this is usually where some of the players use the Ash Blossom in this matchup, but obviously when you start with,
Yeah, so the Pure Plant deck, sort of the Sun Avalon, has a couple of clutch points here that you really want to try and stop your opponent on. Sometimes hitting the Dryas with an effect negate is okay, but usually, as you mentioned, shaving Ash Blossom for the Sowing is quite strong. But even then, because of the fact that we're now incorporating Rika cards, you can actually continue on after a Sowing has been negated.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the same time, when they start things off with the Unexpected Die, you might just Ash there, honestly, and take
Sometimes you just put them on Better or Have It, right?
Yeah. And this is what we have seen pretty much last year from Marcus as well. From this setup, you can just do a lot of different things, going for the Jasmine and going and accessing your other engines. Is also playing the one copy of Lonefire Blossom, obviously, to access any of the other's engines, alongside that Naturia Rose Whip, which we mentioned. So let's see what he just wants to open up with.
Mentioned a little bit earlier about the time sort of tools that's available to the Blackwing deck with a lot of burn strategies and stuff, but the plant deck actually goes in the opposite direction and heals yourself for a couple of life points here. So should that ever be a strategy required throughout the tournament, you do have the option of using Sunvine Healer to gain a couple of life points and put yourself ahead in time, although I think in this matchup it's not really going to be a bit of a time grind, I would assume.
Especially because I think this is going to be a very interesting situation in which both of our players had the chance, you know, to basically showcase their combo. So it's looks like there's no interruption from Benoit. So maybe we will see the Rika deck at full power, as we saw last year as well.
Therion edition of Lilyboria
Nice.
is a great way to sort of insulate yourself from any sort of disruption from the hand partway through the combo here, as it does allow you to get the Regulus from the deck. So we send here for the Disc Coliseum gets Regulus, and then when we send off the Lilyboria, we can re-equip and establish our Omni Negate before we continue for the rest and the final portion of the combos, usually to try access those Rika cards.
Yeah, the Tyrion package was not played by Marcus last year, but has been recently added to the deck, to the most successful Rika players out there, and I think it does give you his addition, and especially going first after siding, it's really good.
I'm just wondering if Benoit actually has some form of disruption here, because he's been thinking a little bit on a couple of these effects here, so I'm curious if that'll come up.
And here we see Lonefire tributing the Lily so that the Regulus in end can be activated later on.
So Lonefire Blossom tributes for cost here, and I think this is basically going to be your real sort of last opportunity to get some disruption here. Otherwise, that Regulus, as we mentioned, is going to be able to protect from further plays here. And I think he's fanning out his hand here. You can kind of see that Rose Whip at the front, considering and weighing up the options if we go for Rose Whip, or do we want to go deeper into the Rika combos?
Yeah, I think Rika makes sense here. You really want to access the Con-Con, and this is where Benoit will start reading these cards.
And I think one of the key factors that has brought this deck also 1 year after winning last year is that players don't really know where to activate their disruptions. That's the main thing. So it's not easy basically to activate, you know, the Ash Blossom, the Impermanence. You don't really know where. If you don't really know where to activate it, then you're in trouble basically.
And here we set up either another 4-ball interruption with the Princess getting added to the end, which is the sneaky interruption, I want to say, because a lot of times it will just sit at the bottom of your graveyard, and it actually is able to shuffle back from the graveyard as well to just negate one more effect from your opponent. So really gotta keep those in mind.
I think one of the sort of unfortunate situations you can find yourself in is your opponent ends on a big field and you read all the cards and you're like, okay, I gotta play through this, and then suddenly something activates in the grave and you're like, whoa, where did this come from? But yeah, the Princess, absolutely a great form of disruption for the Rika strategy, and it looks like we're going for the Sunseed Twin effect from the graveyard, allowing you to bring back the healer, banishing a monster that you control with the same name, as we have established 2 Jasmines, and the healer is going to activate the effect to heal again, and this triggers the non-once per turn search of the Jasmine to access potentially Madan or Snowdrop. So yeah, so much synergy across multiple different plant decks. I mean, it's technically an Arrow Mage card. We've got the Sun Avalon strategy, we've got some Therions, and we've got Rikas. Sort of plants just kind of establishing themselves as like a plant deck rather than like this exact strategy. It's similar maybe to Pendulum, you know? It's like Pendulum is a Pendulum deck, not really a, you know, Magician or X or something.
Or even the Dragon Link, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just dragons, that's my deck. All right, here's Malayas, the Link Climb. Gets the Loci back from the graveyard, and that's going to be able to give you a Link 4. And the Bengal Lancer, one of the great forms of disruption this deck offers by allowing you to compulsory evacuation device your opponent's monsters. All right, looks like we had Madan in the hand the whole time, or did we search that? Regardless,
Yeah,
it
we did,
is.
we did.
Yep, that's the. This is the most important one. Whenever you ask a plant player the best place to stop them, it's always Madan. Because you actually don't have too much here, really, if you think about it. You would probably end on maybe like a Bengal Lancer and a Regulus. But now, with the Madan, it doesn't get Con-Con.
No, I think he
No,
added
no,
the
he
Concon
had
and he had the
the
Glamour.
end.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the Concon's going to get the sheet, and we're just using the Glamour. Okay,
Exactly.
incredible hand here. Really just has
Yeah.
everything you need.
This was crazy, crazy setup.
So on the new chain here, because you tribute a plant monster, you can get the Primula, and then you can also just use the just basic special summon if you control a Rika monster effect of the Petal, sorry, the Princess. And this goes our rank 4 Strenna.
Rika Queen Strenna, which will be able to upgrade later on. But for now, this is really threatening and pretty much...
Did we normal summon? We started with Die, right? Have we not used our
No,
normal
I
summon?
think he
Probably
I think he
not.
didn't. Yeah.
Okay, so
Probably
we
not.
can still potentially access Rose Whip, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
wow,
wow.
fantastic.
Yeah, this is really, really well played by Love. Basically, returning the favor of game 1 to his opponent with an even more threatening board.
Yeah, I sat through your combo, you're going to sit through mine.
Exactly.
Strenna has been tributed, which has the graveyard effect. When it's tributed off, allows you to special summon from the deck a Plant Xyz into the Hypertrion. And it is a negate equal to the card type of the material. Which is,
Here we can see the Rose Whip. Yep.
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah.
Wow.
What a start, honestly, from Love
Yeah.
here once again, returning the favor to Benoit.
Sometimes plants can, occasionally struggle with disruption of spells and traps, although obviously not really in this matchup. But if you get paired up against something like a Labyrinth deck, it can be quite hard because a lot of your disruption are based on monsters. You know, you get the Sheet Steal, you got the Pet Princess in the graveyard. So it's kind of one of the weaknesses of this deck, and that's why the Rose Whip here is to try and aid with that, with the spell and trap protection.
And as mentioned, he didn't normal summon, so he can normal the Princess and finally upgrade into Link 4. Use the Concon, get the sheet, and yeah, this is wow. Incredible.
I'm just wondering, the Hypertron should be able to get a spell material here as well, I think, when you activate Concon. So that's usually one of the ways that you get an extra monster type, card type. I'm not sure if he's missed out on that, but regardless, we do have a monster negate, we have a bounce, we have a tribute, we have one spell and trap, we have a steal, we have a tribute for cost, we have a negate, and we have one spell and trap usage per turn. That's a lot of disruptions.
Yeah. It's really, really impressive stuff. And now, I guess the best way to start things off here would be, again, a Dark Ruler maybe, but it's definitely tough.
So I think one of the sort of cool interactions you can do here with the Regulus, notice that Regulus doesn't negate activations, it negates effects. So if your opponent activates a spell and trap card and you negate it with the Regulus, the Rose Whip is actually in effect because Rose Whip says you can only activate a spell and trap. So if you negate the activation of a spell and trap, they can use another spell and trap.
But unfortunately, he has seen enough. He picks up his cards, and we are heading into game 3. Similar start to this game 2 as in game 1. These guys are just showing off at this point their own combos, and it will be down to game 3. Can Love stop his opponent, or is Benoit just gonna assemble the same Blackwing field as in game 1? We'll see. But I do see some tools in the side decks from Love, at least. First and most importantly, 3 copies of Nibiru. I would say that's... do you even have any way to play around that with the Blackwing deck?
Well, I suppose you don't really want to just drop Nibiru immediately on 5. You can sort of wait a little while, but because there's just so many normal summons in the deck and special summons from hand, sometimes you can play through Nibiru. And one thing as well, specifically, is there isn't really ways to set up an Omni protection with Blackwing before Nibiru. So in the same way that Rika can establish Regulus at fairly early in the combo to insulate itself against hand traps, I don't think Blackwing can particularly do that. I know Chinook negates monster effects, but I think Chinook only negates monsters that your opponent controls.
Yeah, on the other hand, other options include some copies of some one-offs related to Trust, we could say. So he is playing a Lightning Stormer Dark Rulers as one-offs, which you can search with the Trust. Yeah, it's still gonna be a similar one where he tries and he needs to pick up, but he has more chances. I think, was he maining Impermanence at least?
Yeah, he's maining
so
3.
now he's gonna have Impermanence, Ash, and Nibiru. to just possibly draw into them, and if not, he has, you know, Dark Ruler, Evenly, Lightning Storm to just try and fight back. So I think he is definitely in a better chance than game 1, but still Benoit will be pretty happy to start things off here and try to repeat what he did in game 1. Without further ado, though, this will be the last game for round 1. One of these duelists will probably advance with a 1-0 record. The other one will need to fall back to a 0-1 start, but still plenty of time for what is the day 1 that will see 9 rounds of Swiss today, followed by 2 more tomorrow for a total of 11 before a top 64 cut. So impressive stuff, but our duelists are ready. Let's jump into game 3.
I think if anyone was to lose the dice roll in this matchup, it's probably better for Lav to be in that situation because of just how many disruptions. You mentioned that he is already main decking, but then able to fall back on into the side.
Totally agreed, yeah. Let's see. Again, you really want to start things off similarly as in game 1, I would say, with some of these Blackwing cards. Arguably the best. Could be the one that he started things off last round. Let's take a look at this, and it's Moldward instead. No Ash, so...
Ooh, that's rough that we hard drew the Zephyros. It's actually a super important combo piece in the deck because of the Featherwind and Vata interactions, so not ideal, but regardless, it does get you into your combo. That's
we
the most
search the
important thing.
Simon?
Yeah, this should bridge into Simun. I still don't know what his bridge is, to be honest with you.
Oh, not
Simon.
Okay. Interesting.
So
he goes for Sudri. Yeah.
So Simun makes it so that you have to banish another Blackwing card from your hand, which indicates maybe the other 2 cards in his hand just aren't Blackwings. So he has to go for the 1-card interaction, which is Just Sutri. And Just Sutri, I don't think ends on too much. Oh, but we've got Whirlwind as well. All right, that works out.
Wow, double Whirlwind. Wow.
Not once per turn, by the way.
Absolutely. We thought the start might have been, you know, a lot weaker than game 1, but the impermanence at least can stop the Sudri from resolving. Still, we get 2 searches from Black Whirlwind.
I don't think that Lav was so convinced about this impermanence because, I mean, now here Benoit gets 2 searches.
Yeah, I don't... So I'm just debating in my head here if that was really the best time to impermanence, because I think if your opponent just normal Sutri, then imperm's good, but with double Whirlwind, I think maybe Vata has a better choke point.
Yeah, but I mean, similarly to how his opponent maybe wasn't the most familiar with the Rika deck, I would say Blackwing is even a more niche strategy, so you can't really blame Lav for improvising here, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a reasonable sort of take to have on an event like this when there's such a varied, wide field of decks. If you take something like Blackwing that players are not really established with, that's kind of one of the advantages. While your deck might not be as powerful or as amazing to, you know, combo with, such as something a bit more established like Kashtira or Branded, which everyone knows what they're doing against that deck. Everyone has side decks prepared for it. You know, a deck like this, you're kind of hoping that your opponent's going to make some mistakes.
Yeah, and he just searched for not Orochi, but instead...
yeah, the Vata. And,
yeah, the Vata,
I
and
think it was a Shamal.
Maybe, yeah. And this is what we're gonna see right here with the Vata.
So I'm really curious what he sends here with the Vata. As mentioned, he began his turn with a small world on Zephyros.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of unfortunate because you don't really want to draw that. And let's see what he goes from here.
Double
impermanence. Okay, there's why.
Wow.
Oh, wow, okay.
Okay, now I can see why he decided to go for that impermanence before.
Sutri is not a tuner, correct? So I think he should...
No, I don't think so.
So I think he should be able to still go into Baraya Storm or a Nothung. Yeah, double hand trap here is quite rough, especially if you haven't opened specifically Simun. The double Whirlwind should help out a little bit here. We know that he's got the Shanga searched as well, so we can just special summon that, do more synchro plays with that if we need to. Sometimes your deck just has like a linear kind of combo where you know like, okay, Simun plus Blackwing does this, Sutri plus Whirlwind does this, but you can end up in situations where it's like, okay, well, I can do combo 3, but if my opponent has impermanence, where do we go from here? Sometimes you gotta sort of wing it a little bit.
Yeah, seems like he's gonna go for a level 6 synchro here.
So yeah, I think it's really just debating if we go No Thung or Baraya Storm.
Yeah.
Baraya Storm is going to be a tuner, and if we already have a tuner in the hand, maybe we can't do too much with that. So it could be No Thung plus the Shanga in the hand here.
Yeah, it seems like No Thung should be the one. Yeah. It is the No Thung, so 800 damage to his opponent. 16 minutes remaining, so still far away from the end of the round procedure.
So we're going to normal summon the Shanga off of the effect of No Thung, and this is going to trigger the double whirlwind again. And the attack points are quite low of Shanga, but it does still allow you to add Chinook, the negate from your hand here. If you control Blackwing, and also might go for Orochi, I suppose, is his final search. Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a couple of options here. We can like climb up into a Hot Red Abyss, which is a, 1 negate, but at the same time, you probably also want to try and make sure that Chinook is live. Let's see how he runs this one out. So this is why the negate of Sutri at the start was maybe a little bit rough. It meant that we didn't get to search Shamal, who then gets you the Featherwind, which would then be able to trigger here and bring back a monster, but he's going to have to go with a 9, it looks like. It is indeed going to be the Hot Red.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, he had to fight back against Chu Impermanence and ended on what is a not red for now. Which at least can,
Yeah, better than nothing, honestly, after
stay
double
in this game.
impermanence. And I think he was on a kind of a slow start as well. So it's...
one face down,
yeah.
and it's back to Love with top decks Trust, which
Yeah.
could be amazing here. If you force out the hot red, you can search even the unexpected die, for example, as a way to combo off.
Conquer.
Yeah. Nice one.
Do you think you just have to preemptively Hot Red negate this?
It's definitely a potential risk. But
Oh,
he
pass.
passed.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
Really?
Okay, wow, well, I mean, play goes back to Benoit here, and we're starting
Wow.
off with a
Allure Darkness, yeah.
So it was just hoping that Benoit was activating their hot red.
to maybe
Right.
resolve thrusts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. Kaiju not necessary. Kaiju works as a great form of tributing for cost of your opponent's monsters, but also works quite neatly in this deck as a small world bridge as well.
And here I think if Benoit gets the chance to even consider closing the game, I think he might just go for that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Oh, we're tributing.
Ooh, okay, I can see it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's what you're gonna go for, and this allows him to search, shoot more cards from his deck with those black whirlwinds, and yeah, this is scary. Another Vata.
All right, we've lost our negate of Hot Red for the tribute summon, but nothing on the field to really use it against, so it didn't really matter. And now we've got Sutri as well as Vata, and we can kind of just establish the whole thing again. We just need to do 8,000 damage, well, 7,200 because of the No Thung burn, so pretty primed here.
And I think if you can get rid of the Hot Red Dragon, you're pretty sure that you can win this. this turn.
Yeah, I think
So
he's.
it's,
I think he's definitely trying to close this one out here. Chinook is sent as a level 2 plus the 4, and the Vata. That's going to add up to another Blackwing Dragon.
I think the only thing maybe we might be saying, if there's any chance there will be any Nibiru, but honestly I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, there's an opportunity, there's a chance that he drew it as his 6th card, which can be really rough with Nibiru, but on the clapback here it might be relevant. Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
Actually does not have enough here to close out the game.
Interesting, because then
Begs the question why we sacrificed our Hot Red.
that could be actually a risky line if that's the case.
Well, this face down he has set must be something really important.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation here. Hopefully does not cost him the match. And yeah, play is back to Love. Let's see if he can pick up anything relevant here. Any Rika, any plant monster would be amazing.
I don't think it's too bad of a situation because I think it was actually correct in hindsight because now your Shanga's live and your Chinook. So you've actually sacrificed your Hot Red for 2 disruptions. Okay, Petal, that's a good start here.
Yeah, at least this is obviously the top deck. This allows to both use the Concon right after.
So as the Chinook we spoke about here allows you to negate a monster effect if you control a Blackwing monster directly from the hand. And it also sends the Baraya Storm as a way to play through. And there's the thrust.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, thrust coming from the side deck, really opening up the plays.
That's that's a.
Oh,
we control the monster.
Wait.
Yeah, but you can't go for that. Yeah.
Unfortunately, cannot use the unexpected die here.
I think it's still. It should be okay, right? Because I think we can maybe Glamour tribute our own princess, our own Petal, right? Clear the field, add a card, and then use the die.
Oh,
can we not do
is
that?
he really
No?
gonna crash?
Okay, looks like we are just crashing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's rough. That is rough.
Yeah, this is really rough, especially considering how many of the cards from Benoit are able to deal damage to his opponent. Yeah.
All right, 2,800 life points here. No Assault Wing Dragon to burn, so depending on what the rest of the hand here is, we might be able to just combo through.
But he took the damage, so now he's down to 1,200 only. And yeah, let's see if there is anything else from Benoit. Because regardless, we are gonna be in main phase 2, so it's tougher to disrupt this field from the French player.
Couple of ways still to keep going here. We do have full combo per se, and it doesn't look like Benoit has anything else in forms of disruption right now. I think I did see his face down. It was, I think it was like just a dead spell card.
Okay.
So we didn't have the Twin Shadow searched out to try and go for a 10 synchro play. And it looks like we are establishing that sowing down to 200 life points. And then that's going to climb back up with the healer and the healer here. Okay, we can recover a little bit, and time's a ticking. It's we're now down to single digits. 9 minutes remaining. We'll see if that ends up being relevant. Remember, this is main phase 2.
I think this is totally relevant because now you need a lot of time to combo off, and you are in main phase 2. So then you pass back to your opponent, and then you need to go to another battle phase. So this is tough. And honestly, even if you're now back to 1,500, I'm scared if you're a fan of love. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there was a better thrust search in the deck to be able to start your engine, but it seems that really needed to access some form of way to get to our combo, since his hand didn't look like it really did anything other than disrupt. Started off quite strong with the double impermanence, but no way to capitalize on it.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task for him, honestly, but on the other side, looks like the Benoit doesn't have any response, and we might be seeing what we witnessed in game 2, but still, with 8 minutes left.
All right, there is the Con effect here, which allows you to tribute your opponent's monsters instead of your own for the Medan special summon. And that gets us further and deeper into our Rika plays here.
Yep, now the Glamour, let's see.
Closing down on that clock here.
It's definitely gonna be a close one. You can now get to both the Petal and the Princess potentially. Let's see what he wants to search. It's gonna be the Primula alongside Princess.
Yeah, we saw this in the last game here. Primula being able to special itself for free when we tribute a plant monster. That's going to give us some rank 4 access, and then we can special the Princess alongside it. Lav does need to speed up a little bit as he does his combo here.
You really don't have the means. And hopefully he remembers that he already used this out battle phase, you know, because maybe that's also an issue where he forgets that he had to crash and he just tries to enter battle phase here, and he's reminded that he cannot, indeed.
If we can get to the end of our combo quick, disrupt our opponent, then get to a battle phase, this deck is very good at establishing a lot of damage with things like the Sunvine Thrasher, but do need to keep going.
Okay, so we are going...
Sylvan Danspion.
Let's see, obviously want to go and look for that Longfire Blossom and any of other plant monsters that you can special summon.
Yeah, this card's incredible. It mills 3. I mean, I can think of a few other cards that mill 3 that are pretty cool. And this one specials directly from the deck if you hit any of your plant monsters. You could just hit like 2 plants here. It's absolutely incredible. Here we go.
Let's see.
All right, one.
And only one. Okay.
All right, good enough, I guess.
Decent, decent. Yeah, the only thing is, as you mentioned, less than 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's time is moving surprisingly quick here for Love.
Ooh, but we have access to the Therian Lily.
Not bad, not bad.
Really not the time to choose the...
It really doesn't matter what you equip here.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
All right, Lilyboria equips the special summon sent at the Disc Coliseum. Go for Regulus. That's the name of the game with the Therion plays here.
Actually tributing
I think he's sending itself.
Yeah, I don't know what we are thinking here. We just need to resolve it, get the Regulus from deck or the Colosseum. As mentioned, obviously, Colosseum and then Regulus. Oh no, we are actually going for a Link summon instead.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, going for the Malayas line here to climb into a Link monster.
Now finally going for the Rika Queen, it seems.
I think it's the Strenna first here who's being made.
Yeah, Rika Queen Strenna.
And yeah, no, this is so stressful to watch here.
What a way to start things off here at the European World Championship qualifier. If this is round 1, oh, I don't know if I can live on to get to the end. This is crazy start to this day 1.
So a dangerous part of Bengal Lancer is that while it's an extremely good effect to disrupt your opponent, it does cost your life points to use the effect here. All right, as Benoit reads the cards here, Lav should... Oh, we're just passing here?
Oh, okay, passed.
Yeah, I mean, he probably thought he didn't have time to just keep comboing off, and he thought, okay, I'm gonna pass. Let's see here, because the Black Wire will require monsters to stay on field to resolve. So if you were to now disrupt it, they don't add anymore. And this would be really important from Lav. But the card resolves, getting 2 searches, and with 3.5 minutes remaining, wow, this is tough.
Yeah,
for
I think
the Bulgarian player.
2 searches here is a lot to let your opponent resolve. If you mentioned, as you mentioned, if you bounce the Sutri here, it no longer has attack points per se, as it's in the hand, and the Whirlwinds will resolve without effect.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think we do know that Benoit searched a Vata last turn, so it wouldn't really help too much to bounce because you would just be able to special summon it, the Vata, and then keep going here. We also have the Baraya Storm in the graveyard, don't forget, so we can actually synchro from the grave. There's a lot of things that Benoit can do here.
Yeah, this is not stopping anytime soon.
And with a 6,200 life point deficit, I don't think he's in any rush to try and get into the battle phase ASAP here.
No, absolutely, it's fine. And now we see the Princess, which will actually be activated alongside tributing one of his opponent Blackwing monsters.
Yeah, so I think was that, what did he choose to negate? Was it the Vata in the hands?
No, I think it
it's
was the discarded...
Oh, the Shamal, right?
Yeah, the Shamal.
Okay, so negating Shamal to prevent the search of the Featherwind.
But we still have the Vata.
Yeah, we still got Vata, we still got Baraya Storm. And
that's exactly what we're going for. Vata.
Yeah, lots of damage can be dealt with here. That Bengal Lancer still hasn't been used. Okay.
Gonna go for a synchro right away.
I don't think he used Vada's effect, right? He just
He just
synchroned
used it
off.
as a tuner. Oh, wow.
Void Ogre Dragon, interesting.
Nice. This is a card that we haven't seen in ages, honestly. I remember it maybe in the Infernity deck back in the
Oh,
day.
yes.
Yeah, because obviously it requires you to not have any cards in the end, but wow, what a throwback.
All right, here's the Mariah Storm now. And this does let you go into the level 10 here. Let's see which one he chooses. It's the Assault Blackwing.
And with 1800 life points left, that's really threatening for
this
Love.
Bengal Lancer just hasn't been used at all yet,
Yeah.
which is, I mean, you feel like you should have got some value out of it, but at this point, you know, you can't use it because you'll just take damage from the Assault Wing and you'll also take damage from the effect itself to actually bounce. And yeah, not enough life to pay for that. All right, okay. Is it time for the battle phase? Another neat effect of the Assault Wing Dragon that...
we go to the battle phase, 40 seconds left in what seems like it might be the start of a really good story for Benoit, winning round 1 here in Utrecht.
With Blackwings, no doubt.
Yeah.
And
what a feat, honestly. Yeah.
What a wing. There's the Sunvine Sowing used in the graveyard here. It actually allows you to protect your monster once per turn. Sometimes a lot of people forget that when dueling against plant decks, but it does have some form of protection from the graveyard here.
And 10 seconds remain, and as time could be called any time, he picks up a card, and it's now Love who really doesn't have time and picks it up. It's Benoit winning Game 3 and round 1. What a start of a day.
And
wow.
An attempt was made there to come back with the plant deck. He felt like he maybe actually could have won that with just a little bit more time. You know, I think he had a better field established. But
if we had more time on the round, maybe we would have been able, you know, to put some, you know, more cards on the field. But still, very good show from him. Rika deck is still here after 1 year, honestly. And
yeah, still, although it didn't win as last time, it showed off, especially in Game 2, what the deck can do with just 1 or 2 cards opening. At the same time, though, the spotlight gotta go to Benoit and his Blackwing deck. You love to see it when duelists just bring what their favorite strategy is. And Blackwing has been here, it feels like forever. As mentioned, popular in a lot of the Time Wizard tournaments that we are seeing, even at the public events this weekend. But 2023, as live as ever, and here Benoit advancing with a 1-0 record.
Yeah, so
impressive stuff.
Winning round 1, I think, is particularly important with a sort of rogue strategy.
Yeah.
As you fall into the 0-1 bracket, you start to sort of duel against other rogue decks. And generally, if you prepare a rogue deck, you want to design it to beat the meta. So if you have that round 1 win, it sort of establishes you're most likely to play against meta for the rest of the day. And that's when your deck is more prepared. Whereas if you go 0-1, you're not really going to be playing against too much meta. So not too bad for a laugh here with the plant deck. I think it has a good all-round matchup against everything, but I think specifically for Benoit, he really wants to play against the decks that he's prepared for. So we'll see how this weekend ends up for our players here.
He will need, regardless, to adapt and keep going in what, as mentioned already, is an impressive event with almost 2,000 players, which means that we have 11 rounds and top 64, which will be a great, great journey all along. 9 rounds today. So 8 remainings, and we are gonna find out who is going to the World Championship and who will be the European champion tomorrow, which honestly doesn't get much better than this. The tension is palpable already. And obviously we're gonna have round 2 coming up, where we are gonna see a lot of the contenders, but starting from round 3, as mentioned, all of the national champions will join in the competition as they received 2 rounds buys, and obviously the highlight will be their interviews and some of them on stream to see if one of them is able to even become a European champion. Regardless though, thank you guys for being with us. We have Ed with the winner Benoit ready for their interview.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, I am joined by Benoit, who's just won our round one feature match here at the EU World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht. Very exciting. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling? Have you ever done a feature match before?
Yeah, no, it's my first time. So.
And you won.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
Good stuff. So you've been playing the Blackwing deck. Tell us what it is you like about the Blackwing deck.
Like the visual of the boss monsters. I also like Crow in the anime. So I'm playing the deck since from Crimson Crisis, and I'm really happy to have the support and to be able to special summon a lot of synchro monsters.
Fantastic. So going through your game, you were up against Rika, Sun, Avalon, Theriot. Have you ever played against that kind of deck before?
Yes, but it's been a while. So I started to forget the effect.
Sure, because in game one, you built a massive field. You had the 3 Blackwing Assault Dragons, so that's a difficult position for him. But he decided to scoop, which meant you had no idea what you were playing against at that point. So when that happens, what do you do? What are you thinking?
I just remove a few cards that can be used in go first and go second, and I just add massive going second card. I had the feeling that it was like also a combo deck, because when you main deck evenly, it means that maybe he doesn't have place to put a lot of hand traps. So that's why I put cards that can be good against combo decks in going second.
Fantastic. And then going into that game too, it was sort of the opposite. So build that massive, the standard field. And so you just decided to scoop during that. So why did you decide to do that in game 2?
Because he had the Tulip, so I can activate just one magical trap, and he had the Therion that negate the effect but not the activation. And I had evenly matched, but I was not able to. That was my only out, and he will negate it. So that just why I decided to scoop.
Well, looking at that, the Rose Whip and Regulus combo, that's really lethal in that deck, because you just can't use any of your spells. And so that kind of thing's really hard. But then that game 3, that was right down to time. So that went pretty intensely. So you started off with 2 Blackwing Whirlwind, and you really managed to get some mileage out of that. But you also got impermed twice. So what's going through your head when things like that happen to you?
The first issue I had is that I had to banish Zephyros with a small ward. So my combo was not the full power. And then when I got the 2 imperms, I struggled to do synchro summon, so I just ended with 1 negate. And I was like quite sad. And but when he declared that it was end of the turn, I thought maybe yes, I can do something. And
well, hey, at the end of it, you managed to come out the winner, so congratulations. Are there any decks that you're slightly worried about going up with while you're using the Blackwings throughout the rest of your Swiss rounds?
Yeah, Labyrinth, because the final board is really strong against monster effect, but not so much against spell or trap cards. So if the opponent plays full spell or full trap, it will be a hard time for me.
Well, fingers crossed that you managed to avoid some of the labyrinths, but congratulations on your first feature and winning the first round here at the EU WCQ. Congrats. Best of luck on all of the rounds that you've got coming up. I hope it'll all go well for you. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got more coverage coming your way. The round 2 feature match is coming up soon. But first, we're going to take you on a little walk around the venue here at the EU WCQ. Don't go anywhere. So something we like to do here at our live coverage of these events is we like to show you guys a little bit around the venue, because some of you are only able to watch on our broadcasts on Twitch and YouTube, whereas thousands of other people here get to see it in person. So for those of you at home, we're going to take you around. Let's go. So for instance, over here is the main event area. This is where a lot of the most important information is being handled by our wonderful team behind the main stage. You'll also hear announcements throughout the weekend that are all coming from here. The main event is obviously the main reason people are here at the EU WCQ, but that's not all that's happening here. There's also the public events, and as you can see behind me, this is the public events area. This is where you come and sign up for lots of other different events going on throughout the weekend, alternative formats, etc. And you guys can take part in those to win prizes. And how do you win the prizes? By getting points at the public events. Let's go take a look at some of those prizes. These are some of the prizes you can win from our wonderful prize wall. You exchange the points that you earn at the public events for some of those prizes. Playmats, sleeves, deck boxes, loads of different stuff. We have a whole bit of content showing you exactly what you can win and how you can get it. But let's show you around more of the venue. So this area is where all the players come to do their dueling. As you can see, thousands upon thousands of people are all arranged on these very long tables, all coming to take part in the main event and the public event here at the EUWCQ. You're going to see lots of those matches happening in our feature match coverage. But where does the feature match coverage happen? Let's go take a look. It happens right here. I'm currently standing on the feature stage where our duelists will come together to sit down and play the exact duels that you guys see on our live streams. And obviously over to my right, this is where the coverage happens. Say hello, guys. That's where our commentators sit, and we get to wave at each other. We have fun here. Which leads us to here. This is where all the interviews happen, the post-match interviews, some of our meta discussions, as well as some of the interviews that we've done with people like the national champions that you guys will see throughout the weekend. So, that's it for all of the walk around here at Utrecht for the EUWCQ this weekend. But don't go anywhere. We've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship Qualifier 2023 in Utrecht. What a tournament! It is gonna be an exciting weekend of action with a lot of content going on for you guys. Obviously, starting things off on Friday with the playoff that already is gonna select 3 duelists going to the World Championship, and then obviously the big deal, the European Championship. Arguably the most exciting tournament of the year for every European players, duelists traveling across all European nations to compete in this amazing tournament. But there is a lot going on outside of this, and here me and Alberto are to talk about the meta for this event, and we can say the changes that occurred throughout the year, because obviously we should take a little bit of a time travel machine going backwards in time 1 year, because what an exciting tournament it was for the European Championship in 2022 in Antwerp, which actually saw the rise of Marcus Patel with his Rika deck, something that nobody would have expected, and he did it going undefeated with 18 wins and 1 draw throughout the event. Incredible event, incredible experience, but all the way through we saw a lot of different events which we had the pleasure to commentate for you guys, starting from the YCS in this very same place in Utrecht, which was won by Joshua, right?
Yeah, I mean, Joshua back then showed us why he's one of the most accomplished players in Europe, and he's still competing as well, you know, for his spot to go to the World Championship. And I think we have seen a lot of stuff this year, honestly.
Obviously, I mean, it has been an amazing year for Yu-Gi-Oh! And obviously, alongside the events and alongside the winners, the meta has also changed. Because if it was Marcus Patel winning the WCQ with back in 2022, the European Championship with his Rika deck, YCS Utrecht was won by Joshua with his Runic Sprite deck. But then everything changed when 17, now 18-year-old Vincenzo Rufino incredibly won his YCS Dortmund with Tier Element, which showed the dominance of the deck, because the next event was also won by the same deck. And who was it, Alberto?
It was Chris LeBlanc showing off the 5.
Yeah, becoming the only existing 5-time YCS champion, an incredible achievement. But to not take anything away from him, the next event, which is the last one we did coverage for, was also insane, because that was YCS London 250, pretty much becoming what an accomplishment for the game, with 3 events hosted at the same time in North America, South America and London. And our event was won by who else other than Samir Bashar with his incredible celebration, you know, that really shook us, because again it was kind of an unsurprising quip with Sprite Melfi.
Yeah, and the thing is that he was not supposed to be there.
Exactly. He was not going, he booked a last-minute flight and he made it and he won, which was crazy adventure to tell. But then obviously national season began, and a lot of these, more than 20 national champions are here this weekend with a VIP status, we can say, because they're going to have fixed seatings, 2 buys for the main event, and some of them are actually competing at the playoff as mentioned. But now, more about talking about what's going on this weekend and what decks we are expecting to see. Starting from what we saw at YCS London, I would say 2 main changes happened. Starting and being effective from June 5, we had a new Forbidden and Limited list. And that is coming with a lot of changes, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of them being that comes to my mind is the Ablosis, the Mindhacker Beer Forbidden, and you know, there was that combo with Kashtira having advantage of taking a look of your opponent extra deck, and sometimes you could banish, for example, a Zeus in order to stop your opponent, basically to shut down your field. And at
the same time, the deck we can start from there. I would say still remains one of the best decks. It has basically, we had 2 weeks pretty much of national championships after, with the new list being effective. and a lot of them have actually been won by Kashtira, so the deck is still a contender. We know some players are using it at the playoff, and I would be shocked if we didn't see some of them in the top cut later on. But there are a lot of other decks around. Obviously, among the other surprising, or we could say most important hits, we had Super Heavy Samurai obviously losing their Link 1 in the Scarecrow, and that obviously changed the deck the way it's built. And now we are seeing some mashups, I would say, with the Super Heavy and Sword Soul decks, which I think are really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it, especially because when we have this Forbidden Limited list, basically your creativity explodes.
Yeah,
and,
it goes through the roof.
We have seen how our players basically build up incredible decks throughout the time. And I think also the same thing can be said for one of the decks that we have seen a lot of times during this year is Dragon Link, for example.
Absolutely, absolutely. We were about to witness one of the most incredible back-to-back national championship finals when Mathieu was about to become, as mentioned, back-to-back Dragon Link French national champion. In the end, he lost to the previous national champion, which was just an incredible, exciting weekend in France. But as you mentioned, a lot of different decks. Runic Sprite variants are still amazing. We can say we distinguish between the Furier version and the Life Twin version, but both of them are really popular. Both have had really good success at the national championships, and we'll see some of them probably going forward, because at the same time they lost one copy of Runic Fountain and one copy of Sprite Starter, but those versions compared to, you know, the Sprite Melfi deck usually only played even one starter, so they could adapt to the new changes. On the other hand, though, we can start from the German national champion, which obviously, Dinka Bui, what an amazing players. Labyrinth, what do you think of the deck?
I mean, I'm a super fan of the deck, honestly, and I'm one of those players who used to play heavy trap decks back then, you know, with True Dragon, Pelusoic, and if I had to play the event, I would play Labyrinth, honestly.
Makes sense,
and
makes sense.
I also like the fact that basically Dinka every time shows up with an incredible new strategy that we haven't seen so far. And I think what was worth mentioning is worth mentioning that basically put up the Virus Eradicator combo with Labyrinth.
It was an amazing finals. Unfortunately for Tom, who we just gotta give credits to, because he lost back-to-back finals from YCS London and the German national championship. But at the same time, this, as mentioned, will just be with over 2,000 players competing, an exciting weekend with a lot of different decks, all the way, as we mentioned, from those that we have mentioned, from decks such as Purely, Flow Wanderies, Exo Sister, which has just won a remote duel YCS back in North America, to decks from, as mentioned, Sword Soul. You have so many strategies going on, and a lot of these decks which are probably gonna make it to the top cut, and then we're gonna find out the winners. But before we say goodbyes, it has come to the most fearful moment of the weekend, which is Alberto predicting his pick. Who is gonna win? What deck is gonna win the EU WCQ 2023?
You sure you want me to
Let's
answer?
go for it. Let's go for it.
Okay, so I'll pick the deck I would have played. So I'll pick Labyrinth. Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be my pick for the event.
Dinka, you have really now a hardest challenge to overcome Alberto's curse. On my side, I have a lot of decks that I think are, again, really straightforward, probably gonna be in the top cut. So I wanna go for an underdog pick, Flow Wanderies, and that is because, at least for the playoffs, Diego, the so-called Flow Wanderies god, the last year national champion in Italy, is back playing Flow Wanderies. Might as well take it. Maybe we'll also qualify for the playoffs, but those are our picks. Keep watching to find out whether they come to reality, and thank you guys for being with us. We'll be back real shortly with more action here from Utrecht.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship Qualifier 2023 live here in Utrecht. I'm here joined by your 2023 Dutch champion, Baptiste Derouan. Thank you very much for being here. And first of all, I would like to ask you, how does it feel to become a national champion?
Oh, it feels great. Obviously, it was pretty unexpected, but I had a great tournament. It was last month. So yeah, it feels good.
And also we got the chance to see you in action with Kashtira actually last month. And so, do you think back then, of course you won the event, but were you expecting to win the event 1 month ago?
I thought it was the best deck for the format, and I think it's still the one of the best deck. So I built a Kashtira to beat the mirror, because I saw that all tournaments was won by Kashtira pretty much. So I thought it was a great idea to beat for the mirror. I only faced one mirror during the weekend. So that was a really real surprise. I faced five labyrinth during the tournament. But it worked great.
And speaking of which, I think it's worth mentioning that Kashtira won the French national.
Yeah, also
a couple of weeks ago, and Labyrinth won the German nationals.
Yeah, right.
So, entering into this event compared 1 month ago, how do you feel about this kind of matchup? Do you feel still confident about playing Kashtira after the Forbidden Limited list?
Yeah, I think it's still a great matchup. Kashtira still has his main tools. He still has a Rise Art, limited, but it's not really a problem. It's not that strong, obviously, but it can really grind well and put really a lot of pressure really easily on the opponent.
And I totally agree, especially because like we have seen how consistent the Kashtira deck is. You know?
I think the Kashtira still has his main weapon. It's his 15, 18 free spots in his main deck. He just needs to adjust them, and it's still strong.
And if there's one matchup you would like not to play against, which one would it be?
I don't think the deck has a bad matchup, but at the same time it doesn't have great matchups.
Yeah.
So when everyone expect to face Kashtira, it can be quite difficult. If everyone has Evenly, Kurikara, can be difficult. I think the deck has just great matchup overall.
And I think it's also worth mentioning that it's been a while since we had the European World Championship qualifier. Yeah. So entering this tournament as a national champion and having the chance to compete for the World Championship. How do you feel about this?
Of course, it's a special tournament. It's not like YCS where you can be YCS champion, but here with the world qualification, it's pretty special, yeah.
And we wish you the best for this weekend.
Thank you.
So we will hopefully see you again during our coverage this weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being with us. Thanks, guys, for watching. Keep watching, because we will be live with more content for the European World Championship qualifier in Utrecht.
Welcome back. You join us here with more coverage here from the EU World Championship Qualifier for Yu-Gi-Oh! Here in Utrecht. You've seen one round of our feature match, which means it's probably time to get into round two. As you can see, the two duelists in front of me are shuffling their decks. We have Andreas Bernlochner and Jack Steenkamer. And so we're going to quickly get into exactly where this is going to go. So gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll for the dice to see which one of you is going to go first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Jack's going to go first. Oh, they're both rolling at the same... Oh, God, I'm going to have to keep track of this. Okay, that's a 5. So, are you going to go first? Who's going to go first?
Yeah. You have to use the same dice.
Oh, we have to use the same dice? Ah, the logistics of dice rolling. Okay, let's go again. Okay, so that's a 2. And that is a 9. So who's going to go first? You're going to go first? I'm assuming that means Andreas, you're going to go first, Andreas? Cool. Okay, Andreas is going to go first, which means I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentary trio, Marcello, Alberto, and Nadir, who are going to take you through this round 2 feature match now that we've decided who's going first. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Ed, and hi everyone. Welcome to round 2. We have an exciting matchup for you guys. As Ed was mentioning it, it's gonna be the one between Jack and Andreas, and well, it's gonna be one that we did not see coming. First of all, and obviously, the highlight of the weekend will be the World Championship spots. Some of them coming free exactly from the playoff, 4 more for the main event. But later on this summer in Tokyo, the World Championship will actually be a free-time tournament. We could say at the same time there will be a World Championship for the TCG, one for Master Duel, and one for Duel Links. And here, funnily enough, we have one of those players, Jack, who managed to qualify for the Master Duel World Championship already, but just to prove that he's that good at the game, he is here competing. And I think his deck choice actually doesn't surprise me that he's coming with some experience from Master Duel, because he's playing tier elements today.
Yeah, no, he figured that, hey, if it worked out in the qualification for Master Duel, why not bring it over to the TCG? So
exactly.
He's going to show us how tier element works.
Yeah, and also over the last few months we have seen how powerful tier elements was, and I'm really curious to seeing, you know, these different, you know, engines that he put in the deck, you know, the Strudel, the Destiny Heroes, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, obviously you really need to adapt, and without Kikallus, you mean the deck really needs to adapt, which is why he's now focused on King of the Swamp as a free off in the deck that allows you to substitute the materials and still go for some of your power plays. On the other hand, though, his opponent will go first, and he's probably playing one of the worst matchups for the decks, and that is Kashtira, because of Arise, our Macrocosmo-like effect. Our duelists are ready. Let's find out the winner of game 1.
Everyone really wants to get that coveted spot at the World Championship in Tokyo, Japan. So as you mentioned, Jack is going to give it a shot here to become a European champion. And well, as you said, he's already qualified for Master Duel. So quite a competent player here. And Andreas is going to lead with a unicorn.
Yeah, really good start. Obviously, compared with the latest Forbidden Unlimited list, the card is now at 2, but still the deck can do really good stuff. And I saw the Birth, so yes, both Theosis and Birth.
Yeah, pretty strong opening here, and losing a little bit of consistency because of the Forbidden Limited list. But speaking of consistency, I mean, if there's one deck in this matchup that's lost that over Forbidden Limited list, it's Tier Limit, right?
For sure.
And it's still here, so it's... I mean, I'm curious to seeing how basically Jack decided to build the deck, and especially as you mentioned, you know, he has quite a few experience in Master Duel, so he does have for sure some time to test this out.
Here, as we can see, there is the big first decision. Do we go for a greedy line? No. It seems like he might just even go for a Rise, and that's it, to play around Nibiru. Because usually what you can do now with the new version of the deck is to just go for a Shangri-La here, and then end on both the Shangri-La and a free material. Yeah. Gonna get rid of 3 cards from the top of the deck, which is huge because all of the tier element that access fusions are limited to 1. So if those are gone, you don't have access to any of them anymore.
Yeah, really relevant in this matchup when your deck has very so many limited cards. And that's something that can really hurt you in this matchup. It is not a tough, it is a very tough matchup here with just a simple Rise Heart pass. This is going to be quite a boss monster to deal with here. And as you can see, Jack immediately picks up his banish pile here to check if he's hit any of those important tier names.
And yeah, Arise pass actually, with a super polymerization in the end from Jack. That actually could be a really good play from Andreas, not overextending at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really good hand I can see here actually from Jack, and it's, you know, a hand that unfortunately can struggle a little bit with Rise Heart, but yeah, that super polymerization could be putting in a decent amount of work here.
So it seems like he has double King of the Swamp, Malicious, and some tiers name, probably a Rhino Heart and a Guido, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, we got a Guido, and
I think he wants to. Yeah.
He just picked up his cards. Wow. Really, really interesting start to this match. Wow. Honestly.
I think it's just, as you've mentioned before, the idea that you hide that information from your opponent, you know, so they don't know what you're playing. And as good of a hand as he had, I felt like it's just maybe not great into a Rise Heart.
Yeah, maybe. I think he took a look at his extra deck to see whether he could have activated the Super Poly or not, and I think this was one of the main reasons why I decided to go to game 2. On one hand, I think it makes sense because you don't want to reveal any information to your opponent, but I mean, of course, kind of a slow start for him, unfortunately. Nothing going on and, with a lot of monster being drawn.
Yeah, I mean, a Rise Heart is just too strong for a deck that relies entirely on the graveyard. But at the same time, Jack's experienced player decided to either way information. At the same time, I think information is still revealed in a way. Your opponent knows that a Rise Heart is amazing against your deck if you just pick up your cards and just scoop. But I mean, regardless of this anticlimactic ending for game 1, now Jack is gonna go first, try to set up his field. What do you think he has in store with the side deck for this particular matchup?
Got a lot of tools in here, as you mentioned, with the King of the Swamp, replacing the important material that requires the Rue Kalos summon because of Kit Kalos forbidding. Yep. You know, you do play a lot of ways to get to your graveyard access, which is why we're running the Malicious. Beatrice actually being an extremely important combo piece of the tier element strategy. Now, there's a lot of ways as well that lets you manipulate your plays here because, you know, Foolish Bro from deck lets you get into anything. You know, you've got your Mills with the Guido and Kelbeck, you've got the Destrudo to access further synchro plays. So a few options here, actually, for his turn 1. I'm really curious to see how that weighs up.
The issue is that a Rise Heart is not the only Macrocosmo-like effect in the deck. We could see Dimension Shifter coming down from Andreas, and that is why, actually, Jack is siding the 1 copy of Call by the Grave. That could be an useful card to put in this matchup, but our duelists quickly are over with their side decks, so let's jump back into game 2.
Goes to show the power of a boss monster. You know, we've seen so many different iterations of what it means to have a turn 1 guy you establish on the field and sit and protect. I mean, classics all the way going back to, you know, Yamato and then Masterpiece, and here we are with the Rise Heart. So they've been changing over the years. That's a good start from Jack. We've got Terraforming for Perla Rhino.
The 5th card, actually, that saved the day. The rest of the end wasn't amazing, but this opens up a lot of plays with King of the Swamp and Malicious in his hand at the moment, unless the Shifter comes down. So I think he's really gonna cross his fingers that that's not happening.
Yeah, Dimension Shifter is an absolute turn-ending card because of just the power of shutting off an entire graveyard for multiple turns, not just the 1 turn that you drop it on. So graveyard decks do struggle with that.
Gonna activate it, but there is an Ash. Ooh, this could hurt so much.
Oh, no, that's rough.
I think this might be a pass, because there is not there isn't anything else in the end.
I mean, we were locked and loaded,
Wow.
right? We had Scream, we had a malicious descent off of Shiren potentially.
This could be one of the quickest ones we have seen overall, because he does have King of his Swamp, but the rest of his hand is just a Scream, and then...
Meta Noise was
no,
that,
I think
was the other
drop
one,
card,
right?
yeah.
All right, good old King of the Swamp here as the replacement material effect that it has
I
in
think
the
it's
graveyard.
Salic, Scream, and Malicious, yeah. So that's it. He doesn't really have anything else to keep going, and this is brutal. Just gonna set the Salic and pass back to Andreas, who already has a Fenrir, and picks up another Ash Blossom. Wow.
All right, well, there is Pressure Planet Wraithoth, a great starter card that you want to see in the cash tier strategy, searching for any monster out of your deck here. Goes for the all-important Unicorn, the main searcher of the deck. And don't forget, Unicorn also has a really important extra deck rip in the same way that Diablosis used to work, in that it can remove really important key pieces of this deck. I mean, I'm looking at...
Yeah, this could be the quickest one we have had after a long and grinded round one, but yeah, this could be just game, honestly. If he feels like he can take the risk, maybe, doesn't play around, you know, Nibiru or anything like that, he has the tools needed to just OTK here. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. It's rough, man, when you've opened a hand that just is missing that one all-important combo piece, and you get hit with an Ash Blossom. I mean, sometimes, you know, you can just keep playing anyway. Maybe if you had like a tier like heavy hand, you could just activate the polymerization, maybe do stuff with that. But yeah, that's the issue when you have such a you know, crippled deck from the Forbidden Limitless with all of the cards being at 1.
And now we see a defense position, actually. Rysart gonna banish the top 3 cards face down, and is actually able to destroy the set card, which could be risky because he could give an Avnis to Jack. Yeah.
I never like destroying set cards against tier limits.
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely skip on it. At the same time, this is actually not the case. This will be on a new chain. Yeah, so as you can see here, new chain occurs. He gets to special summon the Fenrir. And yeah, this could be a risk because... wow.
It's that Ash Blossom on Sullick.
Did he not special summon the Fenrir? Wow.
He didn't, right?
He just added back to the end with the Big Bang.
He's playing quite safe and conservatively.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any reason why we're kind of holding back on pushing?
Not really. To be totally honest with you, if you smell this weakness from your opponent, you're really risking it.
Yeah.
I suppose that's 4 summons, right? So trying to play around Nibiru.
But as you mentioned, even destroying this face down didn't seem like the most...
I guess he was kind of safe because he felt like he's got Ash in hand, so it didn't really matter too much.
But let's see this top deck from Jack. Oh, it's the cold buy. 1 turn too late. That would have been amazing against the Ash. And there is simply nothing he can do. Now the Shangri-La can be activated in the standby phase to destroy the Perle Rhino and to bring a Fenrir or Unicorn to the field. But that's about it in terms of interruptions from Jack. He has nothing going on for him. This is a brutal show of dominance from Andreas.
Yeah, it just goes to show the power of a deck like Kashtira that doesn't have to really do too much just with 1 or 2 cards, but those 1 or 2 cards are really, really powerful, and backed up with non-engine like Ash Blossom, it can really, really hurt a rogue deck like this. Feels crazy to call this a rogue deck this day and age, but wow, it's that's where we're at.
And unfortunately, just a face down here.
4,800 life points. I mean, there isn't really too much in way of stopping this here.
And as you see here, he can use in the standby, but I think he missed out on it. Probably activating just the Fenrir in his main phase to search for the Unicorn. And yeah, this seems like it's just a matter of moments until Andreas can switch his cards to attack, enter battle phase, and this could be just the end of this match.
Managing Perle Rhino face down on the declaration, triggering the Wraithsoft to destroy the call by, locking a zone, and yeah, more than 4,800 damage here.
Absolutely, gonna trigger the Arisart and then use his own planet to destroy once again the face down from Jack.
Well, he gets an early lunch.
Absolutely, absolutely.
There's that to look forward to, you know.
I mean, sometimes it just goes your way, and as you can see here, it just gets back one more card, attacks, and this is enough to win Game 2 and the entire match from Andreas, it seems like.
Just double checking the numbers here, potentially. I think
yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, there it is.
And there it is. Quick and easy. Andreas is the winner. What a match, honestly. Quite different from round 1. Unfortunately, Arisart in Game 1 was enough to completely seal the deal. In Game 2, the opening was again quite underwhelming. The 5th card, Terraforming, giving him hope. He gets the Perle Rhino, but Ash Blossom completely shuts him down. And although Andreas actually risked it a little bit by giving his opponent another turn and even destroying the face down Saliek, in the end there was nothing he could do. And unfortunately, he's gonna move on with a 1-1 record. On the other end, Andreas moving undefeated.
Yeah, it's I suppose one of the risks you play with such a glass cannon deck like this. I mean, Tier Limit's all about gas, all about pushing and using your whole hand, and you know sometimes you're just missing that one extra piece. But when everything is limited to one, do you think it's a bad call for this kind of event?
No, I mean the thing is that I think Jack felt confident with the deck. He tested it out as well, and also I think he wanted to show basically how still Tier Limit's powerful. But I mean, it can happen with this kind of event. If your opponent, you know, has the Ash Blossom at the right moment, it's just a matter of fact. And also, he drew into another copy, which, you know, there would have been the Ovnis being activated, so maybe would have had a chance. But still, I mean, it's a long way to go. And
yeah, that's sometimes you just have to take the variance on the chin. Occasionally, you will just get a bad matchup or a hand that is a little bit underwhelming, but try and even that out over the course of the whole weekend.
I mean, trying to get to zone out. As mentioned, this was just round 2, and we have 9 rounds in total for the day, so 7 remainings, and you're still totally fine to make it to day 2, and especially to that top 64, where duelists will battle it out for the World Championship spots and for a chance to becoming European champions. So I think overall they will still look out for the competition, maybe take the rest of the round to just look at the top tables, what's going on, if there is any peculiar decks around. Obviously, as we'll be able to tell you guys more in detail about the deck breakdown throughout the event as the day goes by. I'm sure though that variety is the key word. We have interviewed a lot of duelists. We will have some interviews for you guys later on, but I think we have hardly had a single or unique response. A lot of different choices, and most people just went with what they were most comfortable with this time around. There is definitely not the best deck in the room, we could say, and it could really go either way, and a lot of different decks can make it to the top 64, I would say.
I'm sure we'll see a decent amount of representation from, you know, the usual suspects like Kashtira, maybe some Branded and Dragons. But for now, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a really wide open kind of format so far. You know, it's the first major European event since the Forbidden Limitless, and I think while people are trying to establish exactly what they think are the best decks.
Just as a final reminder and just as a cutscene, you know, before a boss fight, now in round 3, all of the national champions will appear in the tournament. After their first round 2 buys, they are now entering competition with a 2-all record, and I think also with their seated table, they're gonna stay there for the remainings, and so once you will get against them, you get a chance to fight back against any of the national championship. We have over 20 national champions, so I'm sure we will get the chance and try to bring some of them for you guys to witness them in action. But regardless, thank you guys for being with us. We have Ed ready for the winner interviews with Andreas.
Welcome, guys. Yes, thank you very much, Marcello. So I'm joined by Andreas, who's told me that his English isn't the best, but he can speak German. We have a German commentator who can also speak English. So Leo is here just as an emergency translator in case I can't get my questions across well enough. But first of all, Andreas, congratulations. That was a very quick match. Have you ever played a feature match before?
No, it's my first.
Wow, and you won it decisively and quickly. How do you feel?
I don't. Was hat gesagt? Wie fühlst du dich gerade? Very good.
Good, so that's exactly what we want to hear. So talk to us a bit about Kashtira, because that recently got hit on the Forbidden Unlimited list a little bit. So are you still enjoying playing it in its current format?
Wie findest du Cash nach der Liste? Very. Also, it's not the same. Or yeah, the problem is right side is of one. You must. Wie sagt man, dass man. Wie sagt man schon wieder? Dass es auf 1 ist und dass es mit dem Ressourcen muss man leben.
Wie bitte?
Es ist jetzt dummerweise auf 1 und man muss mit dem leben.
Yeah, you just gotta live with it that Kashtira Rysat is at 1 and you gotta make the best of it.
That is true, and you managed to make the best of it. In your first game, you built a Rise Heart and your opponent just passed. When that happens, what did you think he was playing?
I don't know. I thinking, okay, I make the board a gift shifter or enemy controller and thinking, okay. Now first I see what the opponent plays and can the side better make for my side, and yes, and I win.
And you did win, and then that second one, you built Shangri-Ira and a Rise Heart and then just attacked over for game. So pretty confident. What decks are you worried about going up against as you go on?
Vor welchen Decks hast du Angst, wenn du weiterspielst?
Schwierig. I don't know. Ich kenne es zu wenig dadurch. Ich spiele es zu wenig eigentlich.
He doesn't play the deck too much that he knows all the matchups by heart, but I mean, I think he's confident.
Well, we wish you the best of luck going forward in this tournament. Congratulations on winning your first feature match, our round 2. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more feature matches coming up, but this was quite quick, so we're going to fill some time before we get into our round 3 feature match. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship Qualifier 2023 in Utrecht. I'm here with the Italian national champion Lorenzo Muselli. Pleasure to be with you here. How are you feeling?
I feel really good, feel really confident. I'm playing the playoffs, so yeah. I'm really confident with my deck and I really enjoy playing.
Obviously, you had a fantastic season. As you mentioned, you managed to qualify among the top 16 best ranked players for this season, which is giving you a spot at the playoffs for the World Championship on Friday, which, by the way, you already won round 1, so hopefully that will go your way. But regardless, unfortunately, we were not able to show you winning the Italian National Championship due to unforeseen circumstances, but you had an incredible journey. You were obviously one of the players' favorite for the event with Kashtira, but just for anyone, how was Italian Nationals for you?
So I think the Italian National is always a big tournament and I really like playing the Italian National. I think that this year the tournament was pretty strange because at the start of the top 8, there were a lot of problems with the water, so it was a little bit strange. Also because the final was not on the future match, and I was alone without my friends. So, but in the end, I feel like
you managed to keep the nerve, and it was still an amazing finals against Vanquish Soul as well, which was a deck you did not expect. Yeah. But obviously, Kashtira, back then we can agree it was the best deck by a lot of people regarded. Today a lot has changed, obviously, a new Forbidden Unlimited list, other cards, but spoiler alert, at least for the playoffs, you're still playing Kashtira, so why?
I feel like I have the confidence to win the deck.
Okay.
I really like the deck. Now with the new Forbidden Unlimited list, I think the deck is more skillful.
Okay.
And I really like the deck. I really like the deck in general. I feel like for this tournament is a pretty solid choice.
Okay.
And I think the Kashtira is the best deck that
for you, it's your best deck, I guess. Yeah. And if you had to name it, what do you think are Kashtira best and worst matchup?
So the best matchup, I don't know. The thing is, all the deck play different cards against your deck.
Yeah.
And you have to play good and to play as better as you can against talent, triple tag. All the deck plays this card, so you have to play right against this card. And the worst matchup, I think, is I don't know, Labyrinths at 5, Speed Drain Gods.
Okay, makes sense. And we do have a few, obviously, because Dinkabui won last weekend in Germany, so it's to be expected. But I mean, I would expect you to be prepared at least after siding for it. Obviously, as we mentioned, you are playing in the playoffs, so now that you are officially a champion, at least a national champion, I would expect your goal to be going to the World Championship. Is that your goal for the weekend? What do you think of the structure? Are you excited about the event?
So the World Champions was always a dream for me since I started playing, because I started playing with Stefano Memoli that going towards 2 times, and it's a dream for me, and I want to achieve this incredible state.
Absolutely, and obviously we are going to wish you good luck with that. As most people know, it was also obviously a close friend of mine when we both played, Stefano, and he kind of gave some of his legacy on my shoulders when I went back in 2017. So hopefully the good luck charm goes on to you and you can represent Italy as well. But regardless, so it's going to be an exciting weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. For now, keep focusing on the playoffs. We'll see how it goes, and regardless, then you have the entire European Championship to focusing on. Good luck. Hopefully we will see you on stream either for the playoff or for the main event. Guys, thank you for being with us. It was a pleasure being with Lorenzo, but keep watching and we'll be back with more action from Utrecht.
Welcome back, duelists. We're here for a live interview with someone really special. This is Tariq Hassim, who is the South African state champion. My earplug just fell out. And he is from Cape Town. So, how are you feeling being a state champion of South Africa?
I'm feeling good, excited, nervous. Good nervous, but just happy to be here. Coming all the way from South Africa, it was a stressful trip. And getting here, it's step number 1. Step number 2, beating everyone.
So I can see you are motivated already. That is, of course, absolutely perfect. I mean, South African community is kind of small. How does it feel like to be at this big of a tournament?
It's absolutely amazing, you know, giving everyone the opportunity to show people that you can get here one day. I know I sound like a motivational speaker, but just coming from a small community where we do not have this opportunity and being in this big building with like amazing duelists. Like I said, we see some of the guys as celebrities here, and for me to get the opportunity to play against these celebrities, it's absolutely amazing. And just getting this opportunity, absolutely I love it. I'm excited, and you guys put on the show, man. So well done to you guys. I don't know if anyone said well done, but well done to you guys.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're addressing that the players are some kind of celebrities, because actually Basti and I got into this whole casting thing by thinking that all the pro players are celebrities and we're just big fans of the games as well. But let's talk about you, man. You're a celebrity as well, South African state champion. With what deck did you do it?
So I did it with Dragon Link. It's just some deck that I know. It's just after the ban list, it's just the deck that I thought was going to be good. And the way the play, the combo play, I love getting excited and having a more complicated deck. And yeah, Dragon Link was the one that I stuck with, and it paid off and got me here.
So there's a question I ask every Dragon Link player, because of course the lines are kind of complicated sometimes. How much time do you spend at home alone with your deck in front of you, just playing out combos?
I do spend a lot of time, you know, during the adverts, if you're watching series, you know, just sitting with the decks, working out plays, eating while working out plays. So it does take a lot of time, and yeah, it pays off, you know, hard work pays off.
Yeah, especially, we were always talking about how Dragon Link benefits from having a great pilot. How do you think you will perform in this tournament?
I'm feeling very confident as I've been playing the decks since Dragon Link got released. It's just been one of the most exciting decks that I enjoyed. So I'm very confident in my ability. Drawing, you know, is out of my control. But I'm confident. I consider myself a decent player. I'm not going to say a brilliant player. I'm consider myself a decent player with Dragon Link. So yeah, wish me luck.
I am absolutely wishing you luck, Tariq. It was a pleasure having you here. You guys, we are going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. We have another national champion interview coming your way.
And here we are again, and what a national champion I have here. It's Din Kabui, our national champion of Germany, and of course a well-known figure in the community. Din Kabui, how are you feeling today?
Amazing, amazing. After yesterday's win in the last match, perfect.
Because of course you can go into this tournament now with a lot of calm. You do not only have 2 buys because you're a national champion, but also because you played in the playoff yesterday. And we're going to show your match tomorrow as well, or maybe today, because we have recorded your really, really intense match to go to the World Championship, because you will be one of the players representing Europe at the World Championship. But let's talk about nationals a little more, because you had a performance there that was also really, really stunning. You managed to pilot through 2,000 players with your Labyrinth deck there. And was it easy? How did it feel there? Because you picked a pretty rogue deck all around.
Yes, I mean, I just wanted, my only goal for Nationals was to top to get enough points for the Worlds playoff. But I didn't think about winning the event, but it happened. So yeah, I went X1 in Swiss, just lost to a rogue deck, but won all the other matches. So it went pretty well, yeah.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people adore you in the community because you are very much known to play rogue decks. You build a new deck every couple of months and bring it to a tournament and immediately shine with it. For example, the last example before that was the Runic for Hire Sprite deck that you also kind of invented and brought to YCS London. So do you just get bored of decks at some point, or why do you always bring a new deck after 2 months?
I like diversity, to be honest. I like playing new decks, so I'm also kind of unpredictable for other people if I play in a tournament. But this time I didn't have that much time to prepare because it was just 2 weeks from German Nets to Euros to play and test other decks, and I stick with my deck choice because I felt pretty comfortable with the deck.
Yeah, and I mean, it worked out yesterday, so definitely a great call by you. And how excited are you to go to the World Championship, honestly?
Yeah, I have no words for that. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I don't know.
It really is, it really is. So, do you have any expectations for this event now specifically? Because, as I said, you're chilled, you have your spot to the World Championship, but I mean, you've never been the European champion, so that's definitely something to play for, right?
Yeah, of course, but I mean, it's gonna be chill. This tournament, there's no pressure at all. It would be cool if I get to top 32 just for the prize card, but I think it's gonna be chill, yeah.
All right, so that's all for our German national champion, maybe our next European champion, maybe our next world champion, Din Kabui, one of the greatest players in our community. So thank you so much for listening to us with that interview, and we'll be back more with more live coverage very soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European Championship 2023. We are live from Utrecht, and we have with us the United Kingdom national champion. Introduce yourself.
Scottish national champion.
Yeah, so you went to the UK national champion. You are the first Scottish UK national champion. How did you feel for that event? How did you prepare, and what was it like? What was your general experience?
Yeah, I mean, the event was great. I have to say, it was run really well. Day one, we were done really early. Day two, we were done really early. Super smooth, so I have to give props to Tournament Centre for that. Event was great. Obviously, I won, so that's you can't ask for better than that.
Yeah, I suppose winning is pretty strong.
Yeah, it was never my goal to win. I've never topped a premier event, so that was my goal. And I think the reason I won probably was because when I made top guy, I was so relaxed. I didn't care what happened afterwards. I was just happy I made it. And yeah, as the rounds went on, I was like, oh, maybe I can take it all the way. And eventually I did. So it's Yu-Gi-Oh! When it's your day, it's your day. So yeah.
You haven't been playing long, as you mentioned. It was your first Premier event top. You know, when
I've been playing for a while. I just haven't topped.
Okay, that's fair.
I have a very busy life. I have a kid as well. I work full time, so I don't get to go to events and stuff very often. But I started playing the game competitively in 2017. That's when I went to my first regional, and yeah, just the whole getting to the final and stuff. Everything came back to me. My first locals, playing my first regional, topping my first regional, winning my first regional. It all came back to me, and I got really emotional before the final. So I phoned my wife, and she calmed me down, and I think that helped me win, I guess. Play a lot calmer, so yeah, it was great. It was great.
That's a great story. You know, you got a big community behind you. We're all behind you in Scotland, so you know it was amazing to see your achievement. It was really cool. But for this event going forward, you know, if you don't want to mention what deck you're playing so far, that's absolutely understandable. But how did you prepare for this event? What do you kind of feel the meta is going to be like, and how are you preparing and adapting for that?
Yeah, so obviously at the UK Nats we got the new Forbidden Unlimited list, and the deck I played at the time was Cash, and I got hit pretty hard, but the deck is still alive. So that's what I'm running with today. I've changed it up a bit, obviously taking out the cards you can't play anymore. Changed a few of my tech choices. But the format is pretty wide at the moment, I'd say. There's a lot of runic decks, a lot of sprite decks, a lot of things like Rika and stuff. So preparing for the event was, I thought, more challenging than UK Nats, just in terms of my side deck and things like that. And what was happening at the UK Nats a lot was I lost a lot of die rolls, so I was getting made to go second a lot. But even on the games 2 and 3, I was making my opponent start as well. Even though I didn't build the deck that way, I felt like that was the way to go, and it did me well. I don't know if that's the right approach today, but we'll find out when I start playing.
Yeah, I mean, your feature match that we watched live was insane because you made your opponent start and you had like a clutch enemy controller. So those are kind of the ways that you've sort of made your deck work for going second in the mirror match. Now, do you think that Kashtira is the deck to beat this format, or do you think there's any other decks that you're maybe not so prepared for or expect to see that you're worried about?
If it's the deck to beat, I don't know. I think runic decks are really good right now. I think Rika decks are a bit underrated because they generally have good pilots behind them. That deck's got like a big following, so the players, there's not a lot of players that play it, but the ones that play it really well. So it's a deck to watch out for. Those two decks, probably the ones, and the mirror, are the ones I'm more worried about. So yeah, Cash probably is the deck to beat. It's probably easier to beat now though. So I'm not so worried about mirror matches. I'm more worried about the runic decks and things like that.
What is it you think about runic that makes it really hard? Do you not think maybe when establish a Rise Heart, you're banishing the spells, you're not too worried? Or is it mostly like losing the dice roll and they have like a full like Fur Hire combo or a Live Twin combo? Is that what's really hard to break apart for the deck?
So obviously with the Rise Heart at 1, if they do out the first one and you get into a grind with them, you're probably losing because with only one Rise Heart, our grind is gone now. So and now with no Dubilosis, we can't 5-zone lock the back row anymore. So breaking our board becomes a lot easier for those decks. And then if they can establish like a fountain, like you said, a full Far Hire board, it is quite difficult to break. Even though there are a lot of like good going second cards, like evenly matched, talents, they generally set up a lot of negates, and even if you evenly them, they keep the fountain, again, you're losing in the grind. So yeah, obviously it's a beatable deck, but just a bit more challenging, I think.
As a national champion, you mentioned, you were sort of just going into the event, just going with it, see what happens, and you obviously ended up winning. But now that you're a national champion, do you think you've taken yourself a little bit more seriously for this event? Are you coming into this like with a real determination, or are you just here for, just see how it goes again?
I think there's a bit more pressure on me. Obviously with the 2-round bye, that helps a lot. So I was saying to a few friends, I'm probably never going to get an opportunity this good to top a European event with the 2-round bye. So I probably am taking it a little bit more seriously. I'm kind of feeling a bit more pressure, but at the same time, if I do well, I do well. If I don't, I don't. I've enjoyed the weekend so far, so long may that continue.
All right, thank you so much for joining me, Danny. That was very insightful. Really appreciate it. This has been your Scottish UK National Champion. We've been live at EU WCQ Utrecht 2023. Thanks for tuning in. We have the WCQ for the playoffs that was recorded yesterday live for you to watch just after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EUWCQ live in Utrecht. So all throughout this weekend, we have loads of exciting coverage for you with the 32 players in Europe who have the most world qualifying points. They're going to be taking part in a 5-round of Swiss and a top 4 cut tournament to see which of them is going to be making their way all the way to Tokyo for the World Championships in August, dueling people from all over the world. The first and second place duelists will both be going to Worlds. But then between the third and fourth place duelists, only one of them will be making their way to Tokyo for that tournament. And we get to bring you every single one of those matches in our coverage. So here we go.
Welcome back, duelists. This is an absolute treat. We are currently finding ourselves in the Worlds playoff.
Yes, 32 of the best players in Europe have worked so hard for an entire year, and also the 16 best players of the 2019 season have been invited to compete here for free spots at the World Championship 2023 in Japan.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I mean, for us, it's a real treat as the casters. Yeah. We get to watch like some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh players from Europe playing.
It's like we already start with the top cut of Euros, basically. So we already have like the best on Friday now immediately. And yeah, so they have really prepared hard. And one of the players that we are going to feature here in round number 1 has come up with a pretty interesting deck choice. I'm not gonna say that's very common, but let's see what he brought. We have 2 players from France playing it out here in round number 1. Let's go over to the table.
is Bryce Dodelier versus Gabriel Soucy. And Bryce, of course, he brought the Dark World strategy, which is absolutely crazy for this tournament. And Gabriel brought Runic for Hire, and also Gabriel already attended the World Championships.
Oh, that's true. He was in the finals of a European Championship. That's how he qualified for the World Championship. And he won the die roll, and therefore he's able to start. And that's such an advantage versus Dark World, to be honest, because if Dark World gets a chance to go first, you're already in a pretty big disadvantage. But now Gabriel gets to start it off with his Runic plays.
Interestingly, I mean, I love the pick of Dark World. It's just so, like, it's so crazy, it's so headstrong, it's so, like, I know what I'm doing, you know? Because one of the powerful things about the Runic for Hire deck is that it draws a bunch of cards.
Yes.
But if you're going to draw like 6 cards on your opponent's turn, they go, so what? You know, I'm going to play out my whole deck on my first turn. You can have all the cards you want in your hand.
Absolutely. So we see, of course, Gabriel also including the Sprite cards into his deck, going for Sprite Blue, searching out the Sprite Red, and I think the Sprite Red is also quickly going to find its way onto the field. There it is. So he makes himself safe from potential interactions such as Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring or Effect Veiler or something. To be fair, that is not something that Dark World is known for. In checking the deck list of Bryce Dodelier, it doesn't look like he would run any of that.
Do we think Gabriel knows what Bryce is playing, given that they're both
kind of interesting here, right? Because they are both French, as you say, so probably they in some way prepared together even. So I think it's fair to say that they do know, yeah.
So, I mean, if he knows, he obviously will know that they're in... Yeah, it's very, very rare for Dark World to be playing things like Ash Blossom and whatever else. You normally play things that you can use on your own turn, like Kaijus and Lava Golems and such.
Yeah. And I think Gabriel basically had the perfect opening here because he has access to all of his engines. We also see the Rex being summoned there, being searched out by Fossil Dick, and now grabbing the Rookie for Hire from his deck. So he's well off here in the first round of Swiss, and this round is really important.
Yeah,
yes, it's round number 1. You would think, it's a warm-up, but no, it's not. It's actually super important because if you lose here, 5 rounds of Swiss with a top cut of 4 players only means that round 1 could already be the deciding round for you, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a very nervous, you know, if you lose the first round, even if you win the next 4, there's a chance you might not make it into the top 4. So this is all to play for right from the get-go.
Yep. Huge pressure, and we see Gabriel is summoning out Rafale, and Rafale will be able to reveal a couple of cards from his deck, and it's going to be Nibiru and Fossil Dick. So he has the decision here. Do we grab more engine with Fossil Dick, having an additional Rex to search out, or do we go for the Nibiru?
I mean, Nibiru, if he does not take Nibiru here, it is kind of an indicator for me that he does not know what he's playing against, because there will be a point in which you are going to be able to use Nibiru against the Dark World strategy. There are so many special summons. Also, the deck is really, really strong going second. Basti and I had a little discussion about this before, where Basti kind of disagreed against me, or with me, but I think that using the dangers, so many Bigfoots and all those big monsters, it is really strong. Once you get through the interruptions of your opponent, you have a really good time.
Yeah, the thing is, the Dark World itself, the engine itself, is so big. In the Dark World deck, you basically play like 30 Dark World cards, or cards that are related to the deck, like the dangers were somewhat related. So you don't really have space to fit in non-engine cards, such as Dark Ruler No More, or Evenly Matched. Those are very popular. Also, we saw Gabriel discarding the Dark Ruler No More in his opening hand there. And I think that makes it really tough, because that Dark Ruler just takes care of everything at once, and that... You were saying Danger Bigfoot, for example, it just takes care of one card. And we are seeing that Gabriel is preparing a really, really big field here, so I'm not really sure whether that's amazing.
Does Bryce run some outs in his extra deck, or in his main deck even, for big monsters that are special summoned via IP Masquerade?
There are Kaijus in his main deck, yes.
Oh, there are Kaijus.
There are 2 Radiants in there, so that would be a pretty cool answer.
One of the funny things about Dark World is in most decks you kind of need to draw your out eventually. Yeah. And you're like, oh, you can't guarantee to draw it. But in Dark World, you're basically guaranteed to draw it eventually if you play your turn for long enough.
If your opponent does not set up 6 negates and negates every single card that you are playing, then you are going to be able to draw into something eventually.
Well, Runic for Hire is limited, I think, in the number of negates it can put up compared to other kinds of decks. I think the real strength of Runic for Hire is in the follow-up that it produces. You know, you've drawn a bunch of cards, but they're kind of to be used for next turn, right? What can you use on your opponent's turn? You've got your 3 Runic spells, I guess, Destruction, Freezing Curses, and Flashing Fire, and then a red, and then 1 pop.
The destruction is actually really, really strong against Dark World because those gates of the Dark World is kind of the key of the deck ever since 2000, I think, 13 or 12.
Ever since it was released, yeah.
Absolutely, do agree. So, seems like we are going to resolve the Gigantic here. Just figuring out what to special summon out from our deck. Do we grab the Sprite Carrot or do we want to go for something else here? Because Carrot would be one of those negate cards you were just talking about, and I think negating gates, as you just pointed out, is so strong, so I would really like having access to that for sure. On the other hand, we could also go for Sprite Jet maybe, because we haven't gone through Jet yet, and Jet then, in the end, also means Sprite Carrot, because we could grab the starter and that would make it easy there too.
They're obviously just discussing something. We can see the time has stopped, so they're having some sort of discussion. I'm not exactly sure what, if Gabe's done anyone's done anything wrong, or I don't know if you guys saw anything that looked out of place.
Looked all good to me. Oh, there we are as well all of a sudden. But I mean, honestly, it's kind of tough. When I looked into the Runic for Hire Sprite deck, there are so many different things preventing the other stuff and so on, so you can somewhat get lost with the deck. But I would imagine that Gabriel Soucy, the man that also piloted this deck to top 16 at his own nationals in France, he would know what he is doing, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, this is the highest pressure tournament we have besides Worlds, but you're trying to get to Worlds with this tournament, so it is a lot that is on his shoulders here, so maybe he actually messed something up there.
Oh yeah, there's a high pressure tournament, and it's obviously a feature match, and it's your first round that you have to win. It's all like, this is probably one of the highest pressure matches of the weekend.
For sure, I would agree.
Don't forget that we are all just humans, you know, we do make mistakes. I mean, some of us more than others, arguably, but it is just human to make mistakes. Sometimes you see those crazy players that are just topping every event, and you're kind of doubting that they are only human by the way they are playing, but after all, I'm pretty sure that
they must be,
they are.
right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to play in the tournament.
That is true. Can dogs register for a YCS? How many euros?
Rex is pretty close, at least in the deck. There are some... is it a dog?
Rex is a dinosaur. He can't be a dog.
It's a mixture of both? I don't know. I will give up on that.
He's definitely dinosaur type. That's
for sure. That's for sure.
If he wasn't, then the deck wouldn't work.
Honestly, like, how high do we rate the chances of a Dark World deck now playing through a full for hire Runic Sprite field? Like, how likely is it? What does he need to do? Does he really need a Kaiju, or is that not even enough? What do you think?
One interesting strategy, which is a hilarious strategy I find, but it is always a strategy against Runic, is you can just pass your first turn, so you can do it with 7 cards rather than 6. Because realistically, is Gabriel going to set up more interruptions if you give him an extra turn? Like, it's a weird thing to say, but like having 7 cards might make that difference.
Yeah, also it's kind of even more nice versus the Runic for Hire Sprite deck, because they need Donpa to destroy something on the opponent's side of the field. And if you just don't put any cards to your side of the field, they just can't draw cards because they can't activate the Runic cards to destroy a back row of destruction or something like that. And they can also just don't trigger the Donpa. So no draw 6 on the opponent's turn. What is the deck going to do then?
Yeah, with your extra monster zone, it's pretty much locked.
Yeah,
because Folgo can't be used as a link material. So yeah, it's very difficult to do anything.
It really looks like he's going to put out Sprite Red and Carrot on the first turn anyways, so there will be everything that he could, so we might actually see just a pass back, and then, potentially play through the field with 7 cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2023.
let's just pass.
Pass.
But that's the thing. I mentioned it earlier, like, the Kaiju is just a spot removal. You're getting rid of 1 card. Also, the Bigfoot, just 1 card you're going to get rid of there. So I don't know whether I like it that much versus this specific deck. Of course, a Kaiju is amazing versus an Arisard or something like that, but versus a field where there's so many different cards, it's kind of rough. But it seems like we figured it out. Seems like Gabriel Soucy has now summoned IP Masquerena.
But we're also seeing that Bryce is, I think, running triple tactic talents.
I think that was
It's very common to run just the one, because if you want to do your first turn, like you draw through your whole deck kind of deal, then you can use that to get the 5th card out of your opponent's hand. You can use silver twice to get 4, and then if you're really sadistic, then you use talents to take the 5th.
Oh, and now we're seeing Mothman being activated. Fantastic card.
Oh, so it went over to Bryce. Okay, let's see how he's doing here.
He's not doing the pass strategy. I'm very disappointed.
So Mothman, one of the dangers he's bringing, and
Gabriel.
Oh. It's a good start. It's an immediate +1, so Bryce has more cards to play.
Yeah, that's actually nice. And also that makes him search out the Bigfoot here. And Bigfoot is like the one that can really play through the field.
Honestly, I'm really excited about this now because I don't know exactly what's coming, you know?
No one knows what's coming. That's the dangers.
And it is the Bigfoot indeed.
It's getting dangerous out here for Gabriel, so he needs to pay attention to what Bryce is doing there. We are seeing the Raphael.
There comes the effect of Rex. Of course, that is only a quick effect in the main phase, and therefore he had to wait for Bryce to do something. And now Bryce did something. Gabriel could use the Rex to bring out Raphael now. And Raphael actually will be able to reveal cards now again. But also, additionally, it is a monster negate, which is really good. Ooh, there's a runic card. I think Gabriel likes seeing freezing curses there. That's a good hit off of the Raphael.
Yeah, there's so much going on here for Gabriel now. There's a pop, there's a draw, there's a search, and there's a monster negate. It's just...
This field is huge.
It feels like it was like he wasn't hesitating at all. He just waited for the first moth to enter the field, and he just immediately popped it. Maybe that was... I think I would have let him play a little bit more. Maybe that is a better time to pop something.
Yeah, interesting decision for sure. So, next danger is going to be revealed. I'm assuming it is the Bigfoot we just searched, and... That is a Chupacabra.
Oh, that is also really good. We are getting 2 monsters on the field now. Mothman might as well just return. Maybe it's
2
also
for the price of 1, yeah.
Yes.
What's bigger? The Mothman's bigger, right? Has 1800
yeah,
attack.
That is true.
What?
I mean, Nessie is bigger, but...
But I think like we always want Mothman because we are playing Rank Force in our deck. So we have the ability to XYZ summon in this deck too. So it just seems a little bit more clever to pick the Mothman, and there he is.
Basti, how many dangers is he running?
Let me just quickly calculate some quick math here on my end. I see 2 Bigfoot, 2 Chupacabra, 3 Mothman, and 3 Nessie, and also the one-offs, the Jackalope and the Tsuchinoko. That is in total, quick math on my side, 12 dangers.
Oh, wow. Didn't you just tell me before that it was only like 6 or 7 at max?
Apparently it's not. Apparently I'm not as good of a Dark World player as Bryce Dullier is. Let's see what he... Oh, wait. Oh, there's also...
The Ascension.
Wow.
I love this card.
That's really cool. And that's also an immediate interruption onto the runic cards now. Because whenever Gabriel now tries to activate the freezing curses he just grabbed, there it is. We might be able... Oh, wait, no.
No, it only negates the normal spell effects.
Oh, it's only normal spells and traps. So we can't respond to quick spells. That's kind of annoying.
Did we catch what was discarded for Ascension? It has to be one of the Graphas, right? Or does it have to be exactly the original
Snow.
Grapha?
I think it's Snow, actually.
Oh, it can be any Dark World?
There's a Snow in the graveyard, that's for sure.
It's Grapha +1 Dark Monster. So if there is Snow in the graveyard, then there should also be...
There should be a Grapha somewhere.
There was Gates being banished. That's not too cool.
I think Bryce will be okay, because he's got 3 gates.
I think that Gabriel is picking up the Fountain in his on his field, or he tried to at least, so maybe there was a Grapha discard that popped the Fountain. Yeah.
And then that forced him basically to chain the freezing curses there. And honestly, that's kind of good now for Bryce, because that means no more runic spell cards from the hand now for the rest of the turn for Gabriel Susi. So Bryce already with 3 pretty powerful monsters there on the field. Maybe he's going to be able to crack this.
Yeah, is this an enter battle phase moment?
He's not done yet. He is.
He's not done. He's still going.
He still has a chance to search out the gate here. That is indeed Genta.
One of the best ways sometimes to like force out or get through a sprite board is just to use your battle phase, because all of the negates are with monster effects, and yeah, the IP itself obviously can only be used during
also
the main
like
phase
sometimes
as well.
it's kind of cool to just announce battle phase, and then your opponent has to consider to activate the IP Masquerade,
exactly.
and then you're still fine to stay in main phase, basically.
Like, psych, I'm going to carry on in the main phase.
But there it is. We are going for IP Masquerade as a fact here, and it's going to bring out the Unicorn. Okay, I think we're immediately going after the gates, right? Discarding another Dark Ruler. He drew a lot of Dark Rulers there, and yes, indeed, the gate immediately is going to be shuffled back to the deck. As Leonard was mentioning earlier, that is really the heart and soul of the deck. You need gates of a Dark World to really do a whole lot. There's another one, though. Okay, okay.
Do you think that Gabriel has another runic card set? Because I really would have liked that.
It could possibly be a starter as well.
I think at that point, we would have probably activated the starter, though. Because we know there's no evenly there's no Dark Rulers, so I think it's safe to activate starter into carrot at this point. And he could have prevented the activation of the field spell.
So what does that mean we think his set card is?
Kind of interesting. Maybe it's a bluff. Maybe it's just another Dark Ruler no more. Maybe just another Dark Ruler no more.
Is he running Mayhem?
I don't think he is, to be honest, but let me double check.
We've already seen like 2 copies of Dark Ruler discarded, so it would be quite impressive if that was the 3rd one.
There's no Mayhem, though. There is Starter, but as we're breaking down, it's unlikely to be Starter. And honestly, Bryce is putting more and more attack points onto the field. Is he really going to be able to break this here?
I love this interaction. You can banish the Genta with the gates, then special summon back the Genta, return that one to the hand with Rainbow Overking, which he just discarded earlier.
Yes.
And then he can bounce this one back to summon out the Gruffer. And this is just so much plus. This is absolutely crazy.
It's great.
Yeah. Bryce just saying, you know, thank you very much for shuffling into my deck. I'll just get it again.
There it is. 1 moment ago it was back to the deck, but here we are back onto the field. We are using it again. Of course, this is not once per turn. It's only once per copy. But of course, there's the handy occasion of having a second copy there.
Yeah, the Dark World's an old enough archetype that they were sort of printed before all of the cards. Like most modern cards say you can only use the effect of this monster once per turn, but the Dark Worlds are quite old and a lot of them can just be used as many times. Genta can only be summoned once per turn, but other than that...
Rainbow also adds, I think, multiple times per turn.
And now there's a beautiful ultimate rare Allure of Darkness being activated. So as we were saying, this deck can just basically draw through the entire deck on its turn. And he's not done yet. He's far away from being done, to be honest.
Gabriel looking very light on interruptions as well.
I mean, absolutely.
I was going to say he's not used Sprite Red, but he doesn't have any rank 2s or level 2s left.
But let's go back a moment. Did he end up picking the Nibiru? Because we saw him revealing Nibiru, but did he end up picking it? Because that might still be a very, very huge factor for this game here.
Yeah, he definitely picked the Nibiru.
Okay, so that is something that Bryce has to be afraid of still. But there is another Bigfoot on the field.
That is unfortunate.
That feels like it's gone wrong, yeah.
The silver discard is not going to do anything now because the field is full already.
So do we think this is a Nibiru moment?
I mean, it might be just the battle phase announcement, and there it is, Nibiru tributing so many. I don't know when I've ever seen a Nibiru tributing so many monsters, because it's not only on the opponent's side, but also on his own side of the field.
This is going to be the largest token that maybe this lends some credence as we were trying to suss out what Gabriel's set card is. It might be the case that it was a starter and he wanted to hold it until he'd used his Nibiru.
True, because you don't really need the carrot, but you just go for the Nibiru, and then afterwards you have follow-up with starter.
And we are going to see the Gruffer again, because the Gruffer dragged over a lot of
It is indeed the starter, and you waited for it, and now he got extra value out of it, because Bryce tried to destroy it, and he could just easily chain it, so he even forced out another card from the hand of Bryce. That's really strong here.
What I don't think there is anything in the extra deck, but I love the idea that there might just be some card in your extra deck that lets you just switch your monster to attack mode and attack with that. I don't know how many millions of attack points that token probably has.
We are grabbing the Jet. The only thing that I'm worried about is, yes, we did get our Sprite engine going again, but in those hybrid decks where you are playing Runic for higher Sprite, the Sprite part of the deck actually is so small that it's not really even proper follow-up, because like, there's one spell card in the deck, and that is Sprite Start, and that has just been activated. So what do we even do with the Sprite Jet that we just searched, right?
Is that no way? That is card destruction, the most powerful spell card for any Dark World deck. And was that just a discard one?
That looked like a one discard, and I think he's already used Nessie as well.
Oh, yes, he did, but now he can use Accession again and add it back to hand.
What is it? I don't know the full effects of Ascension. I know that you can use a diffusion summon. I don't know when it adds itself back.
I think if you let me just get it up.
We're all learning again together. Also, funnily enough, the Ascension is a one-off in the deck of Bryce.
Oh, okay, so he needed a Dark World monster to discard, which he must have drawn off the... Okay.
So...
Oh no, he has multiple cards on hand.
Yeah, one is the Ascension.
That is a good point.
And one...
Oh, and we're tribute summoning the Silver over the token. And there comes the Rainbow. And it goes back to hand immediately, bringing out another Gruffer.
Is there a cool rank 8 Exceeds Monster.
There is a very cool rank 8 that requires 3 level 8s that draws you 3 cards from the top of your deck. But I don't know what he runs that takes 2.
He only plays the Coach King Giant Trainer. That's his only rank 8 Exceed
He is
monster.
going for Muckracker, and Muckracker, it feels like it was designed for the Dark Worlds, because yes, you are discarding a card in the process, but it is not for cost.
This is probably one of the times, like, newer players, when you're learning how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, you're like, what is the difference? Why is this cost or effect thing?
Yeah.
Why do these cards not work when I discard it for a...
But like, seriously, I think Gabriel picked a pretty good timing for his Nibiru, but now Bryce is just not done yet. He just recovers and he again has 3 cards in hand. This looks amazing. I think Bryce might still be able to go through all of this here.
He's absolutely nowhere near done.
Cerberus for a draw.
There is a calling Cerberus. Discard Ascension, getting rid of the Nibiru and even drawing a card now.
But,
wow.
I mean, we're getting all excited about what Bryce is doing. Gabriel still probably has 5 or 6 cards in his hand.
I think it was only 3. I was kind of surprised, but it was. I mean, it was just
so many.
Yeah, but it was just revealed by the card destruction. I think it was only 3 cards.
Oh, and now Chupacabra is revealed. I think we have 2 Dark Worlds in hand and only 1 Chupacabra. Chupacabra was used already.
No, it is with Chupacabra.
No, this one was used earlier. I think it was the 2nd discard of Bryce. This was really important. Now, the question is, can we overlay 2 of the Link 2 monsters now for a gigantic sprite and go into a full Melfi sprite combo here?
That would be great fun if Muckracker unfortunately locks you into Fiend monsters.
That is a good point.
But, yeah.
It's quite handy that Nightmare Cerberus is also a Fiend monster, though. That's kind of nice.
It's very cool, all of the Nightmares of Fiends, yeah.
Gabriel's turn again. He did survive this. It looked quite grim at some point, but that Chupacabra hit was really, really good for him.
Because if he hit a Silver or a Rainbow Overlord, then that would have been another 2 bodies plus another draw on the field.
And a few cards in hand.
Yeah.
Like, you get to add both of the Dark Worlds back every time.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, that was huge.
So, Gabriel activating the fountain, bringing out the Gary, even being able to chain block the fountain here. So we are going to add back the... I'm just completely going to ignore that, Leo. You know that. And looks like we're going to target the fountain in the graveyard and then also 3 runic quick plays in the graveyard too. So that's going to be a lot of advantage that Gabriel immediately, with the resolve of that 1 runic spell, is going to get.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a very similar field to what we saw at the end of Gabriel's first turn, to be honest.
Not too unlikely. Norman summon Rex.
I think if that Chupacabra did not get discarded here for its own effect, we could have seen an OTK.
But he did draw the Sprite Carrot, so there's no more card to be searched off of the Sprite Blue, at least. It's not much, but there's something working for Bryce right now.
Looking for some silver linings there.
Yes, and the thing is, I think we're about to see Donner onto the field very shortly, and Donner will be able to revive the Donpa from the graveyard, which is amazing. Oh, not only the Donpa, but also the Folgo.
Yeah. It can revive whatever it wants.
Get him a lot of Folgo up.
There is the Donpa, but probably also...
And then the Folgo, and then you get a pop and a draw 3, and here we go again.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Doesn't sound too bad at all.
Absolutely not. We're going after the field spell. Folgo is going to trigger. Just going to casually again draw 3 cards. That is what this deck does.
It's drawn a full 7 cards already this turn. We need a little counter. 1 for turn, 3 for Fountain, and 3 for...
Feels nice.
3 for Folgo. Maybe he'll play the second Fountain and draw another 3. I don't know how many cards are in his grave.
If he's playing, if Bryce is playing the Magical Stone Rejuvenation, the one that adds spell cards back, if you discard 2, then he could go for another card destruction.
You want to deck him out with
maybe deck out Gabriel.
Oh, but first of all, we're going to banish 3 here.
Deck out the runic deck.
Yes. So, but both players now apparently going for the deck out strategy, because Gabriel is not going to be able to attack this turn either. And that is the 3rd runic monster from the extra deck being summoned. So in the extra deck of Gabriel, there's no more runic monsters now.
Honestly, that doesn't even sound like too bad of a strategy. You're not going to attack anytime soon. The field that Bryce put out does not look threatening. You have another Nibiru in hand, and your opponent just went through 20 cards, probably with drawings. Oh, Mannequin Cat. Let's see what that is going to summon back for Bryce. And maybe that is going to be a problem for Gabriel, because he might summon back something really good.
It is just with Chupacabra.
I think Chupacabra is Gabriel's favorite at the moment, being the danger that missed.
Yeah, he goes for the Cerberus. And what I like about the Mannequin Cat is that it's not only going to summon from the deck, but also it's able to summon from the graveyard. And he was just doing that by summoning out the Donner. So Mannequin Cat is in this deck specifically so much more universal. It can do so many different things. I really like the card. And there we see there's Access Code Talker also in the deck of Gabriel.
I'm amazed. It's so funny to see Access Code Talker when it can't attack. Like, what is this card doing when it can't attack?
That's true.
How many different attribute link monsters does Gabriel have?
So there was Donner, that's one.
Donner is Earth.
Unicorn.
Unicorn is Dark, and
But
I
they
think
also
Volko
protected.
is Dark
Cerberus
as
is
well.
co-linked.
But there was a freezing curse being activated early on the turn, and I would assume that was used on the Cerberus.
Yeah.
There's also another protection effect.
And there's
with the
Tip now
Muckraker.
as well.
It's another card going down the drain for Bryce.
But yeah, true. Absolutely correct. Muckraker also being able to protect.
That one talent is pretty devastating, actually, because drawing that would let you take the Access Code Talker, for example.
That would have been huge. I mean, you don't have any link monsters in your graveyard, do you?
There's-
Oh, wait, you do.
There's
you do.
one on top.
True. You're right.
The turn was passed now. I think Bryce drew a card. Okay, so he drew a card for... Oh no, maybe that is...
And then the
There's
Flashing Fire on the
Sephiroth.
Muckraker. Muckraker doesn't have an effect when it's destroyed or anything like that, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Why did Bryce draw a card?
For his turn.
Probably
so,
is his turn, yeah.
He just immediately Flashing Fire. It makes sense because Muckraker is not a summon effect.
Yeah.
So we see actually a pretty cool card in the hand of Bryce, and it's Salamander Catalyzer, but that's a card that requires you to have other cards in your hand. It doesn't work on its own, so he would need some other Dark Worlds, but we know from last turn that there are Dark Worlds in his hand, so that might actually be a pretty decent pickup.
And
so let's see what Bryce can do with this here.
The Ascension being a free discard is an excellent start as well.
Oh yeah. Let's get that silver onto the field.
Actually, the Dark World deck has a lot of resources just in the graveyard. This could become really good here.
How many Graphas are there?
Oh, but
excluding the fusion.
20 at least.
Rex summoning out the Rafale again. And Donpa trying to destroy the silver.
We are just popping the first card that we were seeing as Gabriel.
Yeah.
I don't hate that because Dark World, they just do so. I feel like all of the monsters are quite malleable. Like once the monsters are on the field, they're pretty much just link materials.
Revealing Tip with Rafale feels so special, feels so good because it basically reveals any runic card from your deck, and also you will be able to draw additional cards with Fountain because you have one more runic spell in your graveyard. That's just so free.
And a bonus banish.
The only problem is
everything.
The only problem is if Bryce discards a Grapha and targets the Fountain, then you can chain Tip, but you can't chain the card that you're searching for.
Fair, I like that. Maybe we just immediately go for Tip here, to be honest. Just making sure to get the freezing curses or something.
Oh, he passed, I think.
Yeah,
Did he?
that was a pass, yeah.
I mean, that is what you said earlier was really smart. However, Bryce has very few cards in his deck.
At this point, it's
we are
possibly
counting.
too late.
We are counting because there's End Phase Slumber, and that means 3 more cards are going to be banished. We see the Radiant. We talked about it earlier. There are Kaijus in the main deck of Bryce, but at that point, Gabriel is not going to have a battle phase again, so he is probably just going for the deck out strategy here.
I like the passing strategy when your opponent hasn't already drawn 6 cards on your turn.
Fair.
Yeah, I like it less when your opponent's already drawn their 6 cards.
But was there nothing else for him to play with? He had the Catalyzer and I think Rainbow Overlord, right?
There should be a Rainbow in his hand, yeah.
And Ascension.
Yeah.
Ascension, he's already, it looks like he's only running 1 of the Dark World Fusion in his extra deck, so
yeah, that's true.
the Ascension is less useful now. Although he does have the Catalyzer.
So, Gabriel now trying to figure out what he's going to add to his field. He apparently has a lot of runic spells there, and he's just going to set a bunch of them because he has too many cards in hand. He can't keep them all in hand, and therefore he has to actually set a bunch of them.
Harpy's Feather Duster, come on now.
I hate to break it to you, but there is no Harpy's Feather Duster in his deck, so...
I just don't believe you now.
Maybe Upstart Goblin, though. There's Upstart Goblin if you like that.
That works as well. It's a normal spell.
I love Upstart Goblin.
Oh, and
we're picking up the deck on Bryce's side. That was a little too much runic for hire for his likings.
Yep. It really looked like he could push through.
Yeah.
I was really getting excited on whether he could actually play through this going
That
second.
Chupa.
Yeah, exactly. The one Chupa right at the end.
That was so unfortunate. I mean, because he did not only play really well into the field, but also he then got Nibiru and he still kept on going. Like, that was extraordinary.
It was really
honestly.
impressive.
and then he just got a little bit unlucky at the end, as we were just saying. But I may have to side with you now, Leo. It seems like Dark World actually is decent going second, even just with Engine.
Yeah, I got this opinion about the deck because I got crushed by also a participant, Ben Kreuzkamp, before he was testing out the deck, and he was playing versus me, and I really didn't like going first, so I let him start at some point, and then I won. Then I won games.
That is a strategy. It's quite funny though. I like it. We really enjoyed watching it. It's like going. I've heard players say this a lot. It's like, oh, you know, I played a lot, I had a great time, I think it's really good going second. Then they say, how many did you win though?
I don't know whether Bryce really had a good time there either, to be honest. Yeah, we had a good time, but Bryce now being down 1 game to Gabriel Susi, somebody with so much experience too, so somebody you really don't want to be 1 game down against, because he knows how to capitalize on that, he knows how to play it down now. It's rough for him.
That is the beauty of this tournament, because there is not a single player you want to be... I mean, actually, you never want to be down 0-1. Let's say it like that. But there is not a single player in this tournament that isn't absolutely able to defeat you once they have a small lead.
That is true. It's for them. It's kind of harsh, but too though, because it's France versus France. So basically, they are lowering the chances of sending someone from France to the World Championship now. Yeah. I mean, they still can get their spots in the main event, of course, because it's 3 spots from this playoff now, and then there will be 4 spots being given out in the main event too. So it could still be all French players.
Do you think if you were playing in this, you'd have country loyalty? I feel like if I was in this, I'd be in it to win it. You know, if I played another English person, I would not have any qualms about trying to win.
It's cool though, traveling to the World Championship, to Japan, as we said earlier, together with somebody from your country. It's extra special, isn't it? Of course, like, it's a 1v1 tournament. You play Yu-Gi-Oh! In a game 1v1, but enjoying it together with your friends, I think we can agree on that, is even more fun.
But that's the beauty of the game, because there is such a big international community. Everybody comes to these events, meeting their friends from all over the world, from so many different countries, and just seeing all of those guys that you don't usually see in your real life is also pretty nice. So I wouldn't mind going to Japan with other friends from other countries.
Yeah, but I don't mind getting into game 2 now, because players are ready. So let's get into the action. Let's see what game 2 brings here. Here we have them, and I think Bryce is very likely to start here, to be honest.
Bryce is not going to take Leo's advice of going second with Dark World.
We start off with Nessie, and I think now we just want to summon that Nessie to the field. Yes, okay, there's Super Cabra. That's not the best card to discard there, though.
But he can't use the effect.
Oh, wow, there's Droll and Lockbird.
Lockbird, I did not see this one coming. Will there be the one-off triple tactic talents now, looking at the hand of Gabriel?
Wow.
No, we are going to see...
Honestly, I think triple tactic talents might even be a card you side out versus Runic for Hire spread, because that is a deck that is known to play evenly Dark Ruler no more. Is it a pass? Oh
That was
my.
a pass.
Oh my. Runic Destruction on the side of Gabriel Susi now to special summon out the Hagen.
I mean, you usually don't know if that was a pass, because Gabriel draws so many cards on either turn, but this time, no cards played.
And he's discarding a Rex. That probably means he's got another Rex or a way to play the game, for sure.
Oh, and Runic
This can't be feeling good for Bryce here. Although, the silver lining, he's definitely going to get at least one more turn.
Yeah, we always got to be positive, so we are banishing the Danger Mothman here.
And I think that was a flashing fire, which would mean if you have the fountain that you searched off of Hugin, you can just activate it, go for flashing fire, and then draw 3 cards. Search 3 cards.
And again, we do have access to our Sprite Engine too, specialing out the blue, searching out the red. Interesting, to be honest. Usually, you will always rather search out Jet with the Sprite Blue, but in this version of the deck, as he did in game 1, you just grab the Sprite Red instead. And there again is the Fossil Dig, so we do indeed have access to the Rex again.
It might be worth being cognizant of the life point situation. I mean, I know there's 18 minutes, but Gabriel can't attack on his first turn. And obviously playing the starter means you lose some life points. And you don't necessarily want to be putting yourself down on life points if you don't think you need to in this sort of situation.
Yeah. I mean, we just sided in the Droll and Lockbird, and I think the Sprite Starter might, to be honest, be a card that you side out going second in this matchup here.
Did you expect to see drone lockbirds this tournament?
No, absolutely not. I'm really interested by that decision of Gabriel Susi too. It works out perfectly well here in this game 1, or in this match 1 in round 1. Oh, we have Nibiru again. Oh,
and
boy.
we didn't even take the Nibiru.
Oh, we didn't?
He took freezing curses.
Oh, interesting.
I want to say, I cheated and I saw it was in Gabriel's side deck, so it was. But in the tournament.
Oh, but speaking about life points, there is the good old Moon and the Runic Wings being summoned out. And every end phase, this one is going to give us 1,000 life points.
If it stays on the field.
Yeah, I can't imagine it staying on the field for very long.
That's a fair assumption.
If you want to use any link monsters.
Good link monsters we have in our extra deck. And yes, immediately it's going to leave the field.
But it was a good guess, Basti.
So, we're linking away the Rafale.
Just got to make sure he gets all of his types correct. This Folgo has to summon something with a different type than the link materials that he used, so always worth checking that you're not trying to summon the wrong thing. I know all of the Fahires have different types, and I know that Rex is a dinosaur because you search it with Fossil Dig, but other than that, I wouldn't want to guess.
So again, bringing out the gigantic sprite. This time, is it going to be the sprite carrot, or what are we bringing out here?
Are we going to see the good old Carotte here? No, it is Jet.
Okay, so we do have a spell in there, and that has to be sprite starter. Okay. But as you said, that's dangerous. If you want to activate that starter, that means you are going down in life points.
IP enters the field as well. This is looking grim for Bryce so far. He is smiling there, but it does not really look like there's too much he could do. We are now going
there is a monster on the field, so Folgo will be able to draw 3 cards here again.
Absolutely crazy card, Folgo.
Guys, I have been looking forward to this tournament for weeks now, and honestly, this is not disappointing me. The absolute dominance of Gabriel Susi with the Runic Fahire deck is impressive, but what Bryce did in Game 1 was also top-notch gameplay.
Absolutely, 100%. So Gabriel, interestingly enough now, going second, basically just made his going first field, right? He was like, no, you're not going to do that because of Drone and Lockbird, but I'm going to do what I would have done going first. Oh, and he does decide to activate the sprite starter right away to bring Carrot onto the field as well.
It is such a big disadvantage when you're going second and you break your opponent's field, because you know, I have this big field of so many monsters and you probably did not side in any field breaking cards. No Dark Ruler, no Mors, no Nibiru's or something, which does not really break fields anymore once you have established them. However, this is such a secure position for Gabriel now. The only good thing that Bryce has going for him is that the catalyzer is banished for Tip. The thing that Bryce has going for him is that the engine is so good going second. Let's see if he finds his way into it here.
Ooh, we start off with a Lure of Darkness. And Gabriel deciding on whether immediately is going to negate it, and yes, he does. Ooh. He uses the Carrot. That's honestly quite interesting to me. It seems like Gabriel just immediately always wants to go after the first card. He always just went to destroy the first card. He always just negates the first card here too with the Carrot.
There is a reasoning for that, and I like it quite a lot. Okay, so Radiant comes down. Very good for the Folgo. If your opponent is running dangers and you negate so many different cards in hand, then you higher the chances that you're hitting the dangers.
And we do discard the Silver though for the Nassi. Nassi comes onto the field. We draw 1 more card. Silver is being activated.
Silver is fine apparently.
I do agree with you. Once Stockworth reaches a critical massive card, it just seems to go forever.
Yeah.
So just if you can just delete a few of their cards at the beginning as efficiently as possible, then...
And he does that again. There's not much that is super good on the field of Bryce, but still we're just going after it.
But you really want to get rid of this Silver, because if there is a Rainbow in hand that could be discarded later on, it would really hurt you if the Silver was in play. So it makes sense to especially shuffle it back. Not destroy it, but shuffle it back. Very well played.
And there comes Rex now. Rex is going to special summon out the Rafale. So we do have, if we have another Fahire card in our hand, we do have another negate with Rafale too.
Rex is just such an insane card. It really ties the deck together, doesn't it?
Yes. It being a level 2 is so crazy. Oh, there's...
Tip was activated already this turn.
Yes,
keep that in mind.
It was. So, Gabriel just having an answer to everything that Bryce is trying to do here. Oh, and that's not a good sign for a Dark World deck when you have to set one to your back row and pass it over to your opponent.
What cards did Dark World set?
A session.
I mean, it is a quick play spell, but like,
it might be
why would you set it?
Book of Eclipse, potentially. That's one of the cards he sides in.
To me, it just seems very strange to put a card on the field where it can be destroyed. Whereas if it's in, in your hand, it can't be destroyed. I mean, one of the things you can do against the Runic deck is just take your time and, you know, maybe wait until they use one Runic spell and then go, okay, I'll pass then. And then they've skipped their next battle phase. But I feel like if you throw your whole hand, then you're not going to be able to employ that strategy for very long. And Bryce doesn't look like he's got that many resources left.
Ooh, and I think Gabriel already announced the effect of Access Code Talker. So there's no chance for Bryce to chain the Called by the Grave that he set there.
No ring here.
I think I would have liked Called by the Grave maybe in the draw phase immediately on the Rex or something on his own turn already. That could have taken care of some stuff, but that didn't work out so well for him here.
Now Tip was activated. We are shuffling back or putting 2 cards under the deck rather. Gabriel can't even help himself. Can he even hold all of those cards in his hand?
He's counting. Oh, yes, discard. I think it's a little much. I think we have to get rid of 1 card in our hand. Oh, is it even 2? He even has to discard 2 cards, Fossil Dig and Flashing Fire.
8 cards. Are you mental?
He just says, oh no, I'll just discard this. We're just going to let me draw another card next turn. Don't worry about it.
So, what can Bryce do against all of that? He's just passing it over, and Gabriel now has the Access Code Talker still on the field and has 5,300 attack points. So, I think this might be a turn where we see a Runic deck attacking. I know it's crazy, but there are a lot of cards in attack position now.
Folks. The Runic deck attacking.
Access code is pushed forward. This means I'm attacking the handshake. Bryce loses to Gabriel. Gabriel remains with big chances in this top 32 playoff.
Yes, this man has been to the World Championship before, and apparently he liked it because he is trying very hard to go there again. He wins round 1 here. Of course, it's still a long way, 4 more rounds of Swiss, also top 4 then, where you also have to somehow win 1 game at least. But yeah, he's onto a good start, let's be honest.
I really enjoyed that match. I don't know about you guys. Like, there was such a long back and forth. I mean, it was a shame the second game was. I feel like the draw and lockbird was extremely decisive.
But let's talk about that card again, because Leo was really surprised by it, and honestly, I was as well, because in such a small field of players, 32 players only, you kind of could guess what all the players are on, and then you bring Droll and Lockbird. Like, how do you like the decision? You were surprised, but do you like it? In this particular case, it was amazing.
I mean,
but in general,
if you expect a lot of Runic Life Twin Sprite, sometimes the card is not really good because there's already a fountain established and you can just draw in the draw phase if you try to play around it. If it catches you off guard, it is really, really strong. If you don't immediately start your turn with Tip, it is really strong. Sometimes you just go for a physical draw first before you use the fountain, probably, and then Lockbird can actually prevent your opponent from getting too much advantage in the mirror match.
Fair enough,
I agree. And one of the interesting things is the when you're playing the live twin deck, you can't really summon Hugin in the draw phase like you would in the for hire version, because you can't put a monster on your field before you've normal summoned. So it's good. There's also the Floowandereeze deck that I think Droll is quite handy against.
Yeah,
we saw a surprising number of those being submitted. So
there are a lot of those.
Maybe that's what it's for.
I think the Italians just have never stopped playing Floowandereeze. like they love the deck, and a lot of them are again bringing it to this playoff. So we might as well see Floowandereeze going to Worlds this time, and then having Droll and Lockbird in your side deck certainly is a good decision. Very, very, very good.
Absolutely. So I think that concludes our first round of Swiss of the 32 players playoff that we are having for Worlds at this Euros. We are going to be back with more live coverage soon. Stay tuned, guys.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links 6th anniversary!
You can't do a thing against my creepy crawlers. Here I go. My entire swarm attacks. What? You don't mean Mirror Force? Look at these great presents!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links campaign underway!
Ah!
Hi everyone, and back to the coverage of the EU WCQ 2023 here in Utrecht. We have here one of the national champions, Jeremy Bass, the Switzerland national champion. Congratulations, and how are you feeling right now?
Thank you so much. I'm feeling well, I'm good. I prepared for this event a lot, so it took me a lot of time. And I'm happy to be here, and after to take a break. So it's good because it's a lot of work and
Absolutely,
testing.
and it's gonna be a great weekend, obviously, of Yu-Gi-Oh! And as you actually were mentioning, this is your first ever European Championship that you participate in, but you do it as a national champion, so that's a good achievement. How do you feel about the event?
Exactly. I never lived a European Championship normal, so I don't see really the difference, but it's nice to get all the prizes, that people recognize you, that you don't even know, say you congrats and all of that, so it's really good.
Absolutely, and for anyone not knowing, obviously your event was live streamed as well, and people saw you winning with Labyrinth, which was kind of a surprise in a really back and forth final, and it was also a very unique build with cards like Wannabe, which at the time was just briefly came out. So how was that event for you? Why did you decide to play Labyrinth, and how did it go?
So the event, like Switzerland, I think my deck would have lost in a big one, Germany, France. But in Switzerland, everybody knows each other. So I knew all the best teams, gym team,
the other guy.
Exactly. So I knew what they were going to play, and it was Kashtira, Super Heavy, and Pearly. And those three decks were losing against Labyrinth if you had Lava Golem, Sphere, or Drone.
Yeah.
So playing those 9 cards, I was at 7, was just too good.
And I remember watching the event, and from top 4 already, it was so funny because I remember in top 4 you play against Purely. Game 1 your opponent goes for 2 different monsters. You Lava Golem, set 5 and he scoops. Game 3 goes for 3 monsters instead, and you Sphere mode and he scoops, and
exactly.
That's crazy.
And I was lucky because the Sphere mode was, I left it because I had no other spot to go in.
Oh really? Okay.
So because normally he never stays on free, and he just did a mistake. And after we talked about it after, but
I mean,
you need those kinds of things to win an event.
It was really fun to watch, not gonna lie.
It lasted 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's how it is. But now, talking about the present and this event in Utrecht, what do you think of the deck, Labyrinth? Obviously, it has won the last national championship with Dinkabu in Germany, and are you still playing?
Yes, I'm gonna play this deck.
Nice.
Like everyone, I thought the deck was dead, a bit dead. After I realized that no, it wasn't anymore, because there was the French national 1 week before the Germany, and only one Labyrinth topped. Everybody was saying it was bad, that it couldn't win. And I still tried because one of my friends, Eldin, always pushes me and tell me, no, you continue, it's you that bad, not the deck. And after we saw Dinka win, so I was like, okay, I saw what he did. I don't really he had a tech super poly. I think it's really skillful to play inside because you always have to discard 1 and play with 3 cards, but he's able. He's one of the best players. So
fair enough.
So so I think the deck is good. You just need to dodge evenly, and RP for the Duster is fine because there's virus,
you can do some.
But evenly is quite a pain.
Absolutely, but no, I do agree with you that if Yu-Gi-Oh! Has proven us something along these 25 years is that decks are always alive, you can play them, you can prove people that they are wrong, and you just play your favorite deck and you can do really well. And honestly, it's great hearing from a national champion who is so humble, as you seem to be. So obviously, we are gonna wish you good luck for the entire event. But if to just end it on a note, what do you think is your best and worst matchup nowadays?
Best matchup for me is Kashtira.
Okay.
Still call for the thing. The worst will be Runic decks.
Okay.
Because even if you stop them or they will still start back, and in the grind it's complicated. But my side is done for that. So
yeah, and we saw last weekend at the German Championship how the virus can really close the game.
Exactly. And the other thing I think we didn't see is the virus, the other one, I don't know the name already, that destroys all the monster with...
the other virus, It's
It's
full
so
force
good,
virus,
against Runic Fuhaya, so...
Yeah.
So yeah.
Absolutely, virus cards are amazing in the deck because you can search them easily. But yeah, again, thank you for being with us. It was great. We're gonna wish you good luck for the event. Maybe we're gonna see you in a future match as well during the weekend. And obviously, you're gonna try your best to become even European champion or at least make it to the World Championship.
Exactly.
Which is a great goal. Thank you guys for being with us and thank you for watching. Stay tuned and we'll be back with more coverage here from Utrecht.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship qualifier here in Utrecht, and I'm here now with Anton Jylland. Nice to have you here, and you are our national champion of Denmark, correct?
Yeah, Denmark is one of the smaller national championships. We were 138, so not the biggest championship, but I'm still really proud to have taken it home. It's my first national top.
Oh, first national top and then going all the way. Of course, that's pretty cool. And it also was one of the later national championships because it was after the release of the Forbidden and Limited list. And what did you play for that event?
I chose to play Kashtira. I thought that people were pretty unprepared for the deck, and I was right. I also played some kind of controversial cards like Nibiru and Ghost Ogre in the main deck, and they helped out a lot. Like the tech cards carried me a lot, so
that's really cool because in the beginning, because that basically was 1 week after the release of the list, people weren't really expecting to see so much Kashtira, but now people have caught up. Basically, Kashtira again is like the big contender in the meta, but at that point people were like contemplating whether it would even be good enough, but you showed the people as one of the winners of the national championships that it very much still is a very big contender. And give us a little drive through your tournament. How did you do in Swiss? How many rounds was it? I mean, honestly, I could tell you because I actually was attending the event as well, but I only made it to top 16. You went all the way. We didn't play, but it was 8 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, I beat the guy who beat you in the top 16, so I got revenge for you. But yeah, we played 8 rounds of Swiss. I only lost to the same deck in Swiss. Actually, I lost to Dragon Link in Swiss, so I was X2, got 7th place overall in Swiss, and yeah, I just took it home afterwards.
No more losing after that,
no,
right?
No.
No more losing after that. So is that the same plan for this weekend? Are you just going national champion and now European champion right after?
I hope so. I mean, the dream would be like going X2 or something as well here for European Championship, and then topping my first European Championship as well, the same year that I topped and win my first national championship.
How long are you playing the game for? Because you said it's your first nationals top, but how many times have you tried before?
I've tried like 5 times before.
Oh, okay.
I started when I was 12 years old to play the game. I'm 21 right now, but I started playing when I was 12 years old, cool. And I played like Yosenju Pendulum in 2015.
We all started somewhere.
Yeah, so yeah, it wasn't the greatest deck, but now I've gotten better, and yeah.
You are a national champion now, for sure.
Yeah.
So you said you were playing Kashtira for that event. Do you mind giving away, are you going to play the same deck for this event as well?
Yeah, I am going to play Kashtira as well. I think my theory was that the deck itself, like just engine-wise, is so good at going second, so it's like, okay, all of my cards are basically going second cards as well. So I play a lot of non-engine, and then I can play the Kashtira cards as well. So it's basically a very good deck going first and second, and I really like that. I think the Sprite, I considered the Sprite Runic Live Twin version as well.
It's very popular at the moment.
Yeah,
true.
but I play tested it as well, but I found out that it had a little bit of a problem with big monsters and birth if like the Kashtira board puts that up. Arasat isn't like that big of a problem, but like just a lot of big monsters. That's how I won my finals, game 1. I started against the Live Runic Sprite player, and I just like I did make Arasat, but also just made a lot of big monsters. So
I think that's what people are underestimating. Just the pure power of a Kashtira Fenrir, of a Kashtira Unicorn on the field is so much already, right? You don't even need a Rysard. It can be enough to just put up all these other monsters. So thank you very much for joining us for this interview.
Of course.
Congratulations once again. This is our national champion of Denmark. Maybe we are going to see you one more time in the featured match at some point of the event. Best of luck to you for the event, and see you very soon for more live coverage.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back, duelists, to another national champion interview. This time I am here joined by Luka Forjan, who won the Croatian national championships. Luka, how do you feel being a national champion?
I mean, I'm obviously very happy and very proud. It means even more because I played my own country's national championship, so like it means even more to me to be able to represent my country, especially at like a big event like this.
So you are a VIP player now. What deck did you play at your national championships?
So I played the Labyrinth, but not the normal trap version, but the furniture version.
What made you play the deck? Because I think up until the Croatian national championships, the normal trap version was much more preferred by the community.
So I usually try to look for different kinds of decks that people don't actually play that much. And at YCS London, I actually lost to Furniture Labyrinth on the feature match. And it was actually like a really crazy match, and it made me think the deck could actually be very good. And then ever since then, I've been trying it with my friends, and it turned out that it was actually very good. And yeah, that's it. It was just I think it was the best deck for that format, for last format.
I mean, back in other YCSs, we have seen you on crazy combo decks so far. You've been really known in the community as a combo player. Was it like a really difficult thing for you to transition to such a trap-heavy deck?
Oh, I mean, honestly, it's not as trap-heavy as you would think. It's like a combination of both. Like, it has like some combo elements. I don't know. It was very fun to play. It wasn't like very hard to get used to it, but yeah, it did take some time. Yeah.
You said that it was maybe the best deck for the last format, so before the Forbidden Unlimited list update. What changed for the deck?
So the thing is, there's like way more runic decks being played now, which weren't as popular last format, and I think the deck struggles a lot against runic decks. So like for this event, I will not be playing Furniture Labyrinth because I don't think it's good enough like into this field.
Right now we have the playoff, the World's Qualifier point playoff. Which deck do you think will win this entire event? Because it is quite the different event from Euros.
Well, it's hard to say. I think most of the decks being played are runic decks and Kashtira, so it would probably have to be one of those variants. But if I had to choose, I hope Despia does well, because Despia is a deck I really want to do well, because it's not like one of the two most popular ones. So it'd be very interesting to see Despia do well. Yeah.
Why did you not decide to play Despia at your nationals?
Okay, so Despia struggled against Super Heavy Samurai, and like, yeah, I just thought Furniture Labyrinth was way better because it could play way more hand traps, and it was like a very hand trap heavy meta. Like you needed to play a lot of hand traps, and Despia cannot fit a lot of non-engine cards, so I didn't think Despia was a deck like to play.
Did you also play some viruses? Because I think in the tournament after the Forbidden Unlimited list update, we have seen a crazy finals in the German nationals of Dinka Bui versus Tom Kleinegräber. Did you virus your opponent for 5 cards as well?
Oh yeah, it did happen from time to time. Yeah, that is the peak of a Labyrinth gameplay, I would say.
Okay, Luka, as you are one of the masterminds of Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm just calling you that now. What's the deck that will win the European Championships this year?
I think it's gonna be Branded Despia.
Branded Despia, you heard it here, guys. Thank you, Luka Forjan, for this fantastic interview, and we're going to be back with more live content soon.
Today, I'll teach you the 3 steps to dueling greatness. Step 1, obtain the Speed Duel GX Duelist of Shadows box. Step 2, gather your allies and duel together. Step 3, master the 20 new skill cards. And when you do, the sacred beast shall rise. Speed Duel GX Duelist of Shadows. Available now.
200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. You now join us here in our 3rd round feature match here at the EU World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht. We have 2 duelists in front of me. We have Lucien Hoik and, of course, the reigning European champion from last year's Euros, Marcus Patel. So, guys, we're going to kick this off with a dice roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Okay, Lucien's got a 5, and Marcus has more than that. So are you going to go first? Marcus is going to be starting, so I'm going to throw you guys over to Basti, Tom, and Leo, who are going to be your coverage team for this round 3 feature match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed, and also welcome from us, starting off with our coverage part for this weekend. We have Leonard Koenig, Tom Payne, and myself, Sebastian Lemke, here for you as well for this weekend. And the WCQ is on round number 3, and finally we get to show you Marcus Patel, our current champion, who is to be defeated this weekend, right?
Yeah, and to be defeated still from the last European Championships.
Indeed, he
could have a, I think he said he ran, well, he didn't win. He had 1 draw and 17 wins or something like that.
He's on a run still. So it's still ongoing from last year,
so
too.
he can have the longest unbeaten streak at European Championships, because Marcus has set it at 21 now.
Yeah, but it's also fair play by him that he just didn't change the deck, right? He was like, I'm still on that run, so I have to continue playing the deck.
It's a theme from British competitors, because at the National Championships we featured Nick Burgess, who was running exactly the same deck that he'd won national championships the year before.
But he's up against a pretty interesting deck here, to be honest. But I want to say, we already waited for long enough. Round number 3 coming up. Let's get into the playing action.
It is a rare occasion that you can play a deck competitively with barely any changes for over a year.
Indeed it is, for sure. And Marcus Patel does that perfectly. Oh, but let's see. Because as you can already tell, there is a pretty interesting deck on the other side as well, and it's Mikanko. And it's not like Mikanko Libromancer or something. We know some kind of Mikanko mixtures from the past, but this is just pure Mikanko, which is very, very interesting.
Now we are going to see Marcus starting off with his, by now, favorite card in the game. I'm just going to take this answer away from him.
It is the normal monster in Yu-Gi-Oh! With the most effects.
Yeah. Sunseed Genius Loci, and everything that happens after that is history by now. But the last European Championships, he played one trap card that basically won him the grand finals of the tournament. He beat Zio Mundri 2-0 with Rivalry of the Warlords. Is this still a thing for him?
It absolutely is not. That card is not in the main deck, and it did not even find its way into his side deck for this event. And just coming back to Sansi Junior's Lokai, is that just the most powerful normal monster we have in the game right now? It's certainly the most played, isn't it?
I would go with it's the most powerful normal monster ever.
Oh, okay.
That's my mind. I mean,
what about Blue Eyes White Dragon?
I was going to say, have you forgotten about Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Yeah.
There are only 3 in the world.
Well, there were 4, but
yeah, that is true. But we don't talk about the Kaibanes.
So we are using Sunwine Sowing to special summon out the Sunseed Twin, and we're just off and running into our Sun Avalon combo here.
It is completely crazy to me that this deck has had that much success. I mean, even in the Nationals this year, we had a top 4 at the UK. Considering that many British players are playing Rika, it was probably in tops way more than just once. And people still need to read the cards sometimes.
Yeah, it's very strange. Players have like stubbornly decided not to learn what it does. There's a lot of decks where, you know, you'd think with the success it has, it would be more popular, but for some reason it's still just kind of flying under the radar, despite winning the European Championships last year.
Yeah, and I mean, Marcus would have the chance to just qualify for the World Championship this weekend and then keep on playing the Rika deck, because it also could be a pretty good deck there to play in only a couple of weeks from now in Japan, which is basically where everybody wants to go this weekend. Everybody wants to qualify for it. We already have found 3 participants through our playoff, and 4 more will join them through the main event.
And now we are seeing one of the most powerful plant link monsters in the game. Maybe the most powerful one, actually. It's Aroma Seraphy Jasmine.
Oh yeah, she's really powerful because the first effect already pretty good, but it's not done with that. You can actually use both of those effects, and we will see Marcus use both of these effects here for sure. There comes the Furion package. It's a very small package in the deck, the Lily Borea and the Regulus, but it's still very, very powerful nevertheless.
Yeah, it's nice. It's so like free almost that, you know, because normally decks have to go to quite a bit of effort to gain life points, but the Sun Avalon package obviously gains you a little bit of life points just kind of along the way.
Yeah, just inherently. It just belongs to the combo.
There we have the original best plant type monster you could ever ask for since basically 2008 or 7. I don't
Oh, but there's the Nibiru on the side of Lucian, a card that has not really been that popular for the longest time, but Marcus has the good old Rika Princess in his hand to just immediately negate that. It does not destroy, but it does negate, which does do the trick here, because Lucian will not be able to activate Nibiru again this turn.
Yeah, that does answer the question, actually. I was thinking, like, why would Marcus just summon the princess? Because you can't use it from your hand. But I think the answer is that you need to have a Rika in play in order to activate
Yes, there needs to be one on the field.
So that's why he started by summoning Rika Princess.
Also, I was asking myself why he did not use the Lily Borea effect earlier to get the Regulus to be Nibiru-proof, basically.
I think once you've summoned Rika Princess, is Rika Princess one of the cards that stops you from summoning non-plants, or that might be the Petal?
Does. Oh, you can only summon it if there are no plant monsters on the field. If there are non-plant monsters on the field, I think.
Aha. Okay. So he can still summon the Regulus, or no?
No, he can't use it while she is face up on the field. During main phase, you can special summon this card in your hand, but while it is face up in the monster zone, you cannot special summon monsters except plant monsters.
Okay, well that's not too much of an issue, because I don't think the Princess is long for the field.
Yep, there it is, already gone. And there is his favorite card. Honestly, yeah, Leonard is telling me that basically on a daily basis, but this card is called Rika Petal. But I mean, obviously it has to be renamed to Rika Patel, right? That's so obvious. It's super obvious to me. He made his card successful.
Mad again.
To be fair, in the beginning, I actually thought the card is called Rika Patel, but now I'm making a joke out of it, of course.
And I've never heard Marcus say that himself, so maybe someone should tell him.
So there now is the Regulus on the field. And I mean, now it's even kind of nice for Marcus to know that there's a Nibiru in the hand of Lucian, because he knows there's one less card he has to worry about. That's one less card that can break his field, because it was already done. It was already taken care of this turn, and he can just freely play here, and he has to have less fear of cards such as Lightning Storm, Evenly Matched, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's always not like, sometimes you don't want your opponent to interrupt you, but sometimes if you have the combo cards needed to push through interruptions, you'd rather your opponent played interruptions on your turn, because that means they have less cards to come back with. And if you think you're going to end with a similar end field either way, you'd just rather they used cards now, which they have done.
I think there is a trap card in Lucian's hand. Is he running triple copies of Evenly Matched?
Let me just check that. Is there any evenly matched?
We know that he's running some spicy trap cards. I think Infinite Impermanence is one of them, but that one...
There are a couple of trap cards in here. And there is Impermanence, but probably it would have been used already. But that's pretty good there for Marcus Patel, hitting the Mudan through the effect of the Sylvian Dance Peon, and therefore getting access to a Rika spell card that he could just search out here. And there it is, Rika Glamour being added to the hand. That was kind of lucky because he revealed 3 cards and only one of them was a plant monster. And it being Mudan is really strong.
Yeah, Mudan is easily the most useful one here.
And yeah, following up on the trap cards in Lucian's hand, it could be Infinite Impermanence, but as you said, probably would have come down already. But there are some spicy and interesting trap cards in there, potentially, because he's actually running Soul of the Supreme King, which is a trap card I have not seen in a whole lot of decks, but Lucian did not only decide to play it as a one-off or something, but he does play this card thrice, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, this card we were discussing earlier, it's kind of like an anti-spell fragrance, but your opponent can still choose to activate spell cards, but then he will have to really pay for it.
That is indeed true. So there is the Rika Contron now, and that immediately triggers the effect of Hyperiton attaching the Disc Colosseum. Perfect order there by Marcus, so that the Hyperiton will be able to not only negate monster effects, but also spells. Yeah. And now we're also getting the Rika Sheet, so that looks like almost the perfect setup there for Marcus Patel, even though his opponent had the Nibiru. And I mean, yes, we had to give up on one of the Rika Princesses, but there was another one which he just blinked away afterwards, so he's doing totally fine. He's being backed up by multiple instances here. There's Rika Sheet, there's Rika Princess, there's already the 2 negates on the field, and now there is the Sun Avalon Malai is coming down, so that probably means we're also going for the Bangle Lancer.
Yeah, so this is like a massive field. You got 1 spell negate, you got the Sheet tributing a monster with the Concon and taking another monster, and a negate with Princess, and a negate with Hypertron, and a Therion, which is just insane.
I just love the combo tinkering of players in Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays. Like, having the Therion Disc Colosseum in the deck just for the single use of putting it away for Rika Concon, so you can attach it with the Hypertron. I'm sorry. That is absolutely crazy. I love when players get this creative. I know this combo has been around for a while now, but it is still really strong. I don't even think that there were Therion combos in the European Championship deck from last year.
No, I don't think so. I think it was just kind of pure. It was very much reliant last year's deck, I think, on the resolving things like rivalry to win the game.
To be fair, you do have to play the Therion Disc Colosseum because Lily Borea would only be able to search you a spell or trap card off of the Therions, and therefore that is definitely a card you have to include. But besides that, I definitely do agree. Like, it's a still pretty cool inclusion, and last time it wasn't there. But now they found a way to also put that Regulus onto the field. And look at that! Now Marcus may have to read some cards, as that Preparation of Rites is grabbing him Ohime from the deck. And yeah, give me that, like, I want to read.
What is this? This is one of the newer ritual monsters where you can get quite a lot of value out of it without actually needing to ritual summon it. It's quite good on the field as well, but you can just reveal it from your hand and search any other Mekanko card, and then you have to discard any card, which is a pretty good effect.
Absolutely is. And it's interesting to see that Lucian has not decided to just scoop it up into this amazing combo field. He decides, hey, my deck might be able to play through this, and I'm curious to see whether it really is.
I mean, maybe he wants to put up a little bit of a show the players what the Mekankos do, but I think that he actually might not want to reveal the deck, so I think there is a pretty good chance.
Well, he's already activated the preparation.
Yeah.
I mean, looks like we just activated the effect of the Ohime, right? Because we are shuffling back the Princess. That must mean we did use the effect of Princess.
Yeah, I feel like this Bengal Lance is actually going to be very annoying, because Mekanko's a deck which centers around equipping your monsters with equip spells, right? So if you activate an equip spell and then you just respond with Bengal Lancer to bounce the equipped monster, that's got to be unpleasant.
That could turn out to be bad. But I mean, there are also Mekanko equip spells that you can equip to your opponent's monsters, and then you could take control of the Bengal Lancer. I don't know whether you could do that preemptively, but there is definitely a way for him to get into this game, I'm quite sure.
And I don't really quite... Was it the Reflection Rondo? I think so, right?
I think it's Water Arabesque, isn't it?
It's one
No,
of-
it's reflection run.
Okay,
I
perfect.
figured with the reflection thing, it would make kind of sense.
It does, you're right. But that, first of all, is Hooli, the Jewel Mikanko. That is being normal summoned there by Lucian.
I think they could have just called it Mikanko Snatch Steal, just so everyone knew what was up.
That's probably how everyone else calls it, to be honest. Or how Lucian is constantly explaining it to his opponents. So, Marcus done with reading the Hooli. Now knows what he's expecting. And I mean, Hooli would only trigger if you equip an equip spell to it, right?
That should be the case.
And what does it do then?
You can add a Mikanko trap from your deck.
Oh, and there are Mikanko traps in there. Oh, but preemptively, Marcus decides to tribute the Bengal Lancer to take control of the Hooli.
Oh, that's
pretty early. But there we have it. There is one of those Mikanko equip spells, and it is the one you were just talking about, right? That is Reflection. No, wait.
I think it says you can only activate this while you control a Mikanko monster.
It says while you control a Mikanko monster, you get to take control of your opponent's monster. But you can just activate it beforehand.
Oh, right.
It's a bit of a sneaky thing.
Oh,
because
this looks like Water Arabesque.
That is Water Arabesque bow. Yeah, that's what I also just noticed.
You can equip to your opponent, and then you can special summon from the deck.
Yeah, Water Arabesque is like the extender, the one that brings you monsters from the deck.
And it bounces the monster that you equip to the hand. So this is not only an extender, this is also an out to the opposing field. This card is, I forgot how good those cards were. There was a small moment in time where people were really hyped about the Mikanko deck. I think one of the most famous UK players, Gabriel Netz, went completely off with it. He had a really good run with it at some UK tournaments, and then people
I think at a regional he just tried it out. He did like some Mikanko Libromancer combo pile, and I think this is more straight up here by Lucian. It's just the pure Mikanko version. It doesn't do a whole lot of funky stuff. It just goes for pretty easy damage, honestly. And I think Lucian wasn't even that unsatisfied with losing the die roll. I mean, of course, to Rika it kind of hurts, but generally this deck is supposed to be somewhat decent going second even. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. We're just setting one more card and passing it over to Marcus.
The problem with going second
Therion
is...
King not passed over now because Lucian now controls a...
Oh no, this is...
it's still Water Arabesque.
Oh, it's the Water Arabesque that's in play. Okay, sorry, I thought it was the other...
Yeah, it's not the Reflection Rondo here. They do look very similar, though. I've got to give you that. So, Marcus had somewhat of a small problem here because in his end phase, or rather in the end phase of Lucian, normally you would be able to special summon out the Petal. But here in that case, he controls a non-plant monster, and therefore that was not possible. But there is the trap card we were talking about. Soul of the Supreme King, right away being activated here by Lucian. And I don't even know how Marcus is going to out that big of a monster. And Marcus is like, let's not worry about it. Let's just negate it with the Therion King Regulus.
Marcus does not want to get Zarked here, so he is actually investing this entire Therion King Regulus.
I think that's pretty reasonable. I think what a reasonable strategy sometimes, if you don't know what your opponent's doing, you often just like negate the first thing and just say, because if you can't like necessarily want to wait. Sometimes you want to wait for the opportune moment to use an effect negation, but if you don't know what's up, then you're probably going to get some value out of just negating whatever your opponent starts with.
I think we're going to see a Strenna soon. Yes, Strenna hitting the field. Fantastic card, by the way. And you can already see there are not too many cards in the extra deck of Marcus Patel left, right? I think it's about 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's very usual for the Rika deck. You just go through so much stuff on your first turn. Your combo is so big, but it was big enough to seal the deal here. Game number 1 goes to our current and reigning European champion, Marcus Patel. So he's on his way to defend his title. Did we ever have that? Probably not, right?
I don't think we've had that. I don't even... Does it even happen for a national champion? Like, let alone a European champion?
I think we had that before for a national champion, right? I think, didn't Herman Hansen at some point in Sweden went back-to-back?
I think we had a Belgian back-to-back national champion as well. But I can't quite remember the name. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but like, did we even have a 2-time European champion before?
Oh, no, definitely not.
I don't think so, right? I mean, it's a really big tournament. 2,000 players are competing here to become the new European champion. So it's definitely not an easy task. But speaking of no easy tasks, that will be now game number 2 for good old Lucian Hoik. And I'm really excited to see whether he decides to go first now and whether he will be able to set up something. Because Yes, he has that trap card, which seems pretty decent going first, but besides that, his engine, his deck, rather seems like a going second deck to me, to be honest.
Looking at the side deck, there is really nothing in it to go first.
Let me check. There really is not. You're right. I mean, you could side in the Book of Eclipse. That is okay-ish, but it's also just better going second. I definitely agree with you.
Also, is it this good? I mean, you basically would have to throw it at the first loci, right?
Yeah, I probably think you would do that, but that also would mean that all of your monsters get booked, so it's a two-edged sword, and I probably can't really see him having too much success with that. Cosmic Cyclone, probably a
fantastic card
that he likes. Of course, one of Leonard Koenig's favorite cards. He has been preaching that since the beginning of days. Like, he's like, why is no one playing Cosmic Cyclone in the main deck? Everyone is playing
I said this in
cards.
2005 already.
And
why
you
are
told
you
me
guys not playing Cosmic
in
Cyclone?
2010, 11, 12. It happened every single year after that, let's be honest.
I'd just rather play Mystical Space Deck. I don't want to pay 1,000.
Out.
Fair point, fair point.
Why pay 1,000?
The only deck where it is better is in Sky Striker, so you can pop your area 0. And I think every other deck that has interactions like that.
Yeah, agreed. That's definitely something true. But I really want to see him resolving the actual ritual summon of Wahime, because he is playing the ritual card. He's playing the Mikanko Kagura to ritual summon it out. So that's definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Isn't it more common there's a card that lets you sort of cheat it out rather than having to ritual summon it properly?
I mean, you can just summon it out for its own effect, right? That just absolutely works. But you can also just ritual summon, and like the ritual spell card has an additional effect. Kagura is a really good ritual spell card because it allows you to then also destroy cards on the opponent's side of the field on resolution. But you don't have to even activate it, but it's just part of the ritual summon technique there. So that's really, really good because you have to respond to the ritual spell card and not wait, which is sometimes very hard to do.
So, taking guesses, first or second for
I would
Lucien?
think he's going first.
You think he's going first?
I think he just finds himself in a really horrible matchup because Rika is not the deck you want to let it... you don't want to let it go first, but I'm afraid looking at his deck list, there's not too much he can do going first. So I think I'm also on team second. I mean, with Lava Golems and all the Kaijus that he's playing, he might find a way to win this.
Let's see what he decides to do, because the players are ready. Let's go over to the table. Game number 2 of our round 3 feature match is coming up. And there we have them. They are being told to start, and let's see whether Lucien tells Marcus now to start off this game by going second, or whether he wants to kick things off here in this second game.
I'm really curious to see now, because I will also be really interested in seeing what the deck does going first, and I think he still has the Supreme King spell card.
By the way, he is looking at his hand, and by the way, Marcus put down his card. It does mean that Lucien is going first, but he does only set one spell and trap card, and then passes it over to Marcus.
That can't be what he wanted. I think that Marcus immediately found a Cosmic Cyclone, so unless it is the Supreme King trap card, he's not in for a good time. I also think that he has Magnamood in hand. Is Magnamood that strong against the Rika deck? I don't really think that they are lights or darks.
I think there is one extra deck monster that is a light or a dark. Let me just... Yeah, Jasmine actually is a light. So that would be the only card you could hit with that.
Really, really good target to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bengal Lancer is also light, I just realized. Why are all of those plants light monsters? That makes no sense in my head.
Because they need light to grow. It makes sense.
I mean, fair enough, yeah. Okay, but we're starting off with activating the effect of Rika Princess to special summon herself, and then we go Rika Glamour, tributing the princess, which means we don't only get to search for the low card, but we can additionally also grab his most favorite card, the Rika Patal.
I now feel like you when I'm doing stupid jokes.
That's the thing. I want you to know how that is.
Okay, so you want to let me suffer. It is okay. For entertainment purposes, of course.
So, Lucien decides to hold his back row here. Leo.
Did we see it? Was the
okay, he will not be able to hold it anymore, and it again is the card we also saw in game number 1.
Is Marcus gonna get Zerked now?
It is the soul of the Supreme King.
But doesn't it?
But it does still banish it, and I mean it needs to banish itself from the graveyard, so it actually ends up doing not really anything there.
Oh, that is so crazy.
that Cosmic Cyclone in this particular case is so much better than a Mystical Space Typhoon, because this card would have needed to be in the graveyard.
I have been telling you guys from the start. Tom, do you see this? Are you seeing this?
Yeah, just in case my opponent has Soul of the Supreme King face down,
Yeah.
I'd better play this Cosmic Cyclone.
Absolutely. So, Marcus just double reading on the Supreme King Zark.
There is a lot of text to get through there, so I think it's worth him double checking. He's not got up out of his chair, he's just leaning forward, I think.
It's half a rulebook, basically.
Yeah, and also, as you can see, Lucian had to pay half of his life points to even activate. And now he gave himself a monster which enables the Dino Wrestler Pankratops to be special summoned. Oh, and there's Small World. That is somewhat of a new addition to the Rika deck there, I gotta say.
I think for us, maybe we were too excited looking at the Mekanko deck to have a good comb through Marcus's list.
There is now also Small World. I can guarantee you Small World wasn't in their deck at the last European Championships, so they definitely found some new ways to play this deck. We are revealing the Petal that we searched out with the Glamour, and then there's Lonefire Blossom transforming into the Lily Borea, which then special summons itself, and Marcus just keeps on going.
It wouldn't surprise me if Small World could search basically anything with basically anything in this, because I think a lot of the things have different types, attributes, and so on.
Yeah, for sure. He's like not playing dedicated Small World targets. Like sometimes, I mean, he plays one Kurikara, so I would think that's probably there as a bridge for something in his deck.
I think it's there to maybe be searched, right?
Yeah. Yeah, true. As a bridge or as a good search target. You're right, yeah, for sure. That makes sense. So we have regulars on the field. So even if there's a potential Nibiru in the hand of Lucian, Marcus now has an answer to that.
This opening 5, or opening 6 rather, were hand-picked by Marcus, basically. This is the perfect opening. Pankratops, Cosmic Cyclone versus the Supreme King Trap card, which is the absolute best out. I would even, if my opponent only has the Supreme King Trap card and just activates it instantly, I would just chain the Cosmic Cyclone to it after reading it properly.
Absolutely.
And that is the case, because I wouldn't read it properly, so I would keep the Cosmic Cyclone 90% of the time.
But
it's pretty weird to chain Cosmic to a card your opponent has activated.
But yeah, quick question. Would you have even activated the Soul of the Supreme King there? Because it costs him half of his life points, and he doesn't get any extra value besides the one monster on the field, so I don't even
Have you
think
seen the attack and defense stats of the Zark?
Yeah, have you seen Pankratops?
He hasn't seen Pankratops before.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, if Marcus wants to use Bengal Answer to bounce, you know, that's going to cost him 4,000 life points.
That is actually true, yeah.
But I don't think he'll be that fussed about paying 4,000 life points.
So we are linking up here, as Leo also found out in the first duel of this match. That Ricard deck is going through a lot of extra deck cards, and that's just what Marcus Patel is doing here. In your regular combo, you're basically going through 10 extra deck cards, which is crazy, because the follow-up of the deck is really not that great, because what are you going to do with 5 cards left in your extra deck? Sometimes even only 2 or 3, so that's kind of rough, but still, Ricard performing decently well.
I like the addition of a sacked Lily Borea in the deck. That is really good follow-up, because if you have the Rika Con, you can basically set a Glamour, search for a plant, and that can be Lily Borea. And if Lily Borea attaches the Ethereal King Regulus from the graveyard, you actually also get the effect to negate something, because the Ethereans work that way. It doesn't really matter which one is in the main monster zone, which one is in the spell trap zone. They both get both effects. So that is kind of some follow-up that the deck provides now.
It is. So we search for Mudan and also for the Snowdrop. And the effect of Snowdrop immediately gets used. We do get to another card that could easily out that Zark there, because Teardrop will be able to tribute it just right there. That is going to resolve, and we have a lot of attack points already on the field.
on a nice 4,000.
I thought that Lucian was going to read the Zark effect now. And oh, we have the fist bump here. Marcus winning 2-0 versus Lucian, after Lucian could really not have the impressive start that he wanted in Game 2.
But impressive stuff from Marcus Patel, right?
Of course.
I mean, of course, he is one of our mans that could win this tournament for sure, but he has proven to do it already. But what do you think about the deck itself? Rika, is that one of the contenders we can really see going deep in this tournament, see in the finals again?
I could see it. Like, it's hard to say no, given it won last year. It's been performing decently well throughout the year. And, you know, obviously Marcus has shown that he himself can do it as well. So
I think the deck reeks of success. It's been really performing well.
The thing is, I have to say, this is the European Championship. It's the best players of Europe coming for this tournament. They had to qualify to get here. I refuse to believe that still the people don't know what this Rika deck is doing, because at some point they gotta realize that this deck is strong and they gotta find ways to counter it. And therefore, I think this weekend I might have a hard time, to be honest.
Basti, honest question.
Go ahead.
After how many matches that we casted with Rika? Same question goes to you. When did you start reading the cards?
Immediately.
Of course.
Sure. I didn't really understand what I was reading, but I was trying to read them right away.
I watched Marcus's deck profile from the European Championships from last year. That was the first time I started reading them.
All right, so you guys are way better prepared than me. I think that was around London that I started to pick up the cards. Like, okay, so they special summon each other, and it's interesting. No, of course I also read them immediately. You guys know how it is, obviously.
You had to read all of them so you can prepare all of your puns for the...
Yes, exactly. I mean, I knew the combo lines from the start as
exactly.
well. You know? Yes.
Yeah.
Even before Marcus won Euros.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, of course, there's also the Mikanko deck to talk about.
Yeah.
Like, what do we think about that? Here in this feature match particularly, it couldn't really show what it was up to, but is that a call that could catch people off guard for this event, maybe? I think it's more surprising than Rika at this point.
That is true. Rika is not really the big surprise factor right here, especially if you're sitting next to or across from Marcus Patel. However, I think Mikanko might not be the right call. There are some players, actually a decent amount, that have decided to go for combo heavier decks, you know, and just running this, going second deck into those combo decks, it's a really tough one because you have good tools to out the fields, but sometimes it's just a little too much. I mean, Blackwing even lets you skip a turn.
Yeah, I think honestly, at German Nationals, which was only 2 weeks ago, we also had Rika decks having big success, with one being in top 4 and one additionally being in top 8. But when they were playing versus trap decks, for example, versus the Labyrinth deck of Din Kabui, you could really see that even going first, the Rika deck plays very, very bad into back row. Like, Din Kabui basically proved that you only need big Welcome Labyrinth and the regular Welcome Labyrinth to out the entire combo field of a deck.
And you know who he proved it to? Erik Töpel, and I think that he is a back-to-back Dragon Duel European champion, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
He's a two-timer, that's for sure.
When we asked him if he was at one time a German national champion at this tournament, he was like, yeah, 2 times, maybe 3 times, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even remember. It doesn't even matter at this point. I'm here now to win the regular national championship. And yeah, Mikanko, I don't know, I like it. I kind of like it. But I want to say, let's hear it from the winner itself. Let's hear it from our still reigning and current European champion, Marcus Patel, and our interviewer at Templar.
Thank you very much, Basti. I'm joined, as you say, by the current reigning European champion, Marcus Patel, now 3-0 after that round 3 feature match. Marcus, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well. Happy with how the deck's performing. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about the deck.
Is it nice to be back at a Euros, but coming back as a champ?
Yeah, the experience is definitely something different. Maybe one of the reasons why I wanted to play the same deck as I did last year. I thought it would be a nice thing to, like a nice, you know, maybe the luck, maybe there's something lucky about the deck.
Well, let's talk about the deck. Have you changed much from last year's, you know, winning deck?
Yes, the deck is like somewhat flexible. There's like 20, 25 like engine plant cards, and the 15 you can kind of change. And I think I've changed the 15 to adapt for the current format.
Okay, so you're already working in getting on that European title again with this new deck.
Yeah, I wish. I've got a couple of friends playing it, and I know this event's very hard and you can lose versus anyone. So maybe if I don't win it, maybe one of my other friends do. Same thing as I said.
Well, fingers crossed, absolutely, because I know there's a handful of people playing the Rika. You guys have all play tested together, so I guess we'll see what happens with that. Let's talk about the match that we've just watched. So versus Mikanko, how familiar are you against Mikanko with your deck?
So I know what the Mikanko cards do, which gave me a lot of a big bonus, and I can see he's like teched his deck out with the Supreme Zark trap card. A lot of people don't know what it does. I played against it once, and the card, if it resolves, it can be very powerful, but it has a lot of weaknesses. And like as you saw it in the game too, I sided Cosmic Cyclone because I know if I Cosmic Cyclone it, it's very ineffective.
And it really was, because then you can't get all the other dragons out, can you?
Exactly. And I also sided Bell for it if I also drew it. And I had the Small World in my hand. So another option was I could have Small World into the Bell, which was like my hand going second was pretty strong. But I think it helped because I also knew what the cards did.
So talking about the game 2, where there was, set one pass, what do you think when you're seeing that? Because you say you're kind of familiar with what the cards do, but when you're not entirely certain what's going to happen, when you see a set one pass, what are you expecting to be there? Because something like there can only be one against Rika, that would sort of be slightly crippling. But what were you expecting?
I was expecting mainly, 1, to be the Zark card, 2, maybe generic cards like Imperms, Book of Moons. I spoke to him after the game. He said he played Book of Eclipse. So around that, I probably would have played more diligently into the back row. I tried to Cosmic maybe a bit afterwards if he did reveal anything, so I didn't want to shotgun it. But I could see he tried to not put up too much, like, oh my gosh, my hand is terrible, set one pass, where sometimes he could win those games if maybe they misplay or maybe they let their guard down, play bad into the card. It's very common when people go like set one. I did that for the Euros final, I just went set 3 pass, but it can be a bit of a trap.
Absolutely. And so talking about things like this, obviously we know Kashtira is still a very popular deck at the moment. So that means a lot of people are playing things like Dimension Shifter. How do you play around cards like Dimension Shifter with your deck?
Dimension Shifter does hurt, but I think I can still put up a couple interruptions through the use of Con, Sheet, and since they're playing a 5-card hand, it's a bit more manageable. My interruptions have a lot more value because they have less cards in hand, and the deck can put up a couple interruptions. The Rika Strenna can still special summon from the extra deck when it's banished. So there's a lot of, you can still put up maybe 3-4 interruptions versus Shifter, so it's not the end of the world.
So it's always good to be able to play around something like that that's seeing a lot of play. Well, Marcus, congrats on doing this again, 3-0. Is there anything you're worried about going up against in these, upcoming few rounds of Swiss?
Maybe Labyrinth. I think the Rika cards have always struggled versus trap decks, just because there's nothing really to destroy them, unlike the other decks. Like you've got Kashtira with Fenrir and you've got Runic with their destruction. This deck can really struggle versus the traps, so if you go second, it can be tough.
Well, best of luck to you, Marcus, and congratulations again. And we'll see exactly how you fare this time as the reigning champ. It's very exciting to have you here and to have you on the stream. Guys, don't go anywhere, because speaking of that stream, not only have we got round 4 feature match coming up very shortly, we have more of those WQPs for you guys to see. So stick around.
Welcome back to the coverage of the World Championship Playoff Year 2023. This is going to be round number 2. And we have some very, very accomplished players. Once again, it feels like all of the players in this tournament are pretty accomplished, to be honest. But this time, again, we have found somebody that has been to Worlds the last time it happened. And he's trying to go there again. Jonas Koschel.
Yeah, he was 9th after Swiss at Worlds, just barely missing out on this top 8 cut.
Well, he's going to have another chance, I reckon. Are you feeling it for Jonas this weekend?
I mean, I've known Jonas for a long time now, and I think that he really performs well under pressure. Even in the times he is not playing that much Yu-Gi-Oh!, he's still performing well in tournaments, and I think that he has prepared a lot for this event, so I think that he has a decent shot, yes.
It's pretty crazy. And he's up against one of the Italian players in the tournament, and we already talked about it earlier. The Italians do love their Fluanda restacks.
Yeah.
And Alessio is one of the players piloting in this playoff here. So it is going to be Jonas Koschel with Runic Lifelink Sprite facing off against Alessio Cifola with the Fluanda restack. So let's see how it plays out. Let's get into the action of round number 2.
Also, there is something in Alessio's list that I have seen that is absolutely crazy to me. We have seen an increase in Droll and Lockbirds this tournament.
Not an actual bird, though, for some reason. It's a spellcaster.
It looks like a bird to me, but yes, actually it is.
It is a bit of a misnomer. I was going to ask, do you think bird watching is big in Italy? Is that why they're all taking Fluanda?
Must be. But first off, we're going to see that Jonas Koschel wins Vidyral and therefore starts it off, going into the main phase straight away, summoning out the Quizzical.
And that is not a bad start. However, it is not the start that you really want.
It's like the second best, isn't it? It's still very good, though. And if it resolves, I think you're extremely happy.
Yeah, you are happy if you start one of the live twins.
You want to get this Ghost Ogred. That is the best start.
Sure, okay. If your opponent wants to give you this, for sure.
I really don't think that it's going to happen in this playoffs. But
Probably not.
Do you think there are any Ghost Ogres among any deck lists in this play? I don't think so.
That is a fair point.
Not really. So, very interesting decision by Alessio, and we touched on that a little bit earlier with the Kashtira deck, but the Fluandereeze deck, of course, also was like the first deck known to play Dimension Shifter, and Alessio made the decision, made the call of just side-decking the card. He's not even main-decking Dimension Shifter anymore, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But we said it earlier, in this kind of a setting with 32 players, the best 32 players of Europe, you kind of know what everyone is playing. A lot of them will be on Kashtira. It's maybe not that good to play it.
And the deck for Jonas now is absolutely locked because we cannot add cards from the deck to the hand by drawing or searching anymore this turn.
So there's no Sprite Blue, Sprite Jet. There's no... what does Jonas do here?
It's pretty impactful, not gonna lie. And Jonas probably just didn't see it coming because this is just not a very popular card in the main deck of a lot of players nowadays. But Alessio made the call. It brought him a win in round number 1, and it is definitely going to help him here in this game 1 of the second round.
Do you think it's strong in particular in the Fluandereeze deck? Because one thing, maybe if you're playing it against Kashtira, you're worried about losing a card from your extra deck if you draw and Lockbird them against the Unicorn, but obviously you don't care about your extra deck at all with Fluandereeze, so just sticking them on like maybe one Unicorn or one Fenrir is fine. And against this deck, obviously it's doing a great job. Jonas going into the tank to figure out what he's going to do now.
Yeah, he didn't see that coming. Game 1, that is definitely something that is very unusual, and it seems like he's going for a Gigantic Sprite here. Indeed he is.
Yeah, when well-drawn Lockbird is a popular card, I feel like players know what they're going to do under a drawn Lockbird, but I don't think it's like popular enough now that players will have a fully planned out, okay, this is what I do normally, and then this is what I do against drawn Lockbird.
And look, we just get another Quizzical out. This time it is Quizzical Frost, so we at least can draw another card on our opponent's turn now. So Jonas not being able to draw any more cards this turn, but maybe on his opponent's turn then, because he will probably also set up the Quizzical and the Lilla to have some shenanigans to do on his opponent's main phase as well.
Yeah, I really like that setup here. I was thinking maybe there is, if you have some extenders in your hand, a way in which you also put a sprint to the field, but just going for the Lilla pop ready next turn and having a possible draw there could be strong as well. So we are setting up the Lilla here. We have Quizzical on the field. We have Gigantic Sprite on the field for possible follow-up. Runic Fountain is on the field as well, so we don't risk our cards in hand to a possible Harvey's Feather Duster.
No IP, but against Fluandereeze, making a Nightmare Griffin doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So Alessio confidently grabs a card immediately, and it is the Harpy's Feather Duster. That would immediately cut out Jonas' chances of using any runic cards, and it does resolve, so we don't see him chaining anything. So no runic spell cards from the hand this turn.
Yep. There is the Quizzical in the extra monster zone, unfortunately for Jonas, so he can't chain to summon a Hugin.
And there is Terraforming and the field spell, so basically 2 times the same card.
Do you take the Terraforming or the field spell?
Maybe he does already have the 3rd copy of it in his hand, but it could also be the Dark Ruler. But Dark Ruler only...
Dark Ruler doesn't feel like it gets one pop out of the way, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would definitely go for the Fluandereeze map here instead of the Terraforming, because there is a chance, especially in this tournament, that a drawn Lockbird gets used after duality. Exactly.
You always have to say, though, you know, even if you say to yourself, like, I don't think it makes sense to run Drawn Lockbird in the Live Twin Sprite deck because you draw cards on your opponent's turn. But you can say that to yourself, but then your opponent might not agree, you know? They might just be playing it anyway.
So, Alessio, very, very, very well known to play Fluandereeze, bringing it to this very special tournament as well. Let's see what he got. I think by having a glimpse on his cards in hand there, I see the continuous spell as well.
He's got to figure out here, because if he just activates the map, then that will prompt the Quizzical
Probably, right?
I always get the names. That's Kiss a Kill, and it's going to summon Lilla, and Lilla's the one that destroys. I think I know the pictures, but I'm just going to get the names the wrong way around all weekend, I'm sure of it.
The confusing thing is that they are red and blue, and
they
the
are
blue
light
one is
and dark.
called Lilla, and Lilla in German is purple.
So, but okay, we could get another map out with this quick spell here. And Jonas, he plays Runic Life Transprite. That is not a deck known to play like Ash Blossom and so on. Look how he's going into the tank. He's in that thinking position there. He doesn't know whether he wants to do anything here.
I would say it's a deck like known for like not playing any hand traps. Really,
Indeed.
So Alessio.
But oh wait, I'm just seeing he does play Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Jonas made the decision and he does it, and that's amazing here because it's a 2-for-1 trade here. That's really, really strong for Jonas Koschel in that particular moment.
And what is the last card for Alessio?
I think, as I said, that has to be the continuous spell. That has to be the Fluanderies and the Unexplored Winds.
Oh, and he passes.
Wow, that's so strong for Jonas Koschel. That's really, really good for him.
I really like the addition of at least one hand trap in the Runic Life Transprite deck, because you are drawing so many cards, and then sometimes you can actually just find one more interruption on the opposing turn. You better your matchup versus Branded by 1,000 times.
Do you think that was the card he drew for the Frost?
I want to believe it.
Good. That would have been so good.
Normally it takes me about like 3 times my opponent has to add a card before.
Oh, and we're picking up the deck. Jonas leads 1-0 against Alessio with this Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which nobody saw coming.
Wow, he was really thinking about it. He was like, that pose was really, really cool. And then he made the decision to use it there. And honestly, to me, it feels like a pretty easy decision because your opponent gives up one card, and then also there's that card being activated. So as I said, it's a 2-for-1 trade, and there's only one more card in the opponent's hand. So what card is that supposed to be that brings him out of all of this?
If that last card was supposed to be Robina, then if the opponent activates Adventure and searches for a map, they can actually chain block the Robina.
Yeah, that's true.
Then you're not even going to use your Ash at all.
You got to do it there for sure.
It was the right decision, 100%.
Yeah, it's always worth thinking about it because it's kind of like the like strong play or whatever you want to call it to just Ash the search card. But if you wait until they summon the monster, then they've summoned it, and now there's never going to be a Robina resolving. So it's always like a 50-50. It's like whether you negate the Aluber or the opening or something like that. You know, you've always got to make that decision. What's worth it? Giving your opponent the extra free stuff. But taking the risk, well, taking less of a risk, I guess.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the effect of Robina is not only the surge, but also the normal summon. So you do stop it there in its tracks. So I do get why you would wait for Robina too, but I really like the decision here to just use it onto the Unexplored Winds, and that worked out perfectly fine. Oh, wait, it's not the Unexplored Winds,
the Advent of Adventure.
Exactly, the Advent. But yeah, that was not looking great for Jonas in his first turn. That Roland Lockbird looked so strong, and the field he created there was not that great. He only had one interruption.
And he had the Runic field spell, the Fountain. And that could have possibly been 20 more interruptions, to be honest. However, there was this Harpy's Feather Duster that we talked about earlier.
To be fair, he didn't even have that many cards left in his hand. And one of them was Ash Blossom. So there was the possibility, but he didn't even have any additional Runic cards, to be fair. But I mean, it worked out just like a charm for him there. He's up one game here versus Fluanderies. That's a comfortable position to be in because you really don't want to drop a game to Fluanderies and being down one game versus Batak. Because when they go first, they can bring in cards like Harpy's Featherstorm and stuff like that. We just saw the Harpy's Feather Duster, but its little brother in Fluanderies is pretty good, not gonna lie. But now we will have that for game number 2, and Jonas will have the chance to get it back in game 3. I mean, of course, there are cards in the side deck of Jonas Koschel that he can bring in for game 2 now in a go second scenario as well. Like, for example, he could bring in the Harpy's Feather Duster himself. I think we are going to see that, yes. And also, we see that there's Dark Ruler No More in the side deck. This was a very, very popular card amongst Runic Life Transprite players in their main deck for the last couple of weeks, but he made the decision to put that Ash Blossom into the main deck. Worked out perfectly fine here. I really like that call. And he has that Dark Ruler in the side deck instead.
What do you guys think of this decision?
I love it. I really love it. Because I've seen so many Runic Life Transprite players just discarding Dark Rulers on their opponent's turn, on their opening turn and so on. It never really felt like this card is doing that much. And Ash Blossom, as we just saw, was so amazing. I really, really love the decision, not gonna lie.
Yes, and it seems that both players are ready for this game 2 of round 2 of the top playoff that we are having here. So let's go right into the match.
There we have them. Players got informed that they are allowed to start. So let's see whether Alessio this time finds some of his little birds. Do we see Robina? Do we see Aglin? What is going to happen here?
I mean, sometimes this deck really can't find any place. There are consistency cards like Duality and Prosperity, but sometimes it just doesn't work and you're passing on nothing. This happens
occasionally.
Sometimes, occasionally, yes. It's not the most consistent deck in the entire format.
Feels like it's got about as many starters as Kashtira.
That's a good point.
And you get to run. It's like it's Fluunderies and Pot. There's like 17 pot cards in the net. There's like
Pot of Duality is a huge
There's
plus.
Duality, Extravagance. Yeah, you can just put the entire pot collection in your deck.
Oh, he does have Aglin, but Aglin is not the perfect start because Aglin doesn't give you access to Robina. And immediately, Jonas has the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop the play. And I don't know what should happen here. I think that might be a pass.
That is really good because Aglin is also the one that hurts the most. Because, okay, so there is no normal summon now at this point, but if there was any extender or something like that, it would be really hard to get to an Aglin, which is like the card that rounds up your end field.
Yeah, exactly. So that might mean he's only running 2 copies of the Empen, right? So
he is.
Unless
the only thing that is
Empen.
good about having Aglin on the field is that it's a winged beast. So if you get ashed on the Rubina, that means there is not going to be a winged beast on the field. But now there is one, and that's very important for the Harpies Featherstorm, which I think is pretty likely to be here.
I think Rubina is a winged
beast.
beast.
It's not a wind, though.
But yeah, but Harpies Featherstorm needs a wind winged beast. That's why it's important, yeah. And therefore Rubina doesn't work. There is the Harpies Featherstorm. It looks like a copy of the first game, just reversed. There is Harpies Featherstorm from Jonas.
The Duster.
The storm is true, but the storm is about to come. There it is. The two Harpies cards. This is Harpies versus Harpies here. Oh, and that's really good there for Alessio.
That's beautiful. Does Harpies Featherstorm, it has an effect when it's destroyed, right? I mean, he may have sided out the Harpies Feather Duster, but...
True, you can add one Harpies
That would be
Feather Duster
very funny if he's... he's searching for the win, but he may also search the Feather Duster. That would be insane.
Honestly,
actually really good.
Yeah, it's not that bad even going first versus Runic Lifetron because you can just still get rid of the...
Oh,
he's
doing it.
Indeed, I think we are going to search another Harpies Feather Duster.
He's running the full Harpy engine.
In this featured match, we just see Harpies Feather Duster non-stop on both sides of the field. What's going on
if
here?
It wasn't limited.
It's like a double whammy, isn't it? It's like you have no monster effects this turn, and then next turn I'm going to destroy all your spells and traps. So what are you going to do?
This is ridiculous. I don't think I've ever seen this effect resolved, to be honest. That's really, really nice. So Jonas, though, still, even though he just got Harpies Feather Storm, there are a lot of spell effects he can use instead of monster effects.
And the good thing for him is if he doesn't have any monster effects to play with, you can still summon out a Hugin and then have the Runic Fountain on the field, protect it from being destroyed, and then possibly draw many cards or have some interruptions ready.
There's a 1/2 being banished. That always hurts.
It doesn't hurt. That's excellent.
Whose
side are you on, actually?
If you find the normal summon of a monster, yes.
What did he add to his hand, though, with...
I think it was just the Slumber.
It was the Fountain.
Here.
No, sorry. What added with the Advent of Adventure?
It has to be Rubina,
Rubina,
right?
was Rubina,
okay, so yeah, he's definitely got a bird in hand, right? So
and Jonas is now going for a draw to playing the Runic Stun variant this time around.
Not quite as popular as the Runic Live Twin or Runic for Hire.
So, probably we're not going to see much more. Oh, okay, we are setting cards. I am somewhat confused by that. Maybe we have Sprite started to just get out.
Well, we have
Sprite Carrot here.
the Hugin, right?
Oh yeah, true. You're right. So it's not as dangerous.
I mean, I don't think you even bother using the Duster, right? There's no point trading it for the Hugin. You'd probably rather your opponent, because like clearing your opponent's extra monster zone for them gives them a chance to activate more Runic spells and traps.
Yeah.
Well, spells.
Fair enough. You're right.
I don't know if there's any Runic traps. Certainly not any that are in Jonas's deck.
Alessio really has to try and play here. Of course, he knows that there are probably some Runic cards coming for him. A Freezing Curses on the Rubina would really hurt. He did not have that much to play in the last turn, so that would have to change like crazy with a big top deck.
So, Alessio really considering it. I could see that this is the happiest. Oh no, okay, we do go for normal summon Rubina. And does Jonas have another Ash Blossom? If he has, it doesn't really matter here because Alessio is able to chain block it here with the Toucan or the Eggland. But there is the Freezing Curses.
Is there a second Advent? That would be amazing.
Wow, it is!
Alessio with the double advent, and that makes this Rubina resolve.
Yeah, it's just like in last game you got 2 for 1 by activating the advent because you lost a card and you know 2 cards to 1 Ash. But this time it's going +1. It's done a full switch around.
Now we are going to see if Jonas actually wants to activate the fountain after this for a draw 1. I don't know about the resources in his hand.
I mean, it is a draw 3, isn't it? Oh wait, no, he did shuffle back 2 last turn. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, probably though, right? Because I don't think he has that many runic cards left. I could see him using it here for 1.
The second advent is actually incredible right here.
Oh, we are searching for the field spell. That makes a lot of sense.
You really have to keep your head on straight when it comes to these Fluunderies cards, because the chain links can get a bit confusing, and there's normal summons happening during the chain links and so on. And yeah, it can be quite difficult to figure out when you're allowed to activate your trigger effects and so on.
So there's Advent Chaining 1, Toucan Chainlink 2. Does Jonas...
And then
didn't look like he wanted to use his
This would be
fountain.
the time to activate Fountain if you wanted to use it, right?
But he doesn't. He just lets Alessio search another card. It is going to be 3. Oh wait, I think we did not resolve the Rubina just yet, right? Yeah, okay, we just resolved the Rubina there.
It's all very confusing.
Are we gonna see the draw 1 of the fountain? No, we are not, which is also interesting because this tree was just added and it could just banish the freezing curse if it wants, right?
Yes. No, I agree. No, it does make sense to use it now.
So I think I saw another trap card in the hand of Alessio. So if that's another Harpy's Featherstone, Jonas might not really get the chance to play on his next turn either.
Yeah.
Harpy's Featherstorm, it's insane that like Fluunderies just has their own little, you know, say no when you go first.
It is. It is another Harpy's Featherstorm. We can see this on our bigger screen that we are having. And this is going to be bad news for Jonas. He had such a great start with this very important Ash Blossom and also with the Harpy's Feather Duster, but he's just gonna get dustered back at some point as well.
Ooh, and look at that. Maybe Jonas really should have used that Runic Fountain, because now that Freezing Curse is gone for good and he's not going to be able to shuffle it back to the deck.
I like the way Alessio's like slow rolling his birds being added back from the banish pile. So you get like, you know, you're always playing around Ash, because I feel like it'd be quite natural just to activate all of them immediately, but if you do them one at a time, now every time you can prevent any of your important monster effects from being hit by Ash Blossom.
Yeah, Alessio is a very accomplished Fluunderies player, so he definitely knows what to do. And now he grabs out the continuous spell. This time it is the Unexplored Winds. I was mistaken earlier by calling the quick spell the Unexplored Winds, but this is the Unexplored Winds, and now this is actually a way to get rid of the Runic Fountain even, which is kind of cool.
Unless Jonas, of course, has the Runic Destruction, which would be a great answer for that. Maybe get his draw 1 off of that.
Yeah, I mean, given that Jonas didn't use the Fountain, he's got at least one other Runic spell. Right?
Must be, I agree.
But yeah, I suppose we don't know which one. And that we saw him add, was it Freezing Curses he added before?
I think so, yeah. That was the one he searched out.
So easily the worst one, I think, is Flashing Fire in this situation, right?
Yeah.
Because your opponent's never going to special summon.
You're probably even siding out a copy of Flashing Fire in this matchup.
I think so too.
You can't really side out more than one copy. Okay, we're just going battle phase, going after the Hugin. That is going to mandatory activate to put itself back into the extra deck.
Do you think this is a Duster moment now that the Hugin's got? I mean, you must have a read that your opponent's got an extra.
But I mean, if your opponent only has the Destruction, then it makes sense to Duster here, so you can protect your...
Oh, but it's Runic Tip.
Oh, you don't want to special summon something with Runic Tip. He just activates it already. That is actually really good. That's another draw.
I don't know if you've played Runic and you've activated Tip and you're...
Very uncommon, I
You just kind of look at them and say, has anyone ever special summoned something?
Oh, but we do grab the Dispelling. That's kind of cool, because that could even use its first effect here. Still, it could also be used to special summon, but we could also, after Alessio, add something from his deck to his hand, use the Dispelling to discard one random card from his hand.
Yeah, maybe if you had just wanted to special summon, you might have added the Flashing Fire, unless you already had one.
There comes Unexplored Winds. Okay, yeah, we are just going to special summon with the Dispelling.
Yeah. Maybe he's just doing it now so he can get his Fountain off.
Yep. That looks like it is exactly what he's doing. Maybe he's also going to use the Hugin effect to get a Fountain for next turn as a follow-up already. Would make sense, I think.
Although he's already not activated it, right? Because he's already drawn. So maybe that means he has the second one in his hand.
Fair enough.
So there comes the map. So we did play around the destruction now. I like that. Well, the funny thing is, there is Harpius Feather Duster in his hand all the way through, but he still hasn't used it. We were like, oh, he's using the Harpius Feather Storm to search the Feather Duster. That's amazing. And he hasn't even activated it. Grabbing back the Empen here with the Toucan. We are tributing the Toucan and the Runic Fountain for a second copy of Empen.
All of those Empens.
Yeah.
There's a lot of big birds.
Even if Jonas has the freezing curses here, there is a second Empen to provide that negate effect, or the effect that opponents' monsters in attack position, special summon monsters,
super
can't use their
strong
effects.
against the live twin deck because it shuts off all. I mean, it shuts off all link monsters, right? So.
And I really now we are going for Apex Aven, which also makes sense. I really like the fact that he had 2 Empen on the field, because the usual way to out this is just to freezing curses one and then play with your live twins, which is also not going to be possible with with this heavy Harpies Feather Storm set. But now you have protection.
I like the way he's finally cleared the Hugin, so now he can use his Harpies Feather Duster, right?
So there is freezing curses being activated. And probably going to see another copy of... Oh yeah, it's Gary coming down here. Gary activates the fact, and Jonas sees the bad news. It's a second copy of Harpius Feather Storm, and that means that Jonas Koschel is going to pick up his cards, and Alessio Cifola equals the score. 1-1 it is.
Yeah, Gary the big dog did not help him at all here, because the effect could in fact not be resolved properly. So playing without monster effects, even though you're playing so many spell cards, it's not easy.
It's not easy. No, it is quite hard nowadays. I mean, maybe in Time Wizard format you could play without monster effects, but
for 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah. But now the question becomes: do we side in those dimension shifters? Probably yes, right?
I think you do. I mean,
you gotta do
the strategy against... I guess if your opponent gets a Chaos Hunter off against you, that is very annoying, because it prevents your birds from being banished and coming back to your hand.
True.
Right?
Also, it makes yourself being able to play, because the Chaos Hunter, when it comes onto the field, will just say your cards cannot be banished, and therefore you can just continue your combo because you have that Chaos Hunter access. And let me check the side deck of Jonas Koschel. He is indeed still running the Chaos Hunter, because I noticed that a couple of people were cutting that card from the side decks, but he is one of the players still playing it. Also, another card that I just see here is Eradicator Epidemic Virus.
Flashbacks.
That is a card that Leonard and I had some interesting moments with at German Nationals, where Dinka Bui resolved it to win German Nationals basically in Game 3.
Dinka Bui also competing in this tournament.
He is, for sure. He absolutely is. Of course, one of the most accomplished players, again, of Europe. Of course, he's in this playoff too. And that is a card that is pretty strong versus the Fluanderies deck as well, because there are a bunch of spell cards that you can take out of their opponent, out of the hand there.
Yeah,
right?
how many spells do you reckon is like 20?
It's a lot. It's definitely a lot. So I could see that absolutely coming in. I don't think we're going to see Bestials. That is, I mean,
why not, Sebastian?
I mean, there's a dimension shifter potentially you could banish.
You can
banish your own cards.
Banish your own monsters, get a free search.
There's
you can
always
use
a way.
Juris Worm to send one of your opponent's special summon monsters.
Probably not going to come in, no. But on the other hand, seeing the side deck of Alessio, we talked about the dimension shifters. He's probably going to bring them in. And another interesting card I haven't seen in ages, to be honest. It's Ultimate Slayer. And this card, of course, is kind of crazy to play in the main deck because it doesn't work against a Rysart, because you have to send the card to the graveyard. But in this matchup, I do like it a lot. I think it's a pretty good card to bring in specifically versus Runic Life Sprite, and I'm pretty sure it would be really impactful if he manages to draw it here.
Also, he plays the main deck Evil Twin, Kizikil and Lilla, so if he sends a Trouble Sunny from his extra deck against the Live Twin deck, he can just send... I just realized that this is not the Live Twin or Evil Twin deck.
I haven't seen... What is the Evil Twins, Kizikil and Lilla? What does this do?
a little bit like evenly matched, right? I will get this up on the card highlight for you as soon as we are in the game again.
I mean, it doesn't really do that. It just, you need to send the card from the main deck to the graveyard with the Troubled Sunny, and therefore you need to play that one-off brick in your main deck to send to the graveyard, basically.
I think there's another effect on this card, but we will read that up as soon as we're in the game. I have just seen a handshake, so the players are ready. Let's go game 3.
So, back into game 3, and I'm assuming Jonas will be going first. Seems like the go-to.
Yeah, and I checked with the Lila, and it only triggers on special summon, and I don't think you're going to
really?
special summon out that that monster a whole lot, to be honest.
That is a good point.
In the Fluanderies deck. So, this time Jonas has the perfect start. He starts with the Lila, so he's able to special summon out the Frost, and by Alessio signaling that this is okay, I would assume there's no Dimension Shifter being around here.
But is there the Drawn Lockbird?
Oh yeah, true. This card, of course, still most likely being in his deck.
So Jonas starting with the Fountain here, so do you reckon he's going to get a draw 1, or he's just playing it just because?
I think it's kind of nice to secure yourself from Ghost Ogre. I know there's not a lot of Ghost Ogres around, but you could now, when there's Runic Fountain on the field, just special summon out the Hagen to play around the Ghost Ogre. So it's safer always to just activate it first.
Well, you can activate Runic spells in your own turn.
Yeah, but you don't get the advantage of drawing cards with the Fountain.
Yeah.
So, there is Runic Distraction now. Trying to special summon again.
Special summon or pop?
Is nodding. You can't even pop because you can only destroy opponents' cards. But what are we discarding for the Hagen here?
Are we even going to?
Oh.
No, we are just drawing.
We do chain block our Fountain. I really like that. We do. Oh, that's also like we are playing around Drone Lockbird here in the shoes of Jonas, because we could have also started with the Troubled Sunny, but no, we just started off with the Lila. We wanted to play around the Drone Lockbird, and let's see whether it's going to come down here, because this is the first time that we are actually searching, or in this case, drawing.
Yeah, it's very tidy from Jonas here, getting the 2 searches in one go, making it much less painful if Drawn Lockbird comes down.
And Alessio does not look like he is going to do something about this. There is still, just because he revealed the Drawn Lockbird in game 1, the chances that Jonas has other Runic cards in hand. He just wanted to go for this Search Fountain and draw 1 in one go, so he doesn't get Lockbirded too harshly.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. This, like, you've still got the Fountain, so you can still replace your first Fountain with the second one and then bring it back for free with the big dog, as you playfully call him.
Woof, woof.
But I mean, still, like in game 1, Alessio did not really have all of those field-breaking cards, but now he has the Ultimate Slayer, he has Evenly Matched, which is also coming in from his side deck, so even though he can't interrupt here, he can't do the Drone Lockbird, he can't do the Dimension Shifter, there are still ways for him to get into this game on his own turn, for sure.
Gonna have to remind me, is Ultimate Slayer, can it be responded to, can't be responded to with monster effects?
I think that's what it says. Yeah, you cannot activate monster effects in the response.
So, I mean, against the Runic deck, it's a little awkward, right? Because your opponent can just use a quick play spell and then chain whatever. You know, if you target an IP or something, you can chain a quick play spell and then chain the IP.
Yeah, I do agree.
Also, the card is a spell card, which would make it really vulnerable to Eradicator Epidemic Virus, and Jonas is going to draw many more cards this turn. He decided to not go for a draw 1 again, so I assume that there is another Runic spell card in hand that he's going to be able to use soon.
Yeah, and I mean, there already is a Dark Monster with more than 3,000 attack points on the field, because the Gigantic has Hugin as a material, and therefore its attack is doubled. So we would have a card that is ready to be tributed by Eradicator.
Yeah, it feels very free, that, doesn't it? Just, you know, it comes out with 3,200. I mean, like, Hugin is technically a fusion monster, but you know, it doesn't really feel like it sometimes. You're just summoning it straight up from your extra deck with one quick play spell.
This is so good right now from Jonas, because he has full combo plus the Gigantic, because sometimes you have to link away the Gigantic for either your IP or your Life Twins, but here he could go for the IP and also for the Life Twins. But it looks like he doesn't even bother going into the IP Masquerena, because we said it earlier, Nightmare Griffin is not really good versus Flanderies, so we just don't do it.
I still quite like having IP because sometimes you want to put your own evil twins in the graveyard, and IP lets you do that.
Maybe he's running a unicorn to spin away.
But I mean, chances are gone now because we used the effects of our evil twins, and therefore you
that's
can't
a duster.
Oh, that's a duster.
Oh boy,
actually huge.
We've seen 4 dusters in 3 games.
Another cool going second card being revealed here. Enemy Controller. Actually a card that is really, really, really popular among the duelists here in our playoff.
By the way, I have seen the hand of Alessio. I think that there are 4 or 5 spell cards.
It's a lot of spells, that's for sure.
If Jonas can find the Eradicator, this is going to be absolutely crazy.
Wait, did Jonas not use any of the Live Twin effects?
Oh, I think he did.
I would assume he did, right? But he just confidently goes into IP Masquerena there. Yeah, wait, okay, yeah, so the crowd is also saying it. Yeah, there is. He should absolutely be...
Yeah.
He should absolutely be... But I mean, Jonas is so confident. He also says, keep on going. I think he just actually didn't use any of the effects. There might have been a different way to get them back.
Yeah, you're more practiced with this. You normally have to make the IP first, right? Because you want to use the live twins. But so that was what I was thinking, like, why can't you make the IP at the end? And you're pointing it out here, obviously, is the live twins lock you into only summoning fiends from the extra deck. So we're just clarifying that.
But I mean, he had so many monsters on the field. I just think he did not use the effects to summon back one of them. Because he also didn't draw with the Kizikal. Oh wait, they are trying to...
They're putting them back. Are they just checking?
But I mean, you guys realize that he didn't draw with Kizikal. That is a big indicator that he just didn't use the reborn effect of the Link monsters. So I think he just had multiple of the monsters on the field and he just hard summoned them in some way. I could imagine that.
No, he can't have that. So what's it? He's used 2 runic spells, so that's 2 monsters.
Yeah.
And this gigantic is sort of level.
Oh wait, okay. They did realize
7 monsters without the. I don't think.
So we were first on the first. We were right on the first side. There is no way to go into IP Masquerena after you use the effects. There is another enemy controller, and apparently, and maybe even more importantly, so far there is no Eradicator.
Yeah, that would have been an absolute blowout card again, just like in the finals of the German National Championships. Would have taken away 5 cards.
Yeah, and there's no real reason to slow roll Eradicator that I can think of.
And now this is really, really a bad spot for Jonas because he has both of the evil twins on the field already, but no way to get rid of them.
Yeah, that is honestly...
I think he has Sprite starter set, right?
He
searched
for it
for sure. So he can go into a carrot and then tribute away a Kizikil or a Lilla, but it's only a way to get rid of one of them, so he might not be able to use both effects this turn.
I mean, enemy controller could be a way to really do a whole lot of stuff here, because you can just normal summon Rubina or whatever bird you have in your hand, and then go into battle phase and just take one of the evil twin and then just let them crash or something. There are a couple of ways for Alessio to tackle this here, and it seems like he decides to go for the card that was so powerful in his last game.
I love the fact, I mean, it seems funny to say, just tributing your monster is such a powerful thing to do, but like it prevents it from being hit by freezing curses or infinite impermanence or anything like that.
For sure, yeah.
But the advent of adventure does serve that same purpose.
So does Jonas use the Kizikil Frost in his graveyard now after a card was activated? If something like that, like this IP summon that didn't work, of course, happens, it might get to your head, but no, Jonas remains calm, doesn't let the nerves get to his head.
Right, back on track, and we are chaining the Sprite starter immediately as well. We saw that our opponent did add himself a spell card, and therefore we want to have that Sprite carrot on the field.
I like as well, you just don't take the chance that the Sprite carrot is on top of your deck.
Oh yeah, you're right, that's pretty smart there.
Now the question is, did he draw Eradicator with this one draw?
That would be very sad, wouldn't it?
Maybe he drew Ash Blossom again, which would be a lot better, to be honest.
That is true.
But no monster interruptions here, unless there's a freezing curses in hand, I suppose.
The problem is that the enemy controller and the Advent get rid of the monster for cost. So if you have freezing curses, even if you negate the Advent of the enemy controller, it's difficult. Do you have to negate this?
He already allowed it. I'm pretty sure he already gave this thumbs up. And oh wow, there's also the field spell. There's also map. And honestly, like, imagine Jonas would have the chance to just go into the good old unicorn to immediately get rid of the map or something. But there is no IP Masquerena here.
I like the, I mean, it's a very slight optimization there from Jonas, but you can wait until your opponent uses the effective map, which is what we saw. So that way, if Alessio had another map, then he wouldn't be able to use that effect.
That is true indeed. Jonas did decide to tribute the Quizzical here instead of the Lilas, so he will not have an additional pop, but rather an additional draw.
He needed to have the space on the main
Oh, and there's the Ash Blossom onto the Aglet.
Oh,
so again, what a powerful Ash Blossom by Jonas Koschel. All the games he just had Ash Blossom, and he's just really, really taking advantage of all that.
And
how do you play now?
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking, because he can now shuffle back some birdies from his hand and get some new draws, but which card allows him to normal summon again? Because the map was used, he negated the effect of the map.
Exactly, so I don't see what there is.
There's a draw one, first of all.
Is Jonas Koschel leaving his opponent with nothing, even after he couldn't summon the IP Masquerena? And like after that turn, after that, he must find an Eradicator somewhere. This is the battle phase attack over the sprint. We are going to see the Lilas summoning back the Quizzical for another draw. Another draw, yet another draw. We are getting closer and closer to Eradicator, which will also be good in the turn after that.
I mean, yeah, but at this point you don't even really need the Eradicator anymore, to be honest. Like, if we survive this turn, which looks good because we are already in the battle phase and our field is still pretty stable, I think we are in a good spot. And there comes another Runic card, Runic Slumber being activated most likely in the end phase, just to trigger our Runic Fountain to get our Runic engine going even more. Oh, and there's Distraction as well. Wow.
Very strong as well. And there are no interactions for Alessio on Jonas next turn. There is no Harpy's Featherstorm that can stop.
And welcome back to your coverage here at the EU WCQ live from Utrecht. So we've had 3 rounds, so now it's time to get into our round 4 feature match. In front of me, I have Rico Eichelberger and Dario Noe. And so right now we're going to get straight into this with a dice roll. Gentlemen, can we do a high roll to see who's going to go first? Who would like to roll the dice first? The gentlemanly approach. That is 11. That is not 11, so who's going to go first? Dario's going to go first? Okay, so I'm going to hand you guys over to Tom, Basti, and Leo, who are going to take you through what this game features, and also tell you about a little bit of a giveaway that we've got going on. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hello and welcome back from us. So Ed has given away our giveaway, but you know, we are still going to do the giveaway. So if you want to be in with a chance of winning a box of Wild Survivors, you need to keep your eyes on this stream for the whole weekend, and we'll be revealing 9 cards throughout the weekend. So this is a very difficult competition, and you must be willing to stake your soul if you want to win this competition. So this first card here is Stake Your Soul. So keep your eyes out for 8 more cards, and if you spot 8 more cards, you'll find a link in the chat, either on Twitch or on YouTube, and there'll be details there, and you'll submit those and maybe win a box of Wild Survivors.
Nice. I will participate. I don't know whether
You'll
I'm allowed, but
let's try.
Probably I will try to give it to one of you, though. But also,
correction, yeah, sorry. There are 10 cards in total, so there is 9 more cards to be revealed after this one, not 9 more cards including this.
Okay, 10 cards total. Easy to remember, 10 cards. So, first one done. Keep your eyes onto the stream. I mean, you would have done so anyways, right? It is the European World Championship Qualifier, top-notch Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay all weekend long, so why would you even turn off a stream? So definitely no reason to. And as I've just been informed, the players for this round are also already ready. We have a pretty cool deck to feature. So let's see how it does. Round number 4 is coming up here.
I feel like every time that we think the players are ready, someone decides to randomly again just pile shuffle their deck. But we have something that is really exciting for this tournament, because we were talking about the rise of combo decks again, you know, and there we have a new one, Manadium.
It's beautiful because this is really the pure definition of a combo deck to me, because this is piling out big
boss monsters, synchro monsters, and others of all sort. And we are starting things off, immediately revealing to our opponent that we are on the Vanadium deck with normal summoning Vanadium Reinhardt.
I was going to ask if Rise was a pun there. Rise. Are there any Rise cards in the Vanadium deck?
I don't think so. No, there's the Kashtira Fenrir, but we're not playing the Kashtira Reinhardt because, of course, we can't really lock ourselves into Exceeds. But there is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on the effect of Meek there, because we did destroy the Meek for the Visa Starfrost, but we didn't get to special summon out.
Is that a problem for our Vanadium player?
I mean, it does definitely make him not have an additional monster to synchro summon with on the field.
I mean, it makes it really much harder to go into an instant Baron right here, because otherwise we would have gone with the Meek and the Visa Starfrost. Or is Visa Starfrost is a tuner itself, right?
Visa Starfrost is Rumhart. Rumhart is not a tuner, so you could use Rumhart. Yeah. Is Meek the one that increases the level?
Yes.
So you could turn those into an Axel and the other two into a Baron. But once you've got the Visa Starfrost in play, this just gives you a ton of monsters for free, right? Because you get to link into the Scareclaw link.
Yeah, but this is what I like. He got interrupted on his Vanadium engine, but he was like, okay, sure, then I will start with my Scareclaw cards, immediately linking into the Scareclaw Lightheart, and from there, he got himself the Primitive Planet Dragphobia. And as you can see, there's still a level 10 Synchro monster on the field, being the Baron de Fleur.
That's a level 10 number. Let's see how many level 10s he makes during this match.
Yeah,
level 10 turbo.
Level 10 counter up to 1. And now Cross Sheep. And the cool thing about Cross Sheep is it doesn't only trigger on the special summon of the specific type, but now that he has a synchro monster it's pointing to, you can just special summon something else there. For example, a fusion monster, such as the very powerful new Vicious Astralaut. And that would enable us to use the effect of Cross Sheep to special summon out a monster from the graveyard, which we in fact just did. There's Vanadium Meek coming back.
Vicious Astralaut is an amazing card, because I think you can summon it multiple times per turn. It's very free, right? You just get to summon it by banishing a Visa Starfrost and another monster. I'd have to get it exactly right. Another monster with 1500 attack and 2100 defense. So that's the Rumhart or the Scareclaw Reichardt.
So many different cards I have to put on the card highlight here. Yeah, Appaloosa.
It's a new deck, it's beautiful. Cyberstone Axis really made this deck playable.
Come on, Leo, you've got to keep up with this guy.
sorry, let's get Appaloosa
Every time I
well.
say a card, you know, it should be on before I've even said it.
But it looks like this is the end field that we have created, so I feel like that Ash Blossom on Meek was actually pretty impactful, because there are supposed to be more Synchro monsters on the field. I would have expected Bestial Disparter, I would have expected Chaos Angel, but there's only the Baron de Fleur being joined by the Appaloosa.
So rate this 8-end board out of 10.
I would give it, honestly, only a 6 out of 10 maybe.
6?
Oh, I would have gone lower.
Even lower,
yeah.
I understand, for sure.
I guess it depends what you're facing, right? But against Kashtira, I think Appaloosa is pretty flimsy.
Should we just do this all the time now?
Rating
end fields out of 10?
That could be a new in-between rounds game. You just show the end field and rate it out of 10.
So cool. We are, even though there's only 2 Kashtira unicorns now, still the field spell is going to search it out, so he does have access to it very consistently. And he is going to be able to special summon it out here. And the cool thing for Kashtira is, yes, there is an Appaloosa with 2,400 attack points, but you can just special summon out the Kashtira Unicorn and run over it.
And now the Birth was immediately negated by Baron, which I mean, Birth is an incredibly good card, but you just negated the activation of it, and you know that your opponent has just searched a Unicorn, so he can just special summon the Unicorn, attack over Appaloosa, and then search for another Birth if he really wants one.
Ooh, but he does go for the Fenrir.
I'm interested why you start with Birth there when you don't have any... You can just special summon from your hand, right?
And there comes Theosis targeting the Fenrir, and Dario has no response to that. So I think, at least for the moment, it looks like Rico does not even try to just go into the battle phase and get rid of the Appaloosa, and rather play already in his main phase 1. And I don't know how well that's going to work out with that Appaloosa still in the field.
It's also worth keeping track of the attack boosts going on, because there's field spells from either players here.
Ooh! Wow. Okay, so I thought I was absolutely sure that we were going to use Appaloosa here instead of the Ghost Bell in hand, as long as the Appaloosa is still on the field.
I mean, there's an immediate answer to the Appaloosa, right? Because the Kashtira Fenrir gets boosted by the field spell. Or does the field spell the Primitive Planet Ride Phobia?
I think it counts the number of monsters in defense mode and reduces your opponent's attack.
Once does your opponent control lose 100 attack for each defense position monster on the field. So it does get boosted by a lot more though, so it will be able to run over here.
Yeah, currently the Primeval Planet is winning, is losing even to the Pressured Planet.
I'm a bit confused by the sequencing we went for here.
Now we use the effect of Fenrir to banish face down, so we give our opponent a chance to negate with Appaloosa, but what happened to that Appaloosa? He just refuses to activate the effect.
Did we miss anything?
I'm a little confused why you'd banish face down and not just attack over the Appaloosa, yeah.
I mean, activating the Fenrir makes a lot of sense to banish it, because if the Appaloosa negates, then he takes 800 more damage.
But I mean, you could just banish face down at a later point in the turn if your opponent has another interaction, right?
But what if you negated it with Baron there, and then the Fenrir would be destroyed, and then the Appaloosa would survive into main phase 2?
Baron was used on Birth already.
Oh, yes, okay.
Which is also something that I found quite interesting, because we have just established that the Unicorn in hand just then outs the entire field.
Yeah, but now the good thing for Rico is that Kashtira Rysart that he summoned out earlier has not even used its effect yet.
Yeah, with the Birth gone, the Unicorn is somewhat stranded in the hand, right?
Yeah.
Unless you made a Dracosack, which would be strange, but viable.
Absolutely.
It's allowed.
It could be the Dracosack, honestly. I could see that. Also, wait, okay, yeah, we did special summon the... Oh yeah, we activated Theosis. I was just thinking, do we even have a way to link summon here, maybe into Donner, but we are locked through the Theosis, and we're just searching for another Rysart.
I was so confused when I saw the Rysart coming out of the Theosis, because you can just, I mean, if your plan is to attack over the Appaloosa anyways.
Oh, that's just tribute summon.
We are tribute summoning the Kashtira Unicorn.
Okay.
That is definitely something very unusual that we're seeing right there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused what the line is here.
Now we do search Birth, and yes, Birth does still have the very powerful effect to special summon back from the graveyard, but we do not have the additional normal summon anymore now. Or like, I'm saying additional, but it's just you can normal summon while having monsters on the field.
So maybe the line here is special summon Rysart and then use Birth to bring back a third monster, and then you overlay for Shangri-Ira and then make sort of like the kind of standard first turn combo.
Yeah, I think you get there, that's true.
And you also have the field spell to pop the Baron for free. I mean, it could have just been Big-Eyed in main phase 2. And
true. Big-Eye would have been really, really good.
But I don't think it makes too much of a difference. You just get to pop it anyway right now, right? With the field spell, and there wouldn't have been anything to pop,
So, looks like we're going for the Shangri-Ira in the extra monster zone, protecting it from cards like Nightmare Cerberus. And there now, finally, the second Rysart will be activating its effect, and it banishes the Big Bang, which totally makes sense here.
I mean, we got there eventually, right?
We did. This is a very cute roundabout line, but I mean, you can't argue with the result.
And honestly, I think this is one of the main factors why Kashtira is one of the best decks in the room right now, because it is so powerful, even though we only had access to Engine here, basically, but still going second and can do so much, because those monsters are not only super powerful in terms of attack points, but also they have so really aggressive and good effects into opponents' fields, as we just saw. And that is once more really, really showing here. So there comes the field spell effect onto the Baron, and it does resolve.
I'm also quite curious. I mean, I kind of like having the Unicorn on the field here instead of the Fenrir. Special summoned out of the Shangri-Ira, basically.
Oh, we do go for double Shangri-Ira, but I mean, that probably knows we just go for the Rysart. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Free material Rysart seems kind of nice, and there he is in Starlight Rail, the only one he still has left in his extra deck, but it's good enough here to be summoned.
I like that a lot, going for triple Shangri-Ira in the extra deck, basically wasting one, using it as additional material, just so that the Kashtira Rysart that you're summoning at the end of this combo has full materials and can immediately banish something.
Yeah, it's totally worth getting that extra material. It's quite funny, actually, the fact that you can summon a Rysart with one material, or you can summon it with 3 materials, but or you can do the middle ground and use 2 monsters on the field.
Yeah, and that worked out very well. So we do special summon out Fenrir now, and look at that. We have now the Arise advantage. We have Fenrir versus a monster deck being really strong because the Vanadium deck is forced to use monster effects. But first of all, we're going to start off with a spell card.
But imagine we had used the Appaloosa effect on whatever the first graveyard effect was and not the ghost spell, because then we could have used the ghost spell onto the birth, and that would have been a lot better for him.
It was Scareclaw Kashtira. The problem here also...
yes.
We could just... I don't know whether it was announced, but Rico could just use the effect of Kashtira birth here, and he is doing so. He will banish 3 cards from the graveyard of Dario, and that immediately would trigger the field spell again, immediately getting rid of the Rai card we just summoned out there.
That is really powerful sequencing. As we already said earlier, the first turn was a little odd to us at least, but now he's just not forgetting anything. So Rico is piloting this perfectly.
Now, of course, the mandatory effect of Rysard or Irrysard will activate again. We are locking another zone, and right after that, we would be able to then use the field spell here.
After Diablos got forbidden, I feel like there are more cool lines for the Kashtira deck, and it has to really work around just a few zone blocks. You know, you can't go for the full zone lock anymore, but now you have to play really smartly, and it still really disrupts your opponent.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, some decks can kind of completely ignore it, and other decks it can be very, very irritating. If you're locking like monsters under the extra monster zone or something, it can be very frustrating to deal with.
So Dario now has to figure out a way to still continue, and it's going to be the normal summon of Vanadium Meek that's happening here.
Meek. Sorry.
Oh, and there's the effect of Visa Starfrost. And the thing is, when you just chain that Arisard, which Rico is doing here, the effect of Visa Starfrost is not going to resolve, and therefore Dario has no additional plays, leading to Rico Eichelberger winning game number 1 here in our round 4 featured match.
Yeah, Rico going for an absolutely crazy line here, ending on the perfect end field that really just disrupts Vanadium this hard, because Vanadium has a lot of potential as a deck. Everyone has been saying that ever since it came out, but there is still this one thing in the format, this one card that scares off most of the decks, to be honest, which is Kashtira Arisar.
It is pretty rough for sure. We saw that this deck is still super powerful and definitely one of the main contenders, as I said, for this weekend to maybe be our European Championship winner deck.
So you mean Vanadium, right?
I'm of course talking about Vanadium, obviously. But let's see what Dario can bring in here from his side deck. I'm seeing Eradicated Epidemic Virus, and honestly, this card is really going into all and everybody's side decks, right?
Seems to have, it's a virus, and it's spread out from the Labyrinth decks into all of the other decks.
Yeah, for real.
Everyone's thinking, why can't I do that as well?
Yeah,
that
you contribute
looks fun.
Gigantic, you contribute something else like Chaos Angel, this Pater here. It's like
I'm guessing the Vicious
really,
Astraud maybe is...
Oh, that is
it's probably the most convenient thing.
Oh yeah, it's pretty free, right? You can just summon it out for free. It doesn't really do anything on the field anymore, and therefore it's really cool. And besides that, nothing that I necessarily would see. Maybe a Scareclaw Twin Sword actually is kind of nice. I'm probably starting this in because it's a trap card, so you gotta start it in going first. And on the other hand, we saw, even just with Engine, the Kashtira deck is super strong into fields, but now he can even put more non-Engine in for this going second scenario. And I see Dark-Hole, I see Droll and Lockbird, which is super powerful versus Vanadium. And then he's not even done Enemy Controller, Ghost Bell. There's so much. Triple Tactics Thrust. Even lets him choose which one he wants. There's a lot to fear here for Dario.
It's interesting that sometimes when you have such a wealth of sideboard options, it can be tricky to figure out actually, because you can't put them all in, right? Because you can't be siding out too many Kashtira cards. I mean, you can try, but
I mean, he already plays Lava Golem in the main deck, which is also amazing versus the deck.
Which is also really one of the OG cards that we have, that Marek used, right? And it's really, really cool that this card has made a comeback.
Absolutely. And a pretty big revival, right?
Not used in the way Marek intended. Just sit in there and deal 1,000 damage during each of your opponent's standby phases.
Thankfully.
And also, we haven't even mentioned it, but there's also the Dimension Shifter in the main deck. Some Kashtira players have decided to cut it from the main deck. Not Rico Eichelberger, though. He has put it into his main deck and may be able to draw it here in his opening hand. Let's see how it turns out. Game number 2 starting now.
Let's see if Dario is going to be intimidated by Rico's plays in game 1 or if he is acting fearless this time.
Ooh, Vanadium Feelers might be one of the cards he wants to use here for sure.
I'm wondering if Leo writes all of these down before,
Yes,
before the matches.
I was there. I saw
What?
it.
It's on the cue cards.
Don't expose me like that.
Look at that. This time we start with the peaceful planet Calarium, and it's been met with the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so he cannot add anything from his deck to his hand, but he already has the Vanadium Meek in his hand, and there's also the Visa Starfrost, so he's good to go here.
Yeah, this is really good to go, isn't it? The field spell here is just unbelievably powerful. I feel like it's the best. Maybe I'm pushing too far. Do you think it's the best of the cycle of field spells?
A Pearl Rhino stan.
You're a Pearl Rhino?
This
Okay.
is absolutely the best one of the planet cards. And by the way, we are actually seeing in front of our table the other Eichelberger player in the tournament.
Also, I want to go with Rysov. Rysov is also so strong. So, for sure, Calarium has tough competition, I want to say.
I just love they all have the sort of the primary effect of searching a card from their archetype,
Yeah,
but then the
for sure.
secondary effect just lets you summon an extra monster on your own turn rather than pop a card maybe on your opponent's turn. And summoning an extra monster on your turn is in my opinion,
pretty
better.
good for sure.
Don't forget about the attack boost.
Don't forget the attack boost.
And I think the best one is actually from Pearl Rhino as well.
And look at that, there's Scareclaw Twinsaw. We talked about it, he is adding it now to his hand, so he definitely sided it in. And the good thing now is, there are 3 monsters in defense position on the field, therefore we can not only add the trap card here, but we can also draw an additional card through the effect of Scareclaw Rykard.
Oh, I love this extra engage.
Yeah, it is an engage feeling. It is an absolutely engaging feeling that he's witnessing here. And there's so many monsters ready to be used for synchro summons. So which one is he going for first?
This is looking like a card that Basti is really hyped about ever since it came out.
I do believe that's a level 10 synchro, actually. Yeah. Oh no! It is the Tri-Edge Master, which is a super new card. This has just been released a couple of days ago, basically. And this is from Battle of Legends Monstrous Revenge. And seriously, Leonard and I, while we were traveling to this event, talked about this card being pretty cool. And now we see it here in the match.
Yeah, this is basically like a Stardust Charge Warrior, but it has extra effects if you want. So, or I mean, if you can afford to summon it with 3 materials, then it has so many different effects, like popping a card on the opposing side of the field, or popping a card on the field.
Yeah,
oh, that's very cool.
Very
use
cool.
3. Is it possible to use 3 materials in this deck?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay.
Because you can modify levels with Meek, so you can kind of arrange it yourself.
Okay.
So
yeah, I was reading it and I was thinking it looks a lot like Stardust Charge Warrior.
Yeah, but I mean, you have that extra bonus, right? Therefore, why wouldn't you take it? And we are again going for Cross Cheap, and we have the requirements again in our graveyard to special summon out the Vicious Astrolaut, and therefore we will be able to trigger the Cross Cheap again, bringing back another monster.
Cross Sheep is a very cool card.
Oh,
we saw
it
it
is.
in, well, for us it was yesterday, but for you guys watching at home, it will be throughout the weekend in some of the World Championship Qualifier playoff matches.
True. So Vanadium Meek is going to be brought back.
So we're on level 10, number 2.
Potentially, oh, and triple tactic talents to draw. That is pretty crazy, because normally I would have thought, hey, we're comboing quite well, so why don't we just have a look at the opponent's hand and see what's going on there? But Dario just wants to draw 2 more cards there.
I'm definitely a look at my opponent's hand gamer rather than a draw 2 gamer. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, almost all the time. Like, I barely ever, I mean, you have to see what really brings you ahead. I mean, if you are having already 2 level 10 synchros, I think getting information about what to negate and actually possibly taking a threat out of the opposing hand, it sounds like a really good deal to me.
Yes, and there comes the normal summon of Riomhard. Riomhard will bring back the Meek, or rather the Meek will bring out its little brother.
Meek into Meek.
And we're checking the deck, and there's of course also the Vanadium reframing.
Yeah.
That's a counter trap this time even. So we have the already powerful Scareclaw Twinsaw, and then now on top of this we also have the reframing.
Which is a really unique card, because it is a Vanadium archetype counter trap. However, you can only activate it if you have a synchro monster. Not a Vanadium synchro monster, but just any synchro monster.
It's very cool. And again, we are going for the Appaloosa, but this time it is being joined by quite a bit. Multiple powerful trap cards, and he's not even done with those two. I think he has Infinite Impermanence as well, and something else. 4 sets in total. How is that even the combo deck?
I think that maybe there is an Eradicator because we have this Astrolabe lying around there.
You might
Otherwise,
be right.
I would not necessarily agree with summoning Appaloosa again there, because if there is one deck you wouldn't want to have the Bow of the Goddess on the field,
It might be Kashtira.
then it might be Kashtira, yeah.
And I totally agree. That might also explain why he did not look into the opponent's hand, because he was like, I'm going to look into your hand through the Eradicator anyway, so why would I use Talents to look at your hand here?
So rate my end field now. Now what do we go with?
Better. I mean, I don't know exactly what are the set cards, but setting 4 seems pretty powerful.
So we saw 2 of them, right? We saw, and I definitely saw an Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah,
Fade
same.
Sound. So I think, though Infinite Impermanence is medium, it's not bad.
I think this is a 6.5 for me.
Wow, this has not changed much, to be honest.
Oh,
from a 6.
I went with lower.
Oh, your
I
last
was
one was not
way
a 6,
lower
okay.
because there has to be like there has to be a way up. If you start with a 6 with a rather bad end field that we saw in game 1 that was easily outed.
I see.
Yeah, you have to be able to go up there.
So we are starting off with our copy of Race Off, adding ourselves the Kashtira Fenrir to our hands.
You're a harsh critic of end fields.
I am.
Giving this a 6.
I am.
So what if your opponent has 3 evenly matched? What are you going to do then? You know, like.
Exactly. I mean, I think no, 3 evenly would be too much here. Yes.
Exactly. Didn't play around 3 evenly matched 4 out of 10.
Again, I'm curious. As in the first game, Rico, first of all, is going for the search of another Kashtira monster and then just revealing another Kashtira monster in his hand. This time he searched for Fenrir and then special summon out the Unicorn. And therefore, Dario has additional information here.
And I think he just attacked here. And that makes perfect sense. Just getting rid of this Appaloosa immediately.
Players just sort of divvying up. How many life points do we take here? So the Appaloosa started at 24. And the field spell, the Pressured Planet, should be giving how much extra attack?
300.
300?
Oh wait, no, it's only 200. It's only 200.
Oh,
because
wow.
three of the monsters are wind monsters actually, and that was not enough, right? Because there also was the lowering of 100.
Dario just hard negated the Unicorn and destroyed it, and now Rico can just play.
Wow! There is one of the oldest and most original cards in the game, Dark Hole, being negated though by the reframing there.
Dark Hole's very cool. I quite like it as an inclusion over Raigeki, even though on the face of it, it just seems worse than Raigeki. You think, why would I want to destroy my own monsters? But it's a common strategy now against Kashtira to see if you can give them a monster, because that can be quite annoying and stop you special summoning them. So this is now the counter to things like Ibli or the evil hero something or other.
Celestial Angel.
Yeah.
I think which does not let you activate spell cards.
That's a good point. Okay.
Not really an answer.
Doesn't quite counter that. Maybe the branded
Gimmick Puppets.
Yeah.
There is Kashtira Theosis now being activated.
It is in the impermanence zone, the impermanence that is being set there. However, the Kashtira Fenrir is already negated.
Absolutely, yeah.
Playing with fire. It's normally good practice nowadays, isn't it? Just put your cards in a zone that's different to any that your opponent's got set spells and traps. You don't want to just accidentally be caught by an impermanence.
I mean, we have seen great players fall on stream because they activated cards in the impermanent zone.
Not only one, to be honest. That is a very common mistake. Somehow only happens in the feature matches.
I'm sure it happens not in the feature matches too. Although it's easier to see what's going on in the feature matches because I think most players don't play with like sort of very clearly defined columns like we have here on our lovely feature match setup.
There now is the infinite impermanence onto the effect of Rysard, meaning that it's not going to be going up to level 7. And there is the Scareclaw Kashtira now. Both players playing this card in their deck. And it was kind of a tell that Rico banished the Kashtira Birth, because normally you would rather go for something else. But here he went for a target that he could very well add back with the Theosis from the graveyard, which was now banished by Scareclaw Kashtira. And therefore he got a Birth for free, which is super powerful.
And there is only Twinsaw on the field right now. Twinsaw doesn't really do anything. You have to tribute one Scareclaw monster to pop 2 cards like an Icarus attack, and the other effect can only be used if you have a Link 3 or higher monster, and I can tell you Apollousa, Bow of the Goddess, is no longer on the field anymore. It was erased quite easily, actually.
It's pretty crazy that Rico already played through double impermanence and the counter trap and the Baron negate, right? That is ridiculously good here from him.
Yeah, it just seemed like a breeze to him, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are summoning back the Kashtira Unicorn, also using the effect to grab us another spell card. Which one is it going to be? Or
the Unicorn was already negated this turn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I was going to say, is that not used?
So do we this time go for Big Eye maybe? That Baron is looking nice, and I think Rico agrees. He kind of is eyeballing that Baron de Fleur with a potential Big Eye. But he does decide for something else. He does instead go for the Dark Armed, the Dragon of Annihilation.
This is a very cool card. I'm glad we're seeing some of it. I mean, I guess because it reminds us all of the original Dark Armed Dragon.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know? Never seen it before in my life.
No, never heard of it. Light of Destruction, right?
So the cool thing about this Dark Arm, though, is that you can use the effect twice, which is also true for the original one, to be fair. But a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards nowadays have the restriction of only being usable once per turn. For example, the Big Eye would have only been able to take one monster, but the Dark Armed here was able to get rid of the Baron de Fleur and also the Twin Saw.
Fun fact, you can use Dark Armed as many times as you like. You can actually make it with, I mean, people very commonly make it with just 2 materials, but you can make it with more if you want to.
Absolutely.
We were both looking at the Big Eye. Rico was considering the Big Eye. I'm confused why you wouldn't just Big Eye and then take the Baron and then pop the set, and then the Baron, is, instead of being in the graveyard, is on your side of the field, which seems a slightly better place for it to be.
And maybe in the standby phase, you can just shuffle it back to the extra deck of Dario and then summon out a Unicorn again, so you have more interruptions, more or less. I mean, Unicorn is not the craziest of interruptions, but it kind of still is one.
Yeah, it can definitely be quite relevant, like because Vanadium is a deck that can power through its extra deck quite quickly, so...
So we are using Fenrir onto the Visa Starfrost, but there's triple Tactic Talons, and again we are drawing 2 cards. Kashtira Birth once again activating, trying to get rid of a couple of cards here.
Actually, the impermanence on the Rise Heart was quite good.
Rise Heart is often quite a useful place to use the infinite impermanence. It just shuts down like 1 extra level 7 material, isn't it?
It just sits there being really sad now. But Kashtira Birth, not to be forgotten. A card that is actually easily forgotten, just like the Kashtira Preparations, which is not quite as common anymore, but they have, we like to call it a secret effect. However, actually it just says it on the card, it's not secret.
For some people it's still secret though.
It's secret, but yeah, I guess people call it the secret effect.
There is Calarium though. We found another one of our field spell cards. To be fair, Dario maybe one of the players in the tournament with the most field spell cards in his deck, because he's playing 5 of them in total. But there we go. Which one are we grabbing here?
I was confused why there was a cross sheet, but then I realized that this was Dario's graveyard.
Have you not seen the Kashtira decks playing cross sheet?
It's Vanadium actually, but yeah. Fair enough. We haven't normal summoned here on Dario's side, right? So Riemhard, actually quite the good summon here. I think he drew into double Calarium. Is that possible?
Oh, there is Riemhard, normal summoned, using its effect.
And it looks like Rico is out of interruptions, possibly, having used the Fenrir and the Birth this turn. So unless he's got something coming from his hand, it'll be Dario's turn to do whatever he feels like.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely. So Dario just again quickly checking his graveyard, making sure what line to take, preparing the rest of his turn here. And do we now for the first time finally see Fearless? I think he grabbed the Fearless, right?
But that is a difficult spot because Peaceful Planet Calarium, I think, just adds 100 attack to Vanadium Riemhard, and then you can't special Fearless anymore.
Ooh, that seems correct.
But he does. I think that's an Abscission in his hand, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to use anything else this turn. It looked like a pass there, because Rico's just drawn a card.
It just says 100 attack points for each tuner you control, and Vanadium Riemhard is not a tuner, so in fact you can special summon.
But it does very much look like he passed it over to Rico. Rico just brings out the Kashtira Unicorn, switches his other monsters into attack position, and is very much about to go into his battle phase.
Yeah, no need to risk a Nibiru here or something. We just attack Banish with Fenrir. 2,000, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So easy to put 8,000 damage on the table.
And this is the fist bump. Dario loses with his Manadium strategy after starting twice. And Rico just showing why Kashtira is such a powerful engine going second.
Absolutely. Maybe one of the most powerful decks going second. A bunch of players actually nowadays even take the approach of making the blind second deck. I've seen that.
Yeah.
A strategy being very popular over the last couple of weeks, just saying, hey, yeah, you will always start. I will add some cards like Lightning Storm, Triple Tactics Thrust, and so on into my deck. I'm excited to see whether we will have some of those in our tournament this weekend as well.
Actually, we have seen at the German Nationals that some pretty strong players who have been in YCS Top Cards multiple times actually started to play Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries because they figured I can't take cards from your extra deck with Diabloses anymore, then I'm just going to take some with Cherries.
But it goes face up. It's just not the same.
Yeah, that's true. It's not the same feeling. Right?
Can't be banishing cards face up with Kashtira.
Boring.
You got to make up for it somehow, though. Yeah, you can't have it all. But definitely, now we had another power performance by the Kashtira deck. And we talked last round about how Rika is in a current total situation in the tournament. What is there to say about the Kashtira deck? Is it the deck that's going to win? I've heard the other commentary trio talk about their picks for the weekend. And I gotta say, for me personally, it has to be Kashtira. It is the most represented, but it's also the deck that I want to say will be winning. What do you guys think?
I want to say something else.
But?
But if I'm trying to be right, I'll say Kashtira as well.
You just took my answer away. But to be fair, German Nationals Finals, Tom Kleinegräber. YCS London Finals, Tom Kleinegräber. He lost both of them. He's in it to win it this time. And if we're looking at the past events, he was running Kashtira. I think he might run it again. We don't know.
Potentially.
But I think that the winner of this tournament is going to be him with Kashtira. So I think we're all Team Kashtira here.
That's a bold call. I mean, we only made like really, really bold assumptions there, or not really that bold assumptions by calling the deck that is already being the most represented in the tournament. But you called out one player.
Yeah, I'm interested. You think he's made the finals and come second, come runner-up, and then you think he does. You think instead of coming runner-up again, you think he's going to win?
I think he's angry now. I think he's really tired of losing finals.
And to be fair, given all the events, like, which would you most like to come second in? It's definitely the European Championships because you get that world. I think if you ask players like, you're probably quite happy losing in the final. I mean, you're not happy, but you'd still, you take it for sure.
I would be happy to qualify for the World Championships. But let's see what our winner has to say, and take it away.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, I am joined by Rico, who's just won that round 4 feature match. Rico, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
That's what we like to hear. So let's talk a little bit, firstly, about Kashtira. It's a deck that's seeing a lot of plays at the moment. So the question I sort of have for you, what is it that you feel separates your Kashtira deck from a lot of the other ones that people might see throughout this kind of tournament?
I don't think you can separate the Kashtira deck a lot by deck building. You just have to pilot it better than the others.
So it's all about being the better duelist.
Yeah, I won't say that I'm the better duelist, but I'm very much trying to be.
Good, that's what we like to hear. Humble, but still positive. So obviously that was quite an intense game against Manadium, but you said you've played it against a couple of times, but you're not 100% on how the deck works.
Yeah, I know the effects and stuff, but I don't know where to interrupt. You see the Ash Blossom, I'm pretty sure there were better spots. When I dropped the Ash, I was like, yeah, I should Ash, try to start, because that's like the game plan I always used to do when I don't know the deck too well. I just try to start the engine, try to stop the engine. So if I'm lucky, they can play. But I wouldn't say unlucky. I think it's still a 1-for-1 trade almost.
I'd say so, because you basically stopped the Manadium cards, but you could still do like the Scare Claw and the other Visa Starfrost cards. So you managed to stop something, but not everything. But that being said, basically, there are a lot of, you're against things like an Appaloosa and a Baron field. How do you go about dealing with a big field of negates? Do you just try and attack into things?
Yeah, I think Unicorn is great doing that, because Appo is like a maximum of 24, and Unicorn is a big boy. that beats it.
That is a good way of putting it. So, yeah, a lot of Kashtira staples, the Arise Art, the Shangri-Era, and the Field Spell. That's always going to be a difficult one. So he just scooped because there's nothing you can really do. So going into game 2, you started with the Ashe again, but it, still managed to play around a similar field, but he had the Vicious Astrolord, which is quite big because that you can't destroy it by battle, 3,000 attack and defense. So when that comes on the field, how do you go about dealing with that?
I don't think it will stay on the field except if he has like an Eradicator virus, and I was very much afraid of that because my hand was like 5 spells, and I was like praying inside of my head, he better not have an Eradicator virus.
Well, he set a huge back row, so did you think it was in there?
I 100% thought it was in there, yeah, but I was very lucky not to face it.
Well, you managed to play around all of those negates around that big field, and you played around that very threatening looking back row to take away the win. So are there any decks at this point that you're kind of nervous about going up against over the future Swiss matches?
Actually, Labyrinth. I hate that deck, and it's so scary to me. I don't like back row.
You're not the only person who said Labyrinth, so I think it might be quite a threatening sort of thing within the Euros this year. Definitely. Well, best of luck, and let's fingers crossed that you don't end up against some Labyrinth stuff, but congratulations. And guys, don't go anywhere, because not only do we have the round 5 feature match coming back up, we're actually going to return you guys to the round 2 of the WQP. Just so you guys know, in the future, because of the length of some of those VODs, because they were recorded for us yesterday, we might have to pause some of them at certain points so that we can bring you guys the live feature matches. But we will always make sure that we come back to it so you can see all the action. So here we go, back to round 2.
Leaving his opponent with nothing, even after he couldn't summon the IP Masquerena. And like after that turn, after that, he must find an Eradicator somewhere. This is the battle phase attack over the sprint. We are going to see the Lilla summoning back the Kill for another draw. Another draw, yet another draw. We are getting closer and closer to Eradicator, which will also be good in the turn after that.
I mean, yeah, but at this point you don't even really need the Eradicator anymore, to be honest. Like, if we survive this turn, which looks good because we are already in the battle phase and our field is still pretty stable, I think we are in a good spot. And there comes another Runic card, Runic Slumber being activated most likely in the end phase, just to trigger our Runic Fountain to get our Runic engine going even more. Oh, and there's Destruction as well! Wow!
Very strong as well. And there are no interactions for Alessio on Jonas next turn. There is no Harpy's Featherstorm that can stop him in his tracks yet again. Fountain is going to draw 2 more cards. This looks like an absolutely phenomenal setup for Jonas. He is not there yet, so he can't go for a battle phase next turn. He has used some of the Runic cards a little bit too often this game, but he might find Eradicator as a follow-up, so he doesn't have to use the Runic cards again to close this game out eventually soon.
Yeah, I feel like Eradicator is the thing that will seal the deal. Because again, you can't, you only have so many spaces on your field, right? You can't just keep putting up more and more negates. So I guess we'll have to see if Jonas has found the Eradicator.
But I think like not only that, also now we're not locked into rank or link 2s or whatsoever, so we can finally access cards like Trouble Sunny or maybe even Abomination if we want to go for it. So there are a couple of very cool things to do here.
We could have also gone for a Unicorn with the Sprite Blue next to the Kill to get an extra draw while shuffling back the Eglin, because you can't run over it. You have to try and get rid of it.
But there it is, we Trouble Sunny.
Fair enough.
Trouble Sunny should manage.
Oh, and there's also Sprite Red. That is so strong.
Doesn't even have to use the Gigantic Sprite. Doesn't have to bother there.
He's going to have to perform some sort of summon from his extra deck, right? Because now he's got too many monsters to use Trouble Sunny.
That's a good point. But he has Carrot and he has Red.
He does go for the Gigantic. And I think by using Gigantic here, that kind of tells us that there is no Eradicator.
Yeah.
Because that Gigantic right there doesn't have more than 3,000 attack points now anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Although the Trouble Sunny does. Is it? What attribute is?
Oh wait, you're right. I think Trouble Sunny is light. It's light, yeah, it's light.
But it is very big. It's 3,300. It is funny to see the
This time there is VIP Masquerena now.
It is 2. It is allowed, even under the Gigantic.
So what's next, Jonas?
How many cards can we see Jonas go on hand? It's
a
lot.
It's a lot. It's for sure a lot. So skipping the battle phase, passing it back over to Alessio, who draws to 4 cards in hand. Are they going to be good enough to take care of the field here that Jonas Koschel set up?
Eglin stays on the field, so this might be something. Pot of Duality is activated. Quizzical Frost already banished in the turn before. No Burial of a different dimension to get it back to get the extra draw. To be fair, wouldn't really help him because it's just like one card for one card. But
and you already draw so many cards. Okay, immediately, because there's only 4 cards in total in the hand of Alessio, Jonas decides to negate the first card that his opponent is activating.
I like that. Sometimes you also as well just want to clear monsters off your own field. So it seems like a silly thing to do, but the Live Twins can run into this problem.
Now the red is also looking really, really good. It is another card just like the Ash Blossom before, which could also be still in Jonas' hand.
Well, red is less powerful because, as we were mentioning, there's like infinite chain blocks, right?
But there is nothing here, right?
Yeah, no, Jonas banished half of Alessio's deck.
Really good point. He just took the cards in his hand.
Eglin Chainlink 1, Eglin Chainlink 2 as well, but the other one being in the banished pile.
There's a lot of Eglins going on here.
Yeah.
All 3 Eglins making an appearance at the same time.
Working together as a team. United we stand.
Something I could have seen here, which is very unusual for the Flanders deck, is going for an Exceed Summon, actually, because we already had a level 1 monster on the field to begin our turn, and then we could have just normal summoned the Eglin, not using the effect, and that would have given us access to cards such as Assembled Nightingale, for example, which of course then would lead to Zeus hitting the field, but Zeus would be one of those cards that would kind of struggle versus Sprite Red, not gonna lie.
Interesting that Jonas has not chained either of his Trouble Sunny or his IP, which means, and in this, like when Eglin resolves, Empen could be in play, right? So that will prevent you from activating those effects.
That's true, but maybe there are like many of the Empens already banished. We didn't really see what cards are banished there in particular, but no, there is still one more Eglin in the deck. Alessio grabbing it, and therefore, as he just said, he could immediately summon it out here. And that is indeed what's going to happen. But I mean, probably we just have like freezing curses or something to take care of it.
It has to be exactly freezing curses, right? Because flashing fire does not do the trick.
So Chainlink 1, Empen, Chainlink 2, 3, and the set card. Is it the freezing curses? It is indeed the freezing curses onto the Eglin.
And that is really important because otherwise you couldn't use IP, you couldn't use Trouble Sunny.
Exactly, and you preventing an extra normal summon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alessio in the entire match not really being able to establish map. And map is like the cool part about the deck, the part that gives you an additional normal
but we
summon.
are probably going to see the advent of Adventure.
Oh, is it an additional advent? It is indeed advent.
You needed to play on after this, but this is not the card you want to banish for advent. You don't want to go all the way again. You don't want to have to rely on hard drawing an Empen or an Epic.
Oh, and there's another Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring by Jonas Koschel.
Jonas Koschel, master of the Ash Blossoms in this tournament. Freezing Curses is not going to resolve, however, so there is an additional normal summon, but the surge from the Advent is going to be denied here.
You do at least get the Empen, but I think with the carrot still going to be in play for next turn, it's going to be very, very tricky for Alessio to navigate this.
But I feel like with this match alone, Jonas must be happy that he included Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring into his main deck, because basically all 3 games it came down pretty decently already.
Also, remember that there is still a Trouble Sunny, so if there is the map activated, you can still tribute the Trouble Sunny, get a pop from the Lila effect, and then also you have more cards to tribute for red or for IP Link Summoning.
The thing is, I do believe we have Stree in our hand now, so Stree could at least get one of the Evil Twins out from the graveyard, which is kind of cool.
How do you normal summon, Basti?
We're still we still got the normal summon from
because
Empen. We're still resolving Empen.
Oh, right.
We're not normal summoning. Okay.
That is a good point.
But it doesn't look like we did that, because we did trigger the Runic Fountain. Yeah, we did not normal summon with Empen, and therefore we can absolutely now use the effect of Troubled Sunny, getting a draw and the pop out here, and that is going to be gone in a moment.
To be fair, what was Alessio going to do with that 3 anyways? He would need to have the Empen in hand or an Epic's Avian, because he already used the Eglin effect this turn.
You could search, get Rabina, and then get Toucan.
Oh, right. Toucan adds Empen.
Toucan can add Empen.
That works, yeah. So Alessio now being robbed of his map. Can he do anything else, or is it back to Jonas?
By the way, Alessio is posturing there. It looks like he's passing it over, and Jonas is drawing for turn. He's not going to have a battle phase here, but still a lot of stuff to do.
This is definitely one of those things about the Live Twin deck where I find it uncomfortable. You know, you're in this situation, you're looking extremely dominant, you've got 5 months in play, your opponent's passed, empty field, you're like, great. But
yeah,
what do you do?
Honestly,
let's wait this out.
yeah, honestly, it looks like the first turn is super important with this deck, but I do believe if you want to really play this deck on a high level, the follow-up turn is even more important because you have to have a plan on what to do after you did all of your cool stuff on your opponent's turn, but then you're there to do something really, really cool after.
So we are not Link summoning in this position. I think that we might, I mean, we've talked about this a lot, but this might actually come down to an Eradicator because the Flu Wanderers deck has such good follow-up. This is the Link that is dark and has 3,000 attack points. It's Abomination.
It is indeed
An
Abomination.
extra draw. Jonas still, yeah, I mean, he still hasn't, well, we don't know if he's found it yet.
Oh, there is the Droll and Lockbird now. It's pretty late.
I was going to say, that's the world's latest draw. Where isn't it? It's like turn 5.
Something like that. And I think Jonas might even be happy because
Jonas has red. He can still consider negating this with red.
It doesn't feel like it costs you very much to negate it with red. So if he doesn't negate it, it probably is because he wasn't planning on drawing anything, right?
Yeah. Because he already has too many cards in hand.
Like
I mean, he could have gotten an extra card because he could have just
You could just negate it and bring it back. That's a suspicious-looking set from Jonas. He's even put it in the same column as the Abomination.
That might be a tell there. It might be a tell. But honestly, it's only 5 more minutes left on the clock, and Jonas is down 1,000 life points here. So he better interrupt Alessio fast here if he wants to win this match.
It's going to be very difficult to interrupt because there's the chain links going on. So you cannot red the Toucan, assuming that's the Eglin being chained and not targeted. And surely you're adding back Empen.
Absolutely, but I think, is there even another, there's Eglin, but is there another bird being banished besides that Eglin? Also, we just used Eglin, right? So we can't even use Eglin
to add, yeah. There's no Rabina found yet, which is a problem.
There's now Stree being used, and we can't chain block with Stree, and therefore it is easy to solve this problem with the Sprite Rat being used onto it. Oh.
And now Abomination is going to pop the Toucan as well because the card was just destroyed. Both are banished. Alessio is looking forward to doing something maybe with a map. Does he even have a map? He's scooping! He reveals his hand. Jonas Koschel wins the second round of this tournament.
Absolutely. It looked a little weird after he wasn't able to summon out IP Masquerena there in that game 3, but he did recover, as Leonard was greatly saying. He managed to make up his mind again. He was getting into the zone after making this kind of weird misplay, which we didn't expect from someone like Jonas Koschel, to be honest. But he was there. He went into the zone again. He got into the thinking tank once more, which he already did in game 1, and it worked out like a charm for him. Ash Blossom enjoys Spring, being one of the best cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! For a while now. But again, maybe coming into this format, coming into this tournament in the hands of Jonas Koschel, being the card that brings him the tournament victory. Or he doesn't even need to win the tournament, but just gets his spots to Worlds. Might be, right?
Yeah, I like it. It's a card that kind of has been going up and down for a while. It's a very consistent hand trap, obviously.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a nice, as you were mentioning, like because you draw so many cards, you want to find cards that you can keep using. You know, it's fun to play those evenly matched, that Dark Ruler, but you actually want cards you can use in the middle of a game as well.
Yeah. Also, it is kind of good to disrupt your opponent a bit from building a big field so that you can play through it with your runic spells and gain the advantage after that.
Absolutely. I think people in the beginning were like, 100% we are going to play evenly matched. But then at some point they figured out, yeah, we are just drawing evenly matched non-stop with our runic cards, and that's actually not even that great. So at German Nationals, a couple of people were already going over to play Darkhole, Raigeki, cards like that, because those are even like okay when you draw them for your follow-up turn. But evenly matched just
only feels good on your first turn, and therefore maybe this is not really the card to go with anymore.
Yes, this is all something I'm really looking forward to see in the European Championships as well, which you guys are currently watching. We are still on Friday here watching this fantastic tournament. This whole weekend is just packed with amazing duels, and I can't wait for it to continue. So you guys don't have to wait that long. So stay tuned, we're here for more live content.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship Qualifier 2023 in Utrecht. What a tournament! It is gonna be an exciting weekend of action with a lot of content going on for you guys. Obviously, starting things off on Friday with the playoff that already is gonna select 3 duelists going to the World Championship, and then obviously the big deal, the European Championship. Arguably the most exciting tournament of the year for every European players, duelists traveling across all European nations to compete in this amazing tournament. But there is a lot going on outside of this, and here me and Alberto are to talk about the meta for this event, and we can say the changes that occurred throughout the year, because obviously we should take a little bit of a time travel machine going backwards in time 1 year, because what an exciting tournament it was for the European Championship in 2022 in Antwerp, which actually saw the rise of Marcus Patel with his Rika deck, something that nobody would have expected, and he did it going undefeated with 18 wins and 1 draw throughout the event. Incredible event, incredible experience, but all the way through we saw a lot of different events which we had the pleasure to commentate for you guys, starting from the YCS in this very same place in Utrecht, which was won by Joshua, right?
Yeah, I mean, Joshua back then showed us why he's one of the most accomplished players in Europe, and he's still competing as well, you know, for his spot to go to the World Championship. And I think we have seen a lot of stuff this year, honestly.
Obviously, I mean, it has been an amazing year for Yu-Gi-Oh! And obviously, alongside the events and alongside the winners, the meta has also changed. Because if it was Marcus Patel winning the WCQ with back in 2022, the European Championship with his Rika deck, YCS Utrecht was won by Joshua with his Runic Sprite deck. But then everything changed when 17, now 18-year-old Vincenzo Rufino incredibly won his YCS Dortmund with T-Element, which showed the dominance of the deck, because the next event was also won by the same deck. And who was it, Alberto?
It was Chris LeBlanc showing off the 5.
Yeah, becoming the only existing 5-time YCS champion, an incredible achievement. But to not take anything away from him, the next event, which is the last one we did coverage for, was also insane, because that was YCS London 250, pretty much becoming what an accomplishment for the game, with 3 events hosted at the same time in North America, South America and London. And our event was won by who else other than Samir Bashar with his incredible celebration, you know, that really shook us, because again it was kind of an unsurprising quip with Sprite Melfi.
Yeah, and the thing is that he was not supposed to be there.
Exactly. He was not going, he booked a last-minute flight and he made it and he won, which was crazy adventure to tell. But then obviously national season began, and a lot of these, more than 20 national champions are here this weekend with a VIP status, we can say, because they're gonna have fixed seatings, 2 buys for the main event, and some of them are actually competing at the playoff as mentioned. But now, more about talking about what's going on this weekend and what decks we are expecting to see. Starting from what we saw at YCS London, I would say 2 main changes happened. Starting and being effective from June 5, we had a new Forbidden and Limited list. And that is coming with a lot of changes, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of them being that comes to my mind is Diablosis, the Mind Hacker Beer Forbidden, and you know, there was that combo with Kashtira having advantage of taking a look of your opponent extra deck, and sometimes you could banish, for example, a Zeus in order to stop your opponent basically to shut down your field. And at
the same time, the deck we can start from there. I would say still remains one of the best decks. It has basically, we had 2 weeks pretty much of national championships after, with the new list being effective. and a lot of them have actually been won by Kashtira, so the deck is still a contender. We know some players are using it at the playoff, and I would be shocked if we didn't see some of them in the top cut later on. But there are a lot of other decks around. Obviously, among the other surprising, or we could say most important hits, we had Super Heavy Samurai obviously losing their Link 1 in the Scarecrow, and that obviously changed the deck the way it's built. And now we are seeing some mashups, I would say, with the Super Heavy and Swordsol decks, which I think are really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it, especially because when we have this Forbidden Limited list, basically your creativity explodes.
Yeah,
and,
it goes through the roof.
We have seen how our players basically build up incredible decks throughout the time. And I think also the same thing can be said for one of the decks that we have seen a lot of times during this year is Dragon Link, for example.
Absolutely, absolutely. We were about to witness one of the most incredible back-to-back national championship finals when Mathieu was about to become, as mentioned, back-to-back Dragon Link French national champion. In the end, he lost to the previous national champion, which was just an incredible, exciting weekend in France. But as you mentioned, a lot of different decks. Runic Sprite variants are still amazing. We can say we distinguish between the Furier version and the Life Twin version, but both of them are really popular. Both have had really good success at the national championships, and we'll see some of them probably going forward, because at the same time they lost one copy of Runic Fountain and one copy of Sprite Starter, but those versions compared to, you know, the Sprite Melfi deck usually only played even one starter, so they could adapt to the new changes. On the other hand, though, we can start from the German national champion, which obviously Dinka Bui, what an amazing players. Labyrinth, what do you think of the deck?
I mean, I'm a super fan of the deck, honestly, and I'm one of those players who used to play heavy trap decks back then, you know, with True Dragon, Paleozoic, and if I had to play the event, I would play Labyrinth, honestly.
Makes sense,
and
makes sense.
I also like the fact that basically Dinka every time shows up with an incredible new strategy that we haven't seen so far. And and I think what was worth mentioning is that basically he put up the Virus Eradicator combo with Labyrinth.
It was an amazing final. Unfortunately for Tom, who we just gotta give credits to, because he lost back-to-back finals from YCS London and the German National Championship. But at the same time, this, as mentioned, will just be with over 2,000 players competing, an exciting weekend with a lot of different decks, all the way, as we mentioned, from those that we've mentioned, from decks such as Purely, Flow Wanderies, Exo Sister, which has just won a remote duel YCS back in North America, to decks from, as mentioned, Swordsol. You have so many strategies going on, and a lot of these decks which are probably gonna make it to the top cut, and then we're gonna find out the winners. But before we say goodbyes, it has come to the most fearful moment of the weekend, which is Alberto predicting his pick. Who is gonna win? What deck is gonna win the EU WCQ 2023?
You sure you want me to
Let's
answer?
go for it. Let's go for it.
Okay, so I'll pick the deck I would have played. So I'll pick Labyrinth. Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna be my pick for the event.
Dinka, you have really now a hardest challenge to overcome Alberto's curse. On my side, I have a lot of decks that I think are, again, really straightforward, probably gonna be in the top cut. So I wanna go for an underdog pick, Flow Wanderies, and that is because, at least for the playoffs, Diego, the so-called Flow Wanderies god, the last year national champion in Italy, is back playing Flow Wanderies. Might as well take it. Maybe we'll also qualify for the playoffs, but those are our picks. Keep watching to find out whether they come to reality, and thank you guys for being with us. We'll be back real shortly with more action here from Utrecht.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Now, Firewall Dragon is bigger than ever, starring in Cyberstorm Access, the new 100-card Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG booster set. It's got new cards for today's hottest decks, adds new decks you can build, and buffs some old favorites. New cards for all kinds of decks. Cyberstorm Access.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! EU WCQ here in Utrecht. It's a lot of letters, but each one is just more valuable than the next. And speaking of letters, we're in R5, which is obviously round 5. This is going well, guys, don't worry about it. So, I'm going to introduce our next duelists. We've got Andre Deluri and Federico Pastore, who are going to take away this round 5 feature match here at the EU WCQ. Gentlemen, we're going to do a little bit of a high roll on those dice to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Andre's going to roll first, and that is a 9. Federico? Okay, so are you going to go first, Andre? Andre is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentators who are going to take it away for this here match. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us to round 5. Here we have an amazing matchup for you guys in what is already an exciting day 1 to find out who will advance to day 2 after rounds of Swiss today. And as some of you recognized, here we have a runner-up for a YCS back in 2014, because that is Federico Pastore, one of the best, we could say, Italian players. Have been playing the game for a lot of years and came close, as mentioned, at the YCS finals. And is actually here playing an interesting deck that we have seen also yesterday, very popular among Italian players at the playoff, and that is Flow Wonder Is. What do you guys think of the deck, first of all?
Yeah, Flow Wonder is a normal summon-based deck where you're trying to stun your opponent with the N-Pen controlling the field, especially against Link monsters, which might be very relevant in this matchup here.
Absolutely, and funny enough, Federico's nickname in the community is Penguin. So, I mean, it's quite in the lore that he's playing a deck relying on a boss monster. That is a Penguin indeed. But his opponent, on the other hand, is also the reason why we are here, and that is Andre from the UK with his Vanquish Soul deck. A shock at the Italian National Championship when we saw Meulli getting second place with it, but now it seems like it's a popular strategy and definitely something that you should look out for. Both players are undefeated on a 4-0 score. I think before discussing more, let's go to the table to game 1.
Vanquish Soul is quite a peculiar deck in that it hasn't exactly completely cemented itself in a standardized deck list of sorts. But over the course of the last couple of months, it's sort of developing with the Kashtira engine working out quite nicely. And the reason for that is because of the attribute manipulation of the deck with the reveals based on primarily Fire, Dark, and Earth. It's actually really important to have something like a Fenrir who can get you those different attributes to be able to fulfill the conditions of things like your most important monster in the deck, Ryzen. Raisin? How would you say it?
Yeah, Raisin, I guess. Raisin. I'm not an expert by any means. And as we can see here, actually, the deck, as we will be able to showcase, relies on different attributes, and that is why the Kashtira cards are actually quite good in the deck. And usually you would see 3 Fenrirs because one of the attributes required is Earth, but in this case he's actually playing a small package, which is an interesting addition. Alongside it, he's also using some Equip Cell in the Infernobles package, in this case the Durandal, which is an interesting addition to get to that Raisin, which is the core card of the deck.
Yeah, it's really good because of the just generic warrior support that the Infernoble archetype has offered over the last few years, and that it allows you to just get your generic fire warrior monsters. And of course, yeah, that is the most important heart and soul of the deck that you want to go into. Now we're going to see the Link 1 here. Link 1 archetype-based cards generally tend to be very powerful. And of course, this one is no different. Rock of the Vanquisher. This one allows you to either special from your hand or retrieve from the graveyard to get back the Raisin again. So you can see here we're going to go for Dr. Madlove here. I believe that's the searcher of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, Raisin searches monster, Madlove spell and traps. So what you can do is you can search a pseudo book of moon or eclipse-like effect in the quick spell, or a reborn-like effect in the other. Usually those are one-offs. In this case, I think he goes for the Dust Devil, which is the Book of Moon, which allows you to set monsters depending on the number of different Vanquish Soul you control. So, as you can see here, it's important to notice, as you mentioned, that although the Link 1 obviously refers to the archetype, it is not a Vanquish Soul monster by itself. So,
yep, that's the naming colloquial there is relevant in that it doesn't benefit from some of the spells and traps, but regardless, it will allow you to special summon it into one of the columns, because the relevant effect there of Raisin is the ability to destroy a monster that your opponent controls in the same column as itself.
In the same column, yeah. Obviously, Mech Knights are one of the first archetypes that really made people pay attention to the columns, but now Vanquish Souls can do the same with both Raisin and the Pantheon. But nice, Book of Eclipse from Federico.
So Book of Eclipse here does... Oh, Ash.
Ash to negate it. So, as you can see, the Vanquish Soul deck is not like a blowout kind of deck where you set up a field that is unbreakable. It's instead more of a grind deck. And I think it's definitely plays up for more interactions.
Yeah, the cool thing about this deck is it does play very much in a control style. I wouldn't even really call it mid-range because it is fairly slow, but yeah, as you mentioned, you're about generating advantage, harboring those resources to be able to you know, outgrind your opponent and slowly pick apart their field with the Raisin.
We could say maybe, I guess, kind of reminding of Salamangreat, of those kind of strategies before, you know, access code really allowed them to OTK easily. It was kind of how the deck played out. And here we see potentially another Book of Eclipse off the top, wow, and even a standard copy.
Yeah, we can. We've got a whole bunch of options here. We can either go for Engine, and it does look like that's what Federico's going to go for. The Robina, most important card in the Flow Under strategy to get those +3s going off quite nicely. and does not opt to go for a second Eclipse to try and deal with this field here. Of course, Book of Eclipse only allows you to set just regular monsters, not Link monsters, and so the Rock is indeed still online here. Looks like we're going to resolve it now to return the Raisin back to our hands.
Absolutely. As you can see, Federico is maining RP Featherstorm, something that you usually decide. But actually, before the match, he told me he's only maining one copy and siding the rest to actually mock me a little bit for my deck list that I won the Euros with just one-dimensional barrier. He said, it worked out for you, might as well try it the same for me. And honestly, can work out.
I don't know if you've seen the fad recently of people playing just a single copy of Talents in their deck list. Yeah, just, you know, if you see it, you see it.
Absolutely. I mean, but when you play cards like Free Duality and Free Prosperity, obviously those one-off make slightly more sense, I would say.
So yeah, Fluonder can sometimes be a little bit of a struggle with consistency sometimes, as there is not a lot of great links between engine and non-engine in the deck, but Federico here has plenty of access to that with the Robina in the hand and now picking up a map as well.
Absolutely. Here, what we are gonna go for is instead bouncing back the Borger to the end to special summon the Caesar, which potentially allows you to reveal free, as it's doing, to destroy any card, and the map is now gone. So it's not always that you can open up with the Caesar setup, and this is great stuff from the UK player.
Yeah, so this is why the attribute manipulation in this deck is so important, because the ability to have a bunch of different attributes in your hand, collected by things like Fenrir, or backed up with hand traps that all have varied different types of attributes, like the Ash Blossom being fire, the Ghost Bell in his deck being earth, really works out quite nicely and synergizes really well with the Vanquish Soul strategy.
Yeah, I think the deck is built up very well, honestly, with a lot of hand traps as well, and it's filled with a lot of consistency. So it's
and
not
here
a surprise.
We see the first tribute summon thanks to the Unexplored Winds. Usually it's a one-off. Federico is actually playing 3 copies of the card between the main deck and side deck. He feels like that's one of the best cards, especially going second, and we can see why here. The effect to tribute cards from your opponent's side of the field is not once per turn, which really allows you to disrupt them when going second, and this is the case.
It's really hard to retrieve that single limited copy of Kashtira Riseheart once it's gone, so being able to, as Federico is playing here, as you mentioned, the 3 copies, I think just trying to go for an easy out and removing that boss monster is kind of, I see how he's decided to adapt versus the meta. Is that a second field spell?
Yep.
No, okay.
I think he searched it with the amp and
okay, right,
yeah.
I see,
So
I see.
now-
All right, not bad here.
No, really.
Second
really
normal
solid
summon is
opening.
going to be very, very powerful.
I mean, both are, especially now that there is no more statue for the deck, really kind of like grind decks. I mean, this is going to be a grind match for sure. And here we can see a nice interaction by revealing the Toucan. He's going to be able to banish the Empen from the deck, and so he has access to a second Empen, again getting rid of a card, potentially the Caesar. And here we are going to see the Dust Devil just to put face down a card from Federico. Yep. What this does is that the Flowonder is to be banished needs to be face up. So if you were to tribute, it will go instead to the graveyard, as you can see. And now, yeah, it's just gonna get rid of the Caesar to normal summon the Empen, and this is really well played by Federico.
Unexplored Winds not being once per turn to tribute your opponent's monsters. Neither is the effect of the Empen to search here, so field spell into the trap cards, the Dreaming Town. And further normal summons being performed here with Eglin being able to retrieve out some disruption potentially for the follow-up turn here
this
into
is
Avion.
Potentially even just the game. I think did he start with Prosperity in this game?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, okay, so not quite because of that only, otherwise this would have been 8100. So great stuff from Federico, which is now going to move to the battle phase, and as mentioned, is going to deal 4050 life point damage to his opponent.
You say it's a bit of a harder matchup considering how a lot of the disruption in the Vanquish Soul deck is based around setting monsters, destroying cards, and Fluander doesn't really care about that, right? As long as the effects resolve, then you're pretty happy, right?
Yeah, but especially because like I think it's also very difficult to play against Fluanders in general. But in this kind of matchup, I mean, being Andre, I think we also saw this at Italian Nationals. Playing Vanquish, your opponent don't really know how to play against it. So I think this is one of the key factors of the deck itself. On the other hand, it's true that Fluanders has been very popular this weekend. So it's no surprise that Federico's sitting with this record at the moment.
It's impressive that we have 7 cards in hand, despite the field being completely taken apart here.
Exactly. We mentioned how the Vanquish Show deck is really good at grinding, and you can see it here.
Alright, now it can be quite normal summon reliant, which is why this Fenrir works out quite decently.
Obviously, you have to play around Ampen, so you need to put everything you special summon in defense in order to use it. And this pretty much takes Link out of the equation.
It's really hard as well to deal with this setup of a negate, the Book of Moon style effect of the Dreaming Town, and of course don't forget map is online as well, so Andre probably doesn't want to commit a normal summon too soon here until we can try and find some way to deal with that. And Vanquish Show, kind of a normal summon reliant deck, really does need that initial summon to be able to establish the rock.
Yeah, also sometimes you might run out of tributes, and this is why Federico is also using 3 copies of Ampen, which is really a first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So, checking the grave here before the Ryzen has been normal summoned to double down on that normal summon multiple times because of the magnificent map. Alright. Not going for the Eglin resummon here.
I think it'll be interesting to see where Federico wants to wait to activate the Apex Avian. Because now he gets the Voyager with the Raisin, so I think he has at least 3 different attributes in hand once again.
Yeah, he has plenty, but now it will use the Raisin to destroy the Ampen in the same column.
So revealing the bonus effect of Raisin to show up 2 monsters instead of the 1 for the search, and that will eliminate 1 of these Mpens, still to try and circumvent the rest of this field that we have to deal with.
Yeah, also as the Borger and Caesar can bounce this Vanquish Show back to the end, it's really tough to use cards like Impermanence or Veiler to get around these kind of effects because they are not gonna resolve, but the Apex is different. It can definitely be used by Federico whenever he feels like it.
Tagging here by revealing to return and special summon from the hand. And again, everything does have to be put into defense mode to deal with the continuous effect of the Mpen. Generating an advantage by drawing here. Just so many cards in hand.
So many cards in hand, yeah.
Just curious, you know, if sometimes a deck like this can really feel like fake advantage in that it doesn't really help you keep pushing. But he's doing a good job so far.
It's more a matter of when is Federico gonna use his Apex.
Yeah, still a lot in the tank here for Federico. He can Apex Negate, as you mentioned. We still got that Dreaming Town set, and still yet to trigger the magnificent map here. And of course, at any point when he does perform a tribute summon, he can help clear using the unexplored winds.
Yeah, I think Federico is now considering whether to respond to this. Yeah, it all depends on where he wants to activate either the Apex or the map. Yeah, I think it does. Makes sense. Yeah.
Goes for the Apex, trying to destroy the Caesar, negating its summon, and that resolves.
Do you think there's a world where you like on resolution Dreaming Town just to re-establish the Avion as it's not once per turn, or?
Possibly, and now, unfortunately though, there is Fenrir, which can be used from Andre. Yeah. Wow, this actually resolved, and it's looking better than just a moment ago, which makes me wonder whether that's a Dreaming Town, right? Are we sure it's a Dreaming Town? Because like,
yeah, he definitely searched a Dreaming Town.
I mean, I would have thought he would have maybe used it earlier, but maybe he's afraid of committing too much to the field at the moment.
Seems like he's trying to just let his opponent overcommit as much as possible so that we can get a massive Book of Moon style effect here. Are we also playing Mega Ryza?
He's playing the full package as mentioned. 3 Empen, 1 Apex and 1 Mega Raiza. And now he goes for this Dreaming Town into the Egglen, which will allow him, although he lost unfortunately the Unexplored Winds, he can still use the Book of Eclipse-like effect, banishing the trap card from the graveyard to put everything on the field face down from the side of Andre.
For a deck like the Fluanders, it does seem to do a lot of disruption here. Unfortunately, we have to sacrifice our own Empen for Empen here just to trigger the effects of the Dreaming Town, as you need to have a Tribute Summon to be able to get the full Book of Eclipse there.
And this does resolve, which really limit what Andre can do to continue this play, but I see what looks like a planet and maybe a Stake Your Soul. Let's see.
This is definitely why Federico, I suppose, is known among the Italians as the Penguin, as he's established the 3rd one this game.
And absolutely, we do see the planet. Just gonna get the 3rd copy of Fenrir, not really useful at the moment. And let's see if he has the Stake Your Soul to at least try and push a little more. No,
he doesn't.
Just face down, and play is back to Federico, who managed to stop this aggressive turn, and has now once again the possibility, as mentioned, with another copy of the Unexplored Wind. A regular Fluandris deck would be out of both Unexplored Wind and Empen, as usually you only play 2 Empen and 1 Unexplored, while Federico is already on the 2nd copy of Unexplored Winds and the 3rd of Empen. This is working out greatly. He will now be able to search his last tribute in the deck, which is the Mega Raiza, and potentially will be able to go for game, because when Raiza tributes a win, he basically can bounce 2 different things from the field. 1 to the end, 1 to the top, and this should be enough game for game, potentially.
Yeah, a lot to clear here still, but so many tools available to your deck with the Unexplored Winds and the Mega Raiza, as you mentioned, so this is looking pretty promising for him, and you know, in terms of deck building, I think it's really cool how he's built this together, because it's you know, you typically see things like, for example, Dimension Shifter, which he's not even playing. Just opted to go for more engine.
Yeah, the deck seems super consistent, honestly, and I really like the fact that basically you can grind a lot, and also the 3rd Empen is I think a brave move in that sense, but
it's worked out really well. You know, he's gone through all 3, as you said.
He's really playing it, as mentioned, as a more of a grind, completely engine-focused deck with even more ways to search his Fluandris with one of the unusual spell cards, that is the Jack in the Hand, which he's playing 2 copies of.
Yeah, I think I've seen that more sort of show up in like OCG because of the limitations that allows you to get that level 1 search, but you know, like we said, he's just going for as many Fluander cards as possible, you know, not really going for a ton of non-engine. You know, we do see the triple Book of Eclipse and Ruler, but other than that, it is just full.
Yeah, and he picks up his cards. So Andre, although starting really well with his Vanquish Soul combos, just gotta give up to Federico. Great game 1, great show of both of these guys' decks. Both very grindy, as mentioned. Andre went first, did what he was supposed to do, set up the Burger, set up the Caesar, ended up with like 6 cards in hand, and still, unfortunately, lost to what was an incredible opening from Federico, going through 3 copies of Empen. So, yeah.
I think there's a lot for him to take out in this matchup, because he's definitely built it quite heavily in favor of something like Kashtira, from what I can tell, looking at this, and you know, something like Ghost Bell isn't really going to do much in this kind of matchup, right? So
yeah, but he has stuff for Fluandris. I think there's for sure that there can be only one, which is very powerful, and then there's the Eradicator Virus, which, you know.
No, I think his side deck is really good against this matchup.
So there's a lot of stuff. Also the Cosmic Cyclone, if it really feels like. So there are a lot of different options that you can go for, either going 1st or 2nd. I think his side deck is very solid.
And obviously, the There Can Be is amazing in the deck, as they are all different, but when it comes to Fluandris, they're all Winged Beast, which makes the card amazing for this one matchup. On the other hand, Federico also has a few tools in the side deck. What do you think he might bring in for this one specifically?
How good is Shifter versus Vanquish Soul?
I'm not a big fan of the
not-
card.
not
Like
ideal, right?
they can actually even side themselves. It's okay because it turned obviously the Link one into a much weaker card, but overall I wouldn't side it. I would probably just side the Cosmics because you would expect some form of back row, and obviously you know that the deck might even main that there can be. Outside of that, to be fair, I'm not even sure if he wants to side any more Antrops, like even Ash. Ash is obviously fine, but I'm not sure if you want to play that 1-for-1 game, you know, against a deck that, as we saw, can end up on 7 cards. You want something that's more impactful, so maybe we might see 3 copies of RP Feather Storm even going second, which wouldn't surprise me. But regardless, I think our duelists are pretty much done with their side decks, so let's jump back into game 2.
I think Federico really came into this matchup with a bit of a deck building advantage over Andre, and despite losing the dice roll, actually managing to pull that apart quite convincingly. So, you know, masterful play as well as deck building. You can't really ask for more. So great display from Federico, and we'll see if he's able to do the same here going second. I think those you know, field breakers actually worked out quite nicely for him with the eclipses and rulers.
Yeah, but I think his deck list is very honestly very unique, very powerful.
I like it.
Yeah.
And at the same time now, the side decks, as mentioned, are looking pretty good for Andre too. Starting things off once again with this Fenrir. The question is, does he have access to the raising this time?
Similar turn as before, and Thought of Prosperity is going to help with that. Extra deck not super important in a deck like Vanquish Soul. You know, as long as you keep your 3 rocks, then it's always fine. Curious what you think about the deck choice of bringing something like Flu under, because it's not exactly rogue or unknown. I think most people probably know what it is and how it plays, and it's not really a deck that typically has a particularly high ceiling, right?
No, but at the same time, as you mentioned, this is a format in which you expect a lot of different decks, so chances are your opponents cannot afford to side that much or anything specific for the Flow Under his deck, which means you might capitalize on it, and it has a really good Kashtira matchup because of a very unique interaction that is when you try to banish face down a Flow Under his face up monster, it will not be banished face down, it will be banished face up because of its own effect, which pretty much makes those cards like Fenrir and Arise Art much less effective.
Yeah, the banish strategy of Flow Under synergizing so well with things like Shifter, not really caring about the Kashtira matchup, so it works out quite nicely into the meta here.
Yeah, picks up the reinforcement of the army, always Grave Way, the OG searcher, and here we can see pretty much the usual setup with just the 1 Raizen. What you can do is end on a burger, which is very similar to Eat Soul for, you know, the cyber stacks. What it does is it draws you a card during both players' turn, and that's obviously great.
That is definitely a discount value brand Heat Soul, I will say that.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Madlove picking up the spell there and setting and pass it on over.
Oh, wow. Actually holding on the burger here, which he probably didn't really have access to then. This is not looking too threatening. What though can go on is... Ooh, there is a Droll. Yeah, Droll is so strong against the Flow Under his deck. By far the best Antrap you can have against it.
So really curious on the sequencing here. If your opponent, you know, in this exact situation, post-siding goes first with 6 cards and Prosperities, do you Ash or do you wait to draw them?
That's a good question, honestly. And indeed, you can tell that Andre is thinking about that.
Yeah.
Because it's a risk.
I think you can allow it. Like, Droll is too strong. Literally, like, most of the cards, obviously, like Robina and Eglin, are gonna be completely useless against it, so...
Yeah, so suggesting there that you want to just get that draw effect online ASAP.
Because the thing is, you know you have a really good setup, so...
It just sometimes feels like really risky post-siding because of how deep Prosperity digs, and you can see like really strong blowout cards is what I would maybe be scared of.
I agree, but at the same time, you can activate the draw now when Prosperity resolves, so it's not like you really fear anything, and you can keep the Ash for next turn potentially. So yeah, this is gonna be devastating for Federico, who actually has a way to keep playing, which is chaining the Advent right here.
So he chains it in response to the draw on Lockbird, so we can get one more add.
And now we get to see the Ash. So
works out quite nicely, actually.
A +1 Ash it is. So Federico might be in a really tough spot here, yeah. And just gonna set 3 face down spell and traps and add back over to Andre, who might be in for a quick game 2 here with a very dominating start.
Yeah, this advantage generation by the Link Monster is exactly why Vanquish Soul can be quite a formidable deck here. Backed up, of course, by so many powerful different hand traps, and of course, Drone Lockbird completely shutting down the Flow Under strategy. And as we continue on with a normal summon Raisin here, I don't know how much relevant back row we can really set in Flow Under, but
yeah, maybe a couple of Eclipses if
potentially
just to stay alive.
Yeah.
And then again, that's like a really poor situation because then your opponent gets to draw so many cards in the end phase. So we'll see how he can maneuver out of this one. Don't forget as well that Andre does have a set card. I think that was the search
I think the quick
but
spell.
Tagging out here via Dr. Madlove. And we're about to put as much damage on the field as possible before trying to get that all-important game shot, as the Link Monster also activates to special summon. And once the cogs start spinning on a deck like Vanquish Soul, it's really hard to come back from, I think, once they've sort of got going. Yeah, I think Andre is pretty well versed in this deck, and it's really interesting to see just how Fluander completely tore apart that field game 1. And I think this is really like the problem that we see quite often with a deck like Fluander, and I just think it's the consistency sometimes, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's the consistency. On the other hand, as we mentioned, I mean, Drone Lockbird is, huge, honestly, against the deck. And I think it's one of the main reasons why Federico's also playing, just so more consistency in Jack in the hand, so to have, Prosperity's duality, terraforming all these cards.
Yeah. And here, actually, what we might see is the second effect, or the secret effect, as sometimes we call it, from the Burger. Not only does he draw cards, but he can deal 1500 life points damage. And during both players' turns, that means 3k, and that might be enough to just close the game, which is exactly the case here.
We've mentioned it a few times throughout the commentary this weekend, but having tools for time is extremely important, and an in-engine way to access burn damage is extremely powerful in a situation like this.
But here, actually, Federico, with the sneaky play with the Dreaming Town, might actually pull a trick on his opponent, because he really didn't see this coming, and now with the Ampen getting added to the end, he can resolve and summon the tree back. And as mentioned, if the Fenrir is to activate to try and banish one of them, it will still go face up. Let's see. 4 cards in hand from Andre. Yeah. He will use it, as you can see here. It will get banished face up. Is there another monster from Federico? Probably not. And that means this turn might be over if that's the case.
Just aided so well by the Fenrir, and I think so many decks have found a really comfortable spot in so many different archetypes just to run Fenrir.
Yeah, and we saw that at the beginning with Sprite, for example, just have a couple of Fenrirs in your main deck, putting some pressure to your opponent. And I think they're working out very well here in Vanquish, or something that we don't see quite often.
Neat little interaction as the pointing downwards of the Vanquish Soul Link Monster synergizes very nicely with the Nightmare Phoenix. Not often you see a co-length Nightmare Phoenix being able to resolve, but yeah, we do get another bonus draw here, as well as destroying a card that our opponent controls.
And unfortunately, with just exactly 1000 life points left, Federico cannot chain his Cosmic Cyclone. Now the Burger is threatening to just close this one out by revealing Shu. And I think, yeah, Federico has seen enough. We are going to game 3. Not much to say, honestly. Andre really played well, set up his field, and compared to game one, what you mentioned, a lot of these changes from the main deck cars that maybe weren't that great in this matchup were substituted with cars from his side deck, and Drone Lock is probably the car that won him this game alone, shutting down everything from Federico. And now it's 1-1, so back to what we started. Federico actually, for the first time in this match, is gonna go first. So we'll see if that pays any advantage to him.
Yeah, I think it's quite poetic that the hand trap that typically Flow Under likes to drop Shifter, and that it ends games now, getting a little bit of taste of his own medicine by receiving a Droll Lockbird. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how game 3 plays out. We haven't seen Federico go first yet.
Yeah.
And I assume he's probably going to do quite a similar standard setup that you normally go for in Flow Under, but you know, the way he's played this out, his disruption is so well. And most important of all, has he drawn a Featherstorm, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly. So we'll have 3 copies, so hopefully for him, we'll get to see at least one of them to help him out. And
I would say the #1 priority was the concern you had for him in the previous game, consistency. And what you can see from Federico deck list is that he focused on consistency with, as mentioned, Jack in the Fruit, and a lot of these cards with 3 copies of Ampen, 3 copies of the Unexplored Winds. That is the #1, so hopefully he will not break, and once he has established his field, he can try and dig with his pot cards to get that 3 copies of RP Featherstorm, which is, regardless, one of the best cards in the game, arguably the best trap card in the game, of one of the best trap cards. And on the other end, obviously, we are gonna see, regardless, a grind game strategy from his opponent, trying to stay in this, drawing his Droll and Lock, Ash, Impermanence, and all of his hand traps to stop Federico in his tracks. As our duelists are finishing up, let's find out who the winner of Game 3 will be.
Talked a lot about consistency and how important it is to make sure that your deck is able to, you know, actually achieve its win condition, not just sitting staring at the 5 cards in your hand like, what do I do? But it's really good in a tournament like this, and that's kind of what Federico's identified, because you have such a long, big tournament. You know, it's not exactly a regional or a local level event. You're really trying to make sure that you have that variance diluted as much as possible by giving your deck the most optimal chance to go first.
I saw a Droll from his opponent. It's there once again.
Yep. Well, no way to really stop that in Federico's deck. No called by or you know, something to handle that, but...
Okay, the map
Map can kind of help you play a little bit around Droll, right?
Yes, a little bit. It really depends on what you paired it with. But with the Eggland being the case, it's gonna be so tough to fight back. Let's see. At the same time, yeah, you do have an option to at least set up.
Yeah, most important of all is if you are going to get drolled here, at least you have the comfort of map, because then when your opponent inevitably normal summons, and he will very likely normal summon in Vanquish Soul, and you can sort of play your turn 1 on turn 2 sort of thing. But yeah, the setup is going to be significantly weaker here, as he doesn't get that all-important Dreaming Town.
Especially getting the Ampen, because you cannot really use it right here. And yeah, we're going to see the Droll once again here, and this hurts so much. We could see a normal summon regardless of the Ampen, which I think makes sense.
Just to establish the... hard drawing
nice. Nice one, yeah. I was about to say, you could totally go for the Ampen to just set up.
Yeah, I mean, just even if you don't get the Dreaming Town, you know, the lockdown effect is quite good. But, I mean, that's the thing, though. Vanquish Soul, is, as Andre's proven, it doesn't really care too much, because you have so many guys you can just put in defense mode. So it does help to play around that, but a setup of map plus Avion is probably as good as you can hope to have with...
Under draw for sure. Yeah. We might even have a trap card, but no, he just passes back.
Oh, that's really rough. He's got Cosmic for the map.
Yeah, and he's got Stake.
Do you think you protect it?
Oof, this hand is amazing. No, you probably don't protect it. But I saw the hand that is looking fantastic with Cosmic, Fenrir, and Stake Your Soul. This is a phenomenal opening by Andre.
Yeah, I mean, this by itself, this Fenrir alone allows you to, you know, contest the Avion just by itself.
Yeah.
you think it's better to just Avion negate this because
Honestly,
they're going to go to the battle?
Well.
Yeah.
You might as well.
But I suppose maybe Federico's thinking like, okay, well, let him commit to his battle phase, perhaps?
Maybe, but I think I would have liked it there. Especially because unless they have another copy, they got a normal summon. Obviously, you don't know about the Cosmic.
It's such a tough situation because it's like, do you want to protect? Is the only way you have to play on this turn is the map. But at the same time, your only real line of defense is Avion, and blowing it on a Cosmic feels bad. And yeah, it looks like Federico chooses to allow it. And
you really cannot afford it.
I think it's a bad situation regardless of what you do, right? It always just feels like lose-lose.
Okay, we see the Medlov normal summoning and activating the effect.
Hit the normal summon negate, pray sometimes, I guess, can be
yeah, at the same
play.
time, I guess it's decent, but yeah, you're forced to negate it. I was about to say, because if they don't negate it, you get the Dust Devil, they put the Apex face down, and then yeah. Unfortunately for Federico, the Stake Your Soul is there as well, gaining the Raizen, and this is a brutal setup that can easily go into game if it puts up enough damage from the Vanquish Soul player, as you can see here.
Fantastic hand from Andre.
Yeah, it's as good as it gets. Yeah. Could see a little draw phase Borgor potentially to finish this off as well.
This is a lot of damage with the Farrier, 4200, and then you can access the Borger, which is amazing. So, let's see.
I do kind of like the way that Federico, you know, sort of allowed the Fenrir to resolve, just, you know, probably trying to taunt him into using his battle phase so we can at least survive, but he still managed to find a way regardless. And yeah, this is a lot of damage here.
This is a lot. 64, yeah. 6400, so 16
Does
left.
this deck ever end on Rise Heart?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, we're tagging out.
Yeah, this is exactly leaving 100 life points to Federico, and in the draw phase you use it again. So unless Federico top decks like an Impermanence or something like that, let's see if he has anything.
That's
game. Wow.
Burn damage, Borgor, MVP, working it out quite well here. Wow.
What an ending to this match, to this round 5. Both duelists really played well throughout the entire match. Game 1 was the back and forth one, we could say, with Andre going first and just setting up an incredible field, 6 cards in his hand, but Federico going through 3 Ampens was able to fight back and win it. But it seems like that once they sided, really the momentum switched in the Vanquish Soul players' favor.
Double draw, right? Double draw.
Double draw, honestly, was incredible. Also, the Cosmic Cyclone on the field spell in Game 3 was amazing. Like in Game 2, I think there was not that much that Federico could have done. I mean,
to be honest, it's worth mentioning that Droll was not even one of the side deck cards. He's maining 3 copies of the card, and sometimes
and
you get
because
rewarded.
Of the attribute, right? I think. Is wind relevant at all?
Not really,
no?
to be fair.
Okay.
It's actually a
just
choice.
a good meta choice. Yeah.
It's actually just a meta call. Worked out for him. I gotta say the card is it feels like in a weird spot, I guess. Against some of the decks, it's amazing. Against some of them, like Labyrinth, for example, thinking of Dinka, it's completely useless. But you can take these kind of risks when you want to make it all the way to the finals or all the way to the World Championship. And Andre moves on with a 5-0 record with his Vanquish Soul deck for what was pretty much the middle of the day 1. This was round 5, but we have 4 more rounds remaining. When it comes to Federico, 4-1 is a totally reasonable score. He can still advance to day 2 and then compete for a stop in the top 64. So I'm sure they will give out their best, but obviously you gotta give credit to Andre.
How do you think the Vanquish Soul deck performed? Has it convinced you?
No, honestly, the deck convinces me as well. Also at the National Championship, we were impressed by the deck, especially because like it was released 2 days before the event, and basically people don't really know how to interact with the deck. And still, I think that now, I mean, the deck is incredibly impressive. What I really like about the deck is that, as you mentioned, you can fit also very small engines like the Kashtira, as Andre did. But what the deck, surprised me the most is that you can play a lot of entraps. So basically, just with a couple of cards, you can able to set up your field. And the Vanquish monsters themselves are amazing. Also, the Link monster plays a huge role. So
Definitely impressed by Andreas' performance, and honestly also being down 1-0 in the future match and then coming back.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff from him.
And we could say it also as the reading advantage of maybe not all of your opponents being super familiar with it, which might lead to some misplays, especially as mentioned when you want to use cards like Impermanence and Veiler. They can really dodge those easily, and you know, you can see why it's always nice to have a deck that nobody is too familiar with, and that is paying off for Andre, especially with a side deck that I really like. I'm a fan of these 5 free offs in the side decks instead of clean side deck. Just 5 cards that you like, what you feel like the best ones. It's working out for him, and hopefully we will see more of both of these duelists later on in day 2. Thank you guys for being with us. This is almost the end of round 5, because before leaving on a short break, we need to hear it from the winner, Andre, and who is better at the job than Ed.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, I am here with Andre, who's just won our round 5 feature match here at the EU WCQ. Andre, how are you feeling?
Feeling great. Flunder is not the matchup I wanted to see this weekend.
Really? You absolutely dominated it, considering.
Yeah, it's a very scary matchup. There's a lot that can go wrong quite quickly, as you saw in the second game, where they can keep... Vanquished Soul does have some weaknesses, and Flunder can capitalize on that quite a lot, really.
Well, the Droll and the Ash just kind of means you struggle through those.
Yes. Well, my deck's packed with hand traps, so that is what's going for me, really, in that matchup.
Excellent. So let's talk a bit about Vanquished Souls, the new archetype that we saw come out in Wild Survivors. What attracts you to Vanquished Souls?
Well, I tend to enjoy newer decks to get that advantage. That obviously I enjoy deck building. It's the new deck on the block. I just can play around with it and hopefully do well with it, really.
How long have you been testing it? Ever since it dropped?
Near enough, and it's needed quite a lot of testing because it hasn't, to my knowledge, topped any big events so far, so it needed a lot of work.
So this could be the first time we see it topping an event. I guess we'll sort of see. Let's go through some of the things that we saw in that match. I think the big thing that we saw from Federico's deck with the Fluenderee's deck was that he had 3 copies of unexplored wins. So that's quite irregular. So when you notice things like that, how do you process and deal with that?
Well, I was quite shocked even seeing the second copy in that game where...
It's a one-off, isn't it, really?
So I was expecting it to be a one-off in his deck, so that's why I banished it with the Kashtira Fenrir, because that's how he's mainly interacting with a lot of my cards. So yeah, seeing the second copy blew me away in that game, to be honest. So.
And then going into game 2 was pretty much, you know, you built the field, Drolled, Ash, kind of struggled a bit, and then on game 3, Droll on the Federico, and then Fenrir and Cosmic Cyclone on map, it just completely stops him. So that's already a dominant field. When you're getting that out, do you already feel like you've got it in the bag?
So that was actually a really interesting game state because I knew there were many ways that I could win that game, like on the spot, via damage, but I just had to ensure that the Apex was gone before I activated Stake My Soul. So I was hoping the Cosmic Cyclone would have forced it out initially because he thought I would need my normal summon, and he didn't negate that. But, so yeah, and then I got the OTK with Borger, as you saw. He burnt for 3,000, which is a great card in the deck.
It was great and a great way to finish it off in style. So you said you weren't looking forward to going up against Fluenderee's, but you did great against it. Anything else going forward? Everyone else seems to have said Labyrinth. Are you worried about Labyrinth?
So I have a lot of options against Labyrinth, so that I would kind of say it's 50-50. It's mainly Despia I wanted to avoid this weekend.
Despia?
Yeah, well, branded Despia, yeah.
What about it don't you like?
Mirror Jade is effectively really unoutable for the Vanquish. The actual core itself has no way to remove it from the field without destroying it, which will result in you losing your field at the end phase. So that's the main worry card for me, really.
Well, let's hope no more Flu and no more branded for you so that you can have a clean sailing into that top cut. Congratulations again, mate. Well done on winning that round 5. Guys, don't go anywhere because round 6 is coming up. But before then, we've got round 3 of the WQP playoffs that we recorded yesterday. Here it is.
Welcome back to the coverage for the European World Championship qualifier here in Utrecht in 2023. This is round 3 of the World Championship playoff. And what an exciting matchup we have. Of course, me and Alberto and our adopted Italian third commentator just had to do it for the Italian national champion Lorenzo Muselli, who is undefeated at SHUEISHA here in round 3 and is gonna be against Sofiane from France. Wow, what do you guys think of this matchup?
This is an incredible tournament altogether. You know, it's the best of the best across all of Europe, accumulating those points for a long time, and it's an incredible tournament.
Absolutely, and we have a very interesting matchup here for you guys, because Lorenzo obviously won his own national championship with Kashtira. We had the chance to interview him, and spoiler alert, he decided to play the deck once again. He said, I'm not sure if it is the best deck, but it's the best deck for me. I am the best at playing this deck, and he's gonna have an hard time maybe in this one, because he's up against
Sofiane is playing branded, and I think we got the chance to see him, Lorenzo, playing branded in the semifinals of the Italian Nationals. But
yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't obviously live streamed,
but it was on our eyes.
But is definitely an interesting one, especially because obviously both decks had to adapt to the latest Forbidden Limited list, and even branded had to gain or change the way it's structured. And I think Sofiane has a very interesting deck list, but I would say, without further ado, let cards speak for ourselves. So our players are ready. Let's go to game 1.
So you mentioned the changes to the Forbidden Unlimited list. This will be the first major European event under said new Forbidden Limited list. And Despia, branded, has been pretty much unscathed coming out of the wreckage there, I'd say.
Yeah, it needs to adapt, obviously, to the expulsion gone, but it has a lot of tools, and I'm pretty sure Sofiane did win the roll with an 8 against a 7, so he might go first, and I think
I would definitely assume so. He's still running the gimmick puppet lock.
Exactly.
And while branded expulsion is indeed gone, there is a more themed way to approach that now, and that is with the Sanctifier Dragon from the extra deck.
And here we start with a Bestial card, which, by the way, could still mention that he's playing Dragon Link, but in a moment I'm pretty sure Lorenzo will realize what he's up against.
Yeah, it's such a sort of closed tournament because of the exclusivity of only 32 players. Do you think at this point they've probably kind of been scattering around to see who's playing what?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
I think you start saying what are your opponents are playing, and also we saw Ryan Jabri playing also, branded Despia, so it's...
Yeah, because at the same time, obviously, it means that now in round 3 there are only 8 players undefeated, so, they pretty much should be familiar, but solid opening here. Let's see if there is a response from Lorenzo. Seems like he might allow it. Yep.
Most important thing for branded is, of course, to access that branded fusion, and without it, the deck completely falls apart. So good to see that it is accessible here. Also discarding the Saronir there, so we could potentially set up a branded beast play with the sending of Regained if we're playing that.
And obviously, if you are Lorenzo, you need to keep and save your Ash Blossom for the fusion. Which has, really spiked into the creativities of branded players for finding ways to either play around Ash or to just set up a combo that, even if they get Ashed on the cards, can still set up a decent field. And I saw a lot of players using actually the Edge Imps once again.
Yeah, but I think it makes sense, especially because now I think one of the cards that will be one of the main key cards will be Super Polymerization as well during the weekend. And
let's see if there is an Ash here from Lorenzo. No. And this was a nice little interaction. Usually what you would see is an Aluber coming up instead, since he had access, as you mentioned, to the Bestials. He sent the branded fusion with the deck, and then he could get it back. So it's an interesting little interaction here, as you can see. And yeah, Seems like he's in a really good spot. Once the branded fusion resolve, there is so much that he can do. And is he actually running the Dark Magician package?
Yeah, he is.
He is?
Yeah.
Nice.
He is. He's playing them all. And I mean, I like the deck list from Sofian, honestly. He has a lot of different solutions. Also has the one copy of Called by the Grave, just in case if needed.
You mentioned the sort of trying to play around the branded fusion Ash Blossom as the absolute deadly killer of the card. And I think to adapt that, we've seen people come back to the Frightfur engine again, in a way.
Yeah, but I think it makes sense, especially because, like we're saying here, Lorenzo is not main decking Shifter, which is something that was very popular, you know, over the past few weeks and months. And I think it makes sense. Entering in a tournament like this with 5 rounds of Swiss, you might be facing decks which might not be hurt by the Shifter itself.
Yeah, it's obviously, I mean, I would be surprised if we didn't see a difference in the way that these duelists build their deck compared to the playoffs and the main event for this weekend. Obviously, when you play in a field of 2,000 more players, that changes significantly, and a card like Shifter could be much better. So
this is a really, really strong setup here by Sofian, and you can tell just like the mastery he has over this this archetype, because the way he's playing this by setting up this loss now, this is going to give him another disruption by searching with the Mercurier, and this is the most important part of the combo here is the Guanguinol sending the Gimmick Puppet from the deck to the graveyard.
And yeah, I gotta say, although it's not the most popular deck of the format, branded, usually the players running it are really familiar with it. I feel like they really played it for a long time.
It's a really passionate sort of player base for branded, isn't it?
And especially, I think it's worth mentioning that playing against branded and this kind of opening is always scary, because now the Gimmick Packet is in the graveyard. And it looks like Lorenzo didn't have anything to respond to Sofian. So it's,
I mean, at the same time, he's playing a lot of going second cards, such as Dark Ruler No More in the main deck. So obviously they are much better in other matchups, but you can still use them quite decently in this one. Obviously, just by the nature of having a quick face down spells, they can chain them, and then it's a little weird, but maybe it helps.
What do you think about just, okay, here we go. We're going to go into the immediate Brandon Red, targeting the Albaz. And that's going to go for a...
I mean, what you mentioned, the Sanctifier, to just go for this Gimmick Puppet. Oh,
and an instant pickup from Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, unfortunately, picking up his cards, and it is Sofian who takes this game 1. I mean, pretty short start of a duel. Sometimes winning the Daro is enough. We obviously don't know what was in the end from Lorenzo and whether it would have made a difference, but
there's very few cards I feel like that really interact with this branded law. I mean, it's only really, you know, something like a Ghost Bell, a Called By immediately.
Exactly,
so
there's the Ash Blossom, the branded fusion.
I mean, the
other
bestials, they can be pretty useful, but yeah, of course, it's none of cards that you usually see in the main deck, and now it's obviously a great advantage to be winning this game 1. And what do you guys think Lorenzo is gonna try to do with this side deck?
Well, most important of all, we're gonna go first. Is obviously the strongest thing you can do. But we can see he's running Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Yeah.
It's an extremely powerful card.
Scary card, yeah.
And also I think there's the Shifter which can go in, especially because like he has Dark Lure No More with going second. So I think Shifter even going first against branded.
But I do want to point out something unique about his deck, which is the main deck set rotation to just give more consistency to the deck, which makes sense after, you know, some of the new changes with the Forbidden Limited list. But this actually gives him access to some pretty unique and peculiar field spell in the side decks. Let's go through them. What do you guys think? Yeah.
Well, we've got Secret Village of the Spellcasters. That's always good to stop your opponent from activating spell cards. But he's also running the Zombie World. I think this is particularly deadly against Fluwanderees. Not maybe something you would be super scared of, but it also has that crossover into the Dragon matchup, I think. So you're kind of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone
and I think,
there. Birds.
I think interestingly enough, as we saw in round 2, some of his teammates, like Cefola, were playing for Wanderers. So when you know that 4 of your friends are playing in a 30-shoe event, you want to put that zombie war because there's
that many
chance.
of them in the playoff.
Yeah. It's actually
friends in high places. I see.
So I mean, it's working out, I guess, for him. But I think now, as you mentioned, he's gonna go first, gonna try to set up his combo, and it's gonna be up to Sofian breaking his field. Let's go to game 2.
In terms of picking a archetype, a deck for this really exclusive mini tournament of sorts, do you think there's going to be a difference between how you would deck build for, the European WCQ over 2,000 entries, huge different levels of skills and players versus playing in a very exclusive, tight 32-man event? Do you think there's a different approach there?
I think in general there are a lot of things involved in deck building, which is probably my favorite part of the event, and just going to an event. And what I would say are the 2 main differences are playing a deck that's consistent, which makes sense for large events, or playing a deck that can take a risk, maybe slightly less consistent, but it can really, high risk, high reward. And I think those kind of decks are the decks for a playoff. When you know you're playing against the best of Europe, you need to take some risks, and in a shorter event, I think that's what we're going to see from these players. And you can tell already by some of their choices, such as the Gimme Puppet. You need to steal somehow the wins from these amazing players, because, they're not going to give it away easily here. So
it doesn't matter how good you are at the game if your opponent says you can't special summon for this turn. Do you know what I mean? So that's, it's a really good point. It's you have a lot more opportunities to outplay in a wide, bigger event. But in a smaller exclusive one, you can't really rely on your opponent misplaying too much, so you do have to have that sort of deck building edge.
And the variance changes significantly. But here we see, let's see if Lorenzo has some of his Kashtira's.
Good start.
It's Fenrir.
This was what I was always worried about with a deck like Kashtira. I feel like sometimes even before the Forbidden Limitless, you can be in a situation where you kind of just can't do anything with your hand, right? And I feel like that's maybe one of the downsides. It's obviously really powerful and strong when it gets going, but I sometimes find that it can be kind of bricky, right?
Absolutely.
But also I think it's worth mentioning that after winning the French Nationals, then we had a second place with Kashtira at the German Nationals, which I think shows that still the deck is incredibly powerful, and I think I will expect a handful of Kashtira in the top cut during this weekend. So
an interesting decision here, not playing around Nibiru from his opponent. We'll see if it pays off, but at the same time, it's an interesting choice against this deck, as a Rise Art alone is often not enough against Branded. Let's face the reality.
Yeah, Branded's sort of a deck that kind of, I wouldn't really say thrives off of cards being banished, but it's definitely one of the sort of top meta decks that doesn't care as much about Rise Heart.
And at the same time, to be fair, although Diablosis is not here anymore, banishing 3 cards off the top is actually super relevant for Branded. It's a deck where you play a lot of one-offs, so it can be really annoying if they hit some of their main ones. Is there a pot, or is that it? Wow.
Okay.
So the next question is there an anti-spell, I guess?
Yeah, 2 set cards is really, really hard to really, see, okay, what are you exactly going to set here? Maybe a Lance or something, but typically, at post-sighting, we've talked about it, the anti-spell could be something to come down here.
But it doesn't seem so.
No, standby phase, Shangri-La resolves, brings out the Fenrir from the deck, and still nothing used here, so. The zone locking ability of this deck has drastically dropped with the removal of Diablosis, as you mentioned. So not really too much of a strong win condition. It sort of becomes more of a nuisance now rather than a win con.
And I think I see a super polymerization in the end from Sofian. But we start things off with Branded Fusion. Ooh, but there goes the Ash,
All right. Well, I don't know how much other setup you really need if Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is in your hand.
Because right now, Super Polymerization doesn't do anything as well, so...
Yes, we have a Dark, an Earth, a Fire.
Yep.
It's so crazy just how developed the Super Polymerization targets have gotten over these years.
True.
We recently got Garura in Master Duel, so been having a lot of fun with that. but no valid targets so far.
Yeah, and Sofian is gonna take his time, but...
Normal summon in an Albaz, maybe?
Yeah, could be. Now that the Arise are only as 2 materials is now or never.
Yeah, it seems like an opportune time to use it here. Looks like Cartesian.
Yeah, Cartesian instead.
Look at that beautiful rarity of Cartesia.
Yeah.
That Starlight, it's magnificent.
And you get to use the effect twice.
Yeah. That's what I always tell people. They don't trust me.
Okay, but here we see a great card from Lorenzo because as
big
mentioned.
chain here.
Yep. Let's see what he discards. But this is potentially okay. Another okay. Okay, so he's gonna get rid of this Arise art, which is a big deal. But in the new chain, we could see the Ferrir and also the Birth.
Yeah.
So it's not easy also because he needs to resolve the Cartesia. So if he has something to fuse with, he needs to do it, and it seems like he does, yeah.
Looks like it's coming straight out of the hand here, the way he's motioning now.
Yeah, he has 2 monsters, but... let's see.
Yeah, this Cartesia should definitely resolve, as we did activate it on this previous line here, so just making sure that that goes off. And
really thinking about it. Because if you do this, the Grand Guignol obviously cannot...
Yeah, it can't trigger, I was going to mention
Oh, wow, but that's a good one to discard. The Imp, as mentioned, is played by Sofian.
Yeah, so mentioned this earlier, just how people have kind of gone back to this Frightfire engine to sort of, you know, circumvent the Ash Blossom branded fusion paradox.
And as you can see here, Lorenzo is a master of the deck. He's not gonna forget about the opportunity of using both Ferrir and Birth from the previous chain. And so he's gonna get rid of the graveyard pretty much from Sofian, who I believe chained the Stapelia to negate the Ferrir, most likely. Well, yeah, that's what's going on.
So, backup plan in terms of branded fusion not resolving. I mean, what can you really make here is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, because he has 1 card left, which I think is ad libitum. It looked red, that's why. Like I'm guessing it might be the ad lib, which with everything banished face down only gives you the possibility of bringing back the Stapelia itself. And if you don't have access to Albas, it's definitely not the easiest. You could go for a Chimera.
I was going to suggest a Chimera line here.
Yeah.
Right? Don't forget as well, Spell Zone 4 here is locked under Imperm, so
yeah,
that's not a mistake you want to be making at this level.
I don't think it resolved, right? Yeah, because he changed Super Poly.
Oh, true. So because the muscle wasn't negated,
yeah.
then actually, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Could use that zone just to flex, I suppose.
Just to trigger your opponent. Yeah. Yeah, and here we see the OG polymerization.
OG, the good old Poly from however many years now, still making a show in this day and age.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the game, honestly.
Yeah. When you talk about that, I mean, there's so many old cards in Lorenzo's list. You know, we saw Book of Moon, and Forbidden Lands.
It is Chimera, and I do think it's the ad lib.
Nothing to bring back with it, though, right?
Stapelia, I guess, but no, it's probably not because he didn't use it. Maybe it's an Aluber, I don't know. Yeah, draws 2. It's all up to these 2 cards because... Okay, Lance. Fair enough.
Wow, he drew the Kurikara.
How big is this?
He drew
this is
the
crazy,
Kurikara.
45.
45, right?
This is barely 78. Wow, 7800. Crazy draw.
Kurikara, absolutely magnificent card. We kind of talked about this almost like the last YCS where we were discussing, you know, do you use Shangri-La in the standby phase?
Yeah.
Do you not?
And I mean, Kurikara was the card that won Samir, YCS London, and it's now again here, almost closing this one out, leaving 200 life points to Lorenzo.
Don't forget.
What a draw.
Yeah, amazing effect of Kurikara boosting itself up quite significantly, and of course in the end phase we're going to be able to bring something out of this graveyard.
Yeah, like the Fenrir, which is nice. Because you also get rid of a card they can potentially bring back with the Birth. Let's see.
Most important thing is Rise Heart is currently limited to 1 here.
Yeah.
And that's been handled and dealt with. And Fenrir is going to be summoned in the end phase now.
What a comeback.
And this Kurikara has changed it all, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was about to say, you cannot destroy by battle the Shangri-La at that point, so you really need a good top deck, and yeah, that was it.
As good as it gets now. In order to just deal with this field, how do we do this? There's the Fenrir is causing such a nuisance as well that you've just given to Sofian.
Even the Chimera is no joke because it cannot be targeted.
Can't be targeted, yeah. 3,300, untargetable.
Oh.
Maybe some sort of Zeus line potentially?
Yeah, but at the same time, you cannot really use a lot of your effects if Fenrir is there.
He's choosing to do it, okay.
Yeah, he's gonna force out. It makes sense. And yeah, his opponent is just gonna think about whether he wants to use the Fenrir right here.
So if you use Fenrir, you do get rid of a material, I suppose, but I mean, we did just search another target, so it doesn't feel like it accomplishes much. So I mean, a Zeus line maybe?
Yeah, at the very worst, that's what he can go for. Is he playing anything spicy in the extra deck? Obviously, with Diablos is gone, you know, the space has been a lot more versatile, but...
Yeah, I mean, there's a Dracosac, there's a double Zeus, and I think maybe Dark Arm Dragon is...
yeah, by target, so again, it's not the greatest of option, I guess, but...
Alright, this Fenrir gets to use the effect here, as the Unicorn was the one that forced out Sofian's...
and it wasn't even from the Theosis.
Yeah.
Like, he literally had another copy in the end,
So Lorenzo is down a game here, and at all costs, he needs to pull this one back to stand the chance to stay in this. And it's not over yet. There's a lot still for him to do here. He's definitely got a lot of options available to him right now.
I mean, obviously it looks scary when you're down 200 life points, but a single life point is what you need to win the game. It does not matter if you do win it. So.
I feel like I see so many Cash Tira games that result in like your entire field just being broken apart, and then you just rebuild it, and then it gets broken again, and you know, especially in mirror matches, and it really is like anyone's game still. So
yeah, you can never tell. Yeah.
Yep.
And as you can see, he's just thinking about his options. He's not using Ogre, right? Just
no, he's not
basic
playing
Cash Tira
it. Yeah,
cards,
he's not playing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, we could be hitting a lot of important engine requirements off the top of Sofian's deck here. Although
I mean, you could even just be the Kurikara and just attack over, you know, and then use it in the end phase, you know, and just not even go for Zeus, but. I don't know. He has a lot of interesting options, I guess.
Because here now, where do you want to go for? Because
if you go big, I'm thinking whether you can actually
because you will take big guy.
Go for a game.
That's sort of what I was about to ask. Is do you think we've got a game show here? Yeah, there's the big eye.
Yeah,
okay.
Sense. I agree with this.
Okay.
The only thing that's
then he enters. Okay, he simply enters battle phase. Okay.
So that's 200 over.
And then swings over the Chimera.
Massive 45 here.
The only thing I'm slightly concerned about is why did we go for the Rise Art? Like, why did we not, you know, XYZ with the Rise Art and just keep another body on field to deal more damage? But maybe just wants to leave everything in defense like this to not lose. And now, as you can see, there is the Aluber discarded, or rather used as material. And this is gonna come back and negate the Kurikara, which is actually a big deal here.
Yeah, that's gonna drop it back down to 0.
Yeah, but kind of the reason why now he gets punished by leaving, you know, the Rise Art instead of the monster. Yeah. That's why I was a little confused by this choice. I think Lorenzo might have forgot about the Aluber.
How are we going to stop just going to battle phase and hitting Kurikara? It will just reset its attack, right?
I mean, yeah. You can go for Zeus, you can go for Dark Arm. You have ways to save it, but if you just you know, kept the Unicorn or Fenrir instead of the Riser on the field, this was no issue. So yeah, you could even go Dragosak, you know, just flex on him, but yeah, still worrying.
Sofian is definitely in a top decking situation, right? We don't have a way to access Branded Fusion. It's
He has
in the
one
graveyard.
card in his hand, yeah. So it's gonna be left on 2 cards, but nothing useful in the graveyard, as you mentioned. And yeah, he's forced to commit to another XYZ.
Yeah, doesn't have a choice here because of this Kurikara negate on the Alibra, as you mentioned. That might have just been a I forgot moment.
I mean, to be fair, he used free materials, and although obviously you should have checked them, it was kind of a sneaky thing where he didn't really accomplish anything at the moment, so the Aluber just went by unnoticed, we can say. And yeah, he's thinking between the Dragosak and the Dark Arm. Those are the 2 options, it seems like.
Do you have any piercing damage in Branded?
No, but the Kurikara is going to stay at 15, so you can technically still just normal summon any monster. Yeah, that could be a very anti-climatic
I was just worried about
ending.
like the tokens, honestly.
Yeah. You need to tribute.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Oh, he's destroying his own Kurikara.
That makes sense.
Nice. Nice play. Because this basically allows you to still go for Zeus, but you're not forced to use it when you go. But
well, there was no...
yeah, there was no XYZ attacking, yeah.
All right, top decks for turn here. This is
wow,
really important draw.
I mean, he has so many good draws.
Yeah, he has a lot.
Picks up the face down banish pile here to double check. I think he's... I assume we've got something, and we're just validating our legal targets in deck here.
There is also no Kashtira on field, which means that the birth banishing effect cannot be activated, which is huge. Wow, but just a battle phase. Wow. Unfortunately, the Kurikara pick up another Kurikara. But
oh, not ideal, not ideal.
Yeah. Wow. Unfortunate pickups here, and maybe I couldn't quite tell the last card. I think it's a spell, but yeah.
All right, Burf is still on the field, continuous to be able to bring back, and
this is looking fantastic.
Yeah,
now
he's in a really good spot now.
Yeah.
Just about clearing this. 23 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time left for game 3, and
he just goes for the Dragosak, playing around the Super Poly, it seems, and you can easily OTK here without many issues. So
66 as we've left him on from last turn.
Yeah, and I think he picks up his card, so we are going to game 3. Wow. What a game 2. Really back and forth. It looked as if for a moment Lorenzo was in trouble with the clutch top deck of Kurikara from the Chimera. And I mean, at the end, he still proved how powerful the Kashtira deck is once he gets to his engine. As you mentioned, it could be bricky sometimes, but when it does work, it's still amazing.
A little bit of impressed, honestly, with how much Sofian was on.
Welcome back. Don't worry, you will see the remainder of that round 3 WQP playoff after we have finished this next feature match, which I have my 2 duelists in front of me for this round 6 feature match here at the EU World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht. Always exciting to keep slogging on as we get to the end of the day after all these rounds of Swiss. So on my right, I have Stefan Jelic, and on my left, I have Sam Pearson. So guys, you know the drill. We're going to do a high roll with the dice to see who's going first. Who's going to roll first? The gentlemanly approach. Okay, that's a 7. And that is a 9. So you're going to go first? Okay, that means Sam is going to go first, which is going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentary trio, Tom, Basti, and Leo, who are going to take you guys through the round 6 feature match. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Ed. I almost thought you forgot our names there, but thankfully
he sounds like he's struggling, doesn't he?
Yes, we are in for some monstrous spice this round.
Yeah.
We have Sam Pearson, runner-up of a YCS Gent back in the day, 2019, lost versus Philipp Urbicht versus Lunalight August in the finals.
Johannes Urbicht, but yes, for sure.
Yes.
And he's up against someone who could become a real hero. He definitely brought the correct deck for that. Because Stefan Jelic sitting down here being 5-0 in this tournament with heroes.
And not just any heroes.
Oh boy.
It's going to get nostalgic. But I think that both of the players might be ready.
Yes.
And before we spoiler anything, let's just go right back to the table.
There we have Sam Pearson. His runner-up finish at YCS Ghent back in the day also kind of secured him a spot in the World's Qualifier playoff on Friday. Sadly, he couldn't make his way into the top 3 there, but he has another shot of qualifying for the World Championship here in the main event, and he's doing pretty good so far, being 5-0, so let's see what he can do here.
He's playing the same deck that he did on Friday.
Indeed, I think on Friday he was the only Bestial Dragon Link player, but the deck is a lot more popular in the main event, I want to say.
Oh, and he has a really, really good hand. Look at this Black Metal Dragon, of course, as a perfect start, but he also has Chaos Space and Serenir in hand. This is almost ridiculous.
You couldn't ask for much more. Stefan says, yes, that's fine. My heroes can't do anything heroic about that. And look at Sam grabbing out Viretta's Darkness Metal Dragon and the Boot Sector launch at once.
Immediate +2.
Yep, kind of nice.
This feels like a matchup straight from, the show. This is dragons versus heroes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Night Shroud, if anyone remembers.
Which one is Night Shroud? GX?
Yeah, GX versus Jaden, the first Shadow Rider.
So, and now it's even better because we could discard Saronir for the Chaos Space, enabling us to also bring the Bestial Lubellion from the deck to the graveyard.
That's already another valuable resource. Now we can banish these Striker Dragons, summon out the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Of course, anytime you want, you can put that Striker Dragon back to the extra deck to draw another card with the Chaos Space. However, sometimes you would prefer to use some of the little dragons.
Yeah, very nice interaction. Even though the little dragons are limited to 1 copy each, you can just put 1 back. And the extra dragon is a bit like you've got, well, 2 of one and 1 of the other, which is great because you can just keep adding more and more free cards from your deck to your hand.
Yeah, so in the beginning, usually what you would activate with the Bestial Lubellion was the Branded Beast, but now looking for his deck list, it doesn't even seem like he is playing Branded Beast, and therefore the only card he can activate is also the card he just activated, and it's Branded Regained.
Oh, that's really interesting. I've seen Branded Beast in basically every single...
It was pretty popular for sure, but it is
single
not on his list.
Yeah,
I double looked now, I double checked, and it really is not, because I had some oopsies yesterday where I was saying, yeah, he's not playing the Gimmick Puppet, and he ended up playing it actually, but we are not going to see any Gimmick Puppets in here. But Stefan has like his own version of Gimmick Puppet,
card.
right? Well, which one are you talking about?
Dragon Ravine, of course.
Oh, that one you mean. Yeah, true. You have some history with that card. Not gonna elaborate any further on that, please. So we have Romulus on the field. Now there is the White Dragon as well. And I think we are very, very shortly going to go for one of the remaining guard dragons. And yes, there he is, Pisty. So Pisty, is he the only one that's still allowed?
Yeah, the first 2 were just way, way, way too good. Pisty is still very, very good.
It is indeed, yeah.
And I suppose using all of them in combination as well.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy.
Wild times, yeah. So we are still going. We have not even used the Chaos Space effect in Graveyard, which we are just going to do now, because that will allow us to search again with the Black Dragon Collapse Serpent.
What was the name of the Link 2 guard dragon again? I mean, we had LP Pisty and...
Agapane?
Yes, it was Agapane.
That just special sound out Crystal Ring from the
it
extra
was
deck.
pretty crazy.
Any dragon, yeah.
So,
Really
what do we have
card.
next? There is the Dragon Ravine. I think we do not have access to the rockets yet, so probably Absolute is the card we're going to be seeing in the graveyard there. Oh, it's not. We actually do go for Stallich Seifert. And I mean, to be fair, we could summon back the Seifert with the Pisty, and then Seifert could use its effect to actually search for the good old rocket recharger anyways. Or not the recharger, rather the Tracer, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sam presumably knows his deck pretty well by now.
For sure.
If he's willing to take it to a World Championship playoff qualifier.
He has opted to
And honestly, we have not even talked about the Bestials so far. Bestials are a big part of the current meta game in general, but in this deck, they are just so strong because Bestial Magnamut, which was just summoned, can not only search for Bestials in the end phase, no, it's just any dragon. And when you're playing a deck full of dragons, you can also search your engine. You can search for good old Cypher, you can search for a pretty powerful card, which is the good old Chaos Dragon Levianeer. There are so many choices for him.
The funniest thing, though, is that most of the time you still search for a Bestial because they're just all so powerful.
Yeah, because they are also like an interruption in theory in the opponent's turn, which is pretty nice.
Plenty of good targets among the hero monsters. I think a lot of lights and darks. I mean, Sam doesn't know what he's up against. Yeah, he might think that his deck is cool enough to warrant a feature match by itself, but little does he know
what he is going
what lies
to
in
face.
store. Yeah.
There is the Boot Sector launch. And I think we have enough monsters on the field already that we will be pretty certainly seeing a Borderland Dragon. But first of all, there's going to be the Bestial Disparte, because we were talking about Bestials being cool, and all of them are basically sharing the effect of banishing a Light and Dark from the graveyard to special summon itself. But there is now also an extra deck Bestial monster, and I don't know whether I've ever seen Borderland Dragon being summoned in the main monster zone, to be honest. That's pretty crazy.
Ah, okay, he negated the Pisty. I was confused for a second. I was really confused for a second. I thought he pointed at Pisty to use the effect, but there was nothing that two monsters pointed to.
Yeah, it's a very tidy line, this, because you put the Borderland in the main monster zone, and that leaves you room for your Seal to go in the extra monster zone.
This is really, really, really strong. And that is also going to be all that we put up, because as we just saw, Stefan is about to draw for turn. Let's see what he does about all of that. And as Leo already was saying, he just searched for Bestial Druid Swarm. He was like, yep, we are just going for another Bestial here.
What do you guys think of this line, to be honest? Because I don't feel like it's super impressive.
You're talking about the Bestial Dragon
Let's rate my field time again.
Oh, and look at Sam when he sees that a hero lives. Half of his life points are going to be paid. And look at the bottom card of the deck. There's the original Neos in there. Elemental Hero Neos. Who would have thought that this card is being in a deck that is currently 5-0 at the European Championship?
Yeah, I won't
First
lie,
it was Dark Magician.
Right.
Now it's Neos.
Yeah, it's all the normal monsters.
What is next?
I mean, we had Lokai as well. Let's not disregard.
That's true, that's
not
true.
that iconic, but also a European Championship card for sure.
Blue Eyes White Dragon won a World Championship not so long ago.
True.
I think it was just 2 worlds ago. Was it 2018?
Oh, and there's Super Polymerization. This card is so strong versus Dragon Link because you can actually get rid of that Borderland Dragon, which is incredibly hard to out. But this card does not only out that, but also the Dispater.
Well, I was going to say this now. One of the cool things about Branded Regain is it can bring back any Bestial monster, including the Dispater that was just
back.
sent.
It's already back. It was so quick.
A very brief stint in the graveyard, didn't it? And then it was like, I'm back.
I mean, still, we got rid of the good old Borderland Dragon. That was pretty important, not gonna lie.
That one's hard to out otherwise. And it didn't use the effect to negate something, so it's pretty neat right here. Right?
So, looks like we're going to use Faris.
Oh, Faris and Vion are crazy vision heroes. Those are vision heroes, right?
Yeah,
those are vision heroes.
So many different types of heroes by now.
Oh, and it looks like Sam now wants to respond to that by using the effect of Bestial Druid Swarm, because there was that Vion being discarded as cost for the Faris, meaning the Vion would have activated on resolve there in the graveyard, but it did not. Wait, that's not Vion, right? That's Shadow Mist.
Shadow Mist, yeah.
Yeah, that Shadow Mist would have activated.
Vion is the normal summon mill that banishes something from the graveyard and then adds polymerization.
Yeah.
Increase basically is a spell card.
That's a very nice spot from Sam there, because it's not always obvious that you can do that and when you can prevent your opponent's
Oh, but there's the Fusion Destiny! And Sam does not like that. He does not like the looks of that. We are going to put that Malicious into the graveyard. And back in the day, it was very common and very usual that you would activate the Fusion Destiny at the end of your turn in all kind of decks. But this is a hero deck, so you could just go on after you activated this card, because all your summoning is heroes anyways.
But you are limited to Dark Hero monsters.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
And now we have it. Destiny Hero, Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer, one of the most powerful hero cards that we have ever seen in this game.
Absolutely.
Next to the actual most powerful hero card, which is Stratos.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna maintain.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Plasma, but you know.
I'm going to
You'll go with Stratos
as well.
There is Malicious. being summoned to the field.
Hurts my soul that you can't make a Beatrice here.
Oh, and there's mass change now as well. Stefan, even though he had almost only engine, of course, Super Poly is pretty cool, but that is...
Oh, and Dark Lord. Now I need to check the wording on Seal. Do you have to tribute and send it to the graveyard?
No,
Probably
you
not.
tribute it. Yeah.
You don't have to.
But you at least don't get a special summon after this. Or does it... Wait.
I think it doesn't
No, if
care
this card
about
is
that
tributed,
either.
that's crazy.
So
Seal, so much better than I thought.
And I mean, we have to basically chain our Phoenix Enforcer here, don't we? Because otherwise, that is just going to be bounced back to the extra deck.
Yeah, Seal being a non-targeting removal, really
powerful.
powerful.
He did. Yeah, okay. We are chaining the Phoenix Enforcer.
But you can't destroy it instantly. There could be a scenario in which Bestial... Okay, no. In which Bestial Disparter negates the Phoenix Enforcer and then it gets bounced. But I think that it is pretty clear that the Bestial Dragonlink player wants to get Darklaw off the field.
Yes, for sure. So it is going to be chaining 1 Phoenix Enforcer, chaining 2 Seals, and also chaining 3 Branded Regained, because there was one being banished. You can just draw a card. This card is so strong because the grind game of the Bestial Dragon deck is so incredibly good because of that singular continuous spell card.
We've been talking so much about a Rise Heart this weekend and, you know, its powerful kind of floodgate effect, and then Darklaw just popping up saying, "Hi, I'm the original." I'm the original Rise Heart.
I'm still here.
Still taking cards from hands.
Still banishing cards.
And so now the question is, what do we even do with that Garura and Stratos on the field? Probably not too much. I mean, there is Denier. Okay, yeah, we sent that with the Fusion Destiny, so maybe there's something fancy we can do with it.
And there is Malicious now as well, because you put that one to the deck, so that's one of the neat combos of the deck. I think there are some Link monsters of the hero archetype. Maybe some of those are dark as well.
Extra Hero Cross Crusader by any chance?
That is one of them. Extra Hero Cross Crusader is a dark indeed. Infernal Divisor is also dark. So there would be 2 Link 2s that he could summon out.
Divisor is new, right?
The Divisor is from Dual
Absolutely
Overlord.
not, okay.
Cross Crusader is the one I know. It feels a bit like
yeah, it's like the
Jasmine
popular one.
Yeah, from the
And
plant
there
deck,
we have it.
but for heroes.
Oh, you can just special summon something from the graveyard, and there we have the Phoenix Enforcer again.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
That one, can it just pop itself again? I don't think so, right? It
can? Is Phoenix Enforcer not... Oh, wait, we tributed it now for the Cross Crusader, didn't we?
Yeah. With a different name from the deck.
Okay, the thing is, the Phoenix Enforcer already activated in the graveyard, so you will be able to special summon it back in the standby phase. And there is the normal summon of Vian. I like how far Stefan is getting here. I did not expect that.
Oh, Shadow Mist now will be able to search something, so the Druids will avoid it. Oh, and that is Ice...
That's Liquid Soldier.
Liquid Soldier, which has ice on the artwork, right? No, not really.
Trying to save yourself here.
Yeah, it didn't work.
But we are able to search for the polymerization, and now the question becomes, what are we fusion summoning into? Because in the extra deck, we're also playing a couple of cards that are completely new, like brand new from Battle of Legends, Monstrous Revenge. The most impressive one there from the extra deck probably is going to be Elemental Hero, Flame Wingman, Infernal Rage.
Yeah, but that one is a wind monster.
That is indeed a wind monster.
I was wondering if we can summon Sunrise, or is that also... that sounds kind of like it should be a light.
Sunrise does not sound like
for sure light.
But we always have to read it, though.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh, but that's going to be another Link summon. And now the other one we already talked about is hitting the field, and it's the Extra Hero Infernal Divisor. There are also extra heroes, and there are so many different kind of heroes.
And they all work together.
Oh, and
this
look
card
at
is
that.
Link summoned. You can reveal 1 hero fusion once in your extra deck. If you do add up 2 of the fusion materials listed on that card with different names.
We just revealed the Shining Neos Wingman, searching ourselves the original OG Elemental Hero Neos to our hand.
And nothing else?
It looked like he only searched 1, yeah.
And what do we do with our Neos?
That is the
Looking
question.
cool, right?
That is true, yeah.
He's the coolest man in the entire room right now.
Okay, so now I have no idea what the judge is talking about right now because I barely understand what is happening on the field. So
they were pointing at Cross Crusader and Garura, so maybe Cross Crusader kind of locks you for the entire turn or something.
Oh, that would be tough.
You cannot special summon monsters
Oh.
a turn.
Oh.
Cross Crusader actually is one of those cards that also looks before you actually summon the card, and therefore it would not even be possible to summon out Cross Crusader after you use Super Polymerization to summon out the Garura. And I mean, we went quite far after that, didn't we? But it looks like we are trying to rewind the game state here.
And I mean, the problem is you are able to summon the Cross Crusader.
You just can't use either of its effects.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is going to be a very unfortunate situation for Stefan here. We're going to have to put that Neos back in the deck, unfortunately.
I was absolutely sure that if he hard summons Neos with like a double summon and a tribute summon, then he's going to win.
That would be the game. I think Sam would be honor bound to concede the game at that
absolutely.
point.
I think that's an unwritten rule, right?
I think so. If your opponent normal summons a normal monster, like at least
except for
versus
Lokai.
Rika, then you are not really able to win the duel anymore.
Okay, so let's see.
Is that now our end field? Can't we do anything now? I mean, we can't do the cool part about. Yes, I think we're going into end phase, right? Yep, Magna Mood effect resolves. That signals that we are in end phase indeed. And yes, in the standby phase, we're going to get back the Phoenix Enforcer. But is it going to be enough to prevent the big push by Sam?
We're not going to get back that Phoenix Enforcer because we've got a Bestial in hand as well.
Oh, true.
Oh,
There's now Siren here. So, I mean, we do get back something else, in that case, the Denier. But Denier is pretty far away from being an interruption, to be honest.
It's not really denying anything right here, right?
Nope.
I mean, Sam could also get back the. Oh, he can't quite get it back, but you can. Can you bring back your opponent's monsters with this Parda? I'm not sure.
Good question, actually, but I think it has to be your own. But I will double check for you. Bestial Potter says you can target one banished light or dark monster. It doesn't necessarily say you're banished, but I think it still ends up being the case that you have to use your own now.
So Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon is being searched.
Isn't that's a second? Wait. Okay.
He shuffled it back with the Chaos Space.
I see.
Or maybe it was the regained. It has to be the
probably
regained.
with the regain, because we did put the White Dragon under our deck last turn, but the regained also was able to put something back, and it was the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. And there's Dark now on the field. And even though this deck is all dragons, it still plays one of the most powerful way to finish duels very quickly, and that's going to be the Access Code Talker. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that one coming down here.
Where is good old Boral Salt Dragon?
Yep, he got replaced by Borderland and Access Code. The duel is just too powerful.
Imagine telling someone when Boral Sword was released that it was just going to get upgraded.
Yeah, the card looked crazy back then. I remember people playing Ibli not to give it to their opponents, but to go for a crazy combo that just summons out Boral Solid.
But let's not forget there's still Levian in the hand, that he's just summoning it here. Probably going to banish Lights and Darks to just destroy 2 cards on the opponent's side of the field.
How good are Bestials? It's just mind-blowing to me. The Dragon deck has been a bit absent. Oh, is he going for 3 lights?
That's one. Yeah, that's all lights indeed. We are not even going to destroy. I mean, if we plan on going for access code.
Oh, here we go.
We can just get back the ball, and that's going to be good enough to seal the deal here. Game number 1 goes to Sam Pearson and his Dragon Link Bestial deck.
That didn't work.
That's
because you have to
impressive.
summon the monster in defense position.
Oh.
Yeah, that's well.
Oops.
To be fair, there was no way he wasn't going to OTK this time.
Yeah.
He just wanted to style.
Yeah. Doesn't really work that way, but there was no way that wasn't an access code talker plus something. I mean, that even was it on the field.
Yeah, but still, I mean, yep, that Garura and Cross Crusader thing happened. That wasn't really supposed to happen, but I was really impressed by how far he would have gotten.
But that makes me think, is Super Polymerization with some outs for the opposing fields really the right choice in the deck? Because every time I saw Hero play, they relied heavily on the Cross Crusader.
For sure, it's one of the... It's like every single hero line at some point goes into Cross Crusader. I gotta agree with you. That definitely feels like it. But let's see what kind of cool stuff can now happen going first for the hero deck. And I early on already said there is a card that is somewhat comparable to the Gimmick Puppet, and it's of course the Destiny hero Dark Angel. And Dark Angel is a little different because it doesn't interact with monsters, but rather with spell cards. And you can special summon itself when you have like 3 different Destiny hero monsters in your graveyard, I think, or like Dark luck heroes, but yeah, doesn't matter. But it will be special summoned, but not to your own side of the field, but rather to the opponent's side of the field. And yeah, it's a problem because when you control these cards, you're going to negate all of your own spell cards.
But it's not quite as strong as the Gimmick Puppet, right? Because Gimmick Puppet, the effect lasts a turn, regardless whether you get rid of it. Here, you could just do the classic Tribute Summon for a Bestial, or, you know.
Depends on the matchup, though, I want to say. Because, for example, the Gimmick Puppet versus all the Runic decks does not even really feel that strong because they have all the spell cards to work with. But if you give that kind of a Runic Lifetime Sprite deck the Dark Angel, what are they going to do?
No, I agree. But in this particular matchup, it's not. It doesn't feel all that to me. But I guess we'll.
To be fair, I've never seen a Runic Life Twin Sprite player happy with a Gimmick Puppet on their field.
True. I gotta say that is true. But I mean, like Stefan is not only relying on that card. He has more cards to bring in from his side deck. I see Rivalry of Warlords. Is that so good versus a Dragonlink deck?
No.
I don't really know. There are a lot of dragons.
I don't think so.
Clues in the name,
see.
yeah.
But something pretty generic also finding its way into the main deck most likely. Solemn Judgment. Did we see the old man altogether this weekend already? We have not seen him yet, right?
He has not. Absolutely not. And it will absolutely negate some cards here.
Yeah.
Were you doing your impression of Solemn Judgment? You just said no. Like
Yes.
that was you doing an impression of Solemn Judgment?
Yes. That's Solemn Strike,
I actually
by the
thought
way.
that was more of a solemn warning to me.
I think it was actually his best impression of the weekend so far.
If you keep doing this, we're going to give you a solemn scolding.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see what kind of board-breaking stuff Sam Pearson is going to bring in here, because there's, of course, also a side deck on his side.
Really?
And therefore, I can tell you there is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, generic cards. Seems okay versus Hero, to be honest, if you know when to use it. And then on top of that, there's going to be Kurikara Divincanate, and I kind of like that versus Heroes, to be honest.
Do you think Sam knows what to side against here? I mean, it's tricky. You'd have to think this on the fly, really, because probably there's a plan for things.
Yeah,
and
you
that
don't
plan does
really
not
have that plan
involve
for Heroes. Maybe you just have like a plan for Rogue decks. You're like, I know what to do versus all of that, and if it's Rogue, I'll just do this.
I'll just find something. But what does Divincarnate do against Heroes? Because I frankly don't even know what the end field of Heroes is going to be.
I mean,
DPE is going to remove itself.
I think it's a pretty good answer to Darklaw, because Darklaw will usually try to banish one card out of their hand, and when they are doing that, you enable yourself the Divincanate.
Imagine it hits the Divincarnate.
That would be pretty hilarious for sure. But who knows? But those questions are going to be answered. How does that end field look of a hero player? Stefan Jelic might be able to present us here with our second game of the round 6 featured match.
All right. We're going in for the game 2 of round number 6. Hero is probably going to start. I can imagine that the deck is not too happy about playing versus a lot of Bestials.
That's true. It must be somewhat of an issue. But there's Fusion Destiny, so let's start things off with that. I think that would have been one of the cards that I would have liked to use Ash Blossom on if I have that card in my opening hand. So it seems like Sam Pearson did not open up that powerful card.
I was thinking exactly that when you said, when's the best moment? I thought, I know the best moment.
Yep.
We all probably do.
Now we have Denier and Malicious in the graveyard, and we can remember that this is the craziest combo ever. Banishing a Malicious to special summon out one, then using Denier to put back the Malicious.
I mean, that is always immediate access to the card we were just seeing in game 1 that caused some problems for Cross Crusader, right? Because
no. Okay, if you link away the DPE.
I mean, you're probably not going to do that.
Do we think Sam's... He was motioning like he was going to put a card on the table, so... Maybe that's a Bestial about to banish the Denier and just giving it a quick read.
Ooh, nope, not yet at least. But I mean, the Denier does activate in the graveyard, right? So you could always just wait for this. Yep. There's the Denier effect, and he has the most powerful Bestial. But there's Ghost Spell to respond to it, and there's another Bestial on the threat.
And actually, it is much better for Sam. Did he think about that? Because it's much better to have the Serenia on the field here, because there is the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer that might try to get rid of the monster that was just summoned. And if you get rid of the Serenia, there's going to be follow-up in the graveyard immediately.
That is indeed very true. So Stefan kind of wasted his Ghost Spell here. He couldn't know, but in the end, that's pretty rough for him, because that Bestial Magnum is going to stay in hand. And we are using the mask change here.
It seems like he wants to chain the Phoenix Enforcer.
Yeah, pop the mask change makes sense.
But why does Bizarronia get banished here?
I don't know that.
Okay. We figured it out.
But it doesn't. Yeah, you still have to banish whatever would be sent here.
And the cool thing is, Stefan so far summoning all of his cards in defense positions. So I kind of think that might indicate the Dark Angel coming down here, because you don't want to give your opponent any monsters to crash into. So maybe it's coming.
I was already getting up Lightning Storm for the card highlight, which is also a card you might play around.
True.
Aha! See, there is no Dark Angel.
No Dark Angel, but a sad card. So maybe Solemn Judgment is going to be sad there. So, Sam Pearson starting off with the card we already know, and it is Magna Mood. And honestly, this card is just such an easy answer to the Dark Law on the field there.
That is just also so nasty. And we have the quick launch as well. Let's see how much we can work under the Dark Law effect here.
I think Dark Law just being reminded quite firmly by Magnamut that it is 2023. And, you know, hello.
For sure.
You are not a Rise Heart.
This is so scary now, because we have a level 4 tuner and a level 6 non-tuner on the field. So we would have immediate access to Baron here, which could take care of the Phoenix Enforcer and the Dark Lord, and therefore we have to respond with the Phoenix Enforcer destroying the Rocket Tracer. But there's another Bestial coming down, Bestial Baldreg. Those Bestials play so well into opponents' fields.
Now you just attack. now you just attack. And even if Stefan, he had one trap card, even if that is Solemn Judgment, it really doesn't matter against Bestials. Is he running a Beatrice, or is he maybe running Atom? Many players have decided to play the Heretic Dragon.
There is the Heretic Dragon, King of Autumn. So if he likes, he could summon out the only real Exceed monster out of his extra deck. There's also Zeus, but Zeus is only there because Autumn is there, so I don't think...
Is he also playing Gaia Thunder Charger?
No, he's not.
All right, I like that.
Zeus is also great with Triple Tactics talent.
Oh, true, yeah. There are ways to use your opponent's Exceed monsters for sure.
I love how Sky Striker players are playing Zeus just because they would anchor everything.
Oh, and there's Magna Mood now. Oh, okay. We had all the Bestials. We also had the Bestial Lubelia, which just grabbed us another copy of that Magna Mood. We're summoning out the Autumn, and Autumn is going to use its effect to summon out another dragon.
It's going to special summon out any dragon here. That is
Atom is not even the oldest dragon. I mean, it really brings me back, but I don't think it is the oldest. I think the Red Eyes is probably the oldest, right? Or maybe it's, very old school card though.
And as we did in game number 1, we are going to grab out the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon and also the Boot Sector launch here.
I love this game, and look at how many old cards we are incorporating in this crazy cool combo deck.
For sure, I love it.
Striker Dragon banished for the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Now Sam is just playing with Stefan at this point, right? He is going to summon back the Black Metal Dragon, the little one, and probably summoning the Lubelia now to get rid of the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon again.
And of course, we are still having the Branded Regained in our deck, and that is a card we are just immediately going to activate. So much advantage here going for Sam. I think that is a super, super favorable position for him here already.
Yeah, you clear your opponent's initial field just so cleanly with a couple of Bestials, it feels very good. It feels like a very unfortunate matchup for Stefan here, having his Destiny Heroes banished with Bestials and then just attack straight over his Dark Law.
But that is something that I thought about for this tournament. Oh, we're going to Romulus, we're going big combo now as well. The thing is, this tournament with Rogue, we haven't really seen it performing on stream so far. There are so many incredibly strong decks that you can't prepare for all of them. Usually Rogue is really, really strong when you have one big deck. Exorcister was good versus Telements and so on. But right now we have so many different types of decks that are crazy strong that decks like Hero might suffer in some matchups.
It's tough to prepare, that's for sure, yeah. So I think the Hero deck that Stefan brought has a pretty decent matchup versus Runic decks, because that Dark Angel is pretty good into that matchup. But now this specific Dragon Link deck that Sam Pearson brought into the tournament, it is pretty tough.
Do we think we're even going to see the full Guard Dragon combo that Sam performed in the last game? It does look that way, doesn't it?
Yep, we are going for Pistia right away, and I think we could now go for the Link Free that gives us a zone to special summon into, and of course is going to be the Triple Burst Dragon there.
Triple Burst is a cool sounding card, and then I mean I feel like if somebody told Triple Burst Dragon that what he was used for was a downward arrow, he'd be very upset, you know. He's like, look at me, I'm a super powerful Link 3, and he's just like, you're just a down arrow.
That's so strong. We use Cypher to discard the Lubellion. For a second, I was like, are you going to use the Lubellion effect for a second time? But no, he just used it to be discarded for Cypher to grab Levianir from your deck.
Man, the old school cherry on top, take a card from your opponent's hand with Levianir.
Which is the only one,
And you have the Cyphered follow-up as well in the next turn as well. You can also Branded Regent. You're getting a draw again, and after you link away the Levianir and the Cyphered, you're going to be there again with Levianir next turn, and now you can just do the same play. Summon Borderland next to the Pisty, negate the Pisty, summon something back, and then go for the seal in the extra monster zone. That's absolutely insane. Sam Pearson showing players how it's done.
Yep, really massive stuff here from Sam. I really like it. Honestly, do you guys think maybe that Bestial Dragon Link deck is a top contender for this weekend?
Yes. Dragon Link is
right?
very pleasing to watch for me.
Yeah.
I love watching Dragon Link. It's so cool.
This time we do go for the good old Borderland in the extra monster zone, negating the Cyphered, but still deciding on what to spec.
I think he's messed up a little bit here. I don't think there's a Tracer in Graveyard this time, which is why he didn't use the Borderland.
I think he did point towards the Cypher to negate it, but he just did not special summon something.
Yeah, I think that's because he just didn't have a Tracer in his grave. I think you can't use it unless there is a rocket, and he shuffled back the Recharger, and I don't think the Tracer ever found its way into the graveyard.
Should have gone for my line.
So, back over to Stefan, drawing for turn. What are the cards that he can find here to get back into this game? Asking for something in standby phase.
I think this is definitely an Elemental Hero Bubble Man moment, if ever there was one.
Yes, absolutely. But I think he has a trap card set, which might be... I mean, at some point you would have used Solemn Judgment at like a Borderland Dragon or something, right?
Probably. Oh, Stefan is waving his hands. Is that a goodbye wave here for the featured match? It is indeed. Stefan concedes game number 2, and Sam Pearson takes it 2-0 and is still going very strong here in the European World Championship qualifier, now being 6-0.
I love Dragon Link.
Is that what we all agree? I love Dragon. We're all seeing the super cool hero deck, and our opinion is we love dragons.
I must admit, you know, back when the deck was crazy, I think in 2020, I wasn't the biggest fan. We had this crazy combo, and that was super powerful, but I was always getting confused with the combos, you know? But this time, I love Bestials so much. They're just so good. They're interruptions, they're extenders. It's so much fun to watch. It's really pleasing to watch.
Absolutely. And also, like, back in the day, back in 2020, the deck was way more popular. It was basically everywhere. And now it's a little more niche. Not that many people are piloting it. Of course, it has some trouble versus Kashtira, but it seems like Sam is still doing pretty well into the field. And therefore, I do believe it might even be one of the 3 or 4 best decks in the tournament.
It's definitely up there for me. There's one thing I would say is, like, if it wasn't for Kashtira, I feel like Dragon Link would almost be the best deck, because the Bestials are so powerful into a lot of decks, and getting to include them as a part of your engine is amazing.
Seems pretty decent to me as well. So what do we think about Stefan and his Zero deck? Because he had an undefeated run so far as well, so he's definitely not to be disregarded. But was it just some really favorable matchups until there? Because we know, yes, this deck plays a bunch of Bestials, but in the format in general, there's also a lot of Bestials, and as we saw, he kind of struggles versus those, to be honest. So I think he just has to hope to not face any more Bestial decks, to be fair.
I mean, I think in almost every deck list that we have seen so far, there were Bestials in the side deck. Sometimes we even see those in Kashtiras. Not usually, but sometimes, occasionally, it happens because they are just so powerful. I have seen Floowandereeze players just run DD Crow this tournament.
Well, DD Crow, yeah, you run it so you can search it with the Robina, right?
Yeah, and of course, because you can use the banish effect for a hand interaction.
Of course,
without summoning something, because that would ruin your Floowandereeze game plan. But it's still, like, banishing from the graveyard as a quick effect is the most important thing sometimes, this format. I mean, Kashtira says otherwise. But still,
banishing in general is a pretty good
thing.
Let's ask Sam Pearson what he thinks about banishing cards from the graveyard, because he's playing so many Bestials. Ed and Sam, take it away.
Thank you very much, Basti. Yes, I am joined by Sam, who's just won the round 6 feature match here at the EU WCQ. Sam, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, you know, going 6-0 is decent. Just keep winning, innit?
That's the way of thinking about it. Every tournament, just keep winning, innit? Probably the way of going. So, talk to us a bit about your deck. I was just asking you before we came on. It's basically Dragon Link and some Bestials. Why?
So, Dragon Link's just always been a silly deck. I mean, Dragons have historically got so much additional support, and Bestials, against everything that isn't really Kashtira, has very, very good applicability into, you know, most meta matchups. And, you know, it's just a very, very good deck.
So going up against heroes, what are your thoughts when you initially start seeing those cards?
Well, all of the decent hero cards are dark, so I was, you know, almost licking my lips. So I did feel a bit, you know, yeah. But it's a relatively, the guy even said it, it's like his probably worst matchup, so it's just a bit bad for him, innit?
I suppose. But then let's go through some of the things that happened. So managed to get rid of Dark Law, which meant you could still play with, it was Bestial Dispatter, the synchro, right? So talk to us about that.
So Dispatter doesn't really care about the Dark Law so much, but it stops me being able to use Lebellion, really link climbing and doing a lot of the stuff, you know, I would really like to be able to do without losing resources to the Banished. So Dark Law is, you know, kind of one of those priorities. But, you know, DP is just, as a card, very annoying while it's still actually a non-build. So it's just a case of you need to clear it, and then, you know, you can start actually playing.
Absolutely. And then, which game too, talking about that, DPE was out, and that you managed it, was it off, it was Baldrake that you managed to use, that you baited the effect out, and then you banished it from the grave.
So, I used 2 Bestials on his turn to prevent him, you know, going through link climbs and doing hero stuff. But then I drew 3 different Bestial names plus Lebellion, which was, you know, one of the better hands I could ask for in terms of, you know, non-engine into this deck. So yeah, I just had, you know, an additional Bestial name to clear the DP once he actually used it. I had the one on board from last turn, which he, you know, was going to use to DP to pop, and then just banish the DP when he uses it.
Fantastic. And here you go, winning 6-0. So how do you feel going forward? Do you reckon you're over halfway now? Do you reckon you could take it all the way?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not quite, you know, Marcus or Marcello. I mean, they go winless, but we'll see in it. I mean, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Anything can happen. I could just brick 2 games in a row and that's it. But
well, hopefully. And then there's quite kind of a question I asked to everyone about the decks that they're afraid of going up against in the Swiss rounds. Like you said, the heroes for you was like kind of easy. For him, it's a nightmare. But what's a nightmare for you?
I absolutely hate playing against Kashtira. I mean, all of their stuff banishes, and a lot of my cards innately require sending to graveyard for cost, which Arise Art just completely knocks off. On top of that, it's just, you know, it does a lot of very little. And none of my cards really interact with their deck, so you just kind of have to plug it with non-engine and hoping the opponent misplays, or, yeah.
Well, it's quite a common deck at the moment, so I don't know, fingers crossed you get the luck of the draw. And that you, I mean, most people have said Labyrinth. A lot of people are really afraid of Labyrinth. How do you handle Labyrinth?
I mean, I lost to a Labyrinth yesterday, but it was more skill drain than Labyrinth itself that sort of won that game. I played 2 Cash already today, but I think they bricked a little, which was a bit unfortunate for them, but I'm not going to say no to that, am I?
Sure, fair enough.
But yeah, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'd imagine I'll play against a lot of Cash and Runic Live Twin up until the end of the day, but we'll see in it.
We'll see. Well, congratulations again. 6-0 is very good, and we hope it continues on this luck streak for you throughout all the Swiss matches. Guys, don't go anywhere, because we have the feature match round 7 coming up, and also some more content from that WQP stuff. Don't go anywhere.
Picks up the face down banish pile here to double check. I think he's, I assume we've got something. And we're just validating our legal targets in deck here.
There is also no Kashtira on field, which means that the Birth banishing effect cannot be activated, which is huge. Wow, but just a battle phase. Wow. Unfortunately, the Kurikara pickup. Another Kurikara.
Oh, not ideal, not ideal.
Yeah. Wow. Unfortunate pickups here, and maybe I couldn't quite tell the last card. I think it's a spell, but yeah.
All right, Birth is still on the field, continuous to be able to bring back, and
this is looking fantastic.
Yeah,
now
he's in a really good spot now.
Yeah.
Just about clearing this. 23 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time left for game 3, and
he just goes for the Dragosack, playing around the Super Poly, it seems, and you can easily OTK here without many issues. So
66 as we've left him on from last turn.
Yeah, and I think he picks up his card, so we are going to game 3. Wow. What a game 2. really back and forth. It looked as if for a moment Lorenzo was in trouble with the clutch top deck of Kurihara from the Chimera. And I mean, at the end, he still proved how powerful the Kashtira deck is once he gets to his engine. As you mentioned, it could be bricky sometimes, but when it does work, it's still amazing.
A little bit of impressed, honestly, with how much Sofian was almost able to do, despite Branded Fusion being immediately out.
Exactly. Yeah, but also as you mentioned, this was one of these games in which there's a back and forth of Kashtira, and then somehow he ends up winning the game. So unexpected, but we're going to game 3.
And
this is really scary because now in game 3, you know that he's playing the puppet lock.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly the #1 issue for Lorenzo.
What's the game plan?
Let's see. Does he have any way to stop it in the side deck?
There's the shift.
That's
wow.
Pray for a shifter.
Yeah.
Shifter droll doesn't do too much.
I mean, you saw the edge imp, to be fair. So when you see that version, you can't side droll. But at the same time, droll and shifter conflict with each other. So it's like it's obviously a risky play, but at the same time, what do you think, Sofian? Does he have anything else going on for him going first? Usually.
But the thing is that you don't really want to overside decking when you have the opportunity to go first and then put up your combo. So it's honestly, I think it's in the hand of Lorenzo whether he picks up an Ash on the Branded Fusion or a Dimension Shifter. So it's going to be very tough, honestly. And
banishment in the side deck could come in for. Is there a particular matchup you're playing? You're siding one banishment.
Yeah, I mean mirror match for sure. Any of those, but. Outside of that, it's a versatile card. You can just put in going first. It kind of gives you another interruption. Cosmic is a card that I really like going first against Kashtira because
hit the field spell buff.
It's really useful. But we'll see. As you mentioned, it's a combo deck. You don't want to side that much going first.
This is why I'm not like a huge fan of Kashtira. I feel of Branded. I just feel like you're kind of putting like so much eggs in the basket of this exact like combo of the puppet lock. We've seen make a couple of plays around the Ash Blossom, but it just feels like so much of your power is concentrated in that one combo.
And I mean, it's true that Kashtira is still one of the most popular decks, but a lot of the others are just either maining or siding a lot of Bestials, and those are really annoying for this matchup. But luckily for him, obviously, Kashtira cannot really afford to set up a monster before their Kashtira ones, so this is not going to be the case for Game 3. Regardless, though, these duelists are shuffling up their cards ready for Game 3. Let's find out who will advance with a record of 3-0.
I think so much of this game for specifically going second into Branded is going to be decided by just how good the opening hand is here. We're not going to see too much of a back and forth, I would assume, potentially, as we did in Game 2. It was really well played by Lorenzo to navigate that. But this Game 3, let's see those opening hands. This is where it all comes down to.
Obviously, looking for Branded Fusion.
A lot of ways to access Branded Fusion in this deck. The openings, the Aliber, there's plenty of different options for you there. And the question is, have we got that? We're going to start off with an Albion, the Shrouded Dragon.
Which
so many targets for potentially with this guy.
And might mean that Lorenzo does not have a shifter, because usually you would use it right away, because this is one of the reasons. If you do, the card cannot be activated as it sends from cost, but now it would be a shame to kind of, have the shifter still. But
Droll and Lockbird doesn't seem to be coming down either here, so no hand traps there.
Deployment. You don't want to, obviously, Ash that. And could come for the Cartesia. Yeah. Similar opening to Game 1.
Yeah, and looks promising, honestly, from Sofian's end.
Yeah. And it's an Aluber. So the opening is really strong. This plays around the impermanence on the Aluber really well from Sofian, from the French player.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool combos you can do with. Oh, it gets an opening here.
Yeah.
Might go for a similar line as Game 1 potentially.
Branded
Fusion has been hard drawn.
Chain
opening.
There is no Ash. Wow.
What a hand.
I think we're going to see a huge combo here by Sofian,
Yeah.
very similar to how we played it out in game 1. So I'm really curious, this is part of the newest wave of support, I think, for Branded. What exactly do you think Quem offers the deck?
A lot of different potentials. The thing that the card is just considered a lot of different archetypes at the same time allow you to just use whatever you were using, as you can see here with the opening, but it also makes the extra deck better because you can play a lot of those one-off fusions that in the past were not shining to just access the card, and as it is also a spellcaster, and you can use it to make the new amazing Albion support to get to the Gigme Puppet, and yeah, it also makes the grind game a lot better. So I think it's honestly an amazing card. And by the way, one of the cards which is featured in our giant cards for the weekend, so you can win that one in a Starlight version too. So that's an amazing prize you can get from the public events.
Yeah, it's opened up so much, and I feel like Branded has almost reached the point of like Black Wings and Heroes with how much like support cards there are. You know, there's like so many little archetypes it's dipping into, like Springans and even some Tri-Brigade stuff, I think, right? Like, yeah, not really something we'd see typically, but you know, there are story-driven ways to play this deck if you like. There's Lebellion into Mirror Jade. The Albion will be setting up as well in the end phase. I love the interaction between Lebellion and Albion. There's, you know, you can do this in this deck. Dragon Link, of course, has that interaction as well with the heavy Bestial engine and dragons. Haven't seen too many dragons, I think, in this playoff, have we?
No, we haven't.
Which is kind of surprising because, yeah, it's a really good deck, and I would expect to see a lot of them this weekend. As mentioned, outside of Kashtira, I think the deck has a really good matchup across the board because Bestials are just really good.
Yeah, and it's super consistent as well. So it's.
What do you think about like maining Bestials? Because you know, there was like a small period, maybe months ago, around about Tier Limit, where everyone was playing Bestials, but now Bestials feel sort of hit or miss. It either like is amazing because you could queue into like a Cyberus deck or anything like that, like Mathmex. Dragons, but then if you main deck those Bestials and you play against Kashtira or Runic, then it feels really bad, right?
Yeah. The solution to that is Dragon Link, because Dragon Link uses Bestials as combo pieces
just
as well.
Anyway,
That's the thing. But yeah, as side deck cards, I agree.
They're very popular, right?
Yeah, they should be there. Yeah, it's so versatile. But yeah, this is insane from Sofian.
Yeah, he's got such a talented mastery of this deck here. You can see here that full setup has been put together, and there it is, standby phase Branded Fusion. Do we have call by Bell? Anything at all to stop this?
Yeah, Branded in red, gonna be used. Fire. Yeah.
Oh no, Lorenzo.
Seems as if we're saying once again the exact same thing that happened in game 1.
Yeah.
And it resolves. Oh, that's it's really unfortunate. Yeah, Dyrol playing a large portion of this match's outcome. Sofian getting to go first, setting up this powerful lock here.
And yeah, as you can see here, even if a miracle pulls him out of this situation, Sofian is back to 3 cards, actually 4 cards in his hand.
Sometimes that can be like a bit of a, one of the disadvantage if you have like a semi-weak hand and all you can do is set up the Branded, the Gimmick Puppet Lock. Sometimes you can survive a turn, but just a full field put together here. Okay, all right, we can extra normal summon the, or rather normal summon without a tribute for the Unicorn. We can attempt to do something.
Yeah, at least trying his best. I mean, he knows that compared to game 1, this is the end of the match regardless, so you might as well give it your best to try to somehow steal a win out of what seems like an impossible position.
Assume the battle phase was used here?
Yeah. Okay. And the Mirror Jade banished this Unicorn.
Yeah, set to pass. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, from the past, there is no super, grave of the Super Ancient Organism, which could give you a really good chance, but...
Yeah.
With no such cards,
Yeah, sometimes like going second and you have trap cards, it can actually almost ironically be really beneficial to have those coming in, but not in this matchup, not in Lorenzo's side deck, and you know, naturally that's not how you're going to play it out, but we'll see if anything can at least buy him one more turn, because setting up the puppet lock again is possible, but it's not very consistent to get it out again multiple turn after turn, is it?
Exactly, but
we got Masquerade as well. No, it's over now.
Yeah, unfortunately it is.
Sofian has taken this whole match.
What an ending to what was a really back and forth one, but in the end it just seems like Sofian deck was too powerful when going first. No chance from Lorenzo either in game 1 or game 3, and that's how Branded can really push forward
That's how Branded likes to play it, you know?
Yeah.
It's that lock.
Yeah, I mean, give me puppet lock. It's obviously really strong. And as you can see, an alternative win condition, even with the latest Forbidden Unlimited list, still consistent and still obviously needing some preparation either in the main deck or the side deck. That wasn't there. We gotta give credit where credit is due in Lorenzo's deck, and unfortunately he's gonna pay the consequences of that, which means that after round 3 now, obviously, Sofian is moving on with a 3-0 record, which is amazing. He pretty much only needs to win the next one to be guaranteed a spot in the top 4, most likely. While Lorenzo, he's not able to lose anymore. He needs to win the last 2 remaining matches and hope that he can sneak into the top 4. Obviously, it's the toughest competition, arguably, so you really are playing against the best, and I mean, it's tough to go undefeated.
Yeah, you're really going to have to try and focus on, try your best to not drop any games, especially early, because you basically have to go X1 or above in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. You're not guaranteed to make it unless you go XO, technically, which is, pretty much obvious. But at the same time, I mean, it's the most important prize, we can say, of the year, going to the World Championship, the most important event by far in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's obviously normal that you need some confidence. And now, though, we still have 2 more matches remaining as Swiss. A lot of duelists and decks we have not yet seen in action. So as the duelists gets finished here in round 3, we'll be able to give you guys some update on the situation. But regardless, thank you for being with us. This was the end of round 3 from the playoff going to the World Championship. Keep watching, because we'll be back soon with more live action from Utrecht.
Today, I'll teach you the 3 steps to dueling greatness. Step 1, obtain the Speed Duel GX Duelist of Shadows box. Step 2, gather your allies and duel together. Step 3, master the 20 new skill cards. And when you do, the sacred beast shall rise. Speed Duel GX Duelist of Shadows. Available now. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship Qualifier 2023 in Utrecht. I'm here with the Italian national champion Lorenzo Muselli. Pleasure to be with you here. How are you feeling?
I feel really good, feel really confident. I'm playing the playoffs, so
yeah.
I'm really confident with my deck and I really enjoy playing.
Obviously, you had a fantastic season. As you mentioned, you managed to qualify among the top 16 best ranked players for this season, which is giving you a spot at the playoffs for the World Championship on Friday, which, by the way, you already won round 1, so hopefully that will go your way. But regardless, unfortunately, we were not able to show you winning the Italian National Championship due to unforeseen circumstances, but you had an incredible journey. You were obviously one of the players' favorite for the event with Kashtira, but just for anyone, how was Italian Nationals for you?
So I think the Italian National is always a big tournament and I really like playing the Italian National. I think that this year the tournament was pretty strange because at the start of the top 8 there were a lot of problems with the water, so it was a little bit strange, also because the final was not on the future match and I was alone without my friends. So but in the end I feel like
you managed to keep the nerve and it was still an amazing finals against Vanquished Soul as well, which was a deck you did not expect. But obviously Kashtira, back then we can agree it was the best deck by a lot of people regarded. Today a lot has changed, obviously, a new Forbidden Unlimited list, other cards, but spoiler alert, at least for the playoffs you're still playing Kashtira, so why?
I feel like I have the confidence to win the deck.
Okay.
I really like the deck. Now with the new Forbidden Limited list, I think the deck is more skillful.
Okay.
And I really like the deck. I really like the deck in general. I feel like for this tournament is a pretty solid choice.
Okay.
And I think the Kashtira is the best deck that
it's your best deck, I guess. Yeah. And if you had to name it, what do you think are Kashtira best and worst matchup?
So the best matchup, I don't know. The thing is, all the deck play different cards against your deck.
Yeah.
And you have to play good and to play as better as you can against talent, triple tag. All the deck plays this card, so you have to play right against this card. And the worst matchup I think is I don't know, Labyrinths at 5, Skill Drain Gods.
Okay, makes sense. And we do have a few, obviously, because Dinka Bui won last weekend in Germany, so it's to be expected. But I mean, I would expect you to be prepared at least after siding for it. Obviously, as we mentioned, you are playing in the playoffs, so now that you are officially a champion, at least a national champion, I would expect your goal to be going to the World Championship. Is that your goal for the weekend? What do you think of the structure? Are you excited about the event?
So the World Champions was always a dream for me since I started playing, because I started playing with Stefano Memoli that going towards 2 times, and it's a dream for me, and I want to achieve this incredible
Absolutely, and obviously we are going to wish you good luck with that. As most people know, it was also obviously a close friend of mine when we both played, Stefano, and he kind of gave some of his legacy on my shoulders when I went back in 2017. So hopefully the good luck charm goes on to you and you can represent Italy as well. But regardless, so it's going to be an exciting weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. For now, keep focusing on the playoffs. We'll see how it goes, and regardless, then you have the entire European Championship to focusing on. Good luck. Hopefully we will see you on stream either for the playoff or for the main event. Guys, thank you for being with us. It was a pleasure being with Lorenzo, but keep watching and we'll be back with more action from Utrecht.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links 6th anniversary!
You can't do a thing against my creepy crawlers. Here I go, my entire swarm attacks. What? You don't mean Mirror Force? Look at these great presents!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links campaign underway!
Welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship Qualifier 2023 live here in Utrecht. I'm here joined by your 2023 Dutch champion, Baptiste Derouan. Thank you very much for being here. And first of all, I would like to ask you, how does it feel to become a national champion?
Oh, it feels great. Obviously, it was pretty unexpected, but I had a great tournament. It was last month. So yeah, it feels good.
Also, we got the chance to see you in action with Kashtira actually last month. And so, do you think back then, of course, you won the event, but were you expecting to win the event 1 month ago?
I thought it was the best deck for the format, and I think it's still the one of the best deck. So I built a Kashtira to beat the mirror because. I saw that all tournaments was won by Kashtira pretty much, so I thought it was a great idea to beat for the mirror. I only faced one mirror during the weekend, so that was a really real surprise. I faced five labyrinth during the tournament. But it worked great.
And speaking of which, I think it's worth mentioning that Kashtira won the French national.
Yeah, also
a couple of weeks ago, and Labyrinth won the German nationals.
Yeah, right.
So, entering into this event compared 1 month ago, how do you feel about this kind of matchup? Do you feel still confident about playing Kashtira after the Forbidden Limited list?
Yeah, I think it's still a great matchup. Kashtira still has his main tools. He still has a Rise Art, limited, but it's not really a problem. It's not that strong, obviously, but it can really grind well and put really a lot of pressure really easily on the opponent.
And I totally agree, especially because like we have seen how consistent the Kashtira deck is. You know?
I think the Kashtira still has his main. His main weapon, it's his 15, 18 free spots in his main deck. He just needs to adjust them, and it's still strong.
And if there's one matchup you would like not to play against, which one would it be?
I don't think the deck has a bad matchup, but at the same time it doesn't have great matchups.
Yeah.
So when everyone expect to face Kashtira, it can be quite difficult if everyone has Evenly, Kurikara, can be difficult. I think the deck has just great matchup overall.
And I think it's also worth mentioning that it's been a while since we had the European World Championship qualifier.
Yeah.
So entering this tournament as a national champion and having the chance to compete for the World Championship, how do you feel about this?
Of course, it's a special tournament. It's not like YCS where you can be YCS champion, but here with the world qualification, it's pretty special, yeah.
And we wish you the best for this weekend.
Thank you.
So we will hopefully see you again during our coverage this weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being with us. Thanks guys for watching. Keep watching because we will be live with more content for the European World Championship qualifier in Utrecht.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian God cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European World Championship qualifier here in Utrecht, and I'm here now with Anton Jylland. Nice to have you here, and you are our national champion of Denmark, correct?
Yeah, so yeah, Denmark is one of the smaller national championships. We were 138, so not the biggest championship, but I'm still really proud to have taken it home. It's my first national top.
Oh, first national top and then going all the way. Of course, that's pretty cool. And it also was one of the later national championships because it was after the release of the Forbidden and Limited list. And what did you play for that event?
I chose to play Kashtira. I thought that people were pretty unprepared for the deck, and I was right. I also played some kind of controversial cards like Nibiru and Ghost Ogre in the main deck, and they helped out a lot. Like the tech cards carried me a lot, so
that's really cool because in the beginning, because that basically was 1 week after release of the list, people weren't really expecting to see so much Kashtira, but now people have caught up. Basically, Kashtira again is like the big contender in the matter, but at that point people were like contemplating whether it would even be good enough, but you showed the people as one of the winners of the national championships that it very much still is a very big contender. And give us a little drive through your tournament. How did you do in Swiss? How many rounds was it? I mean, honestly, I could tell you because I actually
you were
was
in the
attending the event
well.
as well, but I only made the top 16. You went all the way. We didn't play, but it was 8 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, I beat the guy who beat you in the top 16, so I got revenge for you. But yeah, we played 8 rounds of Swiss. I only lost to the same deck in Swiss. Actually, I lost to Dragon Link in Swiss, so I was X2, got 7th place overall in Swiss, and yeah, I just took it home afterwards.
No more losing after that,
No,
right?
no.
No more losing after that. So is that the same plan for this weekend? Are you just going national champion and now European champion right after?
I hope so. Like, I mean, the dream would be like going X2 or something as well here for European Championship, and then topping my first European Championship as well the same year that I top and win my first national championship.
How long are you playing the game for? Because you said it's your first nationals top, but how many times have you tried before?
I've tried like 5 times before.
Oh, okay.
I started when I was 12 years old to play the game. I'm 21 right now, but I started playing when I was 12 years old,
cool.
And I played like just Senju Pendulum in 2015.
We all started somewhere.
Yeah, so yeah, it wasn't the greatest deck, but now I've gotten better, and yeah.
You are a national champion now, for sure.
Yeah.
So you said you were playing Kashtira for that event. Do you mind giving away, are you going to play the same deck for this event as well?
Yeah, I am going to play Kashtira as well. I think my theory was that the deck itself, like just engine-wise, is so good at going second, so it's like, okay, all of my cards are basically going second cards as well. So I play a lot of non-engine, and then I can play the Kashtira cards as well. So it's basically a very good deck going first and second, and I really like that. I think the Sprite, I considered the Sprite Runic Live Twin version as well.
It's very popular at the moment.
Yeah,
True.
but I play tested it as well, but I found out that it had a little bit of a problem with big monsters and birth if like the Kashtira board puts that up. Arasat isn't like that big of a problem, but like just a lot of big monsters. That's how I won my finals, game 1. I started against the Live Runic Sprite player, and I just like I did make Arasat, but also just made a lot of big monsters. So
I think that's what people are underestimating. Just the pure power of a Kashtira Fenrir, of a Kashtira Unicorn on the field is so much already, right? You don't even need a Rysart. It can be enough to just put up all these other monsters. So thank you very much for joining us for this interview.
Of course.
Congratulations once again. This is our national champion of Denmark. Maybe we are going to see you one more time in the featured match at some point of the event. Best of luck to you for the event, and see you very soon for more live coverage.
Welcome back. You're joining us here with more EU WCQ coverage live from Utrecht. So we've got to carry on with these Swiss rounds before the end of the day. So in front of me, I have our round 7 duelists, Bryce Dodeler and Sebastian Marr. Now, these gentlemen have already done a dice roll, and Sebastian, you're going to be going first. So Sebastian will be kicking this off. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Marcello and Nadir, who are going to be your wonderful commentary trio for this game. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome everyone to round 7. We already went through 6 amazing matches, but for the first time this weekend, we have a playoff participant now on stream once again, and one of which we already saw the match on stream, because it was the Dark World player, that is Bryce, of course. He was the only Dark World player at the World Championship playoff that was played yesterday, and as you know, unfortunately, he didn't make it among the 3 players qualifying for the World Championship, but most impressively, although he did lose, as you guys saw on stream, he went out and won the remaining. So his final score was 4-1. So he barely missed out on the top 4, and he's here once again playing Dark World and on an X1 score. So impressive stuff from Bryce.
Yeah, he has to take a bit of a different route now if he wants to get that World Championship spot. So going through the main event now, a second opportunity to try and achieve it with the Dark World strategy. But I think we're a little bit more kind of looking towards his opponent's deck.
Absolutely. Even his opponent deck is quite a special one, because Sebastian Marr actually made it previously in the season into the top 8 of the Irish National Championship with a deck he invented, pretty much, which is purely Sprite. And he's playing the same deck here today, also on an X1 record, of course. So 2 decks we have not seen in action yet. I'm really excited for this one. Our players are ready. I say, let's just go to the table. Here they are, and let's see, you're ready. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is your future, man. This is the next 45 minutes, so hope you guys are okay with that.
That's next level sportsmanship right there from Bryce and Sebastian. And let's see who will win the die roll and start things off.
So I think Sebastian actually won the die roll, decided to go first with the Pearly deck, and it's a bit of a newer archetype that we haven't got to see too much of, especially with the recent limitation of Delicious Memory. But this is a good start here. We got Happy Memory here, so you get to reveal 3 from your deck. Very reminiscent, I suppose, a little bit to Pantheism of the Monarch in that you reveal 3. And except rather than having it chosen, we're going to be randomly picking it here. So this is kind of where like the big limitation on this card happened with the recent Forbidden Limited list. So losing a lot of consistency in that it doesn't get you to plump as often because you can't reveal 3, of course.
Yeah, but still I think that Sebastian really, you know, found the right way to make the deck work. And I mean, with the Sprite engine, usually we see a very small package of them being smashed in the deck, but I think that's what Sebastian did as well, just playing some of them in the main alongside with only 1 starter, which I think makes sense. You just want to see them and go for the Gigantic.
Yeah, obviously this deck has changed significantly, even the Sprite version, because of the Delicious Memory, and it needed to adapt to a different playstyle. And I think if this deck was already interesting, as mentioned at the Irish National Championship, I think it's a really interesting way of playing it with the new Forbidden Unlimited list. So this might give inspiration to all of you guys watching at home and fans of the Purely deck.
With the last few weeks and months taking a look at some of the Pearly lists, it seems like not a lot of people have decided to go with the whole Sprite package, but it worked out really well from Sebastian, as you mentioned. He sort of like innovated it, and he's been pretty consistent with it, doing pretty well at multiple smaller tournaments. And I suppose, yeah, as you mentioned, he's adapted it to the new limitation here, and still feels very strongly about the Sprite engine.
And here it is with the Beaver, honestly, something that we are not used to seeing often. I think going with a different line, also having the Sprite in your deck. Now you can go either for the Gigantic if you feel like, or can be a little bit more greedy and go for the Sprint. So let's see what he decides to go for. Yeah, he goes with the Gigantic here, I think it makes sense. So here you can go for the blue, then Jet, and either red or carrot after that.
Yeah, the Sprite deck has just been so good at its adaptability and versatility throughout all of this past year, being put in multiple different archetypes and actually working out pretty decently even in Pearly.
And here I think there's no interruption for sure from Bryce, because no, we have seen already him in action, and it's one of those decks that really want to go first in general in game 1, which you know, with all the dangers in
a real combo deck, we could say. So just focusing on going for his Dark World plays, discarding some cards from your opponent hand, and just ending on a huge field. Going second, though, you can still put up some very threatening monsters, because most of them are 3000 attack, and going second, especially against Sprite, they might struggle to deal with all of your huge monsters. But for now, the opening is definitely a good one from Sebastian. As you can see here, you can still go into the Purely, as it's level 2, well, rather rank 2.
So Pearly is quite a complicated deck, to be honest with you. There's a lot of minor little interactions that you do in this deck that try and maximize the amount of value that you get. Usually by maintaining a sort of loop per se with the sleepy memory to be able to draw as many cards during your opponent's standby phase as the 3 back row.
What a
Okay.
start.
Mannequin Cat as well.
Yeah,
All right.
all in start pretty much with 1 card in hand, but 3 face downs. Wow.
I think it makes sense to start from Sebastian, especially because, like, I mean, he might be knowing what Bryce is on. So, I mean, seen.
As mentioned, Bryce played in the playoff yesterday.
Yeah.
So, for anyone who paid attention, you might know that he's on Dark World indeed. And a great way to start here with the Genta, searching for the gate.
One of the newer cards added to the Dark World repertoire is the Field Spell Searcher Genta. Not once per turn either, to go with the theme of all of the Dark World monsters. And yeah, Gates of Dark World, an incredible card, discarding to trigger one of your Dark World monsters by banishing in the process. And yeah, we talked a little bit about this at the start. It is a very much all-in, full gas deck as we dig deeper with this Allure.
And especially with 3 set cut from Sebastian, he might be holding a Cosmic Cyclone because he's maining 2 copies of it, which might be very strong against the Gates of the Dark World. We'll see.
Feels like a while it's been since we've seen so many like dangers played in a deck, and I'm gonna be honest, they're some of my favorite cards. I love just how much they offer you with the draws and the special summons. Of course, being dark monsters we've seen over the years. Dark is a pretty good attribute to have with the amount of different engines and extra deck monsters that allows you to access. The banishing double Chupacabra, not the greatest one you want to have in your opening hand, so ridding those away with the Allure of Darkness.
And here we'll see if there is a Cosmic indeed, as Alberto mentioned, face down.
So it does banish for cost from the graveyard, which will remove any sort of interaction that you might have thereafter. But
let's see.
The all-important discard for effect ability.
Not yet a Cosmic.
All right.
But we could still chain it afterwards. Instead, as you can see here, he's gonna bounce it back with his purely happiness.
Cute little interactions here with the Pearly deck. The whole gimmick and theme is to try and make as large of an XE monster as possible by attaching multiple materials. You can take your opponent's cards as materials and to really try and establish the Noir, the boss monster of the deck, unaffected from, as well as being able to quick play spin cards. I'm sure we'll see that come out at some point during this duel. But yeah, the Gates of Dark World back into the hand is a little... Ooh, okay.
Well, we see the Kaijus.
Which is actually a really good card in this exact matchup, and he happens to be maining the Radiant. Just as a one-off, it looks like, right? Is it a small world bridge, or... No, no small world, just playing one,
I mean,
one Kaiju. Fair.
Maybe he's playing trade-in? Or... No. I guess it's a level... Is it a level 8? No, it's a 7. Yeah. No, because you can play others for trading. But I mean, I guess it's an Allure target at the end, at the very worst.
Speaking about level 8s, it's really important in the Dark World strategy as you can go into so many different draw cards, like the Giant Trainer. Is he running that? That's usually some of the interactions we've seen with this deck. Yeah, Coach King, Giant Trainer.
But here we see Bryce baiting some response from his opponent with the
Salamander Catalyzer.
Yeah. Pretty much an extender in the deck. You can reveal it alongside another Fiend, in this case the Snow. You special summon it and you discard the Snow, triggering its effect to search for a Dark World card.
Yeah, really important that the Dark World monsters are all effect triggers rather than, they are discarded for effect, and that's how they meet all of their powerful abilities, not from cost, which is why something like the Catalyzer works really well. As well, being a Fiend, which is important in this deck.
The only issue, as you can see here, is that the Catalyzer is a fire monster, which gives access to Sebastian to either red or, as in this case, Carrot, which is a big deal.
Yeah, really important. That Mannequin Cat special summoning for free is pretty strong in this exact case here. A lot of your engine is, quite heavy on monsters, but any spells you do play tend to be quite, sort of power spells that help you draw more, and especially your gates. Another Genta picked up here.
Is it the Genta? Yeah, probably the Genta. You're right. The problem is, obviously, Carrot will be potentially used to negate the other gate, but the first is still in the end.
Yeah.
It was just spin back by Happiness, so now Sebastian knows that there are 2 copies of the Feel Spell in the end from Bryce.
Attributing a level 2 to negate is what Sprite Carrot can do, but also gets the bonus ability to destroy if you really want to by attributing an Exceed or Link. Not going to be too relevant here because destroying the gate not going to really matter too much as we have a second in the hand. And there goes the Snow for cost. It's crazy just how much advantage gates can give you in this deck, and that's really where Dart World thrives, is the ability to have so much hand advantage to be able to, you know, keep going with dangers and trigger multiple Dart Worlds and just spam the field with lots of Link fodder to try and break apart your opponent's field, but kind of lacking right now in card advantage, so Bryce is definitely in a bit of a difficult spot here, especially with 2 face downs still there, as well as the live Carrot.
Okay, and it's Grapha.
That's an extremely good discard. Good old Grapha, Dragon Lord of Dart World, destroying a face-up card when it's discarded for effects.
Yeah, can just get rid of a Carrot. Yeah, and this was kind of a risk played by Sebastian. Probably what he was thinking is maybe my opponent is bluffing, and then I can save the Carrot for the second copy of gate when he banishes the Genta. Instead, it was not, and he's getting punished here.
All right, well, this is where the fun part of Dart World gets to pop off here. With Special Summon to Nessie, drawing a card, hits that gate. Kind of unfortunate, but we're trying to dig for some more power spells and pluses here.
It's really kind of unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah. 3 cards in hand left for Bryce.
Don't forget also, we still have the double cross that's been set from the Search Jet on Sebastian's turn, so still another layer of disruption to play through here for Bryce. I think it's really interesting that Bryce played Dart World in the playoff as the only Dart World player in a deck that hasn't been super popular, especially with something like Rise Heart in the format. But he decided to play it again. You know, not really sort of feeling like, oh, I didn't make it as far as I wanted to, and decided to swap deck or anything like that, just sticking to his guns and
the
playing what he's good at.
accession comes down now here, and that is where the cross is finally chained.
Yeah, Accession is an incredible piece of support that Dart World received with the ability to fuse by discarding. But yeah, double cross
taking
really
away that Grapha and pretty much taking away the possibility of even resolving the quick spell.
Feels like the Sprite cards have done more of a sort of
I
a job
agree.
here than
Yeah.
the Pearlies.
Totally agree.
Yeah, the talking about pluses and the ability to gain advantage. That's the third Allure of Darkness.
Allure.
No banish synergy really in this deck, so that's kind of one of the more rough parts of Dart World. Is you definitely want to have things hit the graveyard. Nothing really helps you when you're banishing in this deck.
Yeah, I guess Ganta potentially, but that's about it. Yeah.
Dart World has just, you know, been through so many different iterations over the years. And I remember years ago I used to play it with like a level 8 engine with the Malefics and trade-ins and just the ability to like spam out rank 8 monsters.
You know, with the skill drains, no?
Yeah, of course, skill drain was just...
and the virus. It's the OG deck where to use all of the viruses, yeah.
Yeah, you can play all of them in this deck. Which I don't know if he's actually playing any viruses, is he?
Maybe the side deck? I'm not sure.
Doesn't look like it,
No.
actually.
Wow.
Interesting.
Okay, now we go for the Dark to take his opponent purely monster.
So, trying to link climb here a little bit with the Dark. If you really want to, you could crash it, potentially. Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do, to get a search for any Dart monster with 15 or less defense from his deck here.
Could just go for another danger if he feels like he needs that extra luck at the moment.
Yeah, this Paralily looking quite lonely on this field here. It's a really kind of rough situation at this point. I don't think Bryce has too much one card left in hand, just a search to try and help him keep going now. Is that a snow he searched, I think? Yeah. He's actually going to take a snow.
Wow. I think he has another spell in hand. Can't really quite tell what it is.
Let's see. Seems really in a tough spot at the moment. Only another card. Guess another gates would be nice, but outside of that.
Session Grave Effect here. So it returns itself to the hand by discarding. Is it once per turn to fuse?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, it is a quick play fusion, so we can set that up on our opponent's turn potentially, as we search up with Snow here.
Yeah, the problem was maybe getting back to the Grafa, which he could have searched here, but goes for another Snow. Ooh, but card destruction, interesting.
This is a card destruction for one?
Maybe for two. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the field,
yeah,
the fusion,
obviously.
All right, just trying to dig for some more ways to try and push through this. So there's a lot of different ways that Dart World accrues advantage, but primarily it is drawing. So be really terrified to see if anyone was maining.
And he does get the third Ganta, which allows him to search for the third copy of the gates as well. Just keeps on going and open to finally get out of deep water.
Yeah, third copy of Gates of Dart World. Beautiful to have a spell that does not have a once per turn clause on it.
Yeah, exactly what we are gonna see here.
And this is only the first turn of Bryce, basically. So it's almost 20 minutes on the round.
Yeah, they've played this game out quite long. Yeah. So Bryce not scooping, trying to fight through this, and believes that there's a chance here.
Okay, Grafa once again, which is really nice here because you can get rid of another card and then finally resolve Agenta, banishing and special summoning it. Destroying my friend Pearly.
Yeah, my friend Pearly, one of the most important pieces of this deck here. It gives you recursion from the grave when your Pearly leaves the field, as well as being able to search every turn. Ah, good old Upstart Coffee.
Yeah.
That's still limited to one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Remember when this was a staple 3 of in every deck? Good times. Ooh,
okay.
We actually did not normal summon this turn.
Yeah. Finally, normal summons into the Zephyros, which opens up a lot of interesting plays. For example, yeah, you can go Dugares and then bounce back the gates. Yeah, this is what we might go for. Yep. Just spinning the purely.
Dugares 3 option abilities, and yeah, draw 2, discard. Really, really good, especially in Dart World with the effect to discard.
Really strong. And what you can do is you afterwards can get the gates back.
Oh, discards a Bigfoot. All right. So Bigfoot and Grafa have all been putting the work this duel.
Wow. Now finally gets back is Grafa that was stolen by the double cross. And as mentioned, what you can do now is you can Zephyros the gates, activate it again, and again banish the Genta. So going back to the same direction and having another XYZ available to him. Really powerful stuff from Bryce.
Yeah, like this is such a powerful deck, but can be really fragile, especially into a meta of Kashtiras. So pretty confident and brave of him to bring this not just to the playoff, but also back again into the main event here. So proving that despite some of the meta limitations on Dart World, works it out pretty well for him. That was a Bigfoot reveal there. For a Thunderbird, ooh, okay. That's huge. It's another back row here. That's per leap.
Yep.
Yep. Interesting he didn't use that in the standby phase on his happiness to try get an extra draw. All right, one mystery card left in the hand here for Bryce. If it's a Dart World monster, that'll be really good. So paying for the cost of the 400 life points for Zephyros brings itself back out of the graveyard.
Yeah, he doesn't really need much at the moment, as mentioned.
So much link fodder here.
Linking away, is it Saruya, really? Yep, might be. Wow.
So you just Skull Dread. God, it's been so long since I've seen someone summon this in a tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible card. Draws 4 cards from your deck, puts 3 back, and gets a couple of bonus effects as well. You can boost your monsters. You can special summon from your hand. Yeah, really powerful card, Saryuja. Not once per turn either, although if you're playing 3 of this in your deck list, you're doing something really silly. So yeah, it puts 3 back, and I think we're up to 3 cards in hand with another gate. Yeah, that's the 4th gate of the duel that's resolving now. And still has the Grapha in the graveyard that he can bounce back and return.
And the 5th one.
Oh, Dugaris is a fiend.
Activated. Yeah.
Oh, Silva. Nice.
Nice one.
Good draw here. Special summon Silva can bring back Grapha. And don't forget as well, really important that this is main phase 2. So we aren't going to be able to clear with the battle, but wow, I'm really impressed here. Bryce has done so good to clear up a lot of this field despite somewhat of a slow opening through multiple disruptions.
Yeah, it seemed like his hand was a little clogged up, but he really managed to make it work.
Doing pretty good. Another danger.
Let's see. This one.
Jackalope, that's nice.
Wow.
Okay. We could special another level 8 from our deck here and potentially go for a rank 8 play.
Yep. It seems...
What rank 8s do we play? Let's see. So we got Coach, Soldier, of course. We talked about that. It's going to need another material.
Maybe Dingirsu.
Oh, by the way, an Xyz monster did battle this turn. So there could be a Zeus line potentially, as we did crash into the Mannequin Cat.
Fair enough. Gotta see if he remembers it though, because it has been 20 minutes. So like, it's the same turn.
This is just your average Dart World hand.
Like, literally been 20 minutes, so I'm not sure. But
okay, so maybe Muckraker? Oh,
yeah.
Cerberus.
Okay.
Really good here with the co-link ability as well.
Amazing. You get rid of that gigantic, which is...
that's
the rainbow.
Newer rainbow?
Yeah.
Not the OG rainbow. All right, so every single monster that's gone to the grave this turn has been destroyed by a card effect. So that's really good by Bryce here, taking advantage of this theme of the Dart World monsters. Oh, Mothman. Oh, I hate resolving Mothman, giving your opponent a way to fix their hand. But no choice here. And interesting to know as well, there's no locks from the Dark World deck. You're basically free to just special summon and make anything and everything. The only card that really sets you back is Muckraker, which is a pretty key integral part of this deck and still hasn't accessed it, so yeah, he's still free to keep going here. So really...
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Cool. Oh, he has Silva in hand.
Wow!
Oh. All right.
Yeah, this is a crazy interruption, obviously. Dark World have additional effects if the card is discarded by your opponent, and by the way that Ceruli works, special summoning it to your opponent feels, that counts as an opponent card, and it gives the Silva the additional bonus effect, which is crazy because getting rid of 2 cards from your opponent hand is just brutal.
Is it random or do they pick?
They pick.
Okay.
At least. Yeah.
Yeah, the Dark World monsters all have, like, you know, neat discard effects, search, pop, special summon, but as you mentioned, when you start resolving those bonus effects, it's really, really brutal. Hand looping for 2, not once per turn either.
Yeah,
so
special summoning from the Saryuja now, and again getting back to the graph, I think.
Is Rainbow level 8 as well?
Yeah.
All right, double Grapha Rainbow.
We're going for Coach.
All right, Coach, tag me in. So it draws basically 3 cards and do you keep spells or is it just monsters?
No, you can just draw.
Just draw 3, and then it does a bonus burn damage if you're.
You just literally draw 3 and deal 2400. It's like really busted. Yeah.
And honestly, he managed to navigate through all Sebastian's field, which was.
Yeah.
Oh, security dragon as well.
Nice one. You can get back both the Cerulli or the Kaijus, working really well here.
Yeah, card advantage to Bryce as well, since both of these cards on his opponent's field belong to him. Security Dragon has, it's one of the very sort of early Link monsters. And it's sort of dipped in and out of the meta, but it's always just been such a powerful tool with but it just kind of sometimes has awkward arrows. But yeah, it works out really well in Dart World. Another Link play potentially?
Sent just the Grapha, right?
Yeah, why? It was double Grapha Security Dragon, right?
So it's double Grapha that he now sends to the graveyard to special summon.
Right,
okay, again, Macracker, yeah. Great card being played also by the Alive Twin Runic Sprite Dex, but in this one, probably doing what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, so this is where the real big extension play starts to come from Dart World here. Brings back a Fiend from your graveyard, and it discards 4 effect. Truly does feel like this card was designed for Dart World, although I can think of another deck with the theme of the Underworld that should be discarding, unfortunately. We're not going to see that here. I'm really sorry, I have to make a BA reference whenever I can.
I know.
So the only downside is that you can only special Fiends for the rest of this turn here. So there is one more Fiend we could hypothetically make, and that is Nightmare Unicorn. Co-linked over to the Muckraker could give you another draw as well.
Yeah, and we are actually back to 4 cards in hand, I think.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I think he had like 2 cards in hand at one point.
Absolutely. It felt like he was on the brink of breaking. And
yeah.
Card destruction is a good card in Darkcore, you know? Even when you only discard Shu.
All right. The last Nightmare piece of the puzzle is Nightmare Unicorn.
Yeah, gonna get back his own Cerulli, and then...
I assume you still draw if it goes into your deck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also I think he's left with just a handful of cards in the deck.
He's been through everything. Like it's really deck thin quite a lot.
This is a crazy, crazy turn of events. And beautifully played by Bryce, who not only managed to go through a lot of interruptions, but got rid of his opponent's field and 2 cards from his hand. Crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
The Nightmare Griffin as well, going through each part of the Nightmare archetype here. Absolutely fantastic. Gets to reset any card from his graveyard. Oh, resets the fusion. That's incredible. And now this is great for Sebastian's turn here. Gets a draw as well in the process after resetting. Talents!
Just in case.
Puts back the last card. How did Sebastian go from a full field and like 3 cards in hand to nothing?
He deserves an applause. I mean, it's literally a masterclass. Wow.
How did he do that?
Scoops it up.
Yeah. That was an insane game from Bryce. What a start to this match.
It was kind of underwhelming at the start, right? Like it felt like it was kind of, you really ran out of gas and then slowly started to build advantage. The Garrus into the card destruction and 4 gates of Dart Worlds revealed.
I mean, we thought as if the game was already over in a couple of minutes, and then I don't know, 1 card destruction had it all.
Yeah.
So it's I mean, impressive stuff. Like he started with 3 set cards and a couple of monsters on the field, and he had nothing.
Clearing everything. Not 1 card to his name.
As mentioned, a lot of you might have doubted him when he was earlier shown his round 1 from the playoffs yesterday, where he lost. But after that, he has been on a roll, winning all of his remaining playoff matches, and now on an X1 record, showing, even if he is going to lose or not make it to the top cast, showing that Dark World is definitely a deck that should be put some more respect on, and is here with very good chances of advancing in this match, I would say. Yeah? I'm
Yeah, no,
afraid
absolutely.
if you are Sebastian, like, what do you do? Like,
I want to pick up 3 Dart World structures now.
Yeah,
that
I
was
agree.
so fun.
I
That was
agree.
so cool to watch.
But yeah, now, I mean, Sebastian honestly opened up pretty well. So now
Yeah, it wasn't even bad opening.
Yeah.
You know, it was
I mean,
pretty decent.
He's gonna take a look at the side decks, probably bring in some Bestials. Those are obviously really good against any dark deck. And might focus on going for the Noir. He couldn't really access it in game 1. That was the turning point. On the other end, though, as we mentioned, in the main deck, Bryce doesn't really play anything outside of like a Talent and a Kaiju. In the side deck, he has some interesting tools.
Ixie Encore.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been a while.
Been a minute, but...
Doesn't Ixie Encore have a unique interaction against Noir?
Absolutely. It does work because it's your
Yeah,
opponent.
so it targets the materials, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah.
essentially, you can use it as one of the few outs to a card like Noir. And
Rongominiad as well, if you remember that.
Yep. It seems like he came prepared. He's playing 3 copies of XYZ Encore. But let's see if that will be the case for Bryce. As our duelists are about to end their side decking, we can briefly go through the game number 2.
I think the Bestials, as you mentioned, play such a major part of the meta's side decking. You know, Dragon Link plays a full entourage in the main, but so many players opting to play Bestials just in the side as this this amazing kind of buffed DD Crow ability. And against Dart Worlds, that's really important that you trigger those graveyard effects. So they will still trigger, but removing things from the graveyard, especially Grapha, it's going to be quite devastating. All right, well, I assume Sebastian wants to go first, although there's that risk of having everything pulled apart again like we had last game.
Okay, but the Nimble Beaver is a great way to start things off. Here, you can get the Angler and obviously access all of your Sprite engine. There are no hand traps at all from Bryce, I believe, right?
Oh, no, he does not need hand traps.
Yeah.
He just needs dangers. That's all he needs.
That's true.
Talk a little bit about the Pearly adaptations and such. Obviously, Sebastian has opted to go for like the Sprite engine. But we've seen a couple of different ways people play it. I know one of my friends likes to play like just lots of hand traps, right? So that you can keep drawing into them with the Sleepy Memory. Some people even like to play like discard engines. I don't know if you're a fan of. Actually, funnily enough, you can play some Dart
you can play
Worlds.
Dark Worlds, that's the thing.
Yeah, there's Dart Worlds. A couple of Shadals I've seen running around as well. That's a callback.
I think in general, Purely is very consistent, even though, you know, that's the delicious memory that was limited. And I think in general, I mean, I like the idea of combining it with Sprite monsters, for example, as Sebastian did, but I think if, like, we have to consider a matchup in which it doesn't help you out is Dark World, because, you know, you basically lose all the resources, like, in a second. So it's, once again, here we are witnessing something that we have already seen in game 1.
But this is actually not a Purely opening, because once you go for Gigantic, you are shut off the Pureleys outside of the XYZs.
No, I told you, he's playing a Sprite deck.
Yeah.
100%. Like, we haven't seen Pearly resolve yet, which is, I love Pearly. You know, it's a non-once per turn, Foxy-like effect from Salmon Gray, Excavate 3. You can resolve all 3 in 1 turn. But haven't yet to see that play off by Sebastian here. You know what I'm really surprised about? He's not playing any like interesting Mannequin Cat targets.
Yeah, exactly. Just plays, you know, standard stuff. Nothing, you know, particular as we have seen over the last few months.
And we start with a Danger, I'm pretty sure. Couldn't quite tell which one it was, but I think he did reveal a monster from his end.
Well, Chupacabra is ideally not the one you want to start with, so hopefully it wasn't that one.
But
he has the Anchor.
Never mind, or maybe he chained it, I guess. Yeah, he does have the Anchor. Usually we use it on the Noir, but does work here. And at the same time, it could be a risky choice, right?
Does this trigger the Sprites?
I think so, yeah. Because you can just special summon them, right? Yeah.
So he's resolving the Danger, hits Jackalope, and... Oh, it must have been the Jackalope he revealed because he didn't special anything. Yeah, that's rough. You don't really want to have your Dangerous sniped this early, although I suppose Jackalope is one of the better ones that get hit here. And yeah, it looks like Ma is indeed going to resolve both effects of the sprite, so that XE Encore actually being pretty relevant here.
Yeah.
So the double cross detaches from a
it just attaches to any. It's not related to sprites actually.
Okay.
You can just attach to any link shoe or ranked shoe in this case. You know, depending on which.
Yeah, I was just
effect.
wondering, maybe it was like he should have hit the sprite, the gigantic, because of the way that the double cross works.
Fair enough. But no, you can still do it.
Ooh, talons again. All right.
Is he playing the Zeus?
Bryce?
Yes.
He does.
Nice.
Yeah, he does.
So maybe that could be a way also of turning.
Chooses
this
to
one
draw
around.
instead. I think he wants to dig deeper and deeper for those dangers.
Yeah. At the same time, that could have been interesting because that would have shut down the double cross, you know?
Just by stealing it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then you turn into attack, go into a Zeus. They need another response.
I don't really know what you could possibly have set here to deal with the Zeus.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, you know what? Bryce doesn't want to use this battle phase just yet. I think that's...
I agree, because he's actually able to OTK through this.
No doubt.
I'm not doubting him.
All right, Genta vanished from the gates of the Dark World. Do we have a set? Yes.
Okay.
Cosmic
We
Cyclone.
do have a Cosmic.
And there's also Mystical Space Typhoon in case there will be not enough.
You think he brought in MST? Good old OG MST.
Is he actually playing?
Yeah, he's playing one MST.
Wow.
Why one?
One Mystical Space Typhoon.
It's a cross-out target.
Okay, now I'm rooting for Bryce even more. I mean, yeah.
All right, rank 4 abilities here as well, potentially. I blinked and I missed it. Was that the normal summon of the snow?
I think so.
Okay, yeah. It looks like we want to try line up for a rank 4 play.
Great to have Accident Knight, but it doesn't play it. So.
I have seen people play that, right? Like, that is definitely not
enough. Makes sense. Yeah.
Instead, is this the Dugares? We could see the double cross, but it's Book of Moon here. So he's playing Book of Moon and Mystical Space Typhoon in the deck. So really going back in time for those quick spells.
Phenomenal, isn't it? Just how many of these quick play spells from the Duel Monsters era just have so much versatility and usage
Enemy
even today.
controller as well, you know, an OG.
And I think Bryce...
Oh, Bestials.
He might have just passed, and the Magnamur is a great tool to deal with this.
This wasn't in the end phase, was it, I hope?
I think so as well.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not Book of Eclipse though, so it's not gonna get flipped up yet. And this might be a quick one compared to the 25-ish game 1 we have had.
That's really unfortunate. Especially after drawing 2 cards with talents, I was hoping to keep popping off there, but unfortunately, doesn't seem to have too much left in his hand. We know it's not any hand traps, so not too sure what he could possibly have here.
Yeah. That's definitely Sprite, not purely. Sprite Bestials.
All right, Sebastian, at this point, I just need you to summon a Pearly cards, all right?
Yep.
Are there any generic Pearlies? I don't think so, right?
No. Most of them are, actually. You can. Yeah.
Okay.
We saw some players this weekend using Kashtira, because, you know, the XYZs are rank 7 as well, so they can play
the
it.
Happiness.
And yeah, as you can see here, he's making it.
Do you know the line for OTKing with Happiness? There's a bunch of shenanigans you can do by resolving the, I think, it's not Delicious. Is it Delicious? The you got multiple attacks off the effect of Happiness, and that's one of the ways that Pearly can actually establish an OTK is by using Happiness.
Yeah, which is also the reason why they're playing Santa Claus, to just attack over it multiple times in defense and just get more and more searches from the deck.
Yeah, there you go.
I think he entered battle phase, right?
Yeah, he's cleared the Gares now.
It's not activated is Gigantic, which maybe, if he doesn't go for game, could lead into a Zeus.
Feels kind of bad to make a Zeus when you have a full field like this, but I know Pearly does regularly actually end on that. Not to mention as well, by the way, the Zeus materials in Pearly, you can have like a 5-use Zeus sometimes.
Yeah. And with 6.5 minutes remaining, is there a world in which this ends in a draw as well?
Might be.
So, I think you're okay to like keep playing a little bit here, but as you approach maybe like 4 minutes or so, I think in Bryce's case, you just trying to like survive as long as you can.
Yeah, and
then you can go to game 3.
Absolutely.
And you have a lot of ways to inflict burn damage to your opponent with, you know, the giant trainer.
And I think he
notably.
sides some other
he
options.
sides Cowboy.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
sides Cowboy.
Yeah. For no other reason other
Jokingly.
than yeah, for no other reason other than the battle phase effect to clear 3,000 attack monsters.
Absolutely.
All
Honestly, that card was amazing back in the day. Not even. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now, as mentioned, finally some purely action from Sebastian, getting both of these engines mixed up together. And yeah, this is getting through the roof. With my friend Purely now selecting one of these 3 cars.
Casually has 3
Okay, he
archetypes.
just picks up his cars, and yes, seen enough. We are heading into game 3. Very opposite game 1 and choose. We witnessed a very long game 1, although it lasted technically only 2 turns. It pretty much was over 25 minutes long. This one, not so much. It was just a brutal opening from Sebastian, which I gotta say, especially thanks to the Book of Moon, was not able from Bryce to just come back.
Very strange. I mean, it's not really like I wouldn't feel like Book of Moon is the card that would have ended that kind of turn, right? Typically against Dark Worlds, because you could just put up like a bunch of big guys and worked out really well despite that.
Yeah, and even in the other play that I was suggesting, which was taking and stealing the Gigantic to make the double cross useless, the Book of Moon would have saved the day.
Yeah.
So in the end, it would have been the MVP regardless of this game 2. But as mentioned, time is approaching, and I guess it's gonna be up to Bryce whether he has enough combo pieces to set up some damage. On the other hand, what can Sebastian do to stop him? He has some Bestials, he has 3 copies of Ash Blossom. Anything else sticks out to you?
You could potentially Dark Ruler evenly match, but it seems like I think at this point of the time, you know, getting to a battle phase might be a bit hard. He does play a Resonator, I think I saw, right? So
yeah, there's
he could gain life himself, potentially, on the clapback.
He does have 3 copies of Impermanence as well, so to at least stop some of this Cowboy action. So this could still end in a draw regardless, so we are gonna see whether that's the case.
I think it's really funny that he's got, like, you know, multiple burn options, so if you imperm, like, the coach, you can go for Cowboy
You can
instead.
then go for Cowboy, yeah, that's fair enough. But again, it will be up to Bryce whether he can combo through. Our duelists are almost ready with their side decks. Let's jump into game 3.
As we saw in game number 1, Dark World can really play for a long time just by itself. So with 3 minutes left on the clock, I think it really does come down to, has Sebastian drawn away to prevent Bryce from winning this game? Okay, set card destruction!
But there is an Ash Blossom!
No
way! No way! No way! What a start to this!
Unbelievable!
Game. Wow!
All right, Imper Magnamot Resonator!
As well.
Wow!
Okay, well, Bestial Magnamot would have been very, very good.
Yeah.
Imperm as well, and the Resonator even on our own turn here, but Cerulli over to the opponent's side of the field here, discards Snow. Underlight of Dark World to search a card from the deck. Wow.
The end was crazy from Sebastian.
Don't forget as well, by the way, Cerulli now turns off an impermanence he might have drawn.
Absolutely.
Which is huge.
And honestly, I mean, the Snow being drawn after the card destruction was very powerful as well, but Sebastian N was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, too bad for Sebastian. Honestly, card destruction, the worst you could see there, alongside the one called by. And yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, on Sebastian's side here, unfortunately, I don't think there really could have been too much he would be able to do here, because with so little time on the clock, there really isn't any opportunity for him to gain or deal damage. And so, yeah, it really is just, you know, can Bryce inflict any amount of damage with 1 minute 30 on the clock?
Or yeah, is it gonna be down to a draw otherwise?
So red Resonator is special to the field of Bryce. Is that the bonus effect of Snow?
Yeah, because when that is the case, I think this is how Bryce can actually use the effect and win with his opponent Resonator. This is crazy.
That's so ironic. He doesn't even need
wow.
Oh yeah, because when it's discarded by an opponent's card effect, you get to special summon.
Special and take the Resonator. That's so funny, actually.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's already used the effect. Yep, he's up by 600.
He's
So
up.
now we just have to...
yeah, he's going to keep going, combo off. That's what his deck is supposed to do. He has pretty good hands still. And this seems like just Sebastian lost to his own card.
Oh, no, talents.
Crazy, yeah.
Adding insult to injury here as Bryce draws 2 cards from the top of his deck, stealing the opponent's red Resonator. Wow. Phenomenal.
What a way, what a way.
What a way to win. What
Yeah.
incredible. No synchro action with the Resonator, most likely, but I think that Resonator has done more than enough of its job at this point.
Absolutely.
Special summons the Rainbow out of the hand here. Discards Genta again, going for another Gates of Dark World. Not once per turn. Very on point and on theme with the Dark World strategy. Such a fun deck, like just so fun
it's a
to
lot
just
of fun. And it's one of those decks that it's really fun to even play by yourself, you know, just autopilot, draw some hands and have fun on your own. It's really, really fun. Like
just set up a mirror in front of you and have a good game.
Yeah, solitaire game, why not?
All right, Silva's coming out here, special summoning, drawing more, spamming some bodies onto the field here.
Yeah. But as time is called, obviously Bryce is ahead, so unless there is a surprise coming his opponent way, he could just probably end it. And yeah it is Sebastian picking up his cards. What an ending, honestly. If you would have asked me, that Resonator would have won the match in time. Obviously, I would have said, okay, then Sebastian is the winner of the match. No, no, no. So his opponent, Bryce, found a way of actually abusing his opponent's own Resonator thanks to the additional effect from Snow.
I completely blanked on the bonus effect of Snow. Of course, the Ceruli triggers that, and it just let... Again, the Dark World monsters, incredible effects when they're discarded by your own Ceruli.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever witnessed something like that, honestly. I mean,
I've never seen Snow's second effect resolve, personally.
No, and especially
I've seen Silva, I've seen Grapha, I haven't seen Snow.
Especially in this way, like that was
for the rest of
absolutely
it, it's incredible.
Really, really, really crazy stuff. And well, Bryce is still on a 6-1 record with Dark World. Incredible chances of at least advancing to day 2 and then making it to the top cut. His opponent falls on a X2 record. Still, again, pretty decent chances, but of course cannot really afford to lose anymore. A draw might be enough to make it to the top cut, but he needs to keep his focus. But what a match we just went through, honestly. I think it's one that really I suggest everyone who missed it to just go back and watch it at the end of the day. It was so much fun. It had everything that you would hope for in a match.
Yeah, we had some back and forth, we had drama, we had top decks. That's just peak Yu-Gi-Oh!
Absolutely, and even the ending outside of the Resonator, you know, the card destruction, Ash Blossom, called by the Grave ending. That's just, you know, what you want to see. And yeah, pretty hyped up for this ending. But obviously, this was round 7. And we have 2 more rounds for the day before.
It's our final round for us here.
Absolutely. So this is what I was about to say. Thank you guys for being with us, and especially with us, because this is the last round that me, Alberto, and Nadir will do for the day. But obviously, we'll leave you in pretty good hands as our German teams plus Tom will handle the last 2 rounds. But we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. of course, for round I guess number 10, yeah, because we are gonna have the last 2 rounds of Swiss tomorrow before the cut to the top 64 to find out first who is going to the World Championship and then who will be the 2023 European champion. But without doing that, we have a lot to do before, and that is to find out who will be the duelists advancing to the day 2, because obviously there will be a cut as always, and so you really want to keep focused, win those remaining matches, and with the numbers that we have, as mentioned, I would say that you need to go at least 8-1-2 to guarantee a place in the top 64, and that's obviously a really tough task to go through.
decent amount of players will be able to make it to day 2, but once you start hitting X2, X2, 1, you're going to have to start asking for some favors from those tiebreakers.
Absolutely.
So.
And especially the last 2 rounds, as I think all of you guys also have experience with, are kind of the toughest because, you know, fatigue really kicks in and you need to keep focused. And that is where even the deck that you play can really change. If you play a deck you're super familiar with, I'm honestly surprised by Bryce because that deck seems really complicated as well. A lot of different decisions, but he really proved that the deck is valid. And so, once again, guys, thank you for being with us. Personally from us, see you tomorrow, but stay tuned because there is a lot more content for the day. And to keep going, Bryce is ready with Ed for the winner's interview.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, I am indeed joined by Bryce, who's just won that round 7 feature match. Bryce, how are you doing?
Well, pretty good, actually. Yeah.
I mean, coming off the back of that very long game, pretty good. That requires some stamina. So talk to us a little bit about Dark Worlds, for instance. Why Dark Worlds? What do you like about the deck?
Okay, so the thing is, yesterday I played the World Championship playoffs, and I had to make a choice. So I started playing like several decks within 2 weeks. And I realized that whatever the deck was going to play, I would not be the best player of the room with the deck because I had less experience. And I figured out that Dark World would be a good pick because no one would make shifter and draw and stuff regarding of the format of the playoffs. And initially I was supposed to play purely today, but I was really impressed with how Dark Worlds were doing well, even going second. And I decided to, you know what, gamble and just go with Dark World today.
I mean, it's clearly paid off for you. I mean, look at all this. Let's go through some of this. So you managed to come back from quite a tough grind, that first game. It did go on for 30 minutes, and we were sort of wondering why there wasn't a little bit more scooping going on. So what's going through your mind in the first game when it's lasting as long as it did?
So the thing is, even if the first game is tough, Dark World, if you are a bit lucky on like the dangers and stuff, you can still make a comeback because basically once you've triggered all the interaction with the opponent, you're just basically playing on yourself. And at some point I was like, I have a way. I know I have to make him crack his double cross. Using it on the, well, you know, succession fusion spell, I know it was quite expensive for me. But at the end of the day, I know I had one line. If we could get through with the Cerberus and drawing well, and at the end of the day, it just was smoother. And so at some point I was like, maybe I can go for a Giant Trainer. But I already did my battle phase, so I had to find another way out. And I was like, even like yesterday, I was not even sure of playing Dark. And thank you, Amush, because you're right. Dark is like so good. It just, the situation happened and it just, yeah. Dark put a lot of work.
Excellent. So going into game 2, the one that really stood out to me was the Xyz on core. Yeah. So how come you put that in? That seemed like a choice that we were all a bit surprised by.
Right. Again, thank you, Amush. He's the guy who helped me a lot with the Dark Worlds. So the thing is, our worst matchup is Kashtira with the Rise Heart. And so we have Xyz and core for it because they can do anything against it. And it also helped against like rank 4 decks like Vanquish Soul or Trap Tricks who can like put in the extra deck Abyss Dweller. So the 2 biggest threat of the deck. And while he's playing purely, so if I get just through the leap and get the boss out of the field, it's a free win. Now the thing is, he's playing with Sprite, so it's a little bit longer. And the thing is, my hand was pretty poor. I had like 2 Rainbow, 1 Grapha or something, Jackalope, well the Succession, Xyz and Core, and TTT. So he hit Jackalope, he did nothing. And so if Jackalope is hit and he does nothing, then I cannot even play with my TTT, so I had to force him some plays with like the blue and the starter to have at least a TTT live, though it wasn't enough. But I did not scoop because, well, he has to make some plays, and Dark Worlds is a deck that often go to times, and, well, you know, you have everything in time to win, so.
And then in that last one, quite a lot going on. The card destruction, and then an Ash, and the call by the grave, and then coming down to time, you might have had a couple of options. What we saw was the red Resonator that you managed to get his out to gain the life points. Did you have any other options at that point?
Well, using red Resonator to win in time wasn't something I was expecting, honestly. But yeah, you're siding Gogaga Cowboy, plus you have the Giant Trainer who potentially burns 2/4. So yeah, and on top of that, you also you side 3 Dogwoods. So even if you cannot pull like a burn and if it's turn to play, you can still dogwood him or something. So, and dogwood is an amazing card too.
Well, it clearly worked well for you because you've come out on top with this Dark World deck. So best of luck in your future games. You've only got a couple more rounds today. It's been a long day, and that was a long duel, so got to keep that stamina up. But best of luck. I hope it all goes well for you. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got the round 8 feature match coming up soon, and also we've even got more of the World Point qualifiers that we were seeing yesterday. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more coverage coming your way.
Today, I'll teach you the 3 steps to dueling greatness. Step 1, obtain the Speed Duel GX Duelist of Shadow slots. Step 2, gather your allies and duel together. Step 3, master the 20 new skill cards. And when you do, the sacred beast shall rise. Speed Duel GX Duelist of Shadows. Available now. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Celebrate a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game with Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. These ancient cards from the beginning of time can all be yours, including 3 Egyptian god cards, plus 3 variant cards and 6 booster packs. From the dawn of dueling, Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Collection, 25th Anniversary Edition. 61 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Thank you very much, Ed. And we now, for this featured match, have a local hero, Nick, all the way from Utrecht, from the Netherlands, facing off against one of the best and hottest players in the game right now, Jack Vermeer, just fresh off of his top 16 finish at German Nationals, and of course countless YCS tops in his career, is back at the top tables here for this event as well.
Yeah, I think the furthest he has come in a YCS is top 4. I think it was London.
With the Lightsworn deck
Oh,
back in the day.
Lightsworn, yes, he was fantastic with the Lightsworn
This
deck.
is some good knowledge. I didn't know Jack Vermeer as well as you guys, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, he's from Berlin, so
Okay,
he's a local with me, but definitely a bunch of tops. He was very, very much well known for playing Altergeist, because he was also a German national champion with Altergeist back in the day. And he has transformed to another trap deck, of course. He has topped German nationals with it. He brought it back to the table for this event. It's going to be Labyrinth, and I think we didn't even have Labyrinth in the feature match at all today, just yet.
Not today.
Yeah.
Obviously,
playoffs.
we did have it, and you guys should look forward to an excellent match when we see that.
That was fantastic. And on the other side, we have a pretty unique deck as well. Maybe some pirate action is going to happen here.
Matey, and I think that both players are ready to rumble, so why don't we just go right to the table? Game 1 is just about to start. I think that Jack lost the dice roll, and Nick is going on his pirate ship to take us on a trip to Runic Lane.
I'm a bit worried that we're playing. I don't think we should have let you cast a match involving this
Runic
deck, to be
Plunder Patrol. We have seen all kind of Runic mixtures, but this time it is paired up with the Plunder Patrol cards. But as per usual, we start off with activating Runic Quickspell to summon out the Hugin. But do we have one of the cool Plunder cards to discard? We don't have just yet. We are discarding Galdala.
That's Kamungus.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah,
I know my spiders.
I realized that it is a kaiju.
Well,
but
yeah. Gardala's the insect, right?
Yes.
The 27 wind.
I mean,
insect.
to be fair, Kumongus is also an insect.
Okay. It's the wind one.
So Gardala probably isn't an insect then, right?
Maybe
I don't know. It's a kaiju. They all do the same. They all just take care of one monster on the opponent's side of the field.
Have you ever played Poor Kaiju? Because then you knew that they are not all the same.
Yeah,
and
right.
Gamma-Seal is the one that negates everything.
Oh, Gamma-Seal. It's not even once per turn as well.
Yeah.
It negates, banishes. Oh, all right.
Nick, there is the Plunder Engine. Look, Jack is... For a second, he was leaning up in his chair because it was like, yeah, I'm probably going to play versus Runic Life Transcribed or Runic for Hire, but then there was the normal summon of Golden Hair right there.
That one is pretty good. You can discard one card and then special summon it back out to the field.
And there is another kaiju being discarded. There's Radiant.
And now you might ask yourself, why is there Coral Dragon and Golden Hair, 2 tuners on the field already? And we will know the answer soon. You won't get it from me.
I thought you were going to answer it. I think it's because he's going to perform a Link summon.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Of Blackbeard.
Oh.
The plunder something or other.
Does Goldenhair lose its tuner? Oh, okay, yeah. That is
Blackbeard.
100% Link summon.
Goldenhair also locks you into Plunder Patrol monsters
you're
as well.
right,
So
true. But
I don't
this
think
is a pretty powerful Plunder monster he has just summoned there, because this is Blackbeard, the Plunder Patrol captain.
Look at his face.
You're talking about Blackbeard or about Jack Barron?
No, about Blackbeard. I'm just happy about him. I love great
but that's
artworks.
it. We're going for Blackbeard pass. But Blackbeard, of course, is a very unique way to interact with your opponent on their turn, because there's a quick effect in the main phase that lets you tag himself out into one of your extra deck monsters, but you can only special summon out monsters depending on the cards your opponent controls or has in their graveyards.
Yeah, so the attribute has to match something.
Exactly.
So I don't think this is an ideal start for Nick. Normally you can make the pirate ship Jord, which gives your opponent a token of the attribute of your choice, and that way you can summon whatever you like with Blackbeard. But this way, Nick's going to have to wait. And unfortunately for him, he's playing against the... Well, I was going to say Altergeist for a second, probably just because I saw Jack. But in fact, it's Labyrinth. And Labyrinth, unlike most decks, is very happy to play its entire first turn without summoning any monsters. So this Blackbeard is just going to sit there looking a bit silly.
So, and also, Jack has a pretty strong start with the Prod of Prosperity. And those are a couple of nice cards. Oh, a lot of the Heavenly Prison specifically is a pretty nice card to have to protect stuff there as well, because we know that a couple of the runic cards are just destroying. So you could save yourself from runic destruction potentially, like right away.
Yeah, that's just everything already. You know, you get Skill Drain, you get some Engine, or you could just have the Ash Blossom, or protect all of your back row cards with the Lord of the Heavenly Prisons.
But it is the Skill Drain we are already preparing. So, as Tom just totally correctly, I just lost my ability to speak, already pointed out, we don't need to summon a monster here in Jack's shoes, and therefore we can just take the Skill Drain, set it, and chill for a turn. Oh, but there's Labyrinth Kuklok.
Is it his one-off again?
That's not a chill, is it, Kuklok?
I mean, yeah, like it is the one-off indeed.
This is interesting because it does... I don't know if there are dark Plunder Patrol monsters, right? Because putting a monster in your graveyard here, I'm not sure Jack knows exactly what he's playing against, because if he was, you wouldn't so carelessly put a monster straight in the graveyard.
There's Plunder Patrol ship Merc, which you could summon out.
Because this just lets you freely use your Blackbeard when otherwise you wouldn't have been able to. Now, that might be worth activating whatever trap you want this turn, but...
The thing is, Kuklok is a quick effect, so you could have just set his cards and then activate the Kuklok in the end phase to do some stuff, but he decided not to do so.
Is Blackbeard...
Yeah, Blackbeard is main phase only as far as I'm aware. Oh wait, is it not? It's actually not, never mind. Okay, so that would have not played around it.
Oh, we're activating the Blackbeard here.
Yep, so now there is a Dark Monster, so the way it works is that Blackbeard itself goes to the Spell and Trap Zone, equipping itself to the card it's summoning out, and as we were just mentioning, this is the Plunder Patrol ship Merc.
And as a nice little bonus, you get to draw a card with Blackbeard.
Yeah, that's pretty nice indeed.
Oh, and Merc is absolutely insane. You get to discard one to banish a card, and then you get to search something?
That sounds good. I like the sound of that.
That sounds incredibly strong, but the problem is with those effects, if you can search something additionally, it can always be Ash Blossom. However, we have seen already that there were 2 Ash Blossoms on the bottom of the deck.
In addition, you would almost certainly want to Ash Blossom the Blackbeard himself, right?
Probably.
That would just stop your opponent drawing a card in the first place. Is it worth almost... I mean, I suppose you can't Ash Blossom in this chain.
Oh, but there's Lovely. Okay. Lovely being summoned.
Would you take this opportunity to chain a runic spell of some sort? If Lovely's going to destroy?
Oh, but he is chaining the Merc, trying to banish the Lovely.
I think he discarded Patrol Shipwright, right?
That's
yeah,
Bluebeard.
That looks like it.
He's
trying to read a map.
For sure, but it's just Bluebeard. Jack just double-checking, double-reading on Merc. That is not a matchup he's very familiar with. As I said, there are just way more popular runic variants, but this is not the one you expect here at the European Championship. Oh, and there's also Flashing Fire right after.
I like this because Lovely is very difficult to interact with because your opponent can choose the card to destroy at resolution. But if you have a Hugin in play, all of a sudden it doesn't matter what your opponent chooses to destroy because the Hugin will protect anything and it doesn't activate, so you can just wait.
Yeah, but it's indeed pretty cool. Looks like we also... Did we activate the Hugin to search too?
I don't know what he would have discarded.
You can't. This is all one chain, right? So this is Lovely 1, whatever what's the ship called? Merc 2?
Yeah.
And then Flashing Fire 3 to summon Hugin. Yeah, so I'm guessing Hugin's going to be banished before the end of this chain.
We did search a field spell though, but it wasn't the Runic Fountain, but we just added the Plunder Patrol Shipyard to our hand.
Shipyard.
Oh, that must be with
Really
Bran.
important.
So this will be resolving. I keep calling him Bran. He's not Bran. Bran's the other ship, I think.
I think it's Merc.
Yeah,
this
it's
is Merc.
Merc.
So we are adding the field spell to our hand. And there comes... Oh yeah, okay. So he wants to resolve the Lovely.
And it doesn't really matter what you point at, right? Because of the Hugin.
Yep, Hugin is definitely going to protect. Now the Runic Fountain is going to activate. And how many cards are in there? 2. There's Flashing Fire and Freezing Curses. Just a quick cut by Jack Verma, and Nick is going to replace those 2 with 2 new and fresh cards in his hand.
2 is more than enough.
Absolutely.
Casual draw 2 right here. How many cards does Jack have left? Because he invested quite a bit into this.
There's the Lord, and there's also the Lady in hand. So I think the Lady might actually be the last card he has left in his hand.
There is 1 card to hope to win this game with.
Which one is it?
Which one's your favorite?
Oh, okay, so you're saying there's only 1 more card he has. Okay, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So, but there, first of all, is going to be the effect activation of Golden Hair. Once again, discarding another copy of Bluebeard.
The question is, do you now activate the effect of Merc again? I think it is not a quick effect in the opposing turn, but just a quick effect. So you could chain it to a skill drain, but if there is something else other than skill drain...
We know it's skill drain, that was added off Prosperity.
Really?
Oh, true. He
so
did
you just
immediately take the Pot of Prosperity. True. Skill drain was added like as a first action of the entire turn. It was so long ago.
Yeah, it's always easy to
it.
forget when it's like the first thing. It was like 5 minutes ago. But.
Yeah, and there's also Ash Blossom and Joy Spring now being normal. Pretty funny that he also
part of
drew
the
into
Plunder Patrol strategy.
Drew into the Dogo run. He drew like all of the Kaijus there.
Are we going? I don't think we're going to Brun because that is a level 8 synchro, which would be cool because
Blackbeard again here.
Oh right, Blackbeard. Okay, let's get Blackbeard up here.
Blackbeard really the heart and soul of the Plunder deck, as is often the case with a new archetype. They often get a link monster which kind of ties it all together, lets you summon any variety of monsters from your extra deck, and draw a card just for fun.
So now Blackbeard effect. Of course, we were able to use it on our opponent's turn, but it's just an effect that you can also use on your turn. And now Jack has decided it is finally time to use our skiller, and we even have Runic Distraction here. What an easy and quick answer that is.
Nice play from Nick there. I mean, you got to remember that the Lord of the Heavenly Prison prevents your set cards from being destroyed, but once you've activated the skill drain, it's not set anymore.
Doesn't even activate the Merc effect to answer it, but just goes for the destruction because he can just get a draw off it after.
Yeah, and you can use Merc now off destroying whatever the Lord of the Heavenly Prison sets. This is all looking good for Nick.
Yeah, he seems very much in control here of this game.
Did he not try to draw from Fountain? I thought it looked like he was going to put the destruction under the deck.
It was chaining 1 Fountain, chaining 2 Lord. So
all right.
I think we're just going to resolve that first of all, and then Nick is also going to draw a card, which is pretty handy.
Yeah.
So Jack just trying to decide what to set here. He does go with the Dogmatica Punishment. And once again, he's grabbing the Blackbeard. He can't believe what this card is doing for Nick because it keeps on adding resources for him. It keeps on giving him interruptions. And and this is Plunder Patrol Booty. That is a really, really, really good card there. It's only a one-off, but it is very, very much super powerful.
And we are going to read it.
Because actually this card makes your Blackbeard even stronger because it enables you to change opponents' attributes for monsters on their side of the field. So you can basically say, hey, this is now, let's say, a fire monster, and so you can special summon out the Bran, or you can do whatever you like, which is pretty cool. And that's only the one effect of the card, and the other effect is also pretty powerful, to be fair.
Yeah, you get to special summon or return to the deck of any Plunder Patrol monster.
Yeah, and look at that, exactly what he did. He actually made it the fire monster and used it to special summon out the Bran.
All right, and Bran is going to destroy the set card, and after that, search something or draw a card. I think it's right. They all search, right? Or do they all draw?
So we are getting rid of the just sad Dogmatica punishment.
Add. This just destroys a spell trap and then adds a card. That's absolutely crazy.
It really is.
Yeah, all of Jack's cards have been picked off one by one.
Yeah, and we still have the Merc effect, if I'm not mistaken. So we can still banish the Lord of the field as well and get another search. And all of those Plunder Patrol cards do something when discarded, or most of them at least.
Seems like once this engine's rolling, it just seems to be generating so much advantage.
I think this is Black Eyes, right? The little birdie.
Which one are you talking to?
The one that he just added. Nick just got another search.
I'm pretty sure that was just another copy of, wasn't it Golden Hair? Oh, maybe Redbeard. It didn't look like a bird to me, but we will figure it out.
So he's using the booty again.
I mean,
Maybe
we only have used the effect of.
Oh, he passed turn, so it's Jack's turn now.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, and also of course the effect of Blackbeard.
I'm amazed by how much Plunder Patrol action we're seeing, because sometimes the Runic deck is really dominant, you know. So most of the action is being done by the Runic cards, but this is a lot of plunder here.
This time we've hardly seen a Runic card, have we? It's been all Plunder Patrols.
Maybe Liz?
Yeah, this is absolutely Liz, yeah.
Liz is, in most matchups, a very important piece of the Plunder Patrol arsenal, allowing you to discard a card to negate the activation of any monster effect. So that's, as you can imagine, pretty handy against most decks. Less so against the Labyrinth strategy. Probably more important to have the spell and trap removal with the other ships.
Oh, but that leads to Jack Verma picking up his cards. So a Giant is not really starting off great here. And the local hero, Nick, is taking down game number 1 here with this Plunder Patrol Runic strategy.
Sorry, Sebastian, I'm just going to have to interrupt you for a second. If anyone would like to add some more loot to their own party, then I have another card reveal for you. Now, if you'd like to continue.
Absolutely, let's check out the side decks that we have here, because now Jack Verma will be in the much more comfortable position of going first, playing a trap deck, going first, matches up kind of well, and there are a couple of cool cards to bring in. Of course, maybe for the first time, Leo will finally be able to say no with the old man.
Yes.
Solemn Judgment might come in here. And then there's Heavy Storm Duster, also a pretty old card to be honest.
Yeah.
But one that seems like pretty decent in this matchup if there wouldn't be Hugin, right? Because Hugin can always just protect whenever this card wants to destroy something.
Also, most of the time the cards aren't really set. I mean, the Runic cards, but the Plunder cards, you could take away a lot of equips. However, once they are equipped, the effect of the monster that they are equipped to becomes a quick effect, so you could just chain it to the Duster. So maybe this is not the ideal setup for
True. I have a feeling the Duster might be intended for the mirror match.
Yeah, most likely, absolutely. And,
or Altergeist.
Then there's a funny card, Dimensional Barrier. Some people wouldn't say that it's funny, but in this matchup it's kind of interesting, because what are you even calling? Because he has like all the different attributes or all the different summoning mechanics in his extra deck. Okay, now I'm specialing out a Synchro monster, now an Exceed monster.
You can't call Link monsters with Dimensional
that's
Barrier.
pretty
it's
unfortunate.
Just outrageous.
That's true, that's true. But so, not that much spice in the side deck of Jack, but let's see whether the spicy deck, the spicy main deck, can add more spice from the side deck. And yes, there's Interrupted Kaiju Slumber in there. Not really the best card
I'm loving the way
though, right?
he's just fully leaning on this Kaiju package. I mean, we were probably noticing in the first game, we saw like two or three different types of Kaijus already, so I guess that's been included deliberately so you can play these Interrupted Kaiju Slumbers
for sure
in the side deck.
Also a really good discard, because after one turn has passed, you can just banish the Uninterrupted Kaiju Slumber, or Interrupted Kaiju Slumber. Is it uninterrupted or interrupted?
It is interrupted.
It's interrupted. Yeah, they've woken up.
Are annoyed.
Yeah, if it was uninterrupted, the Kaijus would just stay sleeping somewhere.
That is a really good point.
And then there's also a pretty interesting decision of him main decking 2 copies of Rivalry, and then adding a third card through the side deck.
how do we like rivalry versus Labyrinth?
I feel like that's going straight out.
Yeah.
So,
Straight
I mean,
into
we
the
have
ocean.
to get something in, though, and there's a card I really like, and it's Ghostbound Haunted Mansion. You wouldn't think it's amazing on the first sight, but this card can actually be used to negate the activation of Big Welcome Labyrinth, because that is also able to special summon from the graveyard. So I think that is a very, very certain side in this matchup for sure.
Yeah, easily. It's a very popular card because just sometimes against a very trap-heavy deck, they don't have a huge engine. So if you can just negate their first engine, they might just end up with no monsters.
For sure. But it looks like now the players are ready. Let's see if we can see another plunder performance that was out of this world, or if we're going to see Labyrinth dominate in Game 2.
There we have Jack, as we said this time, being able to start the action. So let's see what he's bringing here.
Do you think he's going for the big combo?
The big combo, set 5 pass?
Yes.
The classic Labyrinth combo.
I think the classic Labyrinth combo at this point is just going for Eradicator, right? Dinkapui in the finals of German Nationals has shown it to us, and the people are embracing it. It was the crowd going wild when Eradicator was used. And I mean, Eradicator generally versus Runic decks is a pretty good card to resolve.
He's already gone a bit off piece though. Normal summoning a monster and only setting 3 cards.
Odd, right?
I think he's going to need to consult his Labyrinth flowchart.
To be fair, I almost thought that Ariana was really good with the Manadium deck because she almost has the stats so you could special summon out the Meek or the Fearless. It's
almost.
It's 1/5 and 2,100 for Manadium, but this is 1/6.
Look at that. I think Jack is considering to do something here in draw or standby phase. And I mean, you could just use Big Welcome Labyrinth here to get a monster onto the field that is big enough to tribute for Eradicator. But that is Dino Wrestler Pancratops by Nikki, and that is a strong start.
I'm loving Dino Wrestler just coming back in because a lot of people were, you know, saying you're old man Dino Wrestler Pancratops. Fenrir is the new hotness.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no.
Oh, we just go into the battle phase. Rare occasion of a Runic deck again having a battle phase, and Jack really has to think there. He does not like that, because if he has cards like Big Welcome Labyrinth, he kind of has to use them now, because otherwise you would always have to bounce back the card you're summoning to your hand, and therefore that puts a lot of pressure onto him here.
Let's see if Jack is going with this plan that you just offered him. Yeah, absolutely.
He kind of has to. I do agree with this. Oh, and does Nick have the answer? He does! There's the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring right away. So he does not only have the Ghost Spells that he sided in, but also there's already Ash Blossoms in his main deck.
That's got to be very tough for a Labyrinth player. You really don't want to see this card a lot.
For
that
sure.
Strike?
Oh, but there's Solemn Strike to negate it. That is super strong.
It's been a while since we have seen a Solemn Strike onto an Ash Blossom, but when it comes down, it's really, really powerful.
I feel like Strike is being included in this deck specifically to deal with Ash Blossom, you know. Because it's so annoying just to have your engine shut off by that one hand trap. So having Strike as a handy answer.
Oh, and we are bringing out the Lovely. And I mean, Lovely will immediately also force out the effect of Dino Wrestler Pancratops, because otherwise you can just destroy it, and you don't want that to happen. And therefore, it is kind of nice because at least that interruption will be gone.
It looks like he's gone for Lady instead. Oh no, he's changed his mind.
Oh, he does go for Lady. That is very interesting.
It's interesting. I would have preferred the Lovely, but I mean, Jack knows what other card he's got set as well. Interesting, like Lovely, it's a bit of a trade-off because you could force out the Pancratops. We could just let the Pancratops be destroyed, because if you do tribute the Pancratops, you are just going to lose a card in your hand as well, right?
But to be fair, maybe the set card we have here is just a card we're going to chain anyways to the effect of Pancratops or something like it. Oh wait, no, just like that, we actually protected our back row, because the Lady says that we can't target the back. Oh wait, we can't target the Lady, right?
We can't target the Lady.
We can't target the Lady because we have a set card. I for a second thought it's the other way around, but no, indeed, we just can't target the Lady now.
I'm thinking it's going to be very hard to resolve the effect of this Lady, because the Pancratops is just going to sit there until such a time as the trap is activated, and then you can chain whatever the trap is. You can just chain the Pancratops and target the Lady, and then you won't get to use the Lady's effect.
That's true. So Yugen going to use its effect, discarding Bestial Magnamund.
That is a pretty tough card to discard, right? Because this card alone does generate so much advantage, so just giving it up as a discard for Hugin seems strange.
That is true, but for now there is not that much to be banished in this game entirely, not even on Nick's side. So I understand why he's discarding it. Oh, wow.
Back-to-back Ash Blossoms on both sides here, and that is a pretty good Ash Blossom as well, because we just invested 2 cards into that 1 card, and that got traded for an Ash Blossom.
I mean, when you say it's a tough card to discard, often to me is a bit scary if your opponent's discarding like a good card.
Yeah,
that means the other cards in the hand
are
are
also amazing.
even better.
Is this Gold Hair that was just normal summoned?
No.
I don't think so.
That is not Gold Hair, but that is Whitebeard.
Whitebeard, yes.
The man with the white beard was just summoned, and it is being used to bring out Coral Dragon now.
Do you think we're bothering to use this? I don't think we're bothering to use this Coral Dragon effect.
I mean, first of all, we're definitely going to use the effect of Whitebeard, because that was just synchro summoned away. It did go from the main monster zone to the graveyard, and therefore it will be able to use its effect.
Oh, that is a good effect.
Also, Coral Dragon is really nice with all of those plunders that trigger when they're discarded.
Yeah, I think we might as well see the on-field effect of Coral Dragon here.
It's pretty rare. Most of the time people are just like...
yeah, absolutely.
They just to the graveyard, Coral Dragon, give me my draw.
But there she is.
Golden hair.
That is the golden hair, yeah. That is definitely her. It's interesting what Jack is holding onto for that long. Like, what is the back row that he has there? Is it like Daruma Cannon? That could be pretty powerful, of course.
That would be a really big Daruma Karma Cannon.
Could also just be something like a skill drain, because there's just not been an opportune time to activate it, while the Pankratops has just been face up. I mean, it could be Gozen Rivalry, etc.
True, yeah. Yeah, skill drain actually makes sense. So we are not done yet. That is the typical play that we also saw multiple times in the first game. It is going to be the Black Beard that is being summoned as a Link 2 summon, and immediately the effect of Coral Dragon was also activated. And now, this time, there actually is a fire monster in the graveyard of Jack Vermeer already, and therefore we could just summon out the Plunder Patrol ship Bran, and we saw that that is a pretty strong one.
Yeah, especially if there is back row to be dealt with. However, if that back row could be activated before that, you would leave the Bran with nothing on field to destroy, and then you would actually not be able to search something off of it.
So instead, you think we might see the Merc?
It is a possibility that has to be considered.
So we are going for the Bran, though. Also, something that people might forget is that Bran does also boost all other Fiend monsters on the field by 500 attack.
All other Fiend monsters,
yeah,
so
all
can't
so that would include the lovely, the lady even.
That is
you control.
It's also main phase 2,
control.
let's keep in mind.
Yeah, it's only you control. For a second I was like, that would be quite a good thing for Jack right now. So, there is Bran. It doesn't look like Jack wants to use his back row just yet. And that would enable Nick to use the effect of the Bran to go after the back row. But first of all, we're just going to set a card here.
I'm struggling to see like what your opponent could have face down, such that the Bran destroying it is going to work out for you. Like so discarding a card.
Maybe you're just waiting for your opponent to activate the card, so you could potentially chain to it if it is like a continuous trap card such as Skill Drain or Gozen. I kind of understand.
I mean, now you're opening yourself up for a possible battle phase attack onto the Bran.
It's a quick effect, because it's equipped.
Yeah, that is true, but then you're forced anyway, so why not try and discard something and search something?
But let's again talk about how much pressure that Pankratops put on there, right? It's still on the field, it is still to be feared, and now Jack wants to go after it by attacking over it. But that is Runic Slumber, and Runic Slumber will be protecting the Pankratops here. It will not be able to be destroyed by battle. That is huge, and that would also banish the top 3 cards of Jack's deck, and that is exactly what's going to happen.
Doesn't even enable a replay, so we are just running into this Pankratops, and Nick says, I do not care, this battle phase was wasted.
Yeah, that is a little bit of battle damage there, but not too much. I think Nick will be alright with this. And he still has that super powerful monster left on his field.
Yeah, Runic tired of just wasting its own battle phase. It's got to start wasting opponents' battle phases as well.
So at which point do you use Bran now?
You wait until your opponent sets a card. You're very impatient. Yeah, I know you really want to use it.
Fair
Same, to be honest. I just can't wait for him to use Bran. I also want him to use Pankratops now. Let's just start to pop cards, please.
Jack is considering to activate. Okay, he's not. Okay, we're looking at Bran. Can this card destroy my face down card?
And
Yes.
it's just
See, look, you two. If you'd activated that, Bran.
Oh, look at that. I mean, heads up play here by Nick, because by chaining the Pankratops right away. Oh, wait, he can't respond to it, right?
Why not? You're thinking of Lovely, I think.
Oh,
Lovely
true,
says
right.
you can't respond with trap cards, yeah. Jack just pointing to the Slumber for some reason. I'm a bit confused. The Slumber doesn't negate any effects or anything like that?
No, it just says it can't be destroyed by card effects this turn either, but that's not what's going to happen. So, very heads up, because the Lady would have definitely been chained here to set another trap card from the deck, but by immediately chaining the Pankratops, that is, of course, denied.
Maybe Jack thought for a second that the Slumber was activated onto the Lady, but there was damage involved, so...
Absolutely not. So, Lovely is being special summoned here. And immediately on the summon of the Lovely, now Nick has found a target for his Bran. He wants to get rid of the Bran. Oh, wait. We are using the Lovely right away to send the Bran.
What's going on here?
How was he able to...
I'm not too sure about this either.
Because the monster did not leave the field because of a trap effect.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking as well.
I'm kind of trying to figure out what was going on there.
Did Bran try and use an effect of something? Is it Bran's effect that sent it to the graveyard somehow?
Let me check. I'm going to get Bran up to you guys.
That is very... I mean, we will be able to figure it out somehow, I'm pretty sure. But there's now Lovely, there is Ariana on the field as well.
Was there a big welcome in the graveyard that could be used?
I mean, that would just...
That would have put it in the
back
hand,
to
though,
the hand,
right?
Yeah,
that's true.
Oh, but there's Ghost Spell onto the graveyard effect of the Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Now, that was a Kuklok discarded and then an activated Big Welcome.
Ooh, so that's pretty rough, because that Ghost Spell there just took care of 2 cards once more.
Yeah, it's always... Kuklok is like a... It's very cool to accelerate your engine, but then the big downside is if your card is negated by an Ash or a Bell, it feels very bad, because it's just straight up... You've lost 2 cards for just one of your opponents.
Yeah, both of these cards are just so powerful versus the deck, for sure.
How many cards do we think Nick is holding on to here?
Cannot be much more than 3 or 4, right?
Not too many, to be honest, but now...
So there's another Runic Slumber, but this time we want to special summon out.
Are we going to see a Fountain Resolve at some point? Because he needs at least 2 more cards in hand to discard 1.
I think we might as well just see another Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, right? Oh, but on the other hand, there was... Did we just discard Whitebeard again? That's pretty powerful. We again have the Whitebeard discard, which is huge. Oh, but this is also huge. That is Skilled Red that is being chained, and immediately Nick packs up his stuff, and therefore Jack equals the score, making it 1-1 between the Runic Plunder Patrol deck and the Labyrinth strategy of Jack Verma.
And the people are celebrating in the venue, because of course Jack has quite a few fans, being a former German national champion and one of the best players we have in Europe.
Absolutely. He has been on such a consistent level, and I've talked about it before. He's such a unique player because usually some players decide on some kind of a play style. You're either a combo player or you are a control player. But as we said earlier, Jack had really big success with such a big combo deck such as the Lightsworn back in the day. As the Lightsworn deck with Nerva and everything. But also, of course, he was the German national champion with a good old Altergeist strategy. He's playing Labyrinth now, so he can just switch back and forth, and that's just so unique, and that's such a great ability to have as a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
And he's playing those decks to perfection all the time. I mean, winning nationals with Altergeist was huge. Him playing Lightsworn, him watching play Lightsworn, that was just fantastic. He played games. I don't know, he had like so many outs to... I remember him watching one time, I'm going very far with this, I realized just now. He played versus True Draco, and there was Masterpiece everywhere. Masterpiece couldn't be destroyed by battle, couldn't be targeted by anything, and he still found a way with his 60 card decks. It was absolutely crazy. You guys cannot relate to this, of course, because you haven't seen the match. So I'm going to stop talking about this, but Basti, rather inform our viewers about the side deck.
Yeah, so of course now Nick has a different side decking plan. I do believe Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring and Ghost Spell and Haunted Dimension are still going to stay in the deck because those are just too powerful versus the Labyrinth strategy. But besides that, I think I saw that he was also side decking his extra deck, like he re-sleeved some extra deck cards. Therefore, I do believe Moonin the Runic Wings will find its way into the extra deck, which is a pretty good card to have, which also protects from targeting destruction. So that's a good card versus, for example, Dogmatica Punishment and stuff like that. So I can definitely see that this card being put in. And I'm not sure, but there's also Bestials. And Bestials are okay-ish versus Labyrinth. They are not amazing, though.
He definitely had... He discarded a Magma
was
at the
in, right?
beginning,
Yeah. So I think we are still going for some of those cards because Rivalry and that kind of stuff that you normally want to have in for going first, we already mentioned, is not really going to do the trick here at all. So we will have to see how that turns out. And
I feel like normally when you're playing Runic decks, people take the time to really lean into their main engine when they're going first. So you've seen people like occasionally deciding like more Sprite cards when they're running the Sprite Runic variants or something like that, just to like really lean in. So maybe we'll just see something like quite simple, like just side out all of these going second cards, side out the rivalries, put in a few useful cards and call it a day.
And I think one thing that is going to be important here is whether Nick has any kind of idea or information on the fact that Jack Verma is playing Sphere modes in his main deck, because that might be a win con for Jack Verma to just play into the Sphere mode by summoning 3 or more monsters, and that could be very, very, very hurtful. Another card that you should definitely play around versus this deck is Super Polymerization, which is another card that is so powerful in this Labyrinth strategy, and it's basically in every Labyrinth deck at the moment and also in his deck.
And now I'm going to activate Interrupted Busty Monologue because the players are ready for Game 3, so we are going right to the table. Rarely happens that Basti actually laughs about my joke, so I'm really happy about that one.
I really thought that was funny. Gotta give it to you,
I was gonna say earlier, Super Polymerization, Sphere mode, fantastic cards going second. However, do you remember the end field of Game 1 of Nick?
It wasn't that impressive.
Blackbeard pass, yeah.
I do agree. So that could be a way to play around those kind of things. Runic Fountain being the first card to be activated here in game number 3, the all-deciding game number 3, and Runic Destruction is just following after.
He found the 2-off.
I feel like Nick is hoping probably for a little more than Blackbeard pass, but I mean, it did work out in game 1, so maybe it'll work out again.
So we are summoning out the Hugin. It looked like for a second that he was considering to summon out the Moon in, but I don't know what he was about to do with that. Oh, and it's going to be Fountain for 1. That is pretty much a little bit of an indicator that his hand is not that strong, because he had no good discard for the Moon in, first of all, and then second of all, he also did not have additional Runic cards he could activate to maybe try for a draw too.
Do you think that means there's a second Fountain? Because I couldn't imagine like not just discarding a card and...
I mean, especially because Golden Hair seems like a reasonable discard, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think having a second Runic Fountain here isn't too unlikely. But he's really considering it. In all 3 games, and also in this game, we see Coral Dragon being summoned. Oh, and you mistakenly thought he had that earlier, but this now is Black Ice, the Panda Patrol Sea Guide. So he will be able to special summon out and also add the card from the graveyard to hand. So Golden Hair
is insane.
Yeah, will find its way into the hand. And once more, we will just have 2 monsters on the field, which then can go into the good old, the almighty Blackbeard.
It special summons itself and adds back a card from the graveyard. This is immediate +1. It's not crazy.
And also Coral Dragon will just draw you a card now as well. So after starting off pretty poorly, that looks like a pretty decent catch up there by Nick.
Do you think Jack maybe this game will not put any monsters on the field on his first
but
turn?
no back row at all. No back row at all. He does play around Super Polymerization and Sphere mode.
He doesn't need the back row. He has it in his hand. He has Fountain on the field.
Oh, but there's Prosperity. That's nice.
Do we Ash this? I mean, if we have Ash, we are almost certainly always going to Ash the Prosperity. Maybe you want to keep it for a Welcome Labyrinth, though?
The thing is...
It's difficult here.
Yeah, it definitely is difficult.
Especially versus Labyrinth variant with the furniture pieces, because they
there
sometimes
is the Ash Blossom.
there it
Question
is.
answered. We do use Ash Blossom on the Prosperity. So what's left for Jack Barrymore? Is there going to be a monster? As soon as he summons a monster, that will enable the Blackbeard to use its effect. So he should really think about it.
I can understand ashing the Pot of Prosperity. It basically excavates half of your deck, so
Yeah,
you
I was
can
gonna
just
say,
pick any card you want.
It almost adds any card you want, including the Welcome or the Big Welcome, so you might as well just ash and not let those hit the graveyard. I'm seeing a lot of, I can't see exactly, but I feel like I'm seeing a few monsters in Jack's hand.
I also saw that.
This is one of the very few situations where you really don't want to open Ariana, right?
Totally not.
Oh, and I think the traps in his hand are Solemn Judgment and Welcome or Big Welcome Labyrinth, and now we have Ariana on the field.
Oh, and immediately, the second there is a monster on the field, of course, we're going to chain the effect of Blackbeard. We are bringing out the good old Plunder Patrol ship Merc, and that provides us with another card we can draw because of the effect of Blackbeard.
He's just hitting the Merc button instantly. And this card just generates so much advantage. Discarding something to banish something as a quick effect is already crazy. But then being able to add something as well is really hard. But we have seen so many monsters in the hand of Jack, so maybe there is an Ash Blossom that can be used on one of those monsters effects. However, 3 sets now.
Do you think he's got a Plunder Patrol card?
Oh, there's Smiting Storm. Do we use Smiting Storm to summon here, or do we just want to banish 4 cards from the top of Jack's stack? I think he is counting, right? I think we are actually going to banish here.
Yeah, if you hit like the lovely Labyrinth, that can be really annoying.
Oh, for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I mean, the most important part about this activation is, of course, the fact that you can then activate the Runic Fountain to draw you into more cards.
Yeah. Maybe he's got a second one. He's not drawing yet.
Oh, Merc is going to be used here too, discarding the golden hair that we added back with Black Ice.
I love Merc so much. This is such a crazy card.
Absolutely, yes.
You seem to be having a lot of fun with these pirates.
Yes.
Yeah. He's happy like a little boy here.
Actually,
and we are searching for the booty here again.
In my scientific researches for university, I worked a lot on pirates, so I'm really excited about this.
Finally pays off.
It makes you an expert in the Plunder Patrol archetype.
Not really.
So... Oh, and we have Destruction as well. That is so huge. That is
really
definitely the Runic card he wanted to have left. And he goes for the middle back row.
I'm going to ask you a question here. What do you think of not... we see a lot of players just roll a dice to randomly select one. What do you think of just going for it?
It's confidence.
It's confidence.
It's confidence to just go for it.
Oh, but there is the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Oh, no, it's... Oh, okay. It looked like Lord of the Heavenly Prison for a second, but it was the Lady. Oh, and there is a Lord of the Heavenly Prison, but it's just being banished.
That is the second time that the Big Welcome has been in the middle. I don't know if Jack shuffles his sets before he sets them, or just...
Maybe he picked up on that, actually.
Maybe he has a
Nick
system.
picked up on it.
So I was always of the school. People would always tell me that.
But now there is Big Welcome in the graveyard, so we can chain its effect to put the Runic Fountain back to the hand of Nick, meaning he can't draw 2 cards, and that leaves him with 2 Runic spell cards in the graveyard and potentially no more gas.
That was really unfortunate. We thought the destruction was huge to take away the field of Jack already, but it just denied him 2 cards.
It's a very tidy line, because I'm not going to lie here. I always thought Big Welcome had to target monsters.
Absolutely
I had no idea you could bounce a...
So, golden hair now for Nick,
very cool.
discarding. That looks like Whitebeard to me. That is a pretty good discard once more. That is huge here for Nick. He gets even more into his Plunder engine. But the question is, does he have another Runic Quick Play spell? Because if he doesn't, those Runic Quick Plays in the graveyard will be there sitting in the graveyard doing nothing pretty much.
We know he doesn't, because he's only got 2 left. And one is the Plunder Patrol Booty, and one is the Fountain, right?
True,
But those are 2 level 4 monsters. One is a tuner, one is not, and you know what that means. It's not Bran, okay.
It's Plunder Patrol Ship Yort.
Do you know what that means?
Latest addition to the deck.
Apparently, I do not.
Oh, but there's... Oh,
no,
I
that's
think he's
still
going
the
to
wrong
discard Magnamut again, so there was an unknown card left in his hand.
Oh, okay. I was talking nonsense. I could only see 2, but yeah, maybe he's just hiding it from us.
So definitely worth of reading up on the Yort.
Same.
So I think now it gets interesting, because does the golden hair lock Nick only from, like, you can only special summon Plunder monsters for the rest of the turn, right?
I think so. I think a lot of them have this effect.
Oh, and there's Solemn Judgment being used on that. So Jack is giving up half of his life points. And that is pretty crazy there.
What was that? Discard Magnamut, draw a card?
Oh, wait.
What just happened there?
Did he use it?
I think that was still the effect of the... sorry.
Oh, and he picked up the runic tip
even
there.
the tip. Oh, my.
Oh,
that
and
is
Jack looks
absolutely
up. He
huge.
hates this. But what can you do? But it looks like Jack did not use Solemn Judgment, right? Because he's still on 8,000 life points.
I'm pretty
No,
sure.
I think he did use
Oh,
the
yeah,
Solemn
there
Judgment.
it is. Okay, now he's down to 4,000, and that's super unfortunate. Runic Tip banishing another card. Time running down. Only 4.5 minutes left. Nick now with double the life points that Jack has.
Oh, that's also huge. Also, I think the draw one and discard the Magnamut was the blue
Yeah,
beard
that was what
graveyard
I was
effect.
going to say, yeah. Exactly. Because you still get the effect even if your summon was negated.
And then picking up the tip is crazy.
Wow, that's so good. There's the destruction we searched, but we can chain the Welcome Labyrinth. Jack just quickly does so.
Oh,
and
what
does
do we
Nick
have
have a
here?
response? Oh, we
Yes,
are
he
chaining
does.
the Merc, of course.
Gotta love the Merc.
Chaining the Merc so that the lady can't set another trap, banishing it immediately.
Nick really knows what he's doing here. He is picking apart Jack's field. Of course, there was this crazy draw of the tip, discarding the Magnamut that really wouldn't do anything. But now, Jack is just there with like an Ariana.
Yeah, it's looking pretty awkward for Jack. I was thinking like this Solemn is actually going to be quite painful because obviously, as we know, the one thing about Runic decks is they don't get a battle phase. So without this Solemn Judgment, I couldn't imagine Jack of taking any damage.
Yeah, it would have been hard. Like,
with
the
only-
only way would have been Moonin, but he couldn't summon Moonin anymore because he was locked into Plunder monsters, and therefore that would have not been the case there.
So with only 3 minutes left, it may have this life point difference may
It's
be
a costly
decisive,
decision. So
yeah.
I think Jack made the decision of actively trying to win this duel instead of waiting it out. And I like that. He plays his heart out here, and he wants to win this match in some way.
And here comes the booty from Nick, activated here.
So as we know, we can not only change an attribute, but we can also special summon out a monster. And there's Flashing Fire as well. And I mean, at that point, it's worth getting rid of big monsters.
How are you going to come back from this as Jack? Because now Nick is just in both of his engine. He can just search cards freely. He can draw cards more and more and more. He has a defensive lineup on the field in Merc.
And that is also a quick effect on the opponent's turn, of course. Whitebeard brings out the list here.
Yeah.
That is so huge. Oh, Jack was about to draw another card for turn, but he did that already. We are in Jack's turn already, and therefore no more cards to be drawn.
I'm interested that I've seen an Ash in Jack's hand. I'm wondering what he's using it, holding it for.
That is another Ariana. We are chaining a list.
Immediately negating this Ash Blossom. This is what I've been talking about. And we have the Freezing Curses as well. You can negate the effect of the Monster Plunder Patrol extract monsters with an Ash Blossom because they always also surge. And now Jack is just frustrated now after this Freezing Curses. This was way too much. He has to think of a possible rank 4 play. Can you go for a Zeus line?
Does he have an Exciton Knight in his extra deck or something silly?
I am just going to check that. There are no Exceed monsters at all in this extra deck.
You need some fusion monsters in this deck and Chaos Angel, of course, as well.
That is true. That is rough. Very, very
that is
strong
another
stuff
Merc.
here from the local hero, from the Dutchman, Nick Devlin, really piloting this well here with the rogue strategy.
And he just keeps going here. We are summoning out the Whitebeard as well, turreting the Ariana with the booty, and now we are going to have the Jog.
Jord was added back to the extra deck, yes.
Yeah, that's Jord. Jack just down to
normal summon
nothing.
Ghost Spell now. That hurts, like watching him even have Ghost Spell as well. That would have been another interruption, but he just doesn't even use it as an interruption. He can just normal summon it and use it as a link material for the Blackbeard.
Wow, we are plundering really hard here on Nick's side. There is the jaw just again. How are you going to break this field on Jack's side? This Solemn Judgment cost him 4,000 life points. To be fair, if he hadn't used it, there would have been a better phase for Nick because he probably wouldn't have to use all of those runic cards to get back into this game.
And there's still runic tip as well. Like, I think Nick at that point, if the game wouldn't be over in 30 seconds, could decide whether he wants to deck out Jack or whether he wants to out-control him and just out-grind him in some way. He is definitely doing very well here.
That is just such a fantastic performance here. I'm really excited to see Plunder perform like this because this is looking massive. This is looking like it can really, really compete. Oh, another Smiting Storm. We're getting rid of 2 more cards.
There is the lovely. At that point, it does not even matter, but usually that's a fantastic banish versus the Labyrinth strategy.
Now we are going to see the timeout being shown here. Jack is at 4,000 life points. Nick is at 8,000. Jack packs it up and Plunder Patrol Runic wins this round 8 of the European World Championship qualifier in Europe.
And the crowd loves it, of course. Always people love it when rogue decks go deep in the tournament. He's now a 7-1, impressive score, and I can't wait to see more from Nick, honestly.
That was hype, wasn't it? Just seeing like Plunder Patrol, Runic, just one of these other Runic strategies we saw at London, obviously the breakout of the higher Runic deck, and maybe here we see at the European Championships, Plunder Patrol Runic.
Honestly, I've said it multiple times before for previous events. I've not always followed up on it, but I think I'm going to play Plunder from now on.
Yeah, same. I almost regret shaving my beard for this event because that would have been really cool to also be a Blackbeard here. But that was just simply amazing. I mean, we have seen the deck in some tournaments before, but it had never had this crazy success. But that was massive.
That was great, seriously. He's in a great position as well to just make it to the top cut because he's now X1. Only 1 more round to be played for this day, and then tomorrow there's 2 more to be played. With a score of X2, he should be pretty much secured to make it into the top cut. So he only has to win 2 out of 3, basically.
That is true. No promises, though.
I was going to say, many people have been there, and, you know, 2 out of 3 people will do it, and 1 out of 3 people won't do it, which is still quite a high number.
33%, if my math is correct.
Yeah, 1 out of 3.
Pretty easy, I guess. So, yeah, of course, this is not a deck you would expect to win the European Championship just before the weekend. But now that we saw it, I think it is one of our contenders, one of the decks we would like to see go deep in the tournament. I'm pretty sure you at home also would love to see that. But let's hear it from the man himself, Nick. And Ed, please take it away with the winner's interview.
Welcome back to the playoff here on Friday. That will actually find out who is going to the World Championship. 3 spots on the line, and we are here in round 4. Obviously, duelists, as we are gonna go through 5 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to the top 4. They need to go at least X1 to make it. And here we have 2 duelists who cannot afford to lose anymore, as they are on a 2-1 record, but obviously among the top performing European duelist. We have fresh from his victory last weekend in Germany, becoming a German national champion, Jinka Bui. What can we say about this guy anymore? Like, he's amazing.
Yeah, this is a truly titanic matchup here, as we have Dinka Bui, who has absolutely cemented himself as one of the legends of this game at this point, versus an old veteran, Simon He, who's been around for a long time, has done particularly well himself. Even recently.
It's a clash of YCS champions, we could say.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Inca won back in the day with Prank Kids, which was just the amazing history of YCS Milan. But also Simon became a remote duo YCS champion. So it's obviously going to be, as you would expect from a playoff, an incredible match. And it's also one between two decks we have not seen against each other today. And especially the one from Dinka, not a surprise. Most likely same card-by-card deck from the German National Championship, Labyrinth.
Yeah, a big fan of the Labyrinth deck. So we'll see how it works out for him, as our players look like they are now ready. Love that little pyramid formation that Dinka always seems to form here.
I was about to say peculiar choices by both in the way that they draw their cards, but yeah.
Simon was just out there setting 5, you know, immediately ready to go.
But that's actually going to be most likely from Dinka's side and his trap heavy deck.
Really important to see who wins this dice roll here. And it looks like it was Dinka, immediately revealing Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
Yeah, compared to other Labyrinth versions playing 3 copies of like Stovey, he is just playing the 1 clock for the Virus combos, which, by the way, for anyone who missed out on the finals of German Nationals, just go back and watch that game free because it was insane. But yeah, just 4 very solid opening.
Yeah, this is like the Goki Adamancipator combo for trap decks here, set for Reveal Prison. So Dinka off to a very good start here, and there's a lot of game-winning blowouts in his deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I also really like that he's on 3 Heavenly Prisons. That's something that we haven't seen at all.
No,
lately.
Usually you would see it in the side deck as kind of a going first card, but his main deck in 3. On the other hand, as you can see, Simon on the Runic Furier deck, which, by the way, funnily enough, was popularized, if not invented, by Dinka Bu himself at YCS London, so yeah.
So the Runic deck, I think, is not... I don't know, I wouldn't say they're at a major disadvantage in this matchup, right? Like, you can kind of grind out of
absolutely
trap cards, right? So,
ooh,
it's a big skill drain coming down here from Dinka.
Yeah, do we see a Runic Destruction, or is that gonna stick? Because if it does, I don't think you have many outs to it outside of Tip and Destruction, obviously. Yeah,
they're the only ones. And doesn't seem like Simon has any response to this.
Okay.
Oh, Hard Draws Fountain. That is actually a really good spot to be in here. Now, do we have another Runic to trigger this fountain? Yes, we do!
Okay. The best one.
Wow.
Runic tip here.
This is insane, because now he obviously can get access to the Destruction and draw 3 cards. Wow.
What an opening from Simon here.
You know, I'm curious how you feel about the fact that he actually opened the fountain. Because sometimes maybe you just activate the fountain and then go with the Runic spell just to get some value immediately, but I suppose because you have the tip, you can afford it.
Exactly. I don't mind it because of that reason specifically. Did he actually search for a fountain?
Another fountain?
Yeah. Wow.
And Terrors of the Overroot here.
Really?
Has been banished.
That's an interesting choice by Simon.
I think he's just trying to dig for, I suppose, just as much.
Yeah, the skill drain resolved. I don't know what Simon is on about. I think he forgot that that was not going to resolve. And I thought he meant to add the fountain with the Yugen, but this is actually a big misstep here from Simon. Wow.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, that was surprising to me. I don't know, for some reason he thought he was resolving Yugen.
Can you add fountain? You can add fountain.
You can,
it's a legal target, right?
You can. That's why I was like, there is no reason to add that. Obviously you get Destruction. Wow. Unfortunately, Simon
just subconsciously resolving fountain, resolving Hugen there.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's not the end of the world. You can draw 3 cards now with the fountain, but that's a big deal. Yeah. Gonna read the Terrors of the Overroot, but yeah, not like he can do much at the moment. It's getting banished.
All right. We still do get to resolve the fountain, regardless of the fountain add there. I mean, I suppose it's not a completely horrible situation.
No,
you can activate a second one that you just searched, and maybe if you have more Runics, you can,
I guess,
still get some value. It's not terrible.
Okay, he gets the Fossil Dig.
Still no Destruction picked up, it looks like.
Yeah.
What's he playing Destruction at? It looks like a 1-of, right?
No, I would expect it to be a 3-of.
Oh, yeah, 3 Destruction. Very okay. You can draw that here, so.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Fur Hire variant? We saw Life Twin Sprite was on stream earlier. Do we have any thoughts on the Fur Hire version?
I think I do like the Life Twin more. At the same time, they are very similar but very different. You know, I think it depends on the popularity of Nibiru. I think that's the #1 issue, because if Nibiru is popular, then you cannot really afford to play Furier. But if it's not, Furier is much better. Like the combo is much more threatening. Drawing like 5 cards consistently,
That's insane,
crazy.
Yeah, Folgo finally getting its time in the sun here after quite a almost old card at this point, it feels like. And the Rex support for Hire really took this deck to a whole new level.
Wow, and another interesting choice here, I would say, from Dinka.
He had it in, right?
Yeah, because no, basically what he did was he went for Ariane, which would be negated by skill drain in the next turn. So I would have expected a lady to come down, I guess, to just play more safely.
Yeah.
But I mean, now he can use in another chain Heavenly Prison to set a card, because the effect is just from the end, I think, or maybe no. Let me check.
What did we summon with Welcome here?
Not the lady.
Arianna. Yeah,
Arianna.
Okay.
That's why I was surprised by Arianna coming down. Let me check, because I'm not sure whether the Heavenly triggers once it's summoned.
I think it's on summon.
Because it might be an end effect, right?
It's
no. It's an end effect. Yeah, you can resolve it. Yep.
Once. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So.
Did you catch what he said there? Oh, there's destruction.
I think it's the virus.
Oh, this is flashing fire to destroy the Heavenly, and now he's gonna chain the Daruma to put it face down, alongside the Yugin.
Does flashing fire not resolve versus a set? I think that's what Dinka is trying to aim for here, right?
Yeah, because face down monsters are still considered as special summon. I'm pretty sure.
Destroy it.
It still resolves, which, I mean, these duelists seems like they are kind of nervous. I mean, you cannot blame them. There is a lot on the line, and they are both on stream, although they have been on stream multiple times in the past. But
okay.
Yeah, what's going to happen here, as mentioned, is Arianna is going to use the effect. He's going to chain, bounce it back so he can resolve under skill drain, which is a nice play from Dinka.
Yeah, cool interaction here, and I think maybe Simon looks like he was just verifying you can use both effects on the same turn.
Yeah. No, because it's a new turn now.
Okay.
Yeah, play pass back to Dinka.
Something being clarified here.
Yeah, he just asked probably a translation for the card. I might imagine it's all in German. So. But this is pretty straightforward. It's basically a compulsory-like effect. Basically, when you have a level 8 Fiend, you can target your opponent monsters as well, but you can just use it on your own, just like he's doing here.
Yeah, this can be a pretty technical matchup, I suppose. The slow grind nature of the Runic deck versus, you know, it is a trap deck after all with Labyrinth. And yeah, this one might go all the way down to the wire here potentially, but Skill Drain is obviously putting in a lot of work at this point in time. But that Fountain Search by Simon really didn't help him out, did it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
Can definitely cost him the game. And would be a shame. Ooh, and as expected here, we do get to see the Virus, but quite different outcome from his finals against Tom last weekend. Only one more card getting sent to the graveyard.
So we noticed there that Evenly Matched is actually in Simon's hand there. He must have picked that up off of the Fountain draw. As Dinka is going to have to consider that quite heavily with what he sets and how he progresses this his turn here, since Hugin is on the field technically set here, so the Evenly Match isn't going to be too useful now. So
honestly, just leave it there.
Yeah,
Now
leave
that
it
you
there
know.
and that's it.
And here you can see some interesting cards, such as the Solemn Strikes, which is main decking.
Yeah, interesting that Dinka has gone for like almost like just a full kind of stun variant of Labyrinth. You know, we've seen a couple of different variants of the deck over the course of this last year. A lot of people, you know, were opting to play a lot of the furniture, as they call them. You know, the other pieces. But Dinka actually just playing the one Coup Clock and the very minimal basic Labyrinth package, and just a lot of good, strong, powerful trap cards.
Getting rid of the Slumber off the top with the Eradicator still. And as we know, he can just normal summon the Rex, but he has really no way of getting rid of this, and it seems as if he's in a tough spot. I really like Solemn Strike though, because the deck #1 weakness is Ash Blossom and Ghost Bell, and your opponent is going to keep them in hand for your Labyrinth traps. So if you have a Solemn Strike just to use on those, I think it's a really solid choice.
Crazy that Strike has just been absolutely really like sort of a staple in basically every trap deck, right? Yeah. For however many years now.
It's been, I don't know.
Breakers of Shadows 2015.
And yeah, Dinka just gonna play it slow. Okay, but Nibiru picked up.
Yeah, this is where it sort of kind of feels like a bit of a chess match almost, like despite the skill drain, you know, because in Dinka's position, you really do have to fear that evenly matched.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna... Wow, but no spells is wow from Simon. No more spells outside of the Slumber.
Yeah, I think Dinka is kind of disappointed compared to his last Eradicator we saw resolve, you know?
So guys, as you can see, that's not a big deal. Eradicator doesn't always discard 5 cards from your opponent hand.
Yeah, like this Eradicator against Runic, you'd think it would be...
to be honest, funny enough, because like Tom was not even playing Runics, he was playing Kashtira, obviously. Less
the irony.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. So, I mean, what do you think the ultimate like game plan here is of Dinka? Like, just try set up things in defense. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go for a full game shot here.
Okay, interesting. Simon finally going for a play.
Simon trying to play here activates the effect of the Jet. Sometimes you activate that kind of stuff under a skill drain just to maybe see if your opponent does something. You know, like anything you want to check here.
But yeah, Dinka is not gonna float for it. And there is not a real way to push this. I was thinking, but yeah, there is no way to just access... a
lot of ways to like remove your own monsters from the field.
With skill drain around, it's very tough to do so. And obviously, since a Runic deck, you don't really play Zeus. So it's not like you can set on a 3000 body maybe in defense and just stall. You usually don't play Zeus, so...
Yeah, not having a battle phase in most of your turns is usually why people opt to cut Zeus from the extra deck. It can feel kind of tight sometimes deck building Runic.
Absolutely, especially the Furier version. So,
I mean, what do you think Simon's game plan here is? Just wait till you see destruction?
Unfortunately, that's it. Like that or tip, which at the same time, both of your fountains are gone. So you need to access first another... it's tough, because basically you would like to do and get to the Gary. So Gary is the only way you can get Fountain back, but with skill drain on the field, you cannot use the Gary, so like... Yeah.
It looks like on the other side, Dinka is not drawing into any trap cards.
Any Labyrinth.
Yeah.
At the same time here, Dinka will have to try and achieve something as setting...
The only weird decision, I think, for me was not using the Lady like 3 turns ago. So after he resolved the virus, since he activated the Orianna, he could have just special summoned Lady in defense, which your opponent cannot really clash into it. So you would at least have that around, but I don't know.
Yeah, and then if you eventually try to get multiple big monsters in defense, like the Heavenly Prison, eventually you could try set up that game shot quite
Because as you can see here, he's actually getting punished by this.
He's being whittled down here by this Mannequin Cat, actually.
And plays just back to Dinka in what feels, as you mentioned, like a chess match more than a Yu-Gi-Oh match at the moment. And wow, actually having to set face down a monster.
All right, that's a lot of sets we've got here. I was trying to think if there's any ways that you can like clear your own monster in Runic to try and resolve this evenly.
Not really.
You've got like the Tribute Rookie for hire, but it's only going to work on for hire monsters.
Yeah.
And I guess it summons anything anyway, so it's...
yeah, because even the Donner doesn't really do anything, because the first effect is not cost, the second one, you still summon something back. So. Here we can see an Arianna face down, because it's 2100 defense potentially, if there is, but...
Very relevant in this situation here.
Yeah.
You know, the old set a big monster under a floodgate can can stall you enough here.
Gonna use the activation of Rex as he picked up the destruction.
Simon is pushing for a reason here, and ultimately sitting with like 7 cards, 6 cards in hand or something at this stage. But again, as we mentioned, I'm not sure how much you can really achieve here without destruction.
Oh, because with the skill drain being phase up,
Dinka doesn't buy the bluff, and it's just gonna wait. But again, here, what can you really do with this?
So Donor, a really good card that we've seen in many decks being played recently, just because of the genericness of it. Can you use that under skill drain?
You can use the other effect, but you can still need to special summon one.
So this isn't going to really fix the clogged evenly problem here.
Yeah. As you can see here, you still need to special summon, which is making me wondering what Simon is going for. But there is the destruction in hand. So...
What, is there a reason you think we didn't just lead with destruction?
No, because honestly here, you could even use the Donner and then chain the destruction. So I'm not sure where Simon is going with this. He has the Sprite starter as well, but yeah, as you mentioned, you would think that you would just use, even on the Rex effect.
Was that a pass?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he pass, really?
Yeah.
Simon knows something we don't hear, right? Like, is that another one?
No, I think it's flashing fire, yeah.
Okay, well, time is a very important factor in a matchup like this, so whoever is...
To be fair, more in the favor of Simon.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because he has access to some time management card.
No, I'm just thinking more in the terms of the long run here, right? Like if you inevitably lose this game,
I agree with you. Yeah,
he's sort of like in the grand scheme.
Definitely, but
we're just gonna loop Donners. Okay, interesting. We're striking the effect of Rex, despite it being under skill drain.
Yeah.
So I think that just gives an opportunity for Dinka to put more monsters on the field here. In defense, of course, to not be able to have that evenly match be live.
Yeah, because now, as he activated the trap, this will give Dinka an opportunity to OTK next turn, because as you can see here, he gets the big welcome. So I don't think Simon can afford to wait anymore.
Yeah.
Unless he just activates a Flashing Fire here to just clear the evenly and passes. He needs to do something.
He has 2 copies of Flashing Fire, right? He doesn't have
he has 1 destruction
right?
and flashing.
Okay.
I think.
Goes in match.
Wow.
Only being able to control 1 attribute now.
Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah, that's a pretty good 2-card combo. It goes in and skill drain, you know, that's not a lot anyone can do under that. Chains the destruction here to the Gozen. Values removing Gozen over skill drain. I guess that's why we held the destruction. I suppose Simon probably felt
and
that.
He needs to banish the top 4, which could get rid of a lot of the Labyrinth cards.
Deck out win condition, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Unjokingly, a possibility.
The special summon of starter here, I think he kind of peaked at blue for a second. I don't know how relevant it is. Which Sprite monster you summon here?
The thing is here, Dinka can't even afford to get rid of everything from Simon, because he activated a runic. He cannot access the battle phase, so evenly is not an option anymore.
Yep.
If you were Simon, what do you go for now? Even if, you know, there's skill drain still fizz up, no battle phase.
I'm trying to think if there was like some, you know, neat little plays you could do, like Nightmare Phoenix, target skill drain, flashing fired off, but obviously you can only use it on your opponent's monsters. I don't think this deck has any tricks like that, right?
Not really, and the thing is, you're up against the creator of the deck itself, so like it's tough to trick someone that knows the deck in and out, and as you know, he knows if the deck has an out to a specific situation, so...
Yeah, I think Dinka is probably quite satisfied that both fountains have been dealt with.
Yep, and I think now he's just gonna count some life points, and yeah, I think he realized that he can close this one out. It seems really convinced with the big welcome face down.
Yeah,
Super Poly, okay.
Nice one.
Oh,
yeah, this is enough.
We talked about I mentioned the starter ability to
Hi guys, welcome back. We're here with the last feature match that we're going to have here at the EU World Championship Qualifier here in Utrecht. It's been a long old day and these duelists have worked long and hard and tirelessly to get here to this feature match here. On my right I have Esteban Rey and on my left I have Fabian Ruland. So we are going to you guys have actually done the dice roll already and I believe Esteban won. Are you going first? So Esteban is going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo, Basti and Tom, who are going to be taking it away one more time for this final feature match of today's coverage. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed. This is the last round of Swiss for today, and we are more than excited. Of course, we have also brought you some spice again. Let me tell you, one of the players is taking a lot of pride in his deck.
Oh yes, absolutely. It's definitely pride to now have this deck represented in the featured match for sure. And I mean, as you just said, it will be the last round of the day, but it will for sure not be a boring one because we picked out the one deck and sometimes just by chance there's another deck facing against that deck. So we have two very interesting and very much rogue decks to be playing here. And I can't wait for it to start, honestly.
And I honestly don't think we have to.
No, let's just get into the action. Last round of the day, featured match is going to start right here, right now. And honestly, earlier on we were talking about guard dragons. We were talking about Agapain and LP, and those were very popular back in the day in the Thunder Dragon deck.
Oh.
But here we have it in 2023. Even without those, we are playing Thunder Dragons. Now adding the Bestials. And I mean, Bestials plus Thunder Dragons, just by immediately thinking about it, I'm like, there's a connection because you want to banish the Thunder Dragon cards from your graveyard. That just works like a charm.
And did we just see normal summon Armageddon Knight?
Oh, what year is it? Armageddon Knight from
the
Phantom
mother
Darkness.
Of all combo starters.
Indeed, and we are going to send the Thunder Dragon Roar to the graveyard.
Fabian wondering, am I in 2019? Is this?
Oh, and there comes the Chaos-based discard. Druisworm, that must feel good.
Fabian is not in for a good time right here. This is the dream scenario.
And we're definitely in for a good time right here. This
Absolutely.
I'm just amazed. I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know what the sort of end field is. I'm loving all of it. Like, obviously, no Thunder Dragon Colossus anymore, which is probably why we've not been seeing so many of these Thunder monsters. But still, they're so easy to banish now. You don't just need to use Wyvern Buster and Collapse Serpent. You've got all of the Bestials.
Totally, absolutely. And I mean, of course, no Colossus, as you just mentioned, because that card is now forbidden. But there's also no Titan in this extra deck. There's not even a single fusion monster in this extra deck, to be exact. So I'm guessing all the Thunder Dragon cards are just there as Link fodder, I would assume.
Yeah, I think so too. And usually we see that in this decklist, I think there's only one Armageddon Knight. This kind of Dragon Link version with the Thunder Spice, with the static, as we call it. It's running triple Battery Man Solar, so this is the card you really prefer here.
Totally. So, of course, we are going to grab the one Black Dragon Collapse Serpent from our deck, special summoning it out right away. Now there's, of course, the Chaos Space that is going to put back the White Dragon and immediately going to draw us a card.
Woo. Next draw already. So many draws this weekend.
Oh, and look at that. Yes, that is a card you usually don't see in Dragon Link, but in this Thunder Dragon deck, it's very popular. This is going to be Saruya coming down here.
This is straight out of 2019, isn't it? And then there's going to be the Guard Dragon underneath the Saryuja. This is amazing.
I'm afraid he's going to summon LP next.
Let's hope not.
LP and Agapain, why not?
But I mean, like, Saruya kind of making a comeback this weekend, right? We saw Dark World really playing with it, and now there's this Bestial Thunder Dragon deck here.
We saw Bryce, I think, already twice on stream, one pre-recorded and one live match as well.
Saryuja is just one of these amazing cards in combo decks. It does so much. It lets you just turn like your spare monsters on the field into a bunch of draws, and then lets you summon another monster from your hand. Beautifully made for the combo
Look at the
deck.
hand of Esteban. Of course, it's only for a second that he has so many cards in hand because he has to put back 3. But overall, that's just such an amazing play right there. And you can decide which ones to keep, which is so good.
Yeah.
I think I already see a Branded Beast in his hand, which is a beautiful and strong interruption.
It's nice, you know, you can dream you have that many cards in your hand. But at the end of the day, a lot of them are just coming for free, right? You've got that search off the Thunder Dragon Dark already. You've got the dragon that you can't summon this turn. I think this should be the white dragon in your hand. So a lot of stuff you really don't mind putting back. And the Boot Sector launch. I probably said that wrong. Is it Boot Sector launch?
Boot Sector launch.
It is
That is just his name.
It is
Okay,
totally.
excellent.
Just to prove it.
You're proving
to the
it.
viewers.
Oh,
Thank
interesting.
goodness.
Look at that. We are discarding the Druid's Room for the effect of Cypher, meaning we're going to grab a level 6, just grabbing us another Bestial, and it's going to be Saronir. But of course, there is an explanation for that. Saronir, basically the only Bestial with another graveyard effect, besides Druid's Room, but the only Bestial that has a useful graveyard effect here because it can send another Bestial card from the deck to the graveyard.
Surely the only explanation is Magnum is already in hand, right?
Or a branded spell trap, by the way.
Oh, true. I mean,
or a
Godric's.
there they are. Oh gosh, again.
Atom?
Not
Is
for the
this Atom?
first time. It has to be again the King of Atom.
Yes, let's go! Great Dragon exceeds monsters in this strategy, and Saronir, of course, will always trigger when you send
Oh,
it to
this
the
is
reveal.
why. So we've got the Magnum.
There's the Magnamut, yep, and also the Saronir. This is crazy, quite frankly. I'm already super impressed by it.
I'm sold.
You're sold?
I want to play this deck.
Same, absolutely, absolutely same. So there's the Lubellion that was just sent to the graveyard, and we are going to activate the Regain. Of course we can now activate the Regain because the Branded Beast already sits pretty in our hand, so we are going to end on both here, I'm pretty sure.
But Basti, please play a little bit of fortune, of a fortune teller here. What are the cards that he could summon to end the turn, or to his end field?
I think we said that the Thunder Dragon cards basically are just Link fodder, and I'm assuming that IP Masquerena would be one of the cards that would be pretty reasonable on his end field. And
Good
there
one.
it is. Okay, I was pretty good at fortune telling there, not gonna lie. And besides that, of course, it's a little different. Like, you're not going for the Borderland Dragon because this is a mixture of a Dragon Link deck, so you don't really have enough dragons to really even get to it. But besides that, Chaos Angel is a card that I can see because it's a Synchro 10 that is pretty generic.
Is there Baron in the extra deck?
There is not even Baron, no.
I'm amazed to see it. This is like the first deck that can make synchros that doesn't... Is there no rockets in the deck? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, there's no rockets.
Okay, just the Boot Sector launch?
Wait, is there Boot Sector launch?
He made the Striker Dragon. I thought he added Boot Sector launch.
I mean, there's the Bestial strategiines always play Striker Drag, but not all the time. They're going for the Boot Sector launch.
And yeah, there's no Boot
I think I just saw the... I kind of skipped a step in my head once I saw the Striker Dragon. I just didn't... There was no
But
Boot Sector
there
at any
is
point.
the end phase. So to be fair, a lot of times Bestial Control was something that was very popular over the last couple of weeks, and that only went for Seal's Pass a lot of the time, and this is Seal's Pass plus IP, which I do definitely like. And now Fabian is playing kind of a mind game maybe, because he's revealing Kashtira Fenrir, but he's not revealing yet what his actual strategy is.
Actually, Fenrir is crazy versus this field, because if you're activating the seal, you can bounce back the Fenrir, but then again...
That is Book of Eclipse right away, which would be really, really, really amazing versus regular Kashtira, because they would have a monster in the main monster zone. But what Esteban doesn't know, this is not regular Kashtira, this is just Gold Pride Punk with a couple of Fenrirs being thrown into it.
Fenrir is such a versatile card, you can pretty much throw it into any strategy you want almost.
The hand of Fabian looks massive as well. We can see triple tactic talents, which most certainly is going to be activated at some point because there is seal and IP. There is
now?
I think
emergency teleport as well.
You probably already activated the Magna mode, right? That was just special
No, that
summons.
was branded regained, I think.
Yeah,
but I mean,
you
still
use the effect.
Oh yeah, right, absolutely.
So, talents. Do we activate talents to take here? Because that kind of forces out a bunch of stuff by our opponent, doesn't it?
I mean, if you activate the IP, then
you just
big
take whatever
monsters
gets
just go to
summoned.
take.
I feel like if it's take, do you just let it through?
Probably, because chaining the IP doesn't do anything. You could theoretically chain the seals, to be honest.
You could chain the seal and bounce your own monster. It doesn't feel good though.
We're now going to take control of seals, and I mean, that is decent, actually, because that means that both effects are going to be shut down. And there's the emergency teleport. So Esteban sees the bad news. This is not regular Kashira, but no, there's going to be a psychic monster joining the field here.
Does Esteban have any sort of interaction coming from his hand?
Chained the Baldric, and that is actually going to be an interruption, because Baldric is like the only real Bestial that has an on-field effect. So when Fabian decides to special summon out a monster from his extra deck, that would give Bestial Baldric the trigger to banish one monster on the side of Fabian.
Also, if he summons a ritual monster, you can do it as well.
True, that's actually not coming from Exeter. Oh, and it's the unpopular choice of bringing out Vagon. Usually, it's always going to be Zeamin, but we are going for Vagon first.
I mean, we might have a Zeamin in the hand already.
Must be.
Look at this. Like, I'd already forgotten about this, but he just banished a Thunder Dragon Dark, so he's going to get to add a Thunder Dragon, then he's going to get to return it and draw a card. This is like insane.
Yeah, the synergy there is just crazy.
He didn't even try to look at the graveyard of Fabian, maybe because he just knew that there wasn't a monster, but he just rather wanted to get rid of the Dark in the graveyard, trigger it, draw a card. And now we're reading the Wagon.
Yeah, Wagon can search any Punk spell card, and there is only one in his deck, and that's the field spell. It's Punk Jam Extreme Session, which is, quite frankly, one of the most powerful field spell cards that I know, to be honest.
Apart from maybe the Abyss Actor field spell, which we have talked about earlier.
That's a very specific one, but yeah, we actually talked about that earlier on today, because there was an Abyss Actor player doing pretty well in the main event until some point, and then he got some unfortunate losses, but that's IP Masquerena using monsters on the opponent's side of the field, and that can only mean that we're going to summon out the good old Underworld Goddess here.
But that is a really big commitment here, you know?
It's quite an investment, right?
Yeah.
Because now there is normal summon Zeamin, and that's actually pretty crazy, because we do not really have an interruption anymore, but there is the Druid's Womb right away.
And there is also a Branded Beast set, I assume, that we have seen in the hand. So I think there was a trap card. It really looked like Branded Beast. That would get rid of 2 more monsters here, and then Fabian would really have to see where he can go from here. Maybe he has a Foxy Tune in hand as well.
I'm interested what you can send. Can you send the Fenrir with Druid's Worm? Because it has to target a special summon monster. I assume you can still send the Fenrir if you want to.
I think the set monsters still remember that they're a special summon.
Yeah, I think so, until you flip summon it again and then it's flipped up. Can be a bit confusing dealing with rulings surrounding monsters that have been set face down, but I think you're right.
We'll see.
We will see. Fortunately, we have judges on hand.
Yeah, and they're very good ones. Oh, and that is going to be a scoop by Fabian. I think Esteban went pretty quick on his interruptions. He was like, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. Right away, also going to do that. And that did win him the game. Esteban Rey and his Thunder Dragon deck, I don't even know what to say to that, is actually leading here in our last round feature match of the day.
And this is maybe sometimes a problem of those combo decks like Gold Pride Punk that play a lot of engine, that is, it is plussing a lot, but it does not really have aggressive plays. You know, if you're playing a Bestial Dragon combo deck, there are 1,000 ways to use generic monsters like the Nightmares, you know, Unicorn, Phoenix, Cerberus to gain more advantage, to plus off of everything. With the Gold Pride and the Punk strategy, you're kind of easily locking yourself into something, and then you're maybe missing some tools to break a field like this.
I mean, funnily enough, I was going to say, we've not actually seen, we know there's Gold Pride in the deck.
True.
I don't think Esteban knows there's Gold Pride.
He doesn't.
Not that I don't know what would change about the side decking pattern
really.
or
It's
anything
kind of
like
the same.
that. But like, I mean, maybe he knows. Maybe he knows that the Punk is most commonly used with Gold Pride. I don't know. What would you think?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I was a big fan of the pure Punk deck. That was a thing, but that was only a thing when Christian Halkifibrax was around, and also there was the Chaos Ruler, but nowadays...
You played it far longer than that.
True, true.
I've played Telemann versus you with a deck.
But what I want to say is that nowadays you kind of have to put something on top. Pure Punk is not really doing enough, so you need to put something else on top of it, which is the Gold Pride stuff here in that case. And it is working really well, but picking up on what Leo was saying, yeah, the engine sometimes is not enough to also work as aggressive interruption to your opponent, but Dragon Link, in this case, Thunder Dragon Dragon Link,
has that in-engine interruption with all the Bestials, right? We said it earlier, but it's just so strong that your engine is usually used in other decks as an interruption, which is crazy to me.
And a fantastic interruption, to be fair. Also, they are big, powerful dragons, so they have so much attack. And that is also, most of the time, pretty important, because every Bestial can actually just run over a Fenrir. But we have seen that the players are ready for this game number 2, so let's go right to the table. All right. Fabian is probably going to start. We know that Gold Pride Punk really wants to set up a combo, and I can't wait for it to happen because I don't think that they're interrupted by Bestials that much.
There are a couple of points where you could Bestial, but all around it's not really that well versus the deck. There are other matchups where you are using your Bestials way better than in this one.
I'm looking forward to seeing Fabian start here because...
Ooh, it's Foxy Tune right away. Esteban sees the news, and we are discarding with Psychic Tracker, which is usually an extender you want to search out with your good old Punk Jam Dragon Drive. So having that in your opening hand is not really optimal.
And this is a kind of a neat one because this enables you to go for an easy Barkion.
It is indeed, but we have the hard-drawn Extreme Session. That is huge, because now right away, with the first Punk effect we're using and we're paying life points for, being the Xiamin, we will be able to also draw cards from our deck.
Yeah, and our testing, where I was playing Teal Events and you were playing Punk, were also extreme testing sessions because you just summoned Psychic and Punisher and then I lost.
Indeed, and of course he is still playing that Psychic and Punisher. Still, to this day, a very powerful card that can just quickly seal duels by just gaining infinite attack points. In this strategy specifically, it will always gain so many attack points because you are paying life points for your own effects.
Yeah, it's a very nice synergy between the decks that Gold Pride need you to lose life points, so you just play this engine where they make you pay life points, which is normally a downside, but in this case it's kind of an upside.
Absolutely, and we are searching out the Sharakuzai. You might be wondering, oh wait, we did not even normal. I was saying we can't normal this anymore, but we didn't normal yet because that was special summoned out by the Foxy Tune. But we would also have a way to special summon with the Extreme Session later on as well.
I was thinking if Fabian just summoned his entire deck in attack position there. No, this was just offered to cut before. So we are going... Oh, that's even emergency teleport. This is just everything he wants.
We do go after the Foxy Tune with our Magnamut here.
That seems a bit odd, because you could kind of do that at any time. Was there any reason to do that now?
I think he wanted to prevent him using the Extreme Session here, because you need to banish a Punk card from the graveyard. But maybe Esteban forgot that he actually did not normal summon yet, because that is just what happened. We are paying 600 life points now for the Shakuzai to fusion summon here into the Ukiyo-e Punk Rising card.
Also, you're playing into Talons heavily here. And as well, if you are trying to go for a Deer Note play, which might as well happen here. Oh, we picked up a Solemn Judgment with the Extreme Session. This is absolutely crazy. So Ukiyo-e is going to summon out 2 monsters from the deck now that equal level 8. And I think that one of them is going to be Deer Note, and Deer Note sometimes just wants to summon back a Foxy Tune, and then you can Magnamut.
That's true. I think it was... Oh, we're special summoning out 2 level 3s.
To get the next Gem
interesting. But we only do play 1 Extreme Session, so that's not going to work out. Also, I think it was kind of interesting by Fabian to use the effect of the Extreme Session to draw for a second time already before bringing out Madame Spider, because he himself there took the risk to just draw into the trap card he just searched out there, and it would have been pretty unfortunate because he then would have had not a way to search a trap with it.
Yeah, but he found a trap card, and it is Solemn Judgment, so it actually benefited him to not search for the card first and shuffle the deck, because then he could have drawn a card that doesn't really help him at all. But now I'm curious to see where he's going with those 2 level 3 tuners on the field.
Might be to make the rank 3 Gold Pride.
Totally, I think we are going to see Gold Pride Chariot carry here.
A nice little bridge between the 2 engines.
So, but first of all, we are now going to use the effect of Jam Session.
Deer Note in hand.
Indeed, there we go. That gives us the chance to synchro into a level 8, and I would assume that that is going to be the Punk Jam Dragon Drive that I was talking about earlier. There it is. And
yeah, that's my jam.
The cool thing about this is you can just play a one-off Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit in your deck to search it out there.
And actually, Ghost Ogre playing it for... Is he playing it? Yes.
Yes, he is.
It is actually sometimes really, really good in this format because you are going to face a lot of gigantic sprites.
Yeah. And I'm just thinking about it, how decent is it versus the Bestial Thunder Dragon deck?
Oh, it's a good hit on LP.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's actually true.
That's what you did back in the day against the Guard Dragon cards. So.
I guess you did, yeah.
So that... Oh, that is a rank 8 now. We are special summoning back the card.
38.
And that is going to be, wow, we are going for number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord. That's a card we haven't seen in a while. And that is indeed just a negate, which you can get out of those 2 level 8 monsters there. And during your opponent's turn, you can... No, when an opponent's monster activates this effect, you can just attach raw material to negate that effect and also destroy the monster. Whew. That's pretty nice, just a generic monster negate.
And you can add Galaxy cards from your deck.
I don't know whether we're going to see that, but yes, in theory, that's possible. Oh, and he has not even used the emergency teleport. He was holding that until now, and he can now special summon out Xiamin again, and that again leads to 2 level 3 monsters on the field, and as we were already guessing before, this will be Gold Pride Chariot carry.
Yeah, and that one is a fantastic card from the newest set, Cyberstorm Axis.
It is indeed. And he will be able to now also get his Gold Pride engine going. To be fair, now Esteban finally knows that there's also Gold Pride in there, because so far in both games there was only Punk, but now there's also Gold Pride.
And I think this one adds a Gold Pride spell card from the deck to the hand. The Gold Pride extra deck monsters are quite unique in the way that they just send themselves back to the extra deck. Actually, that's not unique.
I was going to
Neos
say,
was doing that
yeah, we
before.
saw Neos earlier today. These are a bit like Neospatians, aren't they?
They are indeed.
Although unfortunately there's no Neo space for them. But I think the Gold Pride Better Luck Next Time is very similar to it.
So we do search out the Better Luck Next Time, and in the process of that we also put the Roller Baller, the one-off to the graveyard.
Yeah, you get these all of the Gold Pride monsters have a little bonus effect if your life points are lower than your opponent. So Fabian, being at 5,600 from the life points he's paid from his Punk cards, is going to get the bonus effect of carry. In addition to adding a spell, you also get to send a monster from your deck to the grave.
And what's the benefit of having Roller Baller in your graveyard there?
That's a good question. Maybe you can bring it back with Leon in the future.
Yeah, special summon a Gold Pride monster.
Yeah.
It just helps to get your Gold Pride engine rolling.
And there we are activating Better Luck Next Time, searching ourselves, Gold Pride Captain Carry. And I want to say Captain Carry probably the strongest of the main deck monsters for the deck.
Lets you add a trap, I think.
And the trap is like incredibly powerful. We already have the Punk trap in our hand, but the Gold Pride trap, Start Your Engines, is just insane. And there he adds it to his hand.
This leads to a lot of interruptions. Start Your Engines can summon back a Leon from the graveyard. There we get, from the deck. There we get the Leon from the hand already. They are going to go to the graveyard, and we are going to see.
Oh, that is absolutely Gold Pride Star Leon, and Gold Pride Star Leon will target the Magnamoot here.
I think it's just going to target it, and then it's going to gain some attack, which isn't really relevant because it's going to go back to the extra deck during the end phase.
If you're lower, it's going to pop it.
But then it pops it, yeah.
And you are always going to be lower life points than your opponent. That is really, really neat. I mean, Esteban here knows that his opponent has the Jaruri Punk Dangerous Gabu. He knows about the Start Your Engines. What he doesn't know is the Solemn Judgment, but that's a lot of interruptions. On top of that, he does know about the Ghost Ogre as well, though, so that's just so many interruptions that Fabian has set up here. I love it.
Are we going to get to draw 2 cards from the Start Your Engines? Is that once per turn?
I think it's once per turn.
Okay.
Or is this...
Sorry, I made,
better
made
luck
you search
next
the
time.
wrong card. Yeah, Better Luck Next Time.
So now both Gold Pride monsters on the field are going to trigger in the end phase, as you were just saying earlier.
They sort of tag out for their respective Gold Pride monsters. So all of the Gold Pride monsters have a sort of special extra deck monster that they're attached to. So the Chariot should summon back Captain Carry, and the Synchro should summon back Leon.
Totally. I think, honestly, Gold Pride Punk might be one of those decks that could perform a similar story than Vika Son of Along did last year for the European Championship, because people still don't really know about the Gold Pride stuff, so this could catch a lot of people by surprise, and this might be the story of the weekend, just Fabian Ruland with his Gold Pride Punk deck catching people by surprise.
Yeah, it's interesting because Gold Pride is a TCG exclusive archetype, if I'm not mistaken. So oftentimes when new cards are coming out, people look at how they've performed in the OCG where they get released a little bit sooner. But we haven't seen this, so it's up to us TCG players to try and figure out how best to use the new cards.
Totally. So we're starting things off with the Druid Swarm.
I think we haven't
still
started.
the end phase, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're in the end phase.
Oh, we're still in the end phase,
but
fair
this
enough.
Opens up a possible negation, right?
That is absolutely what we're going to do.
Negate and destroy.
I think it does destroy. We checked on it earlier, but wait, let's double check because he's now searching for something with the Magnamut.
Can you repeat the name for me?
When an opponent's monster activates its effect, you can detach material from this card, negate that monster's effect. It does not. Oh, wait.
And if a material is a Galaxy Ice card,
it only destroys if you detach the Galaxy card. Fair enough. So it was actually worth activating the Druid Swarm there.
Did anyone catch what he added with the Magnamut?
Probably a Bestial.
It most likely was that Rebellion, right? That's a pretty good add.
Oh, and by the way, there is a valuable target for Bestials in the graveyard of Fabian, which would be the Jam Dragon, right?
That is also an Earth monster, as so many of the Punk monsters.
Oh, it looked very much like a light there.
Totally, yeah. So, adding another copy of Magnamut. I like that interaction of activating Magnamut and then searching for Lubellion, just immediately grabbing the Magnamut again. So it's just an endless cycle of Magnamut searches.
Yeah, it's great if you're the dragon player.
Yeah, for sure. Like because technically you can't search Magnamut with Magnamut, but by playing the Lubellion you then can.
Bit of a loophole, right?
pretty nice. So Chaos Space is going to grab out the Dark Dragon.
Kind of looks like he drew the Lubellion for turn as well, because he just discarded one. I think he wouldn't have searched one if he had
I
that
would
one
agree,
in hand
yeah.
already.
And maybe because he's discarding a Lubellion, it might mean he's not got any Thunders in hand, so a bit sad.
Yeah.
I was really enjoying seeing the Thunder synergy with the Bastiles.
It's making me a bit nostalgic.
Definitely. I played that deck for the 2019 European Championships.
I think Fabian was pretty quick in allowing Chaos Space there, because he does have the Solemn Judgment set there, and I think Chaos Space is a card you consider to use Solemn Judgment on, because that is just an easy 2-for-1 there.
Solemn Judgment, even though it kind of looks like when you read it, it can negate everything. In fact, nowadays, because monster effects are so prevalent, it doesn't actually negate monster effects. So you can sometimes sneak monsters through like the Bestials, and then, yeah, before you wouldn't get a chance to Solemn Judgment them.
Ooh, and right away we are going to use one of the traps that our opponent knows about. We are going to use the Gold Pride Stardier Engines on the Druid Swarm.
I like how the card specifically says start on the artwork as well.
I think the Gold Pride sort of theme is that you're on a racetrack. Right, and this is, I might be getting this completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure, because there are chariots and various other things.
It does make sense, for sure.
And, yeah, so this is the start of the race.
By rolling a dice, they decide which random card is going to find its way onto the field, and it's going to be another Leon there. I mean, we already had Leon, so that's not really the card you wanted there.
I think we have all of the ones that we're playing in the main deck, right?
Yeah.
Is there another one except for... is there a different one than...
I think there are just
Carry,
these three.
Leon?
There are just these three that exist at the moment.
No, there's
and the
Nitro Head as well,
Oh.
but Nitro Head is like a specific one that you don't really need here, I want to say. So there's all the Bestials. There is Magnamut again. I mean, we just searched with the Rebellion, so it's kind of obvious.
Druid Swarm getting a lot of value there.
Yeah.
Both being destroyed and then using its effect in the graveyard. Such a great tool for picking apart boards when you're going second.
Banishing the Rebellion, bringing itself to the field, of course using its effect, and Fabian considering to respond to that, but that is fine.
And just an attack?
Looks like it, yeah. And it's dangerous to leave Fabian on so many monsters, right? Because they could just be a quick and easy Psychic End Punisher to seal this game here very, very quickly.
I think the Rollerballer can fuse during your opponent's turn, but so I think maybe he needed to force it out, or attack over it before he could continue with whatever plan he had for main phase 2.
Yeah, that's very likely.
But why did he not go for the pinballer here? Because I think he could have just quick. Or did he just activate the Magnum in the battle phase?
Oh, that's also possible, actually. That's a good point. I mean, I think sometimes if your opponent says battle phase, sometimes it's just worth it just to let them if they've only got the one monster.
I mean, you are safe now because with Punk decks, it's always dangerous because you are putting yourself on a very low amount of life points. So it is always dangerous for your opponent to just quickly get a bunch of damage in, or not even a bunch, but just the appropriate amount. And therefore, Fabian will be happy to see another turn.
And Leon is activated onto the normal summon of Starleech Cypher, I suppose, and we're going to see Starleon in the extra monster zone, which is eventually going to pop the Cypher.
That is indeed what is happening here. Esteban checking his cards in hand. Does he have any way to prevent this? He does not. Starleech Cypher going to the graveyard.
He's almost used like every Bestial. So
there's not much left, yeah.
Yeah, is he going to have another way to get a monster onto the field?
He did just normal summon, so there wouldn't be that many ways.
This almost seems like a desperation play, right?
looks like he's grabbing his deck there, and that would indicate him going to the end phase. But not just yet, or... Oh!
Yeah, he can summon Lubellion still.
True. For a second, I thought he's banishing all 3 monsters in his graveyard, and we're going to see Levy.
Is that a Lubellion in attack mode?
Yeah, it's angry.
It's angry Lubellion.
But is it allowed to summon itself in the attack position?
It is. It's just everyone normally summons it in defense. I'm just a bit confused why you'd summon it in attack mode in main phase 2.
Oh, but there is dangerous Gabu being activated. And there is the Kurikara.
But
wow.
Is that so strong against those 2 monsters here? Because, I mean, fair enough, Starleon would have summoned
would have summoned back a regular Leon,
right?
and then would have drawn you a card as well with the Start Your Engine. I keep calling it Start Your Engine.
It's better luck next time.
Yeah. Exactly.
And there is still, of course, the Black Dragon Collapse Serpent in his hand.
You see Fabian there just sort of playing with the Solemn Judgment. I think we Solemn this, right?
We do indeed. Solemn Judgment is going to negate the summon of the Black Dragon Collapse Serpent there.
And that means that it has never entered the field, so you cannot get the surge off of it.
Yeah. Unlike the Bestials, Collapse Serpent is not an effect to special summon. It's a condition to special summon, which means it doesn't start a chain and can be negated by Solemn Judgment.
But let's not forget about the end phase effect of Kurikara Divincanate, so we could just special summon out something from our opponent's graveyard.
A wealth of monsters to choose from. Which are the best Punk, do you think, to take to your side of the field?
I mean, none of them do really have any quick effects to use on your opponent's turn. So I don't think I would go after a Punk, and I would much rather prefer to... Yeah, I mean... Oh, wait. Does he have a target to search for? Because this triggers on special summon. Jam Dragon Drive triggers on special summon.
It's a special summon by the effect of a Punk monster,
Oh,
right?
okay. So usually it's its own effect.
But the good thing about having the Jam Dragon Drive is that you are now able to respond to the Punk effects of your opponent, because otherwise the Punk Jam Dragon Drive would special summon itself out after you responded to a Punk effect, which means it would be special summoned by a Punk card, which is itself, and then it would be able to search again. So I think it is valuable to take this resource away from your opponent.
But play goes back to Fabian. He's only left with a Leon. Let's see what he can do out of it. I mean, there are potentially 2 extra draws he can get off of the Extreme Session if he gets this engine going again, paying life points. But be aware, he's only on 2,350 life points
I was looking at that. His life points are very low with the Solemn, so...
He can only basically pay for 3 Punk effects. That would enable him to draw 2 cards with the Extreme Session, and it would also make up for a pretty decent Psychic End Punisher, but...
Oh, yeah.
Let's see whether he gets to that even.
I mean, he still has the Leon on the field.
I'm still confused why this Lubellion is in attack mode. He's just hanging out there.
What do we have here? Is that a card that helps? It's the normal summon of the Ghost Ogre we were holding in our hand. He didn't find a good time to use it because Esteban, quite frankly, didn't give him a good timing to use it. He played around the card he knew, and he now has to normal summon it. And what is he even trying to accomplish here?
Might be another copy of Chariot, because they're both level 3 monsters. Well, not another copy, the same copy of Chariot.
Yeah. He's only running one, but it bounced itself back to the extra deck. Oh, there's Baldrake being used.
This looks like an Exceeds. I was thinking we might go for MX Saber Invoke and go for a full Zodiac combo here, but I doubt that this is going to happen. But we are indeed seeing the Chariot.
We're only in 2019. I think that's too far back.
The thing is, we can now just use the Baldrake. Baldrake is tributing Globelion, and the Chariot is going to be banished. Do we have a way to extend through that? We do with a special summon of Kashtira Fenrir.
This has always been a really great play to pick apart fields. I mean, it's facing its nemesis, the Kurikara, basically.
Well, this time it's got free reign just to send that Kurikara into the face-down banished zone.
The problem is I don't think he has any way to run over one of the monsters on the side of Esteban there.
Yeah, all of the monsters are too big for Fenrir, so I guess you just crash into the defense mode.
Yeah. For 0 damage, I think. Or you can just
attack and trigger a replay.
Oh,
what's going on here?
Okay.
He definitely had motion to attack the Kurikara.
Yeah, that means he's going to crash into it, right?
Oh, you do get a replay because the monster was banished.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
I mean, he still left the Kurikara on the field.
It just seems strange to ever point the Fenrir at the Kurikara unless you're banishing the Kurikara.
Now Fabian is thinking again, do I really want to attack into his? It does not seem like a good idea, especially because he's so low on life points.
Yeah, I mean, you take 2100 damage, so...
He does do it, though. We are going to crash the Fenrir into the Kurikara, and what's happening next? Is there a way to capitalize on that?
Another Fenrir.
It's another Fenrir in defense, and he's on 250 life points.
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't this just switch to attack and swing for game?
It does look like that.
Does he think that he will maybe... Oh, this is the fist bump. Esteban wins this too, and Fabian did not have the better luck this time.
Better luck next time.
He's still in the tournament, so we can definitely wish him better luck for the next time. But that was crazy. He had 2 traps that he searched for. He had the Solemn Judgment on top of it.
Yeah.
He had Ghost Ogre. He had multiple interruptions on the field. And it didn't even seem like Esteban had that much. He just had his Bestials replacing itself. That was huge by Esteban.
I think it's really cool. It just shows, like, as we see with the Kashtira deck, similar to the Bestials, they're just big. So that really puts you in an advantage going second. You can just summon them and just threaten to attack over any interruptions your opponent has.
You don't even need to threaten. You can just definitely attack, and it's going to create a lot of problems for your opponent.
But I think it's a super, super cool deck, definitely. But I want to say, because this was the last deck we saw of the day, let's have a look again at all of the decks that have been played today. So let's have a quick look at the deck breakdown for the tournament, because we haven't really paid that much attention to that just yet. And it's no surprise that we see Kashtira up there with 20%. Tom, are you surprised by that number in particular? 1/5 of the players have decided to play Kashtira. Did you expect a higher or a lower number?
I think that's about right. One thing I am surprised at, though, is this runic category we've got here is a combination of a lot of runic decks. So this will include Runic Plunder Patrol, obviously, as we saw in the last round.
Of course,
that's the first thing on everybody's mind. The Fur Hire deck, and of course the Live Twin Sprite deck, all very popular. So I thought maybe those combined, by their powers combined, would be as large as...
I do agree, for sure.
The next deck is the every Bestial variant, and I don't mean that there are 3 Bestials in the side deck, or rather 4, 3 Magnamuts and 1 Druis Worm. It's going to be the heavily into Bestial invested ones, and I'm really happy to see that dragons are picking up pace again.
Yeah, and I mean there's quite a big variety of dragon decks, because we just saw the Thunder Dragon Bestial deck, which is also in this category. There's Assault Synchron Synchro Dragon Link deck, so that is really, really cool as well. So there's definitely something to be discovered tomorrow with those kind of decks as well. And then there is the usual Sprite, Labyrinth, of course, after the success of Dinka Bui at German Nationals, also very well represented. We see Brandon up there too. And of course, Rika has to be mentioned, because that is still the defending deck from last year. Marcus Patel is still going strong in the tournament as well. So the 4% of Rika players in the tournament are doing very, very well for itself. And then there's the 4% of Fluanderese players, all of them being Italian.
Yes, we have seen so many different Italian players playing Fluanderese. Just Diego Ganzelli, who was famous for the deck, is playing something else. So we also have the Pearly deck and some other decks. I think we will see some of those soon. But we are now going to go over to Ed after this fantastic day of Yu-Gi-Oh! For some closing words.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, that is it for our first day here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG EU World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht for 2023. It's been a long old day for all of our duelists and all of our team working here, but it has been exceptionally good fun. And thank you to all of you guys at home on our YouTube and Twitch who've tuned in. Now, for those of you who are on YouTube and Twitch, before we end, remember that there is a giveaway which you guys can take part in. The links should be pinned in the chats that you guys have, and throughout the weekend you have to look at 10 cards that we're going to be showed off throughout the day. So right now I'm going to show you one more card, and you have to make sure that you note this down somewhere. This is Ground Zeno. This is an amazing card from the new Wild Survivors set, and very good for my dinosaur cards. So there you guys go. Make sure you note that down. Ground Zeno, that's another one that you guys have to make sure you've noted. Get them all written down, get those all in there, and by the end of tomorrow you'll have all 10. And if you guys get all 10 correct, you'll be able to be entered into a chance to win one of those display booster boxes of Wild Survivors itself, where you can get all of those wonderful dinosaur cards. That's why I got it, at least. Anyway, this has been an absolutely amazing day. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. And thank you to my wonderful coverage team for being so amazing, doing such a great job with every single one of the coverages. And thank you so much for sticking around and watching also the World Qualifying Points matches that we've got. We've got even more of that coming tomorrow, because we've done all the Swiss ones today, which means tomorrow you guys will see exactly who made it into the Worlds Qualifier, because it's the top 3 from that playoff who make it into Worlds, and it's the top players in this entire Euros event that you'll see at the end of tomorrow who are going to make their way into the World Championships live in Tokyo later this year. It's going to be very exciting to see what happens in that top 8. That's going to be the moment you guys really want to be around for, because it's all going to be a big bubble match to see who's going to Worlds. Be sure to join us tomorrow on Sunday at 9 AM local time here in Utrecht, where we're going to be kicking straight back off with our 10th round of Swiss before we get to the 11th round, and then it's into the top cut. Top 64 will go from there. You guys do not want to miss it. I've been Ed Templar. Thank you very much for having me here as your host. It's always a pleasure to be doing this with all of you guys. And make sure you guys get a good night's sleep for a good old day of dueling tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.